Who the hell is so immoral throwing things from the sky? Chun Luo angrily rubbed his forehead, which was throbbing with pain from the impact, then bent down and picked up the fountain pen lying on the ground. Chun Luo was so depressed he felt as if he could cough up blood. Today had been the epitome of misfortune. First, he lost his wallet after leaving home, then he was laid off as soon as he arrived at the company, and just after walking out, disaster literally fell from the sky. Chun Luo lifted that murder weapon and tried to search for the culprit, but soon realized something was off. This was a main road, and there were no tall buildings nearby at all. Naturally, there was no such thing as throwing objects from a great height. Could it be that someone deliberately used this pin to hit me? Chun Luo looked around doubtfully, only to see crowds hurrying past like a human tide. It was as if they inhabited a different world from him. No one spared him a single glance. Speechless, Chun Luo was about to accept his bad luck and leave when his pupils suddenly contracted. The fountain pen stained with his fresh blood had eerily vanished without a trace. Chun Luo rubbed his eyes. He had clearly seen that pin split his head open a moment ago, blood still on it. How could it simply disappear? Unable to believe it, Chun Luo picked up the pen again and brought it close to inspect. It was indeed spotlessly clean, not a single drop of blood remaining. Just as he was reeling in astonishment, a sudden roar burst forth in his mind. Blood analysis successful. Identifying divine lineage genes. Detection complete. Divine lineage genes confirmed. Spirit confirmed. Binding to the Hunyuan pin successful. Who is it? Startled and uneasy, Chun Luo looked around only to find people staring at him as if he were insane, then quickly putting distance between themselves and him. Chun Luo froze for a moment and felt somewhat embarrassed. He immediately quickened his pace and hurried back home. A native of Jiangqing, he had lost his parents early. They had left him this apartment, his only real possession. When his parents passed away, several relatives had fought for custody of Chun Luo, scheming to monopolize this 60-plus square meter apartment and his parents' inheritance. The dispute dragged on for years, but just as it reached its end, Chun Luo turned 18. None of them gained the slightest benefit. Instead, the entire ordeal allowed him to see their true faces clearly, and he gradually severed ties with them. Back home, Chun Luo first cleaned the wound on his forehead, then collapsed onto the sofa, suddenly feeling adrift and aimless, unable to find any direction for his life. Thinking it over, this life of his seemed unbearably dull. He had lived 25 years without doing anything outrageous, yet without accomplishing anything particularly good either. Only the word mediocre could describe him. Aside from losing both parents in his youth, he had drifted through life like a marionette pulled along by other people, by society, as a whole by the inertia of fate. He had followed the prescribed path, studying, going to university, falling in love, breaking up, finding a job, only for the company to perform poorly and lay him off. As Chun Luo stared vacantly, wondering where to go from here, a strange light suddenly flared before him. Startled, he looked up to see the fountain pen he had left on the table transform into a streak of white light that shot straight into the space between his brows. Boom. In an instant, thunder roared through Chun Luo's mind. He felt countless streams of information boring into his brain, but his limited capacity could not contain them. As they passed through, they constantly leaked away until only a crucial fragment remained branded deep into his memory. When Chun Luo regained consciousness, night had already fallen. His composure was unnaturally calm, for he now understood what exactly had entered his body. The pen that had merged into his mind was called the Hunyuan pen. Its origin was unknown, and the reason it had struck him was that this very pen had been sent back by his future self to his present self. It sounded utterly absurd, yet Chun Luo did not doubt it in the slightest, because within the pen resided the sole imprint of future Chun Luo, which had now completely fused with him. However, that portion of memory was too vast for an ordinary human brain to store. Thus, nearly everything belonging to future Chun Luo had been sealed away to be unlocked only when he became strong enough to bear it. The vital piece of information he now retained was this: in the future, an immense horror would descend. Within 3 years, he had to unlock the third stage gene lock, or he would perish without doubt. Chun Luo's heart sank. The voice that had arisen from his very soul, along with a vague, yet powerful premonition, left him utterly convinced of this message. He immediately stood up, hurried back to his room, and found a notebook. With a slight wave of his hand, the fountain pen appeared out of thin air into his palm. Beyond the impending threat, the knowledge imprinted in his mind also included the method for using the Hunyuan pen. Chun Luo raised the pen and began to write in the notebook, and at the very moment the pen touched the page, Chun Luo's vision suddenly blurred. Holding the Hunyuan pen in his hand, he found himself stepping through the void into a realm of primal chaos and absolute darkness. Light. As though he had long anticipated this, Chun Luo calmly wrote the first word. In the chaotic darkness, brilliant white radiance suddenly blossomed. A blazing sun emerged in the void, instantly illuminating the entire world. Water, land, air, stars. As the Hunyuan pen in his hand successively inscribed these words, a vast, boundless ocean manifested in that realm. Waves surged to the heavens as tempests howled into existence. At the far edge of the sea, countless sky-piercing peaks rose, stretching forward in an unbroken chain that vanished beyond sight. Time. As soon as the word fell onto the notebook, the sun began to move, traversing the heavens according to the pattern of a round sky and square earth shining upon the land, until night descended and a new moon rose, establishing the cycle of day and night. Life. The ocean instantly teemed with countless bacteria and blue algae rapidly spreading through the waters, lending a spark of vitality to that once lifeless world. At that moment, Chen Luo's body suddenly went limp. He vanished from that world and reappeared in his room, collapsing headfirst toward the floor. He did not regain consciousness until dawn of the next day. His entire body felt hollowed out, utterly devoid of strength. His head spun, and his chest felt tight, an overwhelming discomfort pressing down on him. Most of all, a raging hunger burned in his belly, driving him nearly mad. Mustering his strength, Chen Luo crawled up and rushed straight to the refrigerator. He hauled out everything edible inside, and like a man who had not eaten in centuries, devoured it all in a few swift, ravenous bites. Only after finally filling his stomach did Chen Luo feel the slightest relief, yet his body remained so weak that even walking a few steps left him breathless. Chen Luo could not help but let out a bitter laugh. I never imagined that creating a world would be so terrifyingly draining. The Hunyuan Pen was an innate spiritual treasure endowed with the ability to create an entire world. Whatever was written with it would materialize as the corresponding substance within that world. For example, when Chen Luo wrote light on the paper, a son was born in that world, and he became a creator in his own right. Yet such a heaven-defying act did not come without a price. It consumed the user's very essence, vital energy, and spirit. Put more simply, it burned away his lifespan. After that bout of utter exhaustion, Chen Luo needed an entire week of recuperation before he felt even slightly better. By his estimation, it would take at least another month for him to fully recover. As for how much of his lifespan he had burned away, Chen Luo could not be certain. Yet judging from the state of his body, he reckoned he had lost no less than 5 years. During this period, Chen Luo was astonished to discover that the notebook inscribed by the Hunyuan Pen now bore 3 archaic seal characters on its cover: Genesis. Opening this Genesis, Chen Luo could intuitively perceive the state of that nascent world of creation, and with a mere movement of his thought, he could even enter that world. Because Chen Luo had set the temporal flow so that 1 day in the real world equaled 10,000 years in the world of creation, the 7 days that had passed in reality meant 70,000 years had already elapsed within, bringing about earth-shaking transformations. Beyond the original sky, sea, sun, and moon, there was now a vault of scattered stars. Gravity had settled upon the land, and air, clouds, and wind had all come into being. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, bacteria and algae had carpeted the land in green. In the depths of the sea, thousands of kinds of algae thrived, and shelled invertebrates had emerged along with certain fish whose bodies bore blue markings. He could not name them, and simply dubbed them blue-patterned fish. Chen Luo immediately began to track their evolution, for the second function of the Hunyuan Pen was the extraction of genetic material from creatures within the world of creation. By fusing the genes of the organisms within Genesis into his own divine bloodline genes, he could complete that bloodline and ultimately unlock his genetic lock. Because of the differing flow of time, as Chen Luo watched the alternating sun and darkness within Genesis from the real world, it felt as if he were viewing a documentary on fast forward. In merely a single day, the blue-patterned fish in the ocean depths had already gone through an entire round of replacement. By the second day, their numbers had multiplied, their clans had swelled, and a leader fish emerged, its body 3 to 4 times larger than an ordinary blue-patterned fish. Under its command, their kind rose to become the overlords of the ocean world. On the third day, as the blue-patterned fish clan erupted in exponential growth, all other marine life became their food. The first-generation leader fish died, and a second-generation leader took its place. By the fourth day, their numbers had surged so wildly that the microbes and algae in the sea could no longer sustain them, and they began devouring one another. As the seasons cycled and years sped by, within a single day, the blue-patterned fish had split into dozens of clans. Led by different leader fish, they began hunting and killing their own kind in order to survive. To that end, they evolved larger bodies, sharper teeth, and greater execution ability. At a single command from their leader fish, every member of the clan would obey, without question, their discipline almost militaristic. On the fifth day, 2 clans that had failed in the struggle for oceanic hegemony fled this sea, with their remaining blue-patterned fish seeking survival in the distant depths and gradually evolving into deep-sea fish. Another clan, however, began to approach the continents, evolving limbs and advancing toward life on land. On the 6th day, after tens of thousands of years of struggle for ocean supremacy, the largest, most numerous blue-patterned fish with the sharpest teeth, those Chen Luo had named the blue-patterned fish clan, became the final victors and the sole overlords of the sea. On the 7th day, the blue-patterned fish that had moved onto land had evolved into amphibians. They began to multiply rapidly and diverged into various clans, greatly enriching the diversity of species within the world of Genesis. Having watched this entire process, Chen Luo felt his heart shaken. For the sake of survival, a single blue-patterned fish clan had undergone rapid generational evolution and merciless natural selection, frantically adapting to their environment. Though life in this world was still at a primitive stage, it blossomed in countless forms and already possessed infinite possibilities. At this sight, Chen Luo could not help but marvel at the tenacity and wonder of life. Next, with a flicker of thought, Chen Luo issued a command within his mind: analyze the blue-patterned fish genes. The key to unlocking the genetic lock lay in elevating the divine bloodline genes within his body, which at this moment accounted for only 0.1. He was worlds away from the 5 required to unseal the first stage genetic lock. Creatures born within the world shaped by the Hunyuan Pen could have their valuable genetic material extracted through the pen and integrated into his divine bloodline genes. If deemed valuable, the extracted genes would complete and strengthen his divine bloodline. Analyzing. A mechanical voice intoned primitive life has evolved to its peak. Genetic value is low and cannot be integrated into the divine bloodline genes. Evaluation, ordinary. Hearing this prompt in his mind, Chen Luo was deeply disappointed. He had not expected that the first overlord of this world would turn out to be utterly worthless to him. If even the mightiest blue-patterned fish held no real value, the other species were hardly worth mentioning. As Chen Luo exited Genesis in disappointment, he was startled to find a new line of text on the first page. Precambrian era ancient organisms emerge from hundreds of millions of years of evolution. Bacteria and blue-green algae begin to flourish, transforming into shelled invertebrates. History passes from the hidden biosphere into the visible biosphere. The blue demon fish become the overlords of this epoch. Reading this, Chen Luo quickly understood that after he had written those words, the world had automatically evolved into its present state. If he wished to create anything further in this world, he would henceforth have to write it after that passage. Of course, he could also alter that passage, such as changing blue demon fish into green demon fish, but the price would be exorbitant enough to leave him drained for several months. Chen Luo began to feel a headache coming on. The blue demon fish possessed no real value, which meant he would have to create new truly valuable species from scratch. Yet he was no biologist. How could he know which species had valuable genes and which did not? Then a sudden thought flashed through his mind. While he did not know, countless others in this world certainly did. His own wisdom was ultimately limited and narrowly constrained. Even if he created new species, they would remain within the bounds of his own understanding, and their value would likely be modest at best. It would be far better to pool countless minds, drawing in thousands upon thousands of people to help him create species. With a large enough base, innumerable valuable life forms were bound to emerge. He recalled an old sandbox game he had once played, Spore, where the player began as a spore, evolved and reproduced, and eventually became all manner of bizarre creatures. Then, how do I get more people to come in and help me create new species? After a moment of contemplation, a sudden spark flashed in his mind. Since his inspiration came from a game, he would simply turn Genesis into an online game. He would allow other people's consciousness to enter the world of Genesis, treating the evolution of species as a form of gameplay, and have them evolve new life forms on his behalf. The Hunyuan Pen possessed the power to open worlds, and even his physical body could step directly into Genesis. How much easier then to send mere consciousness? Such a function would be nothing more than a trivial feat for it. Chen Luo acted without delay. With existing VR gaming goggles already available, he leveraged them as a medium to project players' consciousness into Genesis. A month later, as Chen Luo's physical condition fully recovered, he successfully established a transmission channel using the Hunyuan brush, and harnessing its cutting-edge capabilities bypassed all regulatory reviews to launch the game across major gaming platforms. Second Life, a leisurely cultivation simulation. After a decade of meticulous development, its realism approaches 100%. Embark on your species' evolutionary journey and forge your own second life. Jiang Juanhao was a veteran Steam user, a fervent gamer, and an established game reviewer. As a scion of immense wealth, he lacked for nothing. His daily delight lay solely in discovering novel games to while away the hours. When Jiang Juanhao read that Second Life claimed 100% realism, he couldn't help but chuckle. VR films were thriving, yet the few VR games he tried online proved deeply flawed. Technology still far from mature. After all, higher fidelity meant exponentially larger data packages. Even 50% realism demanded terabytes. Anything smaller ran into dozens or hundreds of gigabytes. This tiny game boasted 100% realism, yet weighed merely 1 gigabyte, an outright insult to intelligence. Its marketing copy was utterly absurd. Yet even as he scoffed, his hand moved instinctively to click download. After all, at just 1 gigabyte, it would finish in seconds. Even with his blazing connection, and a brief look inside posed no harm. Upon completion, Jiang Juanhao registered the account, a Kuan at the outset, donned his everyday VR headset, and entered the game. Exquisite visuals. The moment Jiang Juanhao logged in, his breath caught. Unlike the shoddy VR titles, he knew this world unfolded before him as a breathtakingly authentic rainforest. The imagery was indistinguishable from reality. He felt raindrops, sensed ambient temperature, and glimpsed bizarre, wondrous creatures flitting through the undergrowth. After a moment of wonder, Jiang Juanhao noticed only a single interface option: create a biological species to begin your adventure. Creation method: direct mental projection. Bewildered, Jiang Juanhao blinked. He had played hundreds of games, yet none ever asked players to invent a species from scratch. This game was astonishingly demanding. Intrigued, he instantly commanded his mind, Kuan. Error: this species' genetic sequence exceeds player authorization. Please select another. Stunned, Jiang Juanhao quickly tested dragons, phoenixes, and the black tortoise. Each time receiving the same rejection, all exceeded his authorized genetic complexity. Realizing further attempts were futile, he shifted strategies. Human. Error: current knowledge level insufficient to generate this species. What? Not even humans? The system remained silent. Gritting his teeth, he tried again. Hominid. Error: current knowledge level insufficient to generate this species. Fine. Then tell me what knowledge level I need. Silence. Lion. Error: current knowledge level insufficient to generate this species. Recommendation: begin with the simplest organism, ants. Seemingly weary of repeated rejections, the system offered direct guidance. What the hell? Jiang Juanhao erupted. What kind of game demands academic credentials just to play a? Was it mocking him? Forget it, I'm quitting. He reached to exit, yet paused, captivated by the uncanny verisimilitude surrounding him, and reluctantly stayed. Fine, ant it is. If evolution is limitless, then I'll engineer chimeric ants and devour this entire game from within. Ant colony established. Congratulations. Your ant colony has been successfully created. Evolutionary progression begins now within this environment. At that prompt, every interface vanished. Jiang Juanhao found himself immersed directly in the dense rainforest. Impossible. I actually feel my limbs. Stunned, he crawled forward, and sensory feedback flooded back with startling clarity. He perceived not only the external world with perfect fidelity, but also intuitively grasped his identity as the queen ant, aware of hundreds of workers swarming behind him, instantly responsive to his mental commands. What arcane technology enabled such visceral immersion? Clearly the advertised 100% realism was no hollow boast. Though incredulous at first, Jiang Juanhao soon surged with exhilaration. This was unprecedented, a technological marvel poised to ignite seismic upheaval across the global gaming industry. Simultaneously, identical experiences unfolded among the 1,000 closed beta testers. Their first instinct upon entering was to conjure mythical beasts and fantastical entities, utterly unrestrained by caution or logic. Even Chen Luo, possessing such power, dared not fabricate such beings lightly. First, the toll on his lifespan was severe. He feared slipping once more into debilitating weakness. Second, unrefined creations risked being worthless, rendering the cost unjustifiable. Yet among those 1,000 testers, Chen Luo identified several exceptionally promising individuals. Like Jiang Juanhao, most struggled at the initial species creation stage, and ultimately accepted the system's suggestion to begin with low-tier organisms, ants, plants, fish. Yet roughly 1%, around 10 players, defied that guidance. Drawing upon deep biological knowledge, they independently engineered Homo sapiens, just one evolutionary step shy of modern humanity. Others unleashed boundless imagination, fusing human DNA with animals to birth Antman, Ratman, and Wolfman, bizarre, unprecedented life forms. At that moment, Chen Luo immediately shifted his focus to these exceptional players. He did not rush to analyze their species' genomes. Their forms were nascent, far from perfected, and opted instead for sustained observation. In truth, he waited only one day before results emerged. For one day in the real world equated to 10,000 years within the game. Time enough for these wildly divergent species to undergo their first brutal cycle of natural selection. Across 10,000 years of the species birthed by the original 1,000 players, fewer than 100 remain today. Most players upon entering were first struck by the utter realism of Second Life. Their impulse was not mere survival, but to savor the newly opened world. For example, those who began as lowly fish were joyous at first, for the verisimilitude was complete, and the wondrous sensation of becoming a fish and swimming freely in the ocean was intoxicating. Their pleasure was short-lived. They became prey to the ocean overlord, the blue demon fish. After death, they received a prompt informing them they had 2 remaining chances to create a species. If all chances were exhausted, the closed beta would end. On the second attempt, they were far more cautious, deliberately avoiding the seas and choosing forests and lands that appeared relatively safer. But they discovered there were no truly safe zones in this world. Lacking biological knowledge, most were forced to begin as low organisms, placing them at the very bottom of the food chain, either slain by native species or cut down by powerful evolved players. Thus, after a day of fierce competition and elimination, the vast majority exhausted all 3 chances and were forcibly expelled from the game. At that moment, the Second Life forums were filled with wails. Damn the designers. Why only 3 chances? This hellish difficulty needs infinite lives. I don't want infinite lives, just give me one more chance. I still want to play. This game is terrifying, it even has tactile feedback. What alien technology is this? I'm blown away. I've never seen such a hardcore game. Do I have to go back to school and relearn biology to enjoy it? Still will put up with it if it means I can play. The most fun game in history, and also the hardest. Although the forum burned with excitement, many accused the posts of being staged. Soon players began posting screenshots and videos of grotesquely evolved creatures, which ignited the frenzy completely. Masses rushed to register only to discover that only the first 1,000 registrants possessed closed beta accounts. No one else could log in. Only 1,000. Countless people lamented with envy and resentment. The first cohort of beta players quietly rejoiced, elated. Their excitement did not last long. The game's attrition rate was staggering, 90% in a single day. At that pace, the world would be empty in a matter of days. Livestream post. Watch how I, the Ant Emperor, dominate the world. When the post appeared, hundreds replied, most of them players recently eliminated from the beta. Second Life featured a livestream function. Players could enable it and share a link to allow others to watch their gameplay. As the first livestream post, the recently eliminated players clicked the link almost immediately. Curious outsiders who had not obtained accounts also tuned in. Within minutes, viewers of Jiang Juanhao's stream surpassed 2,000. Seeing so many in the room, Jiang Juanhao was thrilled. Welcome to my stream. Ill spare the chatter. Bear witness to the rise of my Ant Emperor. With time, accelerated viewers watched as the ants stirred, their numbers swelling until the colony spread over a small hill. Sun and night alternated rapidly like a fast-forwarded documentary. In under an hour, 4 centuries passed inside the game, and the ant generations renewed 4 or 5 times. To everyone's astonishment, the species Jiang Juanhao, dubbed the chimeric ant, possessed extraordinary longevity. Each individual lived over 100 years, and queens surpassed 4 centuries. Under Jiang Junhao's direction, an ant civilization sprang up swiftly. Each ant performed precise duties welded to the collective like citizens in a vast social organism. The colony's operation depended on every member. Any ant isolated from the kingdom would quickly perish. In a sense, the civilization controlled each ant's destiny from the beginning. Time flowed on to another 400 years passed, and the game entered its second hour. As the first generation queen died, Jiang transferred his consciousness into the second queen and continued to shepherd the race's evolution. The colony split into several peoples, each led by its own queen, and they began to proliferate in different directions. The factions developed subtle differences. Some burrowed deep to build vast subterranean kingdoms, others nested atop peaks, and collectively evolved wings. Jiang named them ground ants and winged ants. Some ventured into the forests and evolved tremendous biting power. Voracious and fierce, they devoured almost anything. None of the forest beasts could stand against them. These were called blood ants. By the 4th hour of the game's year 1600, the factions changed even more dramatically and diverged in form. What had once been simply workers, soldiers, males, and queens further specialized. The winged ants came to dominate the skies. Without continuous observation, one would scarcely recognize them as the same species. The blood ants grew larger, some nearly half the size of a baby's fist, crimson throughout, serving as the colony's external warriors. The winged ants gradually evolved into a bee-like existence, while the ground ants' coloration faded to golden hues as they burrowed ever deeper. At this stage, the groups split again into a dozen or so factions, yet all remained subject to the control of Jiang Juanhao, the progenitor of the species. Various ant populations spread across more than 10 peaks, becoming absolute rulers of the region. Any invader was promptly and utterly devoured by the frenzied soldiers. By the 6th hour, some ants approached the sea. Their limb segments regressed and adapted to aquatic life, and the world seemed to erupt with diverse forms of life. One small ant lineage had spawned a bewildering array of creatures. The 2,000 viewers in the stream watched in rapt fascination as a fragile species was born and relentlessly grew. A visceral sense of bearing witness to history filled them. It's incredible. Who knew being an ant could be so entertaining? Mom, I really want to play this game. Aunt, I can't bear it. Why are there only 1,000 closed beta slots? When will the second beta start? I can't wait. Damn, the devs, give me one more chance. I want to be an ant emperor too. As waves of envy rose in the chat, the game world suddenly convulsed. Lightning split the sky and darkness fell as if the world itself were ending. A titanic tsunami then tore across sea and land. Before viewers could react, more than a dozen peaks were swallowed by the furious waves. Jiang Junhao's Ant Emperor colony vanished entirely, and the game interface flashed a message. A onsentent the Sandier's calamity, tsunami. Your species could not withstand it, and has been annihilated. You have died 3 times. Please wait for the second beta test to reopen. I was evolving quite well, finally transforming into a formidable super ant, creating an army to dominate the world. Just as I was preparing to conquer, you tell me that an Ancient Millennium natural disaster has suddenly vanished. What the hell? Jiang Juanhao felt a surge of blood rising to his throat. Hey, the game's ridiculous planner, come out here. I'll chop off your head. Not only was Jiang Juanhao feeling like he was about to spit blood, but the viewers watching the live stream were also bewildered, and then they burst into laughter. Wow, haha, I feel sorry for the Ant Emperor for a second, but not a second more, because a second in there equates to several months. Indeed, no matter how powerful one is in the game, they cannot surpass the planner. If you want to wipe out a race, then wipe it out. It is both reasonable and logical. This elimination rate is simply terrifying. With players being driven out one by one, isn't the game company losing money? Oh, is there no player streaming anymore? I want to see other species. While the forum was abuzz with discussions, Chun Luo, commanded within his consciousness, analyzed the queen ant's genes. Analyzing. Primary life form evolved to the peak of its species. Gene value low, can produce 0.01 divine gene evaluation ordinary. Chun Luo was overjoyed, finally producing a gene species of value. Do you want to integrate the queen ant's genes to complete the divine gene? Upon hearing the prompt from the Hunyuan brush, Chun Luo immediately said, without hesitation, fuse. Integrating. Fusion begins. A mechanical voice echoed. In an instant, a searing pain tore through every part of his soul. Chun Luo broke out in a cold sweat, then collapsed onto the bed, his body twitching slightly, until he could no longer bear it, and fainted. When Chun Luo woke up, half a day had already passed. He got up from the ground and saw that he was emitting a foul odor, his skin covered in black and gray filth, as if he had been soaking in mud. Chun Luo hurried to take a shower and changed into a new set of clothes before returning to examine his body again. His feelings were markedly different from usual. He not only felt vigorous, but also sensed an inexhaustible strength within. Chun Luo was astonished that merely completing 0.01 of the divine gene could lead to such a tremendous change. This indicated how immense the power from unlocking the first-tier gene lock would be. The memories of the soul told him that he must unlock the third-tier gene lock within 3 years, or he would undoubtedly die. What kind of terrifying enemies lay ahead? Thinking of this, Chun Luo's previously excited mood cooled down instantly. He felt he must find more players to join. Having only found 1000 people, so far contributing just 0.01 of the divine gene, if he could gather hundreds of thousands, even millions, naturally a greater number of valuable species would emerge. Chen Luo immersed his consciousness in the Genesis world. By now it was the third day, and only 1/5 of the players remained with 22 races left. Those who survived in such fierce competition were all higher-level beings. Species such as ants, plants, and fish either became food for other races or were wiped out by natural disasters. For instance, Jiang Junhao tsunami was indeed a natural evolution of this world and not a scheme devised by Chen Luo. The surviving races are the orcs and the sapients. The orcs, possessing the genes of beasts, adapt well to primitive societal conditions, being both greater in number and individual strength than the sapients. Currently, the orcs have been further divided into wolf clans, fox clans, tiger clans, cat clans, dog clans, bear clans, sheep clans, etc., along with ratmen and antmen, totaling 21 races. These 21 races occupy various territories on this continent, continuously developing and growing. Although their creators appear as orcs, they are essentially humans crafting their tribes according to their own visions. By the fourth day, due to the innate differences in vocal cords, the orcs could not use human language, leading various orc clans to develop their own linguistic systems. As the population of orcs surged, explosively large tribal gathering places emerged, and the first city belonging to the orcs began to take shape. The orc civilization has begun to show signs of development. Soon the first city-state built by the wolf clan appeared, possessing its own culture, language, and initiating trade and communication. At this point, the development of the races was no longer under the control of their founders, but had completely entered a historical process of free evolution. By this time, the players who had created these races had already died of old age. However, they did not exit the game, but gained the ability to observe their created race's development from a spectator's perspective. They all activated the live streaming system, inviting more people to witness the grand history of race development alongside them. This was a true history of race development, far more thrilling than Jiang Junhao's ant race. Each of these races had an independent soul, like real people possessing their own emotions and the ability to think independently rather than being mere AI-generated NPCs. These races did not perish due to the absence of their progenitors. Instead, they developed at an accelerating pace. The orcs gradually became the overlords of this epic continent, while humans were pushed to the southernmost part. Upon seeing this, not only were the players astonished, but even the viewers of the live stream were shocked, their jaws nearly dropping. Such high realism aside, the NPCs astonishingly possessed such high AI capable of free interaction, and the entire world developed in a completely orderly and reasonable manner according to historical processes. Simply unbelievable. Everyone could feel a heavy sense of history, making them so entranced that they could not look away. On the fifth day, after 5,000 years of evolution, the sapients had fully transformed into modern humans. The original sapients had long been eroded away by the passage of time. The current humans felt as if they had lived on this continent since the distant ancient era. The human population had grown from being counted in hundreds to now in the thousands, gradually splitting from a few small tribes to occupy the entire southern region, scattered like sparks igniting a prairie. In the northern orc tribes, city-states and civilizations began to emerge, while humans, in their continuous expansion, had already started making contact with these orcs. Various bronze tools began to appear within tribal civilizations, marking the arrival of the city-state era, accelerating the evolution of orc civilization as they had begun to establish their first king. The orc race has entered the era of city-states with increasingly fierce battles and annexations among various races. The cultural clashes and integrations among them continuously ignite the flames of civilization. Originally, the first beast king of Chilua City was from the Mouse clan, but by the fourth generation, it had changed to the Tiger clan. Subsequently, it was ruled by the Dog clan, the Minotaurs, and the current beast king is Alista from the 12th generation of the Bear clan. Meanwhile, several city-states have begun to take shape in other areas, with tribes transitioning towards a city-state system. The integration and annexation among the beast races have already begun. Regardless of which race is merged or annexed, the founders of that race lose their qualification to observe and are forcibly removed from the game. Ultimately, only 4 players remain in the game. These players come from the Wolf clan, Tiger clan, Lion clan, and Human clan. The first 3 clans hold a significant advantage in size, while the Human clan, despite being the weakest in numbers and strength, has managed to survive by remaining distant from the core areas of the beast races. However, the orc race is developing too quickly, while the Human clan is still in a primitive stage, just beginning to evolve, with their language just starting to emerge, still engaged in slash-and-burn agriculture. If this trend continues, the Human clan will be annihilated before they can develop, erased by the survival of the fittest. Just at this moment, all players received a notification in their minds. The first closed beta test has ended, and the second closed beta test will begin in 3 days. Please stay tuned. At that moment, the 4 players were all live streaming, each with tens of thousands of viewers. Upon seeing the system notification, some were very disappointed, expecting to witness an epic war, only to find that the closed beta test had suddenly ended. Others, however, cheered because this meant they also had a chance to enter the game. When they exited and opened the game forum, the official announcement was pinned at the top with a bright red title. The closed beta version 0.1 of Second Life has officially ended. We thank all players for their anticipation and support of this game. Due to the creative ideas of various players, many biologically promising creatures have been created, and the basic biological framework of the Western fantasy world has been completed. 21 players from the orc race and 1 human player will receive the title of ancestor in the game, and various races will create statues and stone carvings of them for future generations to admire. These 22 players will automatically gain qualifications for the second closed beta test, and equipping this title in the game will grant them special bonuses. Specific effects are left for exploration. As soon as this official announcement was made, the forum exploded. While the officials really know how to play, since even the races and humans were created by players, does that mean the world has nothing and everything must be created by the players themselves? Just thinking about it is so thrilling. Is the game really this free? Can players directly become the ancestors of a race? Can we create a god? Creating a race is already so difficult, and you want to become a god. Do you know what a god is made of? I envy those players who have become ancestors. They are already the living ancestors of the orc race. Wow, this is so exaggerated. There are indeed infinite possibilities. What would happen if we brought things from reality into the game? For example, bringing in gunpowder or making planes and tanks to dominate the world. I just want to know how many spots are there for the second closed beta. While the players were discussing wildly, Chen Luo had already begun using the Hunyuan pin to analyze the genes of the orc and human races. Bearmen, a basic life form, have not yet evolved to the peak of their race. Gene value is low. It is recommended to wait for further growth. Currently, it can produce 0.01 divine lineage genes. Evaluation ordinary. When Chen Luo heard that the remaining 21 races all received this evaluation, he thought for a moment and decided to suppress his desire to merge these genes for now. Since the Hunyuan pin determined that the value after growth would be higher, he could only wait. The reason he stopped the closed beta test for now was that he saw the situation of the human clan was very dangerous, so he had no choice but to pause. Having only one intelligent race dominating could easily lead to extreme imbalance. He wanted to create a world with many races that would mutually check and balance each other. Thus, Chen Luo prepared to grant the human clan an advantage, allowing them to possess the strength for self-preservation. At this moment, the game's second life exploded across the internet due to the widespread publicity by players combined with the release of in-game photos and videos from testing. 100 realism, nearly infinite freedom, and NPCs with highly autonomous intelligence that can interact perfectly with humans became the keywords for Second Life. Countless media outlets and news reports flooded in, and a large number of players surged forth only to find that the second closed beta test had not yet started, so they could only watch the gameplay videos released by firstest players on the forum. At this time, many gameplay guides and impressions from firstest players were shared and pinned to the top of the game forum homepage. Hello everyone, I am starting with a coin, very lucky to be the first to enter this game, and I am also an experienced player and game evaluator. Now I will provide a brief game evaluation. First, the most discussed point: does it really achieve a 5-sense experience? My answer is absolutely real 5-sense experience, just like the sensory experience in the real world. It is worth mentioning that whatever creature you evolve into, you will have the real sensations of that creature. For example, if you become an insect, you will have all the sensations of an insect. The first species I evolved into was an ant colony, and I experienced all the sensations of an ant, such as lifting things many times heavier than my own body. It was a perfect replication of the real world. In this game, we can completely experience the world and perceptions of other species. I also confirmed this with players who started as fish. After choosing fish, they indeed gained the abilities of fish at the bottom of the water, as well as their vision. And the terrifying pain response. The first time I was eaten by an animal resembling a pangolin, the feeling at the moment of death was absolutely soul-crushing. Since then, I've only dared to adjust the pain sensation to around 30. If I raise it a little, the pain really becomes unbearable. Secondly, this game claims to be a casual game, but in reality, it is extremely hardcore. When you first log into the game, there are no traditional features like face shaping or choosing a race. You only get one option to create your own race. You might not believe it, but creating a race requires a certain level of biological knowledge. I asked those players who hold the title of ancestor, and each of them possesses relevant biological knowledge. Even if they are not experts in the field, they generally understand the origins of species and the process of evolution. Moreover, this game only offers 3 lives. Once you die, you can only restart. There are no saves, no respawn points. If you die, all previously evolved abilities are cleared, and you have to create a species from scratch. Once your 3 chances are used up, you will be forcibly exited from the game. High freedom, infinite possibilities, and 100 virtual tactile sensations. It feels just like a real world. It's incredibly fun. Finally, I want to send my regards to the dog planners. Just when I had evolved to the peak and was ready to conquer the world, a Ancient Millennium tsunami suddenly struck, leading to a racial extinction. It's utterly despicable. Within this lengthy, in-depth review, comments surged dramatically. Within just 1 hour, the thread had already ballooned to over 1,000 replies. Alliance of Anxious Wives, leader, stop posting game guides and videos. We can only watch, not play. It's agonizing. In Alibaba acquisition discussion group. Behold the Ant Emperor. 1 minute of sympathy for him. Everyone else is absurd. Praying online for a second closed beta slot. In USDC's unattainable student. It's hardcore, yes, but no amount of coercion will make me study evolutionary theory just to play a game. Sleep camp. I'm already reading on the origin of species. My grasp of evolutionary theory now rivals that of a university biology professor. All I lack is an account to test my theories, urgently awaiting one. Time swiftly advanced to the third day, when the long-awaited second closed beta finally commenced, and Chen Luo uploaded the official patch notes to the forum. The 0.2 version of Second Life's closed beta has officially launched. Key updates include N1. 10,000 beta slots are now open. Each player possesses only a single life. Death results in immediate forced disconnection. 2. Beta access allocation logged directly into the game. Eligibility will be determined solely by the biological species you design. First come, first served. Registration closes the moment capacity is reached. 3. A new achievement system has been introduced. Players who evolve uniquely powerful or exceptional species will be enshrined in Eternal Chronicles and awarded exclusive rewards. 4. As the Orcish clans steadily grow in strength, they advance relentlessly upon the human realms. Players may freely choose allegiance to either faction or forge their own sovereign race to vie for dominion across the continent. 5. Newly spawned races shall receive an independent protection period. They will remain isolated from all other races until attaining sufficient power to stand as equals. 6. The time dilation ratio between the real world and the Western fantasy realm is set at 1 real-world day, 100 years within the fantasy world. The official patch notes ignited a firestorm across the entire forum. Many had assumed the expanded beta would simply mean more slots, but no one anticipated that each player would now possess but a single irreplaceable life. This meant every life must be guarded with utmost reverence. Misstep once, and one must wait for the next testing cycle. Equally daunting was the qualification mechanism. It effectively tested players' grasp of biological principles. If one could credibly design a novel species, entry was granted. Fail to conceive such a species before the 10th sand slot cap is filled, and eligibility vanishes forever. No game before had ever demanded such intellectual rigor, real-time knowledge verification as a gatekeeper to entry. Truly terrifying. Yet, even this formidable barrier failed to deter the massive influx of players. At that very moment, Chen Luo was astonished to see over 3 million users simultaneously connected for beta testing. Within less than an hour, all 10,000 slots were claimed, and the remaining millions were forcibly logged out. These 10,000 nascent races were individually assessed by the primordial brush and deemed viable, possessing latent evolutionary potential to thrive and ascend within the Western fantasy realm. Yet at a glance, Chen Luo observed nothing but bizarre and eccentric life forms. Few if any resembled conventional beings: giant eyeballs, slimes, goblins, gnomes, and the like. Though Chen Luo had already classified this world as Western fantasy upon seeing the orcs, he was surprised to find players had likewise inferred its nature from his naming conventions, crafting iconic creatures native to such realms. Among them, Chen Luo did spot several intriguing creations: elven and dwarven tribes, avian species capable of flight, and electric eels dwelling in oceanic depths. After brief reflection, Chen Luo carved out 3 new continents within the Western fantasy realm, assigning these fledgling races distinct isolated birthlands, ensuring they would not encounter either the Orcish or human civilizations at this fragile stage. Curiously, some players who had designed these new races chose to abandon them, opting instead to join either the human or Orcish factions. For instance, the player who earned the title Progenitor among the Orcish clan immediately chose to rejoin his original kin. Han Fei stared at the slime he had just designed. When prompted to enter the game, he didn't hesitate. He instantly declined, then selected the human faction instead. As a progenitor, he was exempt from this trial altogether and could have chosen any race outright. Yet curiosity compelled him to test the system. Having genuinely conjured a slime, Han Fei satisfied his curiosity, but recoiled from beginning his journey as a shapeless, gelatinous entity. He crafted a young human form, paid little mind to facial details, made minor adjustments, and stepped into the game. At the southernmost tip of the continent, Chen Luo, named Yan'ai, lay the fertile Laika Plains, a land of rich soil and vast forests where wild beasts roamed freely and trees bore abundant fruits and sustenance, a veritable paradise for humankind. Clustered at the foot of distant hills stood circular yurt-like thatched huts. A band of primitive humans, clad in animal hides and bearing freshly hunted prey, returned home from afar. Emerging from one such hut, Han Fei beheld a vision of unspoiled serenity, the very image of a secluded earthly utopia. Intrigued, he observed the tribe closely, only to realize their developmental stage remained unchanged since the conclusion of the first closed beta. Language, attire, and daily customs were identical. A silent glance sufficed. He knew the humans of this world had experienced merely 3 days' passage. When he walked into the tribal square and saw the colossal stone statue erected at its heart, a quiet surge of pride rose within him. For the statue bore his own likeness, though rendered in the form of an archaic Homo sapiens bearing faint traces of primal ancestry. And at that moment, an elder led a procession of tribesfolk in solemn worship before it. "O great progenitor, bless your descendants that they may vanquish the accursed orcs." Han Fei froze, his gaze falling upon the tribe's composition, mostly elders, women, and children. Even the few able-bodied men bore grievous injuries, missing limbs, crippled forms. His heart sank. From the elders' plea and the tribe's dire state, he deduced instantly what horrors they had endured. Just then the earth trembled faintly. Every tribesperson turned toward the horizon, faces contorted with raw terror. Startled Han Fei followed their gaze, and beheld an overwhelming tide of Orcish warriors surging from the forest, countless in number. The invading force belonged to the Wolfkin tribe, the most formidable among all Orcish clans. Ferocious wolfmen rode atop dire wolves, roaring battle cries in the guttural tongue of the Orcish people. With a thunderous charge, the wolf riders closed the distance in an instant, then descended upon the tribe in merciless one-sided slaughter. Werewolves possessed tremendous strength and reflexes, wielding sharp bronze swords and spears accompanied by fearsome dire wolves as cavalry resembling demons. In stark contrast, the robust soldiers of the human tribe had already been slaughtered in previous conflicts, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. They didn't even have decent weapons, only stones and wooden spears to resist. Within just a few minutes, the entire tribe was decimated by the charge of the wolf cavalry. These vicious orc tribes spared neither women nor children. The war between races was extraordinarily brutal and bloody. After completing their mission, the wolf cavalry cleaned the battlefield and departed, tossing torches that set the entire tribe ablaze, leaving with a wild, unrestrained laughter. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly pushed aside the bodies on him and staggered out of the burning, crackling tribe. He ran to a safe distance, trembling as he gazed at the inferno behind him. Although he had created the intellectual human race here and in the outside world, he was just an ordinary person who had never witnessed such a horrific scene. Watching his fellow humans being slaughtered one by one, Han Fei was dumbfounded. His only thought was to escape. At that moment, the human tribe was engulfed in roaring flames, thick black smoke rising. The smell of roasted flesh from the burning bodies made Han Fei gag. Han Fei clenched his fists tightly, staring at the burning tribe, filled with hatred for his own impotence and cowardice, and for the beast-like wolf cavalry. At that instant, a golden light descended from the sky. This light was so dazzling, like the sun, that Han Fei could hardly look at it. When the light faded, a man with golden hair appeared before Han Fei, dressed in a pure white cloak, a short top and trousers with boots on his feet, and a white mask adorned with red patterns obscuring his face. "Who are you?" Han Fei asked in astonishment, feeling an inexplicable shiver within him, even stronger than when facing the wolf cavalry. Through the mask, Chen Luo glanced at Han Fei and said, "This world was created by me. You may understand me as the creator god or the maker." Han Fei's eyes widened immediately, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. Creator, god, maker. However, in the next moment, Han Fei reacted, realizing that the one claiming to be the creator god must be an NPC. Was this triggering a quest? "Since you are the creator god, why don't you save my people?" Han Fei suddenly fixed his gaze on Chen Luo, his tone laced with a hint of anger. "Werewolves are also life and humans are also life. The law of the jungle dictates survival of the fittest. Why should I save your kind?" Chen Luo's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. Han Fei was at a loss for words. From the perspective of a god, humans and werewolves were indeed indistinguishable, mere ants in the grand scheme. Why would a god care about their fate? "Then why have you appeared now?" Han Fei showed no reverence for the deity, instead revealing a fierce anger. Chen Luo snorted coldly, "You dare!" In Han Fei's mind, a loud buzzing sound erupted, and a terrifying pressure swept over him, causing his knees to buckle as he fell to the ground. Filled with rage, Han Fei desperately tried to stand, but his body was devoid of any strength, leaving him utterly powerless. "I have come to give your kind one last chance." Chen Luo continued in a detached tone, "Most human tribes lack the strength to resist the beasts. What you witness today is merely a glimpse of the human race's future fate. If this trend continues, within 3 years all humans will be annihilated, either enslaved or become food for the beasts." Han Fei's anger subsided as he recalled the hellish scene he had just witnessed, realizing that this god was not speaking lightly. "What do you mean by opportunity?" "Moi." Chen Luo's sharp, arrow-like gaze fixed on Han Fei, causing him to involuntarily tremble. In an instant, Han Fei understood the meaning behind the other's words. His mind raced, and soon his attitude shifted to one of deep respect. "Please, great creator, grant me a way to save my people." Chen Luo smiled lightly, raised his hand, and with a slight gesture, Han Fei's body flew uncontrollably towards him. Han Fei's face shifted in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He sensed that if Chen Luo wanted to kill him, it would be effortlessly simple. There was no need for such theatrics. Chen Luo looked at Han Fei as he soared before him and immediately pointed a finger at his forehead. "I grant you the bloodline of a warrior along with the inheritance of combat skills and the blood of fury, allowing you to unleash immense power in times of rage." Han Fei felt a sharp pain in his forehead, followed by a flood of memories about combat pouring into him, and his body visibly strengthened at an astonishing rate. With another wave of his hand, Chen Luo conjured a long sword that floated in the air. This sword had an ancient design, looking incredibly imposing with special markings and a blood channel. "This sword is called Judgment, unmatched in sharpness, capable of slaying all. It is also granted to you." At this moment, still in shock from the transformation of his body, Han Fei gazed at the magnificent sword, reflecting like a mirror. Excitement surged within him, and he immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully accepting the sword, named Judgment, with both hands. "Thank you for the gift of the great creator." After receiving Judgment on one knee, Han Fei waited a long time for a response, but eventually looked up cautiously, only to find that the creator had already vanished. At this point, Chen Luo had returned to the real world, unable to suppress a sigh. The acting was truly exhausting. The reason he participated personally was to provide the human race with an advantage, allowing them to grow rapidly. Han Fei, being a modern person, and also known as the progenitor, could easily become the leader of a tribe with the abilities he had been granted. Even establishing a human city-state civilization would pose no difficulty. As for resisting the invasion of the orc race, as long as civilization was established and a basic balance of power formed, it should not be a problem. After all, while the orcs were powerful, they were not monolithic. Now activated by Chen Luo, Han Fei had awakened part of his genes, gaining the warrior bloodline combined with the divine sword of judgment. Taking on 100 foes would undoubtedly not be an issue. If under these circumstances Han Fei could not lead the human race to rise, he could only blame himself for misjudging. He would simply change to another person later. Han Fei felt the surge of power within him, astonished by the clear sensation of his newfound strength. With a slight movement of his feet, his body shot forward like a sharp arrow, swift as a cheetah. After several repeated trials, Han Fei joyfully discovered that his speed had surpassed that of an ordinary person by at least 4 to 5 times, akin to the speed of lightning, and this superhuman sensation instantly captivated him. Han Fei took out the sword known as Judgment and gazed at it for a moment, closing his eyes to recall the combat skills he had inherited moments ago. After standing still for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly swung the sword forward. A faint white sacred light began to emerge from the surface of Judgment, creating a dazzling glow that whistled through the air with a sharp sound before coming to a halt. At that moment, a silent crack appeared on the ground ahead. Han Fei was left dumbfounded by the overwhelming power. Indeed, it was a divine sword. He had only utilized about 10% of his strength. How immense would the power of this Judgment be if he used his full force? Next, the first thing Han Fei did was to start a live stream. I encountered the Creator God, and then I became a superhero. As soon as this title was announced, it immediately attracted countless players. At this moment, millions of players had just been forcibly ejected from the game. Some uninstalled the game in frustration, but many others lingered in the game forums and live streaming halls with reluctance. These millions felt the highly realistic scenes of the Western fantasy world. Though they hadn't entered the game, even the login screen provided them with a 100% sense of realism. Upon seeing the eye-catching title crafted by Han Fei, countless viewers clicked in. Within a mere minute, tens of thousands poured into Han Fei's gaming livestream. Seeing so many people join, Han Fei became excited. I won't waste words, let's first show everyone the power of this divine sword. As he spoke, Han Fei wielded Judgment with all his might, aiming forward to deliver a powerful strike. Judgment erupted in a dazzling brilliance that was blinding, transforming into a sword aura over 10 meters long before crashing down onto the ground. Boom. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Once all the light and dust cleared, a chasm nearly 3 meters wide appeared, its depth unclear. Han Fei was stunned, and so were the viewers in the live stream. They never anticipated such terrifying power from a single strike. Terrifying indeed. Terrifying indeed. A row of comments appeared on the screen. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, surpassing 100,000 in the blink of an eye. Wow, it turns out this is the legendary figure who has obtained the Ancestor title. Awesome. Big shot, how did you achieve such extraordinary prowess? Did you really encounter the Creator God, eh? Oh my, I just saw a guy joining the Bear Clan, and he was immediately captured by the Wolf Clan as a slave. How did you manage that? How did you do it, Big Shot? This is the difference between a pro and an ordinary player. Big Shot. Wolf Cavalry is coming from behind, run. Big Shot, hurry and run. It's over. The Big Shot is going to be killed by the Beastmen in less than a minute. Han Fei didn't need the comments to alert him. He had already noticed the returning Wolf Cavalry. The sound of the wolves running was like thunder. How could he possibly miss it? Han Fei understood without thinking that the commotion he caused had drawn the attention of the Wolf Cavalry, prompting their return. Although Han Fei felt a bit anxious, he didn't run away because at this moment he had gained confidence. When the first Wolf Cavalry charged forward with a long knife raised to strike, Han Fei's pupils seemed to gleam as the Wolf Cavalry's lightning-fast lethal attack appeared to slow down in his eyes. Next, Han Fei swiftly bent down and swung his sword as if he had trained for countless times. In the next moment, the sword Judgment pierced through the Wolf Cavalry's armor as easily as cutting through tofu, thrusting into his neck as smoothly as a top-notch swordsman. The Wolf Cavalry's eyes were filled with horror, and then he let out a soul-piercing scream, falling backward onto the ground. Judgment in Han Fei's hand was enveloped in a layer of spiritual light as he charged into the midst of the Wolf Cavalry like lightning. He felt that Judgment was like his closest companion, as if he had practiced swordsmanship for decades. Wielding it had become second nature. With every sword strike, a Wolf Cavalry fell. Within just 5 minutes, at least 30 Wolf Cavalry had perished beneath Han Fei's blade. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, watching as one after another Wolf Cavalry fell under Judgment, none of them able to utter a word. Han Fei's strikes were swift and decisive, never hesitating, transforming killing into an art form. The viewers felt anxious yet exhilarated, as if watching an action blockbuster, their adrenaline surging. This is terrifying. This Big Shot can't possibly have killed before, right? His movements are too proficient. I completely agree. He can't be an assassin, can he? Shouldn't we be shocked by the graphics of this game? Whether it's this Big Shot or those werewolves, they look so real, don't you think? I can't believe how realistic this is. A look at the blood splattering and the screams of death. It's making my legs tremble. Oh, I don't care about any of that. Oh, I want to play this game. I want to become a superhero too. My goodness, he single-handedly took on a whole squad of wolf cavalry. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed once again. Han Fei was drenched in blood, looking terrifying, but he bore no injuries himself. All that blood belonged to the wolf cavalry. The wolf cavalry also sensed that something was amiss. This human was frighteningly strong, instilling an involuntary fear within them. When did humans become this strong? In the past, no human could stand after a single charge. Now the strongest 100+ wolf cavalry hadn't even harmed a hair on the opponent. How could this be? Retreat. The leading wolf cavalry, sensing the danger, immediately ordered a retreat. With his command, half of the remaining wolf cavalry turned and fled. Just when the wolf cavalry chief thought this human could not possibly catch up to them, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of dread from behind. The wolf cavalry chief and all the wolf cavalry turned in astonishment to look back, only to see a massive white light in the sky transforming into a sword light over 20 to 30 meters long descending towards them. This was the last scene they ever witnessed in their lives. As the sword light fell, all the wolf cavalry and their mounts vanished without a trace. 6,666. Could this be the legendary Sword Chi? But this is a Western fantasy world. Shouldn't it be mana or battle aura? Now I truly believe the expert has encountered the creator god. This must be a hidden quest trigger. In the presence of hundreds of thousands of spectators, the continent of Yanni underwent dramatic transformation. Han Fei, endowed with extraordinary power, wielded the divine sword judgment. Bearing the innate authority and subjugating aura of the primordial ancestor of humanity, he swiftly subdued his first tribe. Thereafter, he embarked upon a campaign of conquest within a mere hour, equivalent to over 4 years in the game world. He brought under his dominion all nearby tribes, great and small, and founded humanity's first city-state upon the Laika Plains, the celestial capital. All humans were unified as one cohesive force, standing together against the ferocious and formidable Orcish hordes. Han Fei proclaimed his sovereignty divinely ordained, and declared himself scion of the gods, thereby establishing humanity's first dynasty, the Great Xia. Drawing upon knowledge from the real world, he systematically codified human language and script, ushered humanity into the agrarian age, taught farming techniques, and domesticated wild beasts. Wow, truly awe-inspiring. He actually founded a nation. Unbelievable. Will this world evolve into a civilization mirroring our own, eh? I'll enter next and found the Shang dynasty to overthrow the Xia. My goodness, what on earth am I witnessing? Master, could you lend me your account for just a moment? Wah, I desperately want to taste imperial power. Dream on. The game account is strictly non-transferable. At the very instant Han Fei proclaimed the founding of his nation, the live stream chat exploded. No one had anticipated such audacious scale, a sovereign state, forged from nothing. In truth, accomplishing this feat should have been exceedingly difficult for Han Fei. Despite his vast knowledge, he remained, after all, an ordinary man, incapable of mastering every discipline. Yet as the Great Xia arose, his livestream had already drawn over 200,000 viewers, all offering counsel. Even when no one knew the answer, they could instantly search online and relay precise guidance. This unparalleled sense of participation, bearing witness to the birth of a civilization while actively shaping its foundations, imbued viewers with profound vicarious pride, even though they stood outside the game itself. Within the next hour, the number of viewers in Han Fei's livestream doubled, reaching a staggering 400,000. Han Fei divided humanity into distinct strata. Those who, like himself, had awakened extraordinary abilities were designated divine science, a noble exalted ruling class whose bloodline conferred inherent supremacy. The rest, ordinary mortals, were relegated to the rank of commoners, and beneath them lay legions of subjugated peoples reduced to the lowest status slaves. Even lower than slaves stood Orcish captives. Killing them incurred only a nominal fine, no further punishment. A millennial blood feud between orcs and humans was unanimously ratified by humankind, yet ignited fierce debate among livestream viewers, swiftly dividing them into two opposing camps. One faction held that all humans are born equal. Even in this nascent epoch, no hierarchy of worth should be imposed. The other maintained fidelity to historical inevitability. In this Western fantasy realm, humanity remained utterly unprepared for concepts like democracy and liberty. Prematurely imposing modern ideals would only hasten societal collapse and ultimate annihilation by the orcs. This impassioned debate propelled the game's second life onto the global trending charts, igniting unprecedented virality and drawing ever-growing numbers of curious players. Countless intrigued newcomers flooded the game's forums and livestream halls. Confronted with footage so vividly lifelike, all were left awestruck. Its uncanny realism evoked the sensation of watching a live broadcast of actual events, and simultaneously Han Fei's livestream viewership soared to an astonishing 1 million. Guided by suggestions from anthropologists and sociologists among his audience, Han Fei instituted gold and silver as official currency, thereby launching structured trade and abolishing the barter economy once and for all. Humanity emerged from its primordial tribal era as civilization, and order descended upon humankind like divine grace. While the outside world raged with ideological contention, democracy versus aristocratic slave-holding autocracy, Han Fei remained wholly indifferent, reigning instead as sovereign of the divine science, receiving universal veneration. He commanded legions of human and Orcish slaves to construct his palace, clad himself in sumptuous robes, and even paved his palace floors with solid gold. Underpinned by Han Fei's overwhelming personal might, humanity coalesced into an indomitable force, deterring Orcish incursions and entering an era of rapid ascendancy. Within 4 real-world hours, 17 years in the Western fantasy realm, human population surged past the 2 million threshold. In the 21st year of the Great Xia dynasty, tensions between orcs and humans escalated sharply, culminating in the first great clash at Chihuahua City and the celestial capital, the two races' inaugural large-scale war, each fielding over 100,000 troops. When livestream viewers witnessed the assembled human host confronting over 200,000 orcs, concurrent viewership surged to 3 million. Even more astonishing, 3 million simultaneous viewers watched this epic battle without a single frame of lag. Yet no one paused to marvel at the game company's server infrastructure, because the legendary battle had already commenced. At the vanguard of the Orcish host rode wolf riders astride fearsome dire wolves. Behind them marched bearfolk, heavy cavalry gripping colossal axes. Farther back advanced tigerfolk, lionfolk, and other terrifyingly savage races. 1,000 paces distant, Han Fei sat astride a towering, majestic dire wolf clad in resplendent golden armor and gripping the divine sword Judgment, radiating the majesty of a celestial deity. Behind him stood the entire army of the Great Xia, 10,000 strong, yet not a trace of fear marred their faces. For all knew the stakes: defeat would mean extinction. Their wives, children, and kin would perish without mercy. Thus victory was not merely desired, it was absolute necessity. Hundreds of thousands of warriors faced each other in utter silence, the battlefield thick with palpable dread and lethal stillness. Armies thunder across desolate wastes, Turkey pierces the heavens vault. This is precisely that scene. Now this is true warfare. Compared to this, cinematic battles are but children's play. Goosebumps rise all over my skin. I finally grasped the sheer magnitude of hundreds of thousands. I'm having a full-blown episode of mass formation anxiety. It's terrifying. I can literally feel the killing intent. Han Fei drew the divine sword Judgment. The blinding radiance engulfed him entirely, then raised the blade forward and thundered, "By the name of the divine, let light illuminate our kin." With only those 2 brief sentences, Han Fei spoke, as if uttering eternal truth. Every human soldier's eyes burned crimson, gazing upon Han Fei, godlike, transcendent. They wept tears of fervent devotion, trembling uncontrollably. "By the name of the divine, let light illuminate our kin." A roar like crashing mountains and surging seas shook the battlefield. Calmly, Han Fei lowered his gaze and swept his sword downward. "Follow me. Into battle. Into battle. Into battle." The moment Han Fei spoke, his dire wolf surged forward, and behind him human cavalry and infantry charged in unison, cries of vengeance echoing across the plains. Likewise, under the command of the Wolf King Nirala, the Orcish host surged forward as a torrent of steel, colliding with the human ranks in cataclysmic fury. Likewise, under the command of the Wolf King Nirala, the Orcish host surged forward as a torrent of steel, colliding with the human ranks in cataclysmic fury. In the war of races, everyone fought for their lives as warriors from both sides charged forward recklessly. 2 torrents of steel intertwined, instantly transforming into a meat grinder. Blood splattered like goose feathers, and the brutality of war was vividly displayed at this moment. No one spoke in the live broadcast room. Everyone held their breath tense as they observed this epic battle that would determine the fate of the 2 races. In just a moment, the battlefield was filled with flying flesh and blood, corpses littering the ground, instilling a sense of dread that sent chills down one's spine. The scene was too real. Whether it was the dying screams of humans or orcs, the expressions of agony on their faces were completely unlike a game, almost indistinguishable from reality. Watching humans and orcs fall one after another, blood quickly stained the entire land, and even the weapons began to float in the blood. Everyone was so shocked that they could not speak. The most eye-catching figure on the battlefield was, of course, Han Fei, the king of humans, enveloped in a white spiritual light, shooting arrows in the enemy ranks, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. The soldiers of the human race, upon seeing him, felt their courage swell. Coupled with the morale boost from Han Fei's title of ancestor, they unexpectedly unleashed a fighting power that was twice as strong as usual. They followed Han Fei, charging left and right on the battlefield, becoming a sharp blade that pierced into the orc army's formation. This great battle lasted from morning until dusk, with corpses covering the plain. However, humans were greatly outnumbered and outgunned compared to the orc race, and their individual combat abilities could not match those of the orc soldiers. At this point, the human army of 100,000 was reduced to less than 10,000, while the orcs, despite suffering heavy losses, still had around 30,000 elite soldiers left from their initial 200,000. As the army faced imminent collapse at a critical moment, Han Fei led the most elite wolf cavalry of humans to raid the Orc King's tent, slaying the 10th-generation Beast King, Wolf King Niluola. With the death of the Wolf King, the morale of the Orc army fell into chaos, while the human soldiers, upon learning this news, erupted with even more powerful fighting spirit, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Even more astonishingly, many humans activated their bloodline abilities at this moment, awakening extraordinary combat capabilities similar to Han Fei. Seeing the tide turn against them, the orc players with ancestor titles quickly led the remaining orc soldiers to retreat, ending this epic battle. Upon witnessing the victory of the humans, the audience in the live broadcast room erupted in cheers, each one excited as if they had won the battle themselves. After all, the human race was one they had watched rise step by step, and King Han Fei was one of their own players, so they naturally did not wish for the orcs to win. In that moment, the comments in the live broadcast room flooded the screen. King of humans is magnificent for generations to come. The room was like a frenzy, everyone excitedly spamming comments. Before long, a news headline quickly surged to the top of trending searches. Epic battle, humans victorious. Many were confused, not understanding how such a headline came to be. Upon clicking to view it, they discovered that it was about a game called Second Life. When they saw the various battlefield slaughter scenes shared by players and viewers, those unfamiliar with the game were immediately stunned. The visuals resembled a Hollywood blockbuster. How could it possibly just be a game? Thus, more people were drawn to this game, causing the name Second Life to quickly become known to the world. At this moment in the Western fantasy world, Han Fei was drenched in blood with hardly a patch of uninjured skin left, covered in wounds of all sizes. Han Fei laughed heartily as he watched the orcs retreat, then suddenly collapsed from his wolf mount. Countless human soldiers rushed over to rescue the severely injured Han Fei. The history of the Great Xia dynasty recorded the founding monarch of the Great Xia, Han Fei, received the creator's sword judgment, awakened the warrior's bloodline, and established the capital in the city of the emperor. In the 21st year of the Great Xia calendar, King Han Fei led the elite forces of the human race to battle the orcs on the Laika plain, slaying the 10th generation beast King Niluola, returning home with a Pyrrhic victory. Meanwhile, with the death of Wolf King Niluola, greater chaos erupted among the various orc tribes. More than half of the 20 or so orc players with ancestor titles died on the battlefield, and the 5 who survived began to vie for the position of Beast King, resulting in fierce infighting. The humans also began to curl up in the south, recuperating. By this time, nearly 10 hours had passed since Han Fei entered the game, equating to 40 years in the Western fantasy world. Viewers continued to increase instead of decreasing, reaching a terrifying 5 million. Moreover, Han Fei had been streaming for 10 hours, and this number kept rising without any signs of decline. Many who had missed the epic battle felt regretful and crowded into Han Fei's live broadcast room, not wanting to miss the upcoming scenes. However, the subsequent developments left everyone astounded. After that battle, Han Fei, left with severe injuries, lost the will to fight and began lavishly constructing palaces, lingering in a life of luxury. By this time, it was already the 45th year of the Great Xia dynasty, and Han Fei had transformed into a man over 60 years old. Having awakened extraordinary abilities, Han Fei's lifespan was much longer than that of ordinary people. Even at 60, he still appeared to be only in his 40s. Yet Han Fei had also lost the ambition of his youth, especially after the epic war. He was now revered as a deity by the human race, gradually developing a sense that he truly was a god capable of doing as he pleased. However, as time passed, Han Fei genuinely felt his life nearing its end. He began to fear death, dreading the sensation of his body gradually weakening. As death approached him relentlessly, Han Fei grew increasingly fearful, reminiscing about his glorious life, unwilling to see it end. Thus, the viewers saw Han Fei dispatching people to search for longevity elixirs and announcing a hefty bounty for the whereabouts of the creator. I finally understand why Qin Shi Huang sought the elixir of immortality. Absolute power brings absolute corruption. Now that Han is endowed with endless authority, he naturally wants to live longer, allowing this sense of fulfillment to continue. If I were in his position, I would do the same. After all, who wouldn't want to live a life with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? Unlike Qin Shi Huang, our king of humans, Han Fei has met the creator and knows that gods truly exist in the Western fantasy world. Since there are gods, they can certainly extend life. This game is terrifying, no wonder it's called Second Life. Han Fei has obviously become deeply engrossed in the game, likely forgetting he is a modern person. At that moment, Han Fei abruptly cut off his livestream. The chat erupted in uproar. Soon many viewers realized why. The barrage of messages pleaded with Han Fei to come to his senses, warning him not to pursue immortality, but to focus on strengthening the human cause, so they would not once more be threatened by the orcs. By then, Han Fei had ruled the humans for more than 40 years, entrenched in power in that Western fantasy realm. He was the supreme sovereign, basking in unparalleled authority. He could do as he pleased, possessed inexhaustible wealth, and countless women sought to offer themselves to him. And all of this had truly happened. Han Fei had sired dozens of sons, most inherited his bloodline, awakened the warrior lineage, and became formidable fighters in their own right. Decades passed, and Han Fei himself could no longer tell whether he was a man of the modern world or the founding sovereign of the Xia dynasty in that Western fantasy. Compared with his mundane identity outside, he cared far more for the Western fantasy world. Now he only wished to restore his youthful flesh, so he might linger longer on the pinnacle of power. Han Fei thought of the creation god who had bestowed the judgment and the warrior bloodline. He believed his strength already stood atop the world, and that he might yet ascend to godhood, becoming an immortal like that other man. He launched lavish constructions in honor of the creation god, and like a devout worshipper knelt before the deity's statue each day to pray. He drained the treasury of every ounce of gold, and commanded his most skilled craftsmen to cast a solid gold statue of the creation god. He mobilized the full might of the nation to erect a temple more sumptuous than his own palace, declared the creation god the state religion, and proclaimed himself the deity's most fervent follower. Although Han Fei had ended his live stream, his frenzied actions were still learned of by viewers in the real world. Among the 10,000 beta testers, a few had sided with the humans. They were ordinary players with no awakenings, drifting at the margins, yet Han Fei going offline was their chance to seize the spotlight. Those viewers were eager to learn the fate of the Xia dynasty. After all, an hour in the real world translated into several years there. A handful of those players began streaming, and satisfied that curiosity, millions of pent-up viewers desperate for release immediately flooded into the tiny human players' streams. Han Fei's deeds of the past decade were thus exposed to public view. Everyone concluded Han Fei had gone mad. Instead of attending to statecraft, he had thrown the nation's resources into searching for the creation god and endlessly expanding the founding temples, making them grander by the day. To build those temples, he imposed harsh levies and plundered resources, pouring everything into what he deemed a glorious cause. This plunged ordinary people into hardship. Lives grew worse by the day, and even starvation began to claim victims. Even though Han Fei's prestige rivaled that of a god, both commoners and nobles raised protests. They could not live on divinity alone. Han Fei paid no heed to popular suffering. Any resistance was met with ruthless, bloody suppression. He had become the tyrant everyone knew, indifferent to the lives he crushed for his own ends. While the people went hungry and remained poorly clothed, the creation god's temple never ceased its expansion, staffed with white-robed priests and virginal priestesses who tended the deity. Han Fei prayed for decades and tried every means, yet never once glimpsed the deity. At that moment, a hot thread appeared on the game forum. The post read like a rallying cry, a crowd-funded plan to overthrow the tyrant. We watched Emperor Han grow into a despot. Let those with resolve unite to topple him and rescue the Western fantasy world's people from suffering. Shang Tang's thread was instantly voted to the top. A user called Meng Duo commented, "Brother, that name is bold. Are you really planning to found a great Shang?" Ningming Jing replied, "I've watched your streams. Your ID is the same in-game, right? If I'm not mistaken, you're just a nobody among the humans." Han Fei may be old, another chimed in, but he wields a divine artifact that can kill you in an instant. Where do you find the courage to charge in and die on purpose? I'll tip my hat to you. Wajada Wang, don't even talk about taking Han Fei in single combat. You probably couldn't get past the palace gates. Kaisen Mei Tian replied to Wajada Wang, "Forget the palace gates. I reckon this fellow wouldn't even know which way the palace gates face." Shang Tang answered Wajada Wang, "That is precisely why I'm calling on everyone to brainstorm together." A user named Zhuge Shaso Yudian Kwang offered, "I'll teach you a method. Tell Emperor Han you possess a secret to immortality. Sneak in a dagger and emulate Jing Ku's assassination of the king. Your name will endure forever." Kaiju Yidiakin countered, "Don't listen to him. Discover the formula for black powder inside the Western fantasy, make explosives, and blow up the creation god temple. Han Fei will come with men. Then you strike and send him to his death." In barely 10 minutes, hundreds of such reckless ideas surfaced, but upon serious examination, not one proved viable. "My god, I've seen the creation god." At that moment, yet another post was rapidly upvoted. Everyone who saw it clicked in astonishment. The post opened with a high-resolution in-game screenshot. Within a vast palace, a hearth burned with roaring flames, and rare beast skin rugs were spread across the floor. Han Fei sat in a reclining chair wearing a crown set with gems, and before him stood a towering figure in white robes, its face hidden by a mask. That silhouette matched the images venerated in the humans' founding temples, the creation god. The poster wrote that they were currently in-game and invited others to come admire the deity's majestic bearing. Beneath the image was a link to the game livestream. In an instant, countless people clicked it and surged into the stream hosted by the player called Yunai Bi Lang. When the viewers poured in, they were stunned. Yunai Bi Lang was not a human player at all, but a bat. At that moment, the bat was hiding on a crossbeam of the temple, peering down surreptitiously. Viewers quickly realized that with such heavy temple security, an ordinary person truly could not stroll in. They were far more curious about what would transpire between the creation god and Han Fei. When they followed Yunai Bi Lang's gaze downward, everyone stared in disbelief. Han Fei's hair had turned completely white, his face was creased with wrinkles, and his eyes clouded by a film. Beside the throne lay the Sword of Judgment. The once vigorous conqueror who had strode across the world now looked frail and decrepit, seeming barely able to lift his sword. "Han Fei, what is the meaning of your actions?" Chen Luo looked at Han Fei with indifference. After the epic battle, he had rarely paid attention to the human realm, believing that the orcs and humans would at least have a period of peaceful coexistence without major upheavals. Had it not been for accidentally seeing the forum, Chen Luo would have been unaware of the farce Han Fei had created. Now the entire human race was suffering due to Han Fei's attempts to satisfy his selfish desire for immortality. At this rate, the orcs might rise again and the balance would be disrupted once more. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a headache. Human greed truly knows no bounds. Han Fei, an ordinary person in reality, began to covet things that did not belong to him after gaining everything in the Western fantasy world. "Is it you? The great creator god, have you truly come?" Han Fei's voice was hoarse, yet filled with excitement. Chen Luo looked at Han Fei, a hint of pity in his eyes. The youth of yesteryear had now matured into this state. The soft blade of time is the most terrifying. "Do you wish for immortality?" Chen Luo's gaze quickly regained its calmness as he asked lightly. Indeed, the great creator God, I have now led the human race to rise. Please grant me immortality, as it is the reward I deserve. Han Fei's excited voice resonated within the temple, leaving countless viewers in the streaming room feeling extremely conflicted. From the founding of the nation by Han Fei to leading the human army to a decisive victory over the orcs in the epic war, all of these were witnessed by millions of viewers. Throughout this process, Han Fei garnered a significant fan base, with at least the vast majority admiring him. However, now Han Fei was pleading with a face full of desperation, crying out to the divine for immortality, and everyone felt that the hero in their hearts had crumbled. I suddenly understand him. If I were to gain the powerful forces bestowed by the divine and become the founding monarch, I too would have desires for this world. Yes, those historical founding fathers all sought the methods of immortality. Even so, those founding monarchs did not drag the entire nation and its people down with them into the grave. Do not forget, the human race is still fundamentally weaker than the orcs, and the orcs are lurking nearby ready to strike. If it weren't for those few orc players currently vying for the leadership position, the human race would likely have already perished. Do you think the creator God will grant him longevity? I think it's hopeless. The creator God's attitude is so indifferent. You all seem to forget this is a game world. The so-called creator God is merely an NPC, and it should be said that it depends on whether the planners want Han Fei to continue living. The people in the streaming room began to argue about whether Han Fei was right or wrong, and some were debating whether the planners would let Han Fei continue to live. Chen Luo scoffed lightly and said, "The reward you deserve. It seems you have misunderstood something. From the beginning, it was my pity for your human race that granted you power, so you could protect your people. Indeed, you have done well allowing the human race to finally stand firm, but you have also become the first king of humanity, and your name will be remembered in history. Power, status, fame, beauty, wealth, etc. You have everything. What more could you possibly want?" Han Fei shouted. "But this is not what I desire." Han Fei trembled as he stood up from the throne and took a few steps towards Chen Luo. Though the mask obscured Chen Luo's face, Han Fei could sense that the creator God before him had not changed since their first meeting. So many years had passed, and time had left no trace on the divine. Han Fei looked at Chen Luo's youthful form with fiery eyes excitedly, saying, "As my body grows old and the power within me begins to wane, I realize that so-called power and authority are all illusory. None of this has any meaning. Only by becoming a divine being like you can one achieve eternity. I too wish to live as long as the heavens." Chen Luo chuckled. Human greed is indeed unerring. But why should I grant you eternal life? Han Fei was stunned for a moment, then angrily glared at Chen Luo, saying, "No, I have completed the mission you entrusted to me. You should reward me." Chen Luo shook his head. "I did not assign you any mission. On the contrary, I granted you the power of choice. With the strength I bestowed upon you, you could choose to protect the human race and attain supreme power. You could also choose to use this as a foundation to break through the limits of human power and thus extend your lifespan. But you chose power and ultimately died of old age. Now you want me to satisfy your unreasonable desires and demands." Han Fei's figure shook. He finally realized what was wrong. The path to immortality had been right before his eyes all along, but he had been blinded by power and had failed to see it. As long as one continues to evolve and breaks through the limits of power, one can extend their life. Only by becoming as powerful as a divine being can one exist. Great creator God, I was wrong. I pray you give me a little more time. Chen Luo glanced at Han Fei indifferently. The aging and death of a species is a natural law. Since you have chosen power, you must bear the consequences of your choice. Han Fei trembled slightly, and soon his eyes revealed a crazed expression. "I will exchange everything I currently possess, whether it be money, power, beauty, anything, as long as you give me 10 more years. No, 5 years will suffice. I will definitely break through my current realm." Chen Luo said with a light laugh, "What significance does everything you have hold for me?" Han Fei was stunned, and the viewers in the streaming room fell silent. Indeed, everything Han Fei has now was obtained through the power gained from the creator God. Now he actually wants to use what originally belonged to the creator God to exchange for life. It was simply absurdly ridiculous. Moreover, does a divine being need those things Han Fei mentioned? Looking at Han Fei's frenzied state, the viewers in the streaming room couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Since you won't give it to me, then I will take it myself." As Han Fei roared out this sentence, his body retreated back to the throne, grasping the sword of judgment tightly in his hand. Han Fei let out an angry roar, and his once frail body suddenly seemed to regain its youth, with age spots and wrinkles on his face rapidly fading, restoring him to the appearance of a middle-aged man. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised this time, his eyes gleaming with divine light, as he quickly scanned Han Fei's body. "Interesting, it seems you haven't wasted time over the years, having completely fused your blood of rage with your own genes." Chen Luo smiled faintly. "However, fully activating the blood of rage can at most restore your youth for half an hour. After that, your genes will collapse and disintegrate, turning into a puddle of blood. So are you planning to perish together with me? Indeed, I want to slay a god." As Han Fei uttered these words, the audience was left dumbfounded, stunned into silence for a moment. Even the barrage of comments fell silent. This guy is actually crazy enough to want to slay a god. In the next moment, the entire live broadcast room exploded. What the hell? Han the Great must be an acting emperor, hiding it so deep. Was he already planning this and just waiting for the creator god to deliver himself? Han the Great is changing to an even more impressive title, the Godslayer Emperor. But I can't quite understand Han the Great's logic. Does killing a god ensure immortality? So the question arises, is he going to kill the creator god? If he really does kill him, then he is still the creator god. What creator god? I think he should be a final boss created by the game designers. If Han the Great really takes down the ultimate boss prepared by the designers, then there would be no game left to play. While the live broadcast room was in a frenzy of discussion, the player known as Wolf with Milk immediately changed the live stream title to the Battle of God Slaying. Can Han the Great challenge the creator god? The moment this title was posted on the forum, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in, and the number of viewers in Wolf with Milk's live room instantly surpassed 1 million. Moreover, the number continued to rise, rivaling the grandeur of the epic battle live stream between the human race and the orc race. At that moment in the temple, Han Fei raised the judgment high, a dazzling light instantly enveloping his entire body, an invisible aura radiating outward, causing his robes to flutter wildly. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he declared arrogantly, "My people join me in slaying the gods and ascend to divinity." As soon as Han Fei's voice fell, a group of armed individuals rushed into the temple. Each of these individuals emanated powerful energy, clearly warriors who had awakened their bloodlines. Chen Luo silently smiled, observing that Han Fei was evidently well prepared. This group numbered around 100, all of whom were awakened with extraordinary powers. This was nearly the entire elite fighting force of the human race. Han Fei was truly ready to gamble with his life, completely unaware of the fate that awaited humanity should he fail. Since you are so thoroughly prepared, then let me see just how strong your powers are to be so arrogant as to think you can slay a god. Chen Luo watched with interest as Han Fei's aura grew stronger. Kill. With Han Fei's command, all the awakened warrior-blooded individuals charged towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo remained perfectly still, allowing their weapons to strike against the long robe draping over his body. Just as this group believed they would easily succeed, an immense backlash erupted from Chen Luo's body instantly, sending the first 7 or 8 who dared to touch him flying. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies were tossed about like leaves in a storm, crashing into various corners of the temple, some breaking through walls, others tumbling down the high steps in front of the temple. But without exception, they all lost the ability to resist, one by one falling unconscious. Interesting, you all possess the power of blood of fury. Did you help them awaken? Chen Luo looked at those who lay motionless on the ground. He had merely unlocked some of Han Fei's genes casually, allowing him to awaken his powers, yet this guy had somehow found a way to help others awaken their blood of fury. Although Chen Luo sensed that half of these individuals possessed Han Fei's bloodline, meaning they were his sons and daughters, the other part had no blood relation to him. Curiously, Chen Luo reached out and grabbed the air. One of the standing bloodline warriors felt his body uncontrollably drawn towards him. The bloodline warrior erupted with a brilliant red light, attempting to break free from this force. However, no matter how he struggled, he lacked the power to escape. Seeing this, the remaining bloodline warriors fearlessly continued to charge forward. Chen Luo paid them no mind, merely holding onto the flying bloodline warrior, his eyes flaring with divine light as he scanned the warrior up and down. "Oh, you are quite talented, having refined your bloodline into an elixir to help them awaken their blood of fury." Han Fei's expression changed slightly. He had kept this matter very discreet, with only him knowing about it, yet unexpectedly the creator god saw through it at a glance. Watching his painstakingly cultivated bloodline warriors rush up one by one only to be blasted away by an invisible force, Han Fei felt no fear. Instead, he started to become excited. Is this the power of a god? These bloodline warriors, the strongest among the human race, cannot even muster the ability to make the opponent act. After Chen Luo finished examining that bloodline warrior, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Although Han Fei's method was somewhat crude, it had the advantage of not consuming lifespan or essence to create a powerful species. He could completely extract the bloodline power of some formidable life forms and integrate it into other species, allowing them to evolve and grow stronger. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Just in front of him was a species suitable for experimentation. With a casual pinch, the bloodline warrior before him suddenly transformed into a mass of blood without warning. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned, be it Han Fei or the viewers in the live room. They then saw that mass of blood rolling and twisting, becoming smaller and changing from a light red to a deep crimson. Chen Luo then waved his hand, and from the beam of the temple Wolf with Milk let out a scream, his body uncontrollably plummeting down. The viewers in the live room were also dumbfounded as they saw the live broadcast camera shaking and spinning. When the camera finally stabilized, Wolf with Milk had already fallen into Chen Luo's hands. "What the hell, what's going on? I'm just a bystander," Wolf with Milk shouted loudly in the live room. "Haha, host, do you now understand what unwarranted disaster means? Congratulations, you possess the potential of an emperor. The creator god has his eye on you. You shall be the next to establish a nation. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have triggered an epic quest to become the pet of the creator god. Host, you have triggered a hidden quest. You must put in some effort. Haha, it's fine, you're just a little bat, not worth much. Host, you must not die. If you die, we won't get to see the battle of god slaying. Wow, is it really a fortuitous encounter? What is the creator god doing?" Just as the viewers in the live room were laughing uncontrollably, they saw the creator god pour that drop of crimson blood into Wolf with Milk's body. Wolf with Milk suddenly froze in midair, and then everyone watched as the palm-sized little bat began to swell rapidly, transforming in an instant to half a human size. Its eyes turned blood red, its claws and teeth became incredibly sharp, resembling a ferocious beast. Chen Luo furrowed his brow and reached out to grasp the air again. A bloodline warrior in the temple silently exploded into a mist of blood, then quickly twisted and shrank. With a wave of his hand, the purified drop of blood filled with anger flew into the bat's body. The bat shuddered, feeling an incredibly powerful force surging within, causing its form to continue to expand. Is it still too thin? Chen Luo murmured to himself and casually pointed again, resulting in 2 more bloodline warriors exploding into blood mist, which then merged into the bat's body. Then amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the bat twisted and transformed into a completely naked man. What the hell, this is the creator god, right? A living transformation. Incredible, my creator god. Buffed streamer, your little thing is exposed. Awesome. Han the Great and his little brothers are all dumbfounded, aren't they? That's not dumbfounded, it's outright scared stiff. Forget it, let's disperse. Han the Great's god-slaying slogan is loud, but the outcome has long been decided. The bat covered its lower body with both hands, its face a mix of embarrassment and fear, completely clueless about what had just happened to turn it into a human. I grant you the blood of immortality. From today onwards, by feeding on the bloodline of the descendants of anger, you shall extend your lifespan. As a price, you cannot act in daylight, for light will turn you to ashes. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, everyone was once again stunned. The method of immortality that Han Fei had sought in vain was casually bestowed upon a bat by Chen Luo, and it had to consume Han Fei's descendants for sustenance. This was like stabbing Han Fei with a knife, then sprinkling salt and stomping on the wound. Hey creator god, I know you're powerful, but you can't just transform me into a human without my consent. I protest. I refuse. I want to be a happy bat. The bat raised one hand, looking dissatisfied. Protests are ineffective. Chen Luo glanced at it indifferently and waved his hand, and the bat transformed back into a bat. I grant you the ability to transform at will. Whether you wish to be a bat or a human is your choice. The audience in the live stream exploded again. Streamer, you're really naughty. Be careful, the creator god might crush your little thing at any moment. What the hell, isn't this just a vampire? We've just witnessed the birth of the first vampire. See, I told you all this god-slaying talk is just a farce. This creator god doesn't even regard Han the Great as a serious opponent. Han the Great is probably crying. Han Fei was not just wanting to cry, he was furious and was on the verge of spitting blood. He had been holding back, hoping the bloodline warriors would test Chen Luo's strength. Now seeing the immortality he had sought in vain bestowed upon a bat, Han Fei could no longer contain his rage. The light of judgment surged in his hand as he charged towards Chen Luo like a shooting star. Han Fei's movements were incredibly fast, so fast that an ordinary person would only catch a glimpse before he was already in front of Chen Luo, swinging his judgment down towards him. Chen Luo let out a faint hum and suddenly extended his palm, speeding up to strike Han Fei. Your speed should have reached the first level of gene lock, and given the power in this world, you can indeed be considered a superhuman. But this world is created by me, the power you take pride in holds no significance to me. Bang. Han Fei's expression changed drastically, unable to react in time. It felt as if he were a mosquito slapped by a palm, instantly flying backward, spewing large amounts of blood. In the next second, Chen Luo stepped forward, crossing over 10 meters and arriving in front of Han Fei, extending his hand to strike again. Han Fei was greatly alarmed, realizing he was at the brink of life and death and could only react in an instant. All his strength surged into his judgment blade, executing an astonishing strike to block before him. Their palms collided with the blade. Boom. Han Fei was cleaved into the ground, spitting blood and shattering every bone in his body, yet he did not perish instantly. His life force was remarkably tenacious. Chen Luo looked in amazement at his hand, where a wound had been drawn by Han Fei's sword and golden blood was gradually seeping out. Not bad, the human race indeed has potential for development. Just unlocking the first level of the gene lock grants such formidable power. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. In this world, he could master all powers, but in the real world, he was just an ordinary person. If he could unlock the gene lock in the real world, he would possess the power Han Fei had in the Western fantasy world. Then he could truly be like a superhuman, possessing terrifying speed and strength, a longer lifespan, and such formidable vitality. This already possessed the preliminary powerful abilities of an extraordinary species. Chen Luo looked at Han Fei, who was continuously spitting blood, yet still alive, and felt a slight admiration for this remarkable individual. Han Fei had already lost, yet he never showed fear, even in the face of invincible strength. Chen Luo felt nothing particularly special about it. After all, would a person feel proud about crushing an ant? Ultimately, Han Fei's contributions to the human race in the Western fantasy world outweighed his faults. At the very least, he had united the humans, bestowing them with the power of self-preservation. Han Fei let out a wretched smile and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. So the gap is really that vast. Before I die, can you tell me just how great the disparity in our powers is? Chen Luo laughed and said something that left everyone dumbfounded. Don't you realize yet? In my BGM, you will never defeat me. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream erupted again. How does the creator god know this? No need to think, it must be the dog planner. Dog planner, you're such a cheeky creature. Haha, I want to know what kind of BGM the creator god has. Can you let me listen to it, dog planner? So that's it, is the game setting like this. The creator god is invincible. Han Fei spat blood and laughed heartily. I don't believe it. Since the game's freedom is so high, why can't I slay gods? Just wait, I will return, and I will definitely kill you. Chen Luo chuckled, unsure whether to admire or mock his audacity. This guy was still unyielding, thinking of re-entering the game to oppose him again. Very well, I await your challenge. Chen Luo turned and glanced at the bloodline warriors nearby, who dared not approach. He casually pointed at one of Han Fei's sons and said, "From today onwards you shall be the king of the Great Xia." The man trembled, hesitating to look in Han Fei's direction, unsure how to react. Upon witnessing Han Fei finally take his last breath, the man immediately grew excited and knelt before Chen Luo, saying, "I obey the divine decree." After seeing the power of the deity, Han Fei's other sons and the bloodline warriors no longer entertained even the slightest thought of resistance, all kneeling in unison chanting, "We obey the divine decree." At this moment, a ripple emanated from Chen Luo, and in the blink of an eye he vanished from the temple. The history of the Great Xia dynasty records in the 75th year of the Great Xia era, the founding monarch Han Fei, in his quest for immortality, disregarded the suffering of the people and extravagantly constructed the creation god temple, hoping to earn the compassion of the celestial deities. Moved by his sincerity, the celestial deities descended, but the monarch Han Fei, arrogant and conceited, plotted to slay the god, intending to obtain eternal life through the blood of the divine. Ultimately, he angered the celestial deities and was punished in the divine temple, while his son Han Yu was designated as the new king, becoming the second generation. In the 75th year of the Great Xia era, the celestial deities were enraged by the actions of the founding monarch Han Fei, descending divine punishment and creating the blood-sucking demons that fed on royal bloodlines to achieve immortality, marking the beginning of a nightmare for the royal lineage. In the moment Chen Luo vanished, Han Yue, appointed as the second generation, immediately picked up the fallen judgment, sword pointing it at the bat flapping in midair, and shouted fiercely, "Slay that beast." At that moment, the blood-sucking wolf was utterly bewildered, unable to contain his rage, as he cursed, "Damn your ancestors. What did I do to deserve this? Why are you trying to kill me?" The other bloodline warriors were initially stunned at his words, but the next moment, they reacted simultaneously, immediately gripping their weapons and charging towards the bat. "Ha ha, streamer, are you really a bat-brained fool? You have the blood of immortality, yet you need to consume their royal blood to sustain it. If they don't kill you, who will? Streamer, if you don't run now, you'll be done for." God, this streamer is not only thick-skinned, but also incredibly foolish. I think the first vampire in history is about to perish as soon as it is born. Seeing dozens of bloodline warriors charging at him, the blood-sucking wolf finally snapped out of his daze, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. Although these bloodline warriors were not as powerful as Han Fei, they all possessed great strength. Even if he flew into the sky, the weapons and arrows they hurled could still reach him. The blood-sucking wolf was now in a dire state, dodging left and right in the air, and finally managed to escape the divine temple. However, the bloodline warriors did not give up. They all chased after him and even summoned all the soldiers to embark on a frantic hunt for the bat monster. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the empty divine temple. He rushed to Han Fei's corpse, in a few quick steps, carefully squatted down, picked up a small stone that had fallen to the ground, and quickly slipped away. Haha, dear viewers, did you see that? This is the stone tainted with divine blood. A player named Shang Tang proudly held up a small stone, waving it towards the camera and presenting it to the audience. The stone was stained with a drop of golden blood which had dripped from Chen Luo's wound when Han Fei had cut him. In that moment, Han Yu only thought about obtaining the judgment sword and killing the vampire to seize the blood of immortality, completely forgetting about the drop of divine blood. Shang Tang had been watching the blood-sucking wolf's live stream in the forum when he saw the drop of divine blood fall and immediately realized it was an opportunity. So he quickly controlled his character and hid outside the divine temple. When he saw Han Yu leading the bloodline warriors and half the city's soldiers to chase after the blood-sucking wolf, he swiftly slipped in and stole the stone tainted with divine blood. At that time, he was also streaming the game, but there were only a few hundred viewers in his room, far fewer than the millions watching the blood-sucking wolf stream. Awesome, streamer. It's a pity there's no reward function, otherwise I would have tipped you $666 right now. It's so freaking impressive. Haha, this is called the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Don't they realize that the divine blood is the real treasure? Streamer, hurry and swallow that stone. Let us see what effect it has. Yeah, if the divine blood dries up, it'll be useless. Shang Tang hesitated for a moment, but seeing the viewers in the live chat urging him to quickly swallow the small stone, he thought for a moment and opened his mouth to swallow the stone tainted with golden blood. In that instant, Shang Tang felt a surge of power flooding into his abdomen, rapidly spreading throughout his body. In the astonished eyes of the audience, Shang Tang's previously thin body suddenly began to develop muscles, transforming into a muscular man in the blink of an eye, his clothes bursting at the seams. Even more astonishing was that his hair turned golden and even his eyes became golden. Drunk. This divine blood actually works. Super Saiyan. What the hell, how is this possible? I even came up with insults for the streamer, and now you show me this. The dog planners really know how to play, or it actually makes you stronger. What a joke. The audience was astonished, but most were envious, thinking that he was lucky and bold enough to venture into the divine temple. What could they do about it? Shang Tang looked at his perfect body and felt as if he possessed endless strength within. Moreover, it was already deep into the night, yet he could see everything around him as clearly as if it were daytime. Shang Tang was thrilled. This enhancement of his physical body was immensely pleasurable. He took a step forward and began to run, but as soon as he lifted his foot he was startled, and the viewers in the live chat were equally shocked. Because with one step he leaped several meters into the air, his body gliding, as if unbound by gravity, soaring a considerable distance before landing. Shang Tang did not anticipate this scene, and in a flurry crashed into a nearby stone house. Bang! He smashed through the wall with great force and burst into the room. Then amidst the astonished expressions of the homeowner and other, Shang Tang darted out, like lightning, crashing through another wall and swiftly vanishing before the homeowner's eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I can't control myself. Shang Tang's panicked voice floated from a distance. The viewers in the live chat burst into laughter watching Shang Tang crash through wall after wall, finally managing to stop outside the city. I'll spit. Shang Tang brushed off the dust from his clothes, finally clarifying where he was. As he patted himself, he suddenly felt something was off. Despite crashing through so many walls, his body was completely unharmed. Damn, another superhero. Bro, I see you have the potential to become an emperor. Go and establish a nation, Shang Tang. The next emperor is you. With 2 more geniuses, the human race will surely not be peaceful. Oh, give me a shout out. This is so thrilling, I want to play the game. At this moment, Chen Luo was also watching Shang Tang's live stream in the forum. Upon seeing this guy swallow the stone stained with his blood and undergo a physical transformation, his expression turned strange. Even Chen Luo had not imagined that his blood could induce bodily mutations in the Shihuan world. Parsing Shangtong gene. Renzu, a low-tier life form, not yet evolved to the pinnacle of its kind. A gene value is low. Recommend waiting for further maturation. Currently can produce 0.05 Shini gene, divine descendant gene. Evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo, upon hearing the prompt, could not help but be taken aback. This Shangtong could generate 0.05 of Shini gene, 5 times greater than Mai Dadi. This was intriguing. If he used his blood to fuse with existing species, could he not continuously spawn higher value organisms? The only concern was whether his blood would be sufficient. How would he replenish it? Chen Luo examined Shangtang's gene profile and pondered for a moment, deciding it would be wiser to raise him for a while to see how far this creature could evolve. May you bring me greater surprises, he murmured with a smile, then suddenly thought of Han Fei. Parsing Han Fei gene. Renzu, a low-tier life form not yet at its peak. 1 tier of the gene lock has been unsealed. The subject is deceased, currently can produce 0.1 Shini gene, recommended for immediate fusion. Evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo rejoiced inwardly and without hesitation chose to fuse. The instant his mind willed it, his height shot upward from roughly 1.75 meters to at least 1.85. His previously flawed skin grew as fair and delicate as an infant's, and his muscles became more streamlined and lithe. The fusion of 0.1 Shini gene did not bring the same agony as the first time. Beyond an overwhelming hunger and fatigue, there was no other discomfort. Chen Luo understood that the Buddhist transformation had consumed vast amounts of energy. He immediately retrieved the last few ingredients from the refrigerator and hastily prepared a meal to devour. Having finally filled his stomach, Chen Luo returned to his room and fell asleep on the spot. He slept through a full day and night. When he awoke the next morning, the world seemed subtly altered. He felt markedly more attuned to his surroundings. Thump, thump. He could even hear his own heartbeat and felt the blood within him surge like a mighty torrent. Previously vague sensations grew ever clearer. In that instant, Chen Luo understood that 0.1 of Shini gene had sharpened all 5 of his senses. Feeling his strength increase, his heart swelled with exhilaration. At this rate, he would soon unseal the first-tier gene lock. The sole regret was that each species could be fused only once. Having fused with a Renzu who had unsealed a first-tier gene lock, he could only fuse with Renzu, who had unsealed a second-tier lock thereafter. Han Fei's potential likely could not match Shangtang's, but Chen Luo had no time to wait. 3 years was neither short nor long. He had to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. After washing, he realized he had been cooped up at home for more than a month and had long since exhausted the food supplies. It was time to restock the refrigerator. Relying on takeout had grown tiresome. He intended to go straight to the supermarket, buy provisions, and then return to observe valuable species in the Shihuan world. Those 10,000 players had spawned quite a few things that piqued his interest. Yet a month without venturing outside, without speaking to anyone, had made the world feel strangely alien. Chen Luo decided he needed to be among people again, lest he slip into isolation. He sat in a downstairs cafe. It was afternoon, and several patrons were out enjoying their tea. He ordered a coffee and did nothing but watch the diverse stream of people outside. This felt much like silently observing the evolution of species in the Shihuan world. As he watched, his mind wandered back to the Shihuan world and the desperate, unattainable immortality sought by Han Fei. It was simply that the flow of time in the Shihuan world differed from that of the real world. Chen Luo did not possess the immortality Han Fei imagined. If he aged in reality, he would age in the Shihuan world as well. Han Fei feared not the God Creator's invincible might, but the inevitability of death. Seeing a Renzu who had unsealed a first-tier gene lock so fragile before time filled Chen Luo with a chilling awe for mortality. Can I become immortal? He asked himself silently. According to memories of his future self, unsealing the first-tier gene lock would normally yield a lifespan of around 100 years. A second-tier gene lock raised lifespan to 200 years, and a third tier doubled again to roughly 400 years. How long one might live beyond the third tier remained unknown to him. His present strength was insufficient, and the deeper memories remained sealed. What was certain, however, was that the more gene locks one unsealed, the longer one could live. Thus, in the end, one must continuously improve one's power. Chen Luo, a lovely female voice suddenly spoke at his ear, just as he had drifted into thought. Startled, Chen Luo looked up to see a beautiful girl with long hair, cascading over her shoulders, her expression one of surprised recognition. She had a delicate oval face, willow leaf brows, a high graceful nose, and bright, captivating eyes, beauty that took the breath away. For a fleeting moment, Chen Luo was stunned, then he recognized her immediately. Tang Qingyu, he exclaimed as he rose, unable to hide a smile. When did you return to the country? Tang Qingyu and Chen Luo had been classmates from middle school through high school. Different classes in middle school, but the same class in high school. Unlike Chen Luo, Tang Qingyu had been a prodigy in middle school, winning the national mathematics competition. She was also captain of the school volleyball team and led the girls' squad to a provincial championship in the high school league. She carried many epithets: piano goddess, super scholar, linguistic genius, and so on. In short, she was the sort of child parents bragged about. Excellent grades, privileged background, striking looks, and tireless effort, so exemplary that envy itself felt futile. For the college entrance exams, Tang Qingyu did not study domestically, but took a full scholarship to Harvard. 7 years had flown by, and Chen Luo had not expected to meet his former dream girl here. Back then, he had been ordinary and insecure, acutely aware of the gap between himself and Tang Qingyu, and so he buried his feelings deep within. Even when they once sat as deskmates, Chen Luo had shown no affection. Upon learning Tang Qingyu would study abroad, he had finally cut that tenderness cleanly from his heart. Just back for a week, Tang Qingyu said with a radiant smile, studying Chen Luo carefully for a moment. Haven't seen you in years. You've grown handsomer, haven't you? Before Chen Luo could reply, another female voice chimed in. Qingyu, is this your friend? Chen Luo turned and saw a stunning young woman approaching, holding 2 cups of coffee. GMO, let me introduce you. This is Chen Luo, my classmate from both junior and senior high, Tang Qingyu said, then gestured toward the beautiful girl. This is Zhou GMO, my university classmate and closest confidant. As Chen Luo observed Zhou GMO, she was observing him in turn. After a brief pause, Zhou GMO remarked with a gentle smile, what an unexpected coincidence to run into a classmate here. Indeed, I never imagined such luck, meeting an old classmate right after returning home. What could be more delightful? Tang Qingyu beamed at Chen Luo and added, you don't mind joining us, do you? Chen Luo smiled warmly. 2 such exquisite beauties as company. I'd be honored beyond words. Once Tang Qingyu and Zhou GMO had taken their seats, Tang Qingyu asked with a playful grin, has it been nearly 7 years since we last met? Chen Luo nodded with a smile. We graduated high school at 18, exactly 7 years ago. So tell me, has our goddess finally graduated? That old-fashioned title again. Tang Qingyu shot him a mock glare, then burst into laughter. Chen Luo chuckled heartily. No matter how many years pass, you'll always remain the goddess adored by every boy in our school. Don't believe me? Just send a message in our high school class group. I guarantee a chorus of eager voices will instantly erupt chanting goddess. Tang Qingyu shook her head, smiling. Forget it. Every time I speak up in that group, notifications flood my screen. Reply or not reply, either way I'm trapped. Better to stay blissfully invisible. Zhou GMO laughed beside her. Was Qingyu really that popular back in high school? Chen Luo grinned. Popular. She wasn't just popular. Tang Goddess was the dream incarnate of every male student on campus. Oh, come now. That's surely an exaggeration. Zhou GMO gazed at Chen Luo with a mischievous glint. And were you, Chen Luo, among those admirers? Chen Luo paused, then laughed. Absolutely. I've cherished that goddess in my heart for years. His candid admission, delivered so openly, made it seem like mere light-hearted banter. No one took it seriously. I don't believe a word. You sat beside me for a whole year. How many times did you even speak to me? Tang Qingyu gave him a sidelong glance. Back then, Chen Luo hadn't dared utter a single word to Tang Qingyu. He'd grown flustered at the very thought. You have no idea how many veiled and outright warnings I received, he said. Chen Luo broke into wry laughter. I honestly couldn't fathom it. Every one of your suitors seemed to treat issuing me a stern warning not to speak to you as their first ritual. It was as if intimidation were the mandatory initiation rite for pursuing you. Tell me, was I ever more unjustly accused? Tang Qingyu and Zhou GMO burst into peals of laughter. 2 radiant women shaking with mirth, drawing admiring glances from half the cafe. Wait, how have I never heard about this? Chen Luo smiled. Do you think those who threatened me would ever volunteer such information to you? By then I'd grown accustomed to it and dismissed it entirely. Naturally, I never mentioned it to you. Later came that incident where I took the fall for you. And after that, we didn't exchange a single word until you left for overseas. At that, Tang Qingyu erupted into unrestrained laughter, her mirth swelling until tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhou GMO blinked, bewildered. What on earth was so hilarious? To her, Chen Luo hadn't said anything remotely comical. Has she lost her mind? Zhou GMO glanced quizzically at Tang Qingyu, then caught sight of Chen Luo's rueful, resigned expression across the table. Instantly, she understood these two shared a history. Hey, enough laughing. What really happened? Tang Qingyu finally caught her breath, and still giggling, turned to Zhou GMO. Do you know why after 7 years I recognized him the moment I saw him? Isn't it because he's still quite handsome? Tang Qingyu shook her head, stifling laughter. Back in high school, he once took the blame for me. Then she recounted the story from their senior year. It was during a late-night math tutorial. Their teacher, Mr. Yang Guofan, entered the classroom and began writing problems on the blackboard. Chen Luo, having stayed up all night playing online games, had barely held on until evening, then collapsed onto his desk fast asleep. His seatmate Tang Qingyu wore headphones listening to music while surreptitiously reading a romance novel hidden beneath her math textbook. At a particularly thrilling passage, she hummed softly along with the song. The classroom was hushed, but Tang Qingyu, utterly absorbed, forgot where she was. A few notes escaped her lips before she noticed dozens of eyes swiveling toward her in unison, and only then did she realize her blunder. Quick-witted as ever, she swiftly tucked her headphones into her desk and covered the novel with her textbook. By the time Mr. Yang turned around, Tang Qingyu was already sitting upright, gazing innocently, alongside the rest of the class, at the sleeping Chen Luo. Naturally, Mr. Yang's gaze fell first upon Chen Luo slumped over his desk. He strode over, snatched up the textbook, and brought it down sharply on Chen Luo's head. Tang Qingyu paused, unable to contain her mirth. "Do you know what Mr. Yang said as he struck him?" Zhou Jiamo leaned in intrigued. "What did he say?" Tang Qingyu mimicked Mr. Yang's gruff tone, barely suppressing her laughter. "Fine, sleep if you must. But why hum while you're at it?" Zhou Jiamo froze, then burst into delighted giggles, gasping between laughs. "Ha! So your math teacher actually thought he was talking in his sleep?" Chen Luo shook his head, sighing wryly. "Exactly. Worse. I woke up startled, convinced I'd been caught napping in class. Felt like I deserved it. Only after the tutorial ended did the classmate behind me whisper the truth." Zhou Jiamo and Tang Qingyu dissolved into helpless laughter again, struggling for minutes before regaining their composure. "Oh dear, I haven't laughed this hard in ages," Zhou Jiamo sighed, breathless and limp with mirth. "Oh dear, I haven't laughed this hard in ages," Zhou Jiamo sighed, breathless and limp with mirth. Chen Luo and the two women finished laughing and chatted a while longer before learning that Zhou Jiamo was not from Jiangqing, but from Jingqing. She had come to visit Tang Qingyu's family. Both of them had earned MBAs from Harvard and were preparing to return to the country to pursue their careers. When the two learned Chen Luo had just been laid off and had been unemployed for over a month, they showed no hint of disdain. On the contrary, they offered to recommend him for jobs. Chen Luo smiled and politely declined. He could tell the two young women sincerely wanted to help and, moreover, were clearly capable of doing so. But Chen Luo did not wish to be beholden to anyone, and besides, making money now was unexpectedly easy for him. Given the current frenzy over Second Life, Chen Luo need do nothing at all. Even if he sold game test access for tens of thousands apiece, he was confident there would be a flood of buyers. After Chen Luo refused, Tang Qingyu naturally shifted the topic and suggested they go eat. Chen Luo, who already felt a strong fondness for Tang Qingyu, did not refuse and agreed with a smile. When the meal ended, Chen Luo exchanged contact information with the two women and bade them a polite farewell. Chen Luo was self-aware the gulf between him and Tang Qingyu was vast, and she had shown no particular interest in him. Perhaps after today they would become two parallel lines with no further intersection. Besides, Chen Luo now knew a great tribulation would come within 3 years, and this was hardly a time to pursue a romance. So he resolutely avoided entanglement. Unbeknownst to him, his conduct only piqued the curiosity of Zhou Jiamo and Tang Qingyu. "Qingyu, your old classmate, doesn't seem to be playing hard to get. He genuinely seems uninterested in you," Zhou Jiamo said with a light laugh. Tang Qingyu shot Zhou Jiamo a look and replied irritably, "Do you take me for renminbi adored by everyone?" Zhou Jiamo suddenly puckered up as if to kiss Tang Qingyu. "Don't you know you're even cuter than renminbi?" Tang Qingyu, flushed with annoyance, pushed her away. "Stop it." Zhou Jiamo laughed mischievously. "You're even cuter like this. Come on, darling, give me a kiss," she coaxed, making a playful move to kiss her. Tang Qingyu screamed, shoved Zhou Jiamo aside, and ran. The two women laughed, and then drove off in a crimson Ferrari with the license plate 11,111. Chen Luo first went to a clothing store and bought several outfits. His body had suddenly grown taller, and his old clothes no longer fit. He then went to the supermarket and hauled back large bags of groceries. Back home, Chen Luo did not immediately explore the Western fantasy world. Instead, he felt he ought to find a way to earn money. He had under 20,000 yuan in savings and vowed not to return to regular employment, at a bare minimum standard of living that some would sustain him for at most 2 years. Chen Luo contemplated his options. Besides selling test qualifications directly, he could enable in-game top-ups to let players spend, or open video tipping and split the proceeds with streamers 50-50. But he quickly discarded most schemes. With Second Life's explosive popularity, any such move would attract attention very rapidly. The game boasted 100 realism, yet occupied only 1 gigabyte. Such a technological marvel would be coveted by major game corporations and perhaps even state authorities. Chen Luo currently lacked the means to protect himself. If he drew the notice of industry giants or government organs, he would be powerless, so discretion was imperative. If he opened payment channels or tipping, the money would inevitably flow into his bank account and could not withstand scrutiny. The simplest method, he decided, was to sell game test passes. During the first test, someone had offered 1,000 yuan for a pass, but the Western fantasy world was bound to the player's soul and could not be transferred. Consequently, the price escalated 5-fold, reaching 50,000 yuan apiece. Buyers knew that even higher bids could not procure an account because trades were impossible, so no one would actually sell. Those sky-high offers were meant to seduce insiders at the game company into illicit transfers. The buyers filled their purchase posts with brazen hints and insinuations. Their coquettish winks were wasted, however, because the so-called game company had only one insider, Chen Luo himself. Chen Luo used the forum's backend to obtain the mobile numbers of those posting buy offers for test qualifications. He selected 5 numbers registered in Jiangxing, went to a secluded newsstand, and used its landline to call each of them. These 5 men were clearly not short of money. Without hesitation, they agreed to meet Chen Luo and insisted on cash transactions. For safety, he bought sunglasses and a mask, put them on, and went to the first agreed meeting place. Half an hour later, Chen Luo arrived at an establishment called Deep Blue Internet Cafe. The buyer was its owner, Zhang Leshing. The cafe occupied a prime location and was decorated with refined high-end furnishings, clearly one of the city's top-tier internet cafes. Chen Luo couldn't help glancing at the rate, a minimum charge of 20 yuan per hour. He found the attendant and reported his business. Zhang Leshing soon hurried out. Hello. Zhang Leshing was momentarily surprised by Chen Luo's disguise, then seemed to understand and greeted him with a smile before inviting him into the office. No need, the account you provided is already activated, you can check it. Zhang Leshing's face lit up. Wait here, brother, I'll be right back. He dashed into his office, fetched his VR equipment, and launched Second Life on his computer to test it. Sure enough, as Chen Luo had said, the previously inactive account could now log in and create a character normally. Zhang Leshing was ecstatic. He had been following the game since the first test, but its popularity made access scarce, and it required some biological knowledge which had been vexing him. Posting on the forum had only been a faint hope. He had not expected to actually acquire an account from an insider. Thinking of the friends who still wanted test access, Zhang Leshing exited the game, snatched a prepared paper bag from his desk, and rushed out. Brother, could we have a word? Chen Luo glanced at Zhang Leshing with mild puzzlement, then nodded and followed him into the office. Here is the money. Count it first. Chen Luo took the paper bag, glanced over the contents, and put it away. Anything else? Zhang Leshing rubbed his hands and smiled. Brother, is there any way to obtain more test passes? I have several friends who want to buy. Money is no object. We can even pay extra. Chen Luo paused thoughtfully. Selling a few more beta test slots posed no issue, but he must not appear too eager. He feigned hesitation before replying. I can't make that decision myself. I'm merely a messenger. Chen Luo paused again, then added, still I can relay your request. If they agree, he'll contact you directly. Zhang Leshing, assuming he grasped the situation, nodded knowingly. Understood. Caution is paramount if your company finds out. Chen Luo cleared his throat dryly. Mr. Zhang, please await my update. Goodbye. Wait. Brother, at least leave me your contact details. How else will I reach you? I already have your address and number. Should they approve the transaction, I'll reach out to you. Zhang Leshing hadn't anticipated such caution, but he had no recourse. Chen Luo had made it clear he was only a go-between. Even if forced to surrender a phone number, he held no authority to decide. Brother, regardless of their answer, promise you'll inform me. Zhang Leshing gazed after Chen Luo with fervent reluctance. Chen Luo felt goosebumps rise under that intense stare. He hastily nodded, stuffed the cash into the travel backpack slung across his shoulders, and strode out of Shenlan Internet Cafe. Over the next day, Chen Luo traversed nearly half of Jiangxing and completed all transactions smoothly. Like Zhang Leshing, the other 4 buyers, upon verifying that their game accounts could log in, immediately demanded additional beta slots. Chen Luo gave each the same non-committal reply, neither acceptance nor refusal, only that he would need to seek approval. One impatient buyer insisted Chen Luo place the approval call on the spot and offered 10,000 yuan solely for making that single call. Chen Luo inwardly marveled at the man's extravagant wealth, yet declined, once more explaining he didn't possess the contact details himself. All meetings occurred offline, and the counterpart always wore a mask. Thus, confirmation required face-to-face verification. The man refused to relent. After Chen Luo departed, he even dispatched someone to tail him. Yet Chen Luo's heightened senses detected the pursuer within moments. Chen Luo swiftly evaded his tracker, added the man to his personal blacklist, and resolved never to transact with him again. First, he visited a bank to deposit the full 250 yuan in cash, then returned home. Chen Luo's pulse quickened upon seeing the post. Trouble loomed. Yet he swiftly steadied himself and clicked open the thread by user A Little Sparrow. As a child, I nearly drowned, and ever since water has filled me with paralyzing dread. To this day, I've never learned to swim. This time fortune smiled. My avian character secured a second-round beta slot. Yet I chose, against all odds, to experience Primalera life, instead selecting the human race. Then came the turning point. Emperor Han, obsessed with immortality, erected temples across the land and imposed crushing levies. As a wretched commoner, I fell victim. Unable to pay the exorbitant taxes, I was sold into slavery to a native noble. From that day forth, my existence descended into hell, rising before the rooster, sleeping later than the hound, perpetually famished, and lashed without warning. More than once I contemplated suicide just to quit the game, yet reminded myself this was the life I'd chosen. Even through tears, I vowed to live it fully. One day I accompanied my noble master to the riverside for leisure, when his golden ring slipped into the water. With a brutal kick, he hurled me in, ordering me to retrieve it. That despicable tyrant stood ashore, blade drawn, threatening to sever my hands the moment I surfaced, if the ring wasn't in hand. Trapped between death by drowning or by steel, I recalled swimming tutorials I'd once watched, and flailed instinctively, soon finding rhythm. Fueled by raw survival instinct, I discovered I could swim. When I surfaced, ring clutched tight, he sneered at my sluggishness, and raised his blade to amputate my hand. Enough was enough. To endure further would turn me into a ninja turtle, so I seized his sword and struck him down first. His retainers then hacked me to pieces, a gruesome and mercifully dulled by setting pain sensitivity to 0. But I've rambled long enough, still haven't reached the crux. Here it is. Upon logging out, the memory of swimming remained intact, so I rushed to a swimming pool and found astonishingly that I truly could swim. Thus, skills mastered within the game world can be retained in reality. Yet these must be skills acquired through deliberate practice and accumulated experience. Football, cooking, painting, all feasible. But Emperor Han's superhuman abilities, impossible to replicate outside. Now, the most critical revelation: the time ratio between reality and the game world stands at 1 day to 100 years. Spend a century training inside, yet only 1 day passes in the real world. Do you grasp the implication? It means China's national football team may finally lift the World Cup trophy. Imagine if our team trains for just 1 day, within they emerge having honed their craft for a century. Should they still fail to qualify, perhaps we ought to field a squad of pigs instead. Now I understand why this game is titled Second Life. It grants you a genuinely distinct, immersive second existence. I'm utterly awestruck by this development studio. Given my zealous advocacy, might the operations team grant me another beta slot? Chen Luo rubbed his temples. The Western fantasy world was undeniably real. Skills acquired there naturally carried over. Moreover, the transfer worked both ways. Objects from reality, provided conditions were met, could also be fabricated within the game world. He simply hadn't expected players to uncover this truth so swiftly. A Little Sparrow's claims were easily verifiable. Countless players inhabited the world, and a few simple experiments would confirm them beyond doubt. Henceforth, Second Life would inevitably ignite explosive attention, not least from national authorities. A wave of quiet relief washed over Chen Luo. Fortunately, he'd foreseen this possibility, and today's transactions revealed no personal identifiers. Otherwise, investigators would already be knocking at his door. By the time he prepared to enter the Western fantasy world, the forum had erupted into unprecedented activity. A wave of quiet relief washed over Chen Luo. Fortunately, he'd foreseen this possibility, and today's transactions revealed no personal identifiers. Otherwise, investigators would already be knocking at his door. Xinba remarked that if the OP's claim were true, this game might well become a proving ground. When Name Bunungsi said she could already foresee countless prodigies of painting, sport, and calligraphy emerging. Meichuan Naiku insisted the game must never be open to foreigners, reserved exclusively for Wagwaran, so that everyone in the nation would become a genius. Huguda Xiao Midi scoffed that no one knew if it was true and accused others of indulging fantasies, then cursed the officials and asked why he had not been given testing qualification. He asked whether the officials could pay to buy a first slot and vowed his dedication. Fushu's Lianming Mengzhu replied that he would join and give a second such pledge. Hua Luo only cared about when the third test would occur. She said she had submitted her parents' brothers' and cousins' ID numbers to apply and pleaded to be chosen. Kajihi, Zhao and I Lu addressed Hua Luo and told her to wait, asking why she wanted the third test, and mockingly suggested her intelligence might be negative. Yi Dui and I Hen Sherwang begged for an open public test, saying he would gladly endure lagged queues and spend freely. Han Fizi declared he could confirm that the OP's claim was true. Fushu's Lianming Mengzhu hailed Han Fizi as if greeting an emperor and urged others to pay homage. Meichuan Naika warned Han Fizi that many people were poised to lambaste him on the forum. Wan Yasuo de Do Shirsabi cried out for someone to fetch his 40-meter blade so he could slay the emperor. Han Fei's appearance sent the forum into a frenzy, players and onlookers frantically tagging him. At home, Han Fei sighed softly. He had just logged out of the game and had not yet acclimated. Although he had only been away for a single day, everything around him felt utterly unfamiliar. Han Fei's thoughts still lingered in the Western fantasy world, as if he were truly the founding sovereign of Daxia, suddenly transplanted into a modern technological society. In that world, he had lived nearly 100 years wielding great personal martial force and supreme authority, while in this world, he was only 26. Nearly a century of memories weighed upon him more heavily than the 26 years of his life in the real world. Han Fei's eyes bore much weariness, and his bearing had changed markedly. A century in the Western fantasy world had matured his mind like that of a sage who has seen through much of the mortal realm. He thought to himself that he must temper his immersion and readapt to the modern world as soon as possible, lest the game's influence drive him toward a mental collapse. Since then, apart from the necessities of life, Han Fei would plunge into the game at every opportunity. The difference in time flow between the two worlds was so great that he did not want to miss a single second there. Finally able to catch his breath, he immediately took a shower, dressed, and prepared to go out. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Han Fei opened the door to find the fat landlord standing there with an impatient look. The landlord scolded him for not answering calls all day and asked whether not picking up meant he need not pay rent. Han Fei paused and remembered that yesterday had been rent day. He had been in the game and had no time to take the calls. After only a day, the landlord behaved as if he were owed millions. Han Fei said calmly that he would transfer the money later. The landlord demanded payment immediately, but his words trailed off as a chill ran from his feet to his head. Han Fei's expression turned icy as he narrowed his eyes and fixed the man with his gaze. That look made the landlord feel as if some overwhelming beast were staring him down. Han Fei repeated that he would transfer the money later. The landlord shuddered and hastily stammered that it was all right, that there was no hurry, and later would be fine. Having said that, the landlord turned and left, tripping on the stairs and nearly falling flat on his face. Once downstairs, he breathed out, patting his pounding heart, marveling at how frightening that young man's gaze had been. At first, Han Fei was puzzled by the landlord's reaction, but he soon understood why. In the game world, Han Fei had exercised absolute life and death authority over time that had fashioned an awe-inspiring presence about him. The landlord's earlier aggressive attitude had unconsciously provoked a response from Han Fei, and the game's commanding aura washed over him, terrifying the man into flight. Han Fei was stunned. He had not expected the game to affect him so deeply. He abandoned any desire to go out, open the game forum, and found the post by the user Iji Zyamake. Seeing so many people tagging him, Han Fei could not help but smile and posted a reply, "I Han Dottie will send the funds." After posting, he was immediately inundated with tags, though most were not malicious, and simply teased him about his deeds in the game world. Han Fei was not angered and merely glanced on. Soon he noticed a trending livestream thread whose streamer was the player Unai Bien-Shirlang. He was surprised the player was still streaming. That person had obtained the blood of immortality that Han himself had not, and Han Fei was curious to see what spectacle would follow. He clicked into the stream and was stunned. Unai Bien-Shirlang, the first vampire in the game world, was being relentlessly hunted by his descendants. Han Fei checked the time. An hour had passed since he returned to the real world, which meant the vampire had already been pursued for 4 whole years. He was momentarily speechless, but soon felt relief from what the Creator God had said. Anyone who inherited that position, if not foolish, would surely find every means to eliminate the vampire. Han Fei grew curious about who had inherited his place. The game's second most intoxicating feature was that its sensations were utterly real. Whether eating, relieving oneself, or the intimacies of love, all felt indistinguishable from reality. Even his concubines and descendants possessed independent personalities, desires, and thoughts, not the emotionless cardboard figures of a mere simulation. Consequently, Han Fei had inevitably grown attached to the lives within the Western fantasy world, yearning to know whether the empire he had forged would have heirs to carry it on. Though a portion of the viewers had been diverted to Shangtang's live stream, the number of people in the live broadcast room still reached a terrifying figure of 2 million. The wolf with milk was sprinting in human form, chased relentlessly by 6 bloodline warriors. Although Han Yu did not personally pursue him, he sent 20 bloodline warriors in 3 waves, relentlessly hunting him for 24 hours without rest. For the past 4 years, the wolf with milk has had no time to catch his breath. Even the Creator God dared to confront him, but being relentlessly pressured by Han Yu only fueled his determination to compete with the royal family. After being modified by the blood of longevity, he did not gain formidable combat power like Han Fei, but instead acquired 2 extremely powerful abilities: a rapid movement speed and the ability to recover through bloodsucking. Whether in bat form or after shapeshifting, his speed exceeded that of an ordinary person running at full speed by 5 to 6 times. After being injured, he could recover by consuming the blood of ordinary people and beasts, requiring no food at all. With these 2 abilities, the wolf with milk managed to endure the relentless pursuit. However, he had a fatal weakness: he could not appear during the day, as he would automatically ignite upon exposure to sunlight. The wolf with milk was left with no choice but to hide in dark places during the day to avoid the scorching rays of the sun. Even if he ran fast, he would soon be caught up by the royal family's bloodline warriors. Over the past 4 years, he had risked everything to survive, or rather to deliberately provoke the royal family. Dealing with a single bloodline warrior was manageable, but they never acted alone. Once they discovered him, they would swarm him, leaving him no opportunity. Just as dawn broke, the wolf with milk was once again pursued, while the viewers in the live stream were giving him advice. Streamer, running away is not the solution. You need a way to counterattack, otherwise they will catch up to you sooner or later. Come on, you're the first vampire. This is too disappointing. There's a dung pit ahead. Ooh, jump in to hide. Bro, that's too harsh. Are you suggesting the streamer eat dung live? Wolf brother, I am Lei Keba, the ancestor of the Bear Clan. I have now become the patriarch of the Bear Clan once again. If you are willing to join us, I will lead an army to rescue you. Time is running out. If you agree, jump into the dung pit to hide. I am already at the borders of the human realm. Wait, are you serious? Are you trying to trick our vampire ancestor? Wolf brother, I am Lei Dajuan, the ancestor of the Lion Clan. I have also become the patriarch of the Lion Clan once more. Our clan urgently needs talents like you. If you are willing to join us, I will lead an army to rescue you immediately. Time is running out. If you agree, just drink a few sips of dung in the pit, and I will set off with the army. Calling wolf brother, I am Lei Feng, the ancestor of the Leopard Clan. I have also become the patriarch of the Leopard Clan once more. Following this, a crowd mimicked the first patriarch of the Bear Clan, flooding the chat with messages. Yet without exception, they all encouraged the wolf with milk to jump into the dung pit. Hey, stop messing around. I am really the patriarch of the Bear Clan. I am too. You are the imposter. Exactly. How can you prove you are real? The one claiming to be the patriarch of the Bear Clan quickly posted several game screenshots in the chat box. The screenshots depicted the patriarch of the Bear Clan, Lei Keba, with a group of armored Bear Clan knights standing ready behind him. Wow, it's really him. We have a spy here. Is there anyone from the human race? Quickly notify your king that the beastmen are up to no good. Don't you see a problem? The streamer isn't even from the human race. Beasts saving beasts, no problem there. The wolf with milk was currently hiding behind a large tree with the sun shining brightly outside. A step forward would lead to a dead end, while behind him were the pursuing bloodline warriors. He truly had nowhere to turn except for a dung pit. At that moment, the wolf with milk caught a glimpse of the game's screenshot posted by Keba. His eyes flashed, and with gritted teeth, he surprisingly jumped into the dung pit. In the instant he jumped in, the foul odor nearly made him gag. OMG. The streamer is indeed the fiercest person in the world. He really did it. I just want to spam 6,666. Dumbfounded, so ruthless. If it were me, I would just commit suicide. Oh, what's the worst that could happen? It's just a game. I kneel in admiration. I just want to say one thing, streamer. It seems you've forgotten that you can turn off your senses. Haha, now that you mention it, I remember. The streamer's expression when he jumped down was clearly one of forgetfulness. The wolf with milk had now sunk into the dung pit, naturally unable to see the contents of the chat box. But while being disgusted to the extreme, he suddenly remembered that this game not only allowed for pain reduction, but also had the option to block all senses. Cursing inwardly, he quickly accessed the game options and blocked all 5 senses. 6 bloodline warriors rushed to the vicinity of the dung pit, but soon they covered their noses and moved a bit farther away. Strange, I clearly sensed his presence. How did he disappear so quickly? There are no shaded areas ahead. He can only escape in 3 directions. We didn't see him coming from the east. There's nothing on the west side either. Nothing found to the south. Where did he escape to? Soon the 6 bloodline warriors focused their gazes on the dung pit in the distance. 19 brother, go take a look. One of the younger men, appearing to be in his 20s, said coldly. 13 brother, you can't order me around. If you want to go yourself. You. 13 brother glared at 19 brother. With father gone, you dare to disregard your elders? Today I'll teach you a lesson. The young man sneered. 13 brother, with your strength, who teaches who is still uncertain? 13 brother furiously charged at 19 brother. 13 brother, 19 brother's personality has always been like this. Calm down, don't forget the king's orders. The other 3 males and 1 female, seeing the two about to fight, immediately intervened. After a hard struggle to separate the two, the issue of who would check the dung pit became a problem. All 6 individuals were direct descendants of Han Fei, living lives of luxury and ease since birth. They were unwilling to engage in such dirty work as cleaning out a dung pit. After a prolonged stalemate, they unanimously decided to guard the dung pit for a while. Even if that vampire truly hid inside the pit, he could not hold his breath forever. After a prolonged stalemate, they unanimously decided to guard the dung pit for a while. Even if that vampire truly hid inside the pit, he could not hold his breath forever. Time quickly passed for about 10 minutes, and Han Fei's children seemed to feel it was about time. They swiftly left the dung pit and scattered in different directions to search. Moments later, Yunai Bien Shirlang quickly crawled out of the dung pit. However, just as he wiped the stuff away from his eyes, he froze in place, for the 6 bloodline warriors had returned. Damn it! Yunai Bien Shirlang cursed, instantly realizing that these bastards had deliberately left earlier just to see if he would crawl out. I really admire your ability to endure, beast, the 13th brother sneered, drawing out his long knife. Yunai Bien Shirlang was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. He wasn't afraid of dying since it was just a game, but he couldn't swallow this grievance. Clearly he was just a bystander who had done nothing yet was relentlessly hunted by this group of bastards, which was infuriating. Yunai Bien Shirlang glared angrily at the 6 bloodline warriors. Just as he was about to fight them, a rumbling sound like the earth shaking suddenly echoed from afar. Everyone present turned to look in the direction of the sound. Angry Bear Cavalry. The 13th prince's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed. The Angry Bear Cavalry and the Wolf Riders were the most elite troops of the Beastman clan. The Bearmen were already tall and strong, being twice the height of ordinary humans, and their immense strength allowed a single ordinary bear soldier to take on 10 human soldiers without any problem. The most elite Angry Bear soldiers could take on 20 at once, and their selection criteria involved going to the battlefield and single-handedly taking down at least 20 human soldiers. The more they killed, the higher their status among the Angry Bear soldiers. Now at least 1,000 Angry Bear soldiers appeared in perfect formation, and it wasn't just the 13th prince whose face changed. The other 5 also looked exceptionally grim. Their strength could handle no more than 10 Angry Bear soldiers each, but with 1,000 they showed no hesitation at all, and even Yunai Bien Shirlang didn't care anymore and turned to flee. However, they wanted to leave, but Yunai Bien Shirlang was unwilling to let them go. He had been forced to jump into the dung pit. How could he let them leave without paying some price? Yunai Bien Shirlang's figure flashed as he dashed back into the dung pit, raising a handful of dung and throwing it toward the 6 bloodline warriors. The 6 bloodline warriors had never expected this vampire to jump back into the dung pit and hurl dung at them. Caught off guard, they had no time to dodge and were completely drenched, the stench immediately assaulting them, causing each of them to retch. What the hell? Wolf brother, you're really disgusting. Haha, this is what it means to break the pot and throw it all away. The streamer is amazing. Dung counterattack. Daring to disregard the dung. Bloody dung battle. I see, so this idiom is used like this. But it's really quite vivid. Yunai Bien Shirlang's crazy actions caused the 6 bloodline warriors to clumsily dodge the flying dung, and their speed of escape suddenly slowed down considerably. It was precisely during this moment that the Angry Bear soldiers led by a tall bearman rushed over, quickly encircling the 6 bloodline warriors. Kill. With a command from Keba, all the Angry Bear cavalry charged forward. In just a few charges, they separated the 6 bloodline warriors, turning it into a struggle for survival. One by one, the 6 bloodline warriors fell, but the angry bear soldiers seemed to have received an order and did not kill them. Instead, they captured them all alive. Wolf brother, come up and wash up. Likiba laughed heartily as he approached, disregarding that Yunai Bianshir Lang was still covered in dung, pulling him up from the dung pit. Yunai Bianshir Lang looked at Likiba in surprise, unable to help but admire him. No wonder this guy could become the clan king of the bear men. Again, such methods were beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Even though Likiba was currently blocking his sense of smell and couldn't detect the foul odor, the sight of dung was enough to make anyone retch. Yet Likiba showed no concern, acting as if he saw nothing. Bring the water over. At Likiba's command, 2 angry bear soldiers quickly approached, carrying 2 buckets of water. Thank you. When Yunai Bianshir Lang saw the water, he quickly stripped off his clothes, transforming into a bat and diving into the first bucket of water. After cleaning himself thoroughly, Likiba had someone bring him a set of clothes to change into, then smiled and said, Wolf brother, this is still human territory. Why don't you come to the bearman's side as a guest for a while? I have no choice now, we'll go with you. Yunai Bianshir Lang agreed without much thought, knowing he could no longer stay among the humans and had to go to the beastman's territory. Moreover, the fact that Likiba personally led troops into human territory to rescue him was a sincerity that Yunai Bianshir Lang couldn't help but feel moved by. Haha, Wolf brother, why not join our bearmen? As long as you help me ascend to the position of Beast King, your position will be just below mine. Likiba suggested with a hearty laugh. Yunai Bianshir Lang was taken aback. He had been hunted by the bloodline warriors of the humans for 4 years, only thinking about revenge and never considering such a high position from Likiba. Joining the bearmen is fine, but forget about that position. I only have one request. Yunai Bianshir Lang said, his gaze turning to the 6 captured bloodline warriors, his eyes filled with deep hatred. The relentless pursuit over the past 4 years had long filled Yunai Bianshir Lang with a hatred that pierced his bones. Seeing the expression on Yunai Bianshir Lang's face, Likiba understood what he was thinking. They can be handed over to you, but before that I need to extract all their value first. Yunai Bianshir Lang was slightly taken aback. You want to use them to negotiate with the humans? Of course not. We are mortal enemies with the humans now, and there's no deal to be made. Once we arrive at Chilua City, you'll understand. We will still need your help, Wolf brother. Yunai Bianshir Lang didn't fully understand, but nodded in agreement. Likiba waved his hand, and after nightfall he immediately led the angry bear cavalry back to Chilua City. When Yunai Bianshir Lang arrived at the Beast King's capital, Chilua City, and looked at the majestic city at the horizon, he was immediately shocked. As it was only the 2nd day since the game began and no players from the Beastmen had started streaming, many people were unaware of what the Beastmen's capital looked like. Chilua City had been shaped by thousands of years of history, having undergone numerous generations of kings' battles and struggles among clans, establishing its foundation. After hundreds of years of expansion and renovation by successive Beast Kings, it had transformed into an immensely grand city. Just the outer city walls were at least several stories high, stretching at least 30 to 40 kilometers from east to west with no end in sight. The impact of this towering city made all the viewers in the livestream exclaim in awe at the magnificence of Chilua City. It was truly a miracle. This is surely inspired by the wall from Game of Thrones. But even that wall isn't this awe-inspiring. Compared to the imperial capital of humanity, this city is utterly insignificant. There's no helping it. Humanity has only built cities for a few decades, whereas the beast folk have maintained urban civilization for nearly a millennium. Their historical depth simply dwarfs ours. My heavens, the wall must stand at least 100 meters tall. I wonder, is this rendered with CGI or captured from an actual set? Whichever it is, it's clearly built on staggering investment. It reminds me more of the colossal walls from Attack on Titan. Quick, screenshot it for your wallpaper. Given the beast folks' current level of productive capacity, could they even construct such towering fortifications? Inside the live streaming room, viewers erupted in astonishment upon seeing the magnificent Beast Lord capital. Shouts of disbelief echoed across the chat. The visuals were astonishingly lifelike, utterly devoid of telltale digital artifice. Instantly, countless viewers began capturing screenshots to preserve the moment. Likiba led Yunai Bianshir deeper into Chilua City, and the capital's inner realm unfolded before all eyes. This majestic metropolis rose high above the land, surveying its vast surroundings. Within its walls, throngs of beast folk moved ceaselessly, leopard-headed leopards folk, minotaurs, and canine-headed dog folk among them. At first glance, it resembled a grand zoological park. Except these beings stood upright, spoke fluent languages, and bore vivid, expressive faces that unmistakably distinguished them from mere animals. Armed patrols marched regularly through the streets, yet each time they encountered the enraged bear warriors entering the city, they respectfully stepped aside, granting them right of way. If even the city's elite guards showed such deference, common citizens needed no prompting. They hastily cleared paths, gazing upon Likiba at the vanguard with reverent awe. Yet what drew even greater curiosity was Yunai Bianshir himself. For in Chilua City, no human walked freely, every human was enslaved. That a human rode side by side with the Bear Clan chieftain left every onlooker stunned, and all turned their astonished gazes toward this lone man. Yunai Bianshir quietly observed the attire of Chilua's common folk, simple garments of rough cloth draped over their bodies, while only nobles wore ornate robes crafted from expertly tanned beast pelts. He instantly perceived the city's rigid social hierarchy, far more stratified than the imperial capital of humanity, comprising nobles, merchants, commoners, peasants, hunters, soldiers, artisans, and slaves. Construction cranes dotted the skyline, towering edifices rose everywhere, and their architectural sophistication clearly surpassed that of contemporary human craftsmanship. Yonai Beowulf felt no surprise after all the beast folk descended from over 20 human player progenitors and had cultivated urban civilization nearly 1,000 years longer than humanity. The city stretched endlessly. Broad avenues teemed with life, bustling markets resounded with cries of vendors, and countless beast folk seemed to dwell within its walls. Yonai Beowulf stood deeply awestruck, not only by the city's sheer grandeur, but also by the uncanny realism of the game world. He sensed no trace of fiction. He could scarcely fathom how the developers had achieved such immersion. Lycoba escorted Yonai Beowulf to the Bear Clan's residence within Chiloa City and hosted him warmly, inviting numerous vixenfolk maidens to join the gathering. The vixenfolk were the most human-like of all beast folk. Predominantly female, each possessed captivating charm and striking beauty, their sole distinguishing trait being the elegant fox tails that swayed behind them. Ah, the legendary fox spirits. I'm drooling just looking at them. Oh gods, grant me a vixenfolk maiden. I won't mind the tail. You brute. Release that vixenfolk maiden at once. Let me take your place. I demand a nine-tailed vixen. Anything less would be insufficient. Why must you torture me so? To see but not to touch. Lycoba, masterful in diplomacy, quickly forged a brotherly bond with Yonai Beowulf in just a few words. After 3 rounds of wine, their rapport deepened rapidly, each sensing a rare kinship, as if lamenting having met too late. They nearly swore blood brotherhood on the spot. Brotherly, what kind of liquor is this? It's incredibly potent. Lycoba burst into hearty laughter, his expression sly. Impressive, isn't it? This is tiger essence wine, distilled by the tiger folk. Its restorative and virility-enhancing properties are unmatched in the world. Yonai Beowulf was dumbfounded. He'd never imagined Lycoba had served him tiger essence wine. No wonder his gaze kept drifting toward the vixenfolk maidens. Brother, they'll attend to you splendidly. I'll leave you to it. With a knowing chuckle, Lycoba patted Yonai Beowulf's shoulder and departed. When only the vixenfolk maidens remained in the chamber, Yonai Beowulf instinctively swallowed hard. He fully understood Lycoba's unspoken intention. He had neither reason nor desire to refuse, especially as the vixenfolk maidens now closed in around him, grinning playfully. Viewers watching the live stream stood agape. Yonai Beowulf, evidently overwhelmed by desire, had completely forgotten to end the broadcast. Was this about to become an unfiltered display of passion? Male viewers surged with excitement, eyes locked onto the screen, desperate not to miss a single frame. Just then a system notification flashed across the interface. Live feed contains adult content. Automatically censored. Instantly the screen went black and all audio was muted. If it's obscene, why did you dare stream it? So it really is possible to engage authentically. After all, Han the Emperor's son already exists. Why shouldn't this be real? Vixenfolk maidens, release that man. Challenge me instead. Damn it, we're all adults here. Can't we at least watch? I'm switching channels right now. You official devs, I'm reporting this game for explicit and violent content. But grant me a beta test slot, and I might reconsider. Did you hear that? Damn, it's all going to that streamer. So unfair. Censorship is useless. I'll imagine it all myself. Waha. A chorus of male groans filled the stream. Resentment toward the game's developers reached its zenith, though what most truly craved was a beta access code. The revelation that such intimate interaction was genuinely possible within the game ignited lustful fantasies across countless minds. Many now yearned desperately to enter the world and experience it firsthand. However, the harmonious scene was soon interrupted as the flow of time in the real world and the game world was vastly different. 1 minute in reality equated to 24 days in the game. When the scene restored, the audience realized that half a month had passed in the game world. Big brother, please spare me. It's been half a month, I really can't take it anymore. The wolf known as Having Milk is a wolf pleaded desperately to Lycoba while a neat row of beautiful Fox Clan women stood before him. Lycoba patted Having Milk is a wolf on the shoulder with a look of encouragement, saying, Brother, others may doubt you, but I believe in you. Your physique has long surpassed that of an ordinary person. You can definitely do it. Come down this bowl of tiger whip wine and keep up the effort. Having Milk is a wolf turned pale, but seeing Lycoba's eager expression, he gritted his teeth and downed the bowl of wine. Next, the game displayed a message. The live stream has been automatically muted due to inappropriate content. The audience instantly wailed, but soon one by one expressed envy, thinking Lycoba was too enthusiastic, treating Having Milk is a wolf with beautiful Fox Clan women every day. When the scene restored again, another half month had passed. Having Milk is a wolf lay motionless on the bed, his face as pale as paper, looking like he had indulged excessively. Brother, come, I've prepared another jar of super tiger whip wine for you, guaranteeing that you can handle 10 women at night without any issues. Big brother, please spare me. I really can't take it anymore. Upon seeing Lycoba entering with a jar of wine, Having Milk is a wolf was brought to tears. For the past month, aside from eating and sleeping, all he did was mate. Yes, mating. Lycoba had made it very clear he needed him to breed, helping the orc race to give birth to hybrid children with extraordinary bloodlines, thereby strengthening the orc's power and no longer fearing the human bloodline warriors. Brother, 7 Fox Clan women are already pregnant, which shows you have great potential. Keep it up. This concerns the future of our orc race. Once they give birth, you will be the hero of the orc race. Like Heba earnestly persuaded, Having Milk is a wolf preparing to pour him some wine. Big brother, it's been a month. Having Milk is a wolf burst into tears, saying, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. Ooh, at least let me rest for a day. Like Heba stroked his chin and sighed. Brother, do you know why I haven't let you suck blood from those 6 bloodline warriors? Having Milk is a wolf was taken aback and then shivered. They were also taken to mate. Like Heba nodded, but they didn't receive the same treatment as you. They don't have beautiful fox clan women to enjoy. They are with the fierce women of the bear, lion, and wolf clans. Do you understand? Having Milk is a wolf pictured that scene and felt a chill. It was terrifying. Not only was he shocked, but the millions of viewers in the live stream were also stunned at first, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It turns out they were taken to be studs. Damn, I can't help but imagine that scene. It's indeed quite exciting. Humans and beasts. That scene is too beautiful. Ooh, I dare not think about it. Is there anyone still envious? After a month, no matter how beautiful the Fox Clan girls or the host would probably be sick of it. I suddenly think Like Heba is quite the mastermind, planning far ahead. He intends to use this method to create bloodline warriors to combat humans. He could very well be the next Han Emperor. Like Heba really is impressive. Ooh, I bet he's some big shot in reality too. Brother, I know you're tired, so I specially brought you a great tonic. After saying this, Like Heba clapped his hands, and 2 Bear Clan soldiers brought in a bloodline warrior from the human race, dropping him in front of Having Milk is a wolf. This human bloodline warrior looked even worse, his complexion nearly transparent, with no color at all. He collapsed motionless on the ground, his breathing barely audible, as if he were about to expire at any moment. He has already made 5 Bear Clan women, 3 Lion Clan women, and 2 Tiger Clan women pregnant. He's on the brink of dying, so I'm leaving him to you, brother. Having Milk is a wolf's eyes shone with light. As time passed, his desire for the royal bloodline grew stronger. An instinct from deep within his soul told him that only by consuming the royal bloodline could he become stronger. Having Milk is a wolf didn't think twice and bit into the neck of the bloodline warrior, starting to drain his blood. The bloodline warrior screamed in agony, struggling violently, but was utterly unable to escape. As his body was rapidly drained of blood, it turned into a shriveled corpse. Immediately, all the viewers in the live stream saw Having Milk is a wolf's complexion quickly regain its rosy hue, and his eyes emitted 2 sharp glints that made people dare not look directly at him. So this is the power brought by the royal bloodline. Having Milk is a wolf licked his lips, which still had traces of blood, his eyes filled with deep longing. That gaze was so intense that even Like Heba felt a chill in his heart and instinctively took a step back. Brother, aside from that woman, the remaining 4 bloodline warriors can all be yours, but you need to help me a bit more. Having Milk is a wolf thought for a moment, then replied without hesitation. Okay, but it can't go on endlessly. I'm already getting a bit tired of it. Like Heba replied indifferently. Then let's set a number. As long as you make 20 Fox Clan women pregnant, the remaining 4 bloodline warriors will be yours. Deal. After another month of relentless effort, Having Milk is a wolf finally made 7 more Fox Clan women pregnant. However, he was still 6 short of the number Like Heba had set. Having Milk is a wolf felt like vomiting. He had done nothing but this for 2 months, and he believed he would lose interest in women for quite a while. Fortunately, Like Heba kept his word and provided him with another human bloodline warrior this month. Having Milk is a wolf's strength surged again, and he continued to work hard, finally reaching the previously agreed upon number of 20 in the 3rd month, thus ending his painful life as a stud. Like Heba was true to his word and immediately handed over the remaining 2 bloodline warriors to Having Milk is a wolf. After consuming these 2 royal bloodline warriors, his power increased significantly, and both his speed and strength were comparable to that of an ordinary bloodline warrior. Brother, I can see from your expression that you don't plan to stay in Chilu City any longer. Like Heba grinned at Having Milk as a wolf and said, if I'm not mistaken, you plan to return to the imperial capital, right? Indeed, the royal family has hunted me for 4 years, but it is time for them to pay the price. Rikoba nodded and suddenly chuckled, saying, Brother, I certainly support your quest for revenge, but if it's convenient when you arrive in the human realm, could you do me a small favor as well? The wolf who was Milk looked a bit wary. He was now genuinely afraid of this scheming big brother. Cough, big brother, you aren't planning to trick me again, are you? Brother, I haven't mistreated you during this time, have I? I've given you whatever you wanted and arranged for so many beautiful Fox tribe women to accompany you daily. Or have I tricked you? Rikoba said with an expression of dissatisfaction. The wolf who has Milk was left speechless. What he said made too much sense for him to respond. Actually, it's not a big deal. Do you remember I mentioned the matter of Shang Tang? The wolf nodded, recalling that Rikoba had mentioned that Shang Tang had consumed divine blood and transformed into a powerful bloodline warrior. Since Shang Tang became a golden-haired, golden-eyed figure, the discontented nobles of the royal family have been secretly spreading rumors claiming he is the Golden King who consumed divine blood chosen by the creator to replace the Daxia royal family. With their instigation, the current King Han Yu has decreed the execution of all those spreading these rumors, even punishing 3 clans, while Shang Tang has been declared a rebellious traitor for blaspheming the divine and is now wanted across the realm. If you happen to enter the human realm and encounter Shang Tang, please let him know he is welcome to join our bear clan. The wolf's expression suddenly turned extremely strange upon hearing this. He chuckled dryly, saying, Big brother, you can't be thinking about bringing him along, right? Rikoba laughed heartily, winking at him. Haha, brother, you know what I mean. The wolf had a comically constipated expression. After a long pause, he chuckled. Understood. When I reach the human realm, I will definitely find Shang Tang and encourage him to come to you, big brother. Rikoba and the wolf exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter, their laughter filled with cunning intent. Damn, this is thick with conspiracy. This is what we call collusion. I can already see the poor Shang Tang becoming a stud. But can I join in too? Rikoba's antics made my scalp tingle. Someone like him could never fail. Should we remind Shang Tang in his live stream to be careful of the streamers? Let's all head to Shang Tang's live stream. 1 minute later, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into Shang Tang's live stream, catching the fleeing Shang Tang completely off guard. At this moment, Shang Tang was drenched in blood with pursuers both behind him and of his own. The second king of Xia has placed a bounty of 10,000 gold coins for Shang Tang's head, an astronomical sum unimaginable to ordinary people. In the Xia dynasty, a single gold coin is enough for an average person to live a lavish life for a whole year. This led to Shang Tang having a miserable 3 months constantly being pursued. Although he didn't possess the weakness of being afraid of light, like the wolf, his golden hair and eyes were simply too eye-catching. In this world, there are no hair dyes. Even if he wore a hat to cover his hair, he couldn't hide his eyes. Wherever Shang Tang went, he could be discovered, and he faced the pursuit of the local bloodline warriors and soldiers. Fortunately, after being transformed by divine blood, Shang Tang's physical capabilities were astonishing. 3 or 4 bloodline warriors were no match for him, but he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, each willing to fight to the death for gold. Shang Tang was utterly exhausted from all the torment and wanted to escape to a desolate place. At that moment, he saw nearly 1 million viewers flood into his live stream, leaving him utterly bewildered. Then he saw the bullet comments flood in. Brother Shang Tang, the Bear Clan is sending a large army to pick you up, inviting you to join the Beastmen. Hurry to the Beastmen's territory. Yes, the clan king of the Bear Clan is very eager to recruit talented individuals. When the wolf visited, he was treated to many beautiful Fox tribe ladies for drinks, and even for the night. Just look at the pictures I sent. Then came countless images of the wolf enjoying food, drink, and company in the Bear Clan's territory. Brother Shang Tang, I assure you what was said above is true. I took screenshots, just check. Image. The hospitable clan king Rikoba not only provides food and shelter, but also entertainment. A wolf brother is living a life of bliss. Did you see? This is a screenshot of them exploring the magnificent Qilu city together. Image. Brother Shang Tang, hurry to the Bear Clan. The Fox tribe ladies are so beautiful that I'm drooling just thinking about it. Brother Shang Tang, you can't stay in the human realm anymore. Go seek refuge with the Beastmen. It's so much fun there, I guarantee you won't regret it. We are here on behalf of the Bear Clan's king to recruit you. Hurry to the Beastmen's territory. They will send a large army to support you. Shang Tang was truly baffled. He still didn't understand what was happening, but seeing those game screenshots on the public screen, he roughly understood. The king of the Bear Clan eagerly welcomes the wolf, who shares the same predicament as him. Shang Tang felt something was off. The tone of these viewers hinted at a sense of conspiracy, yet the screenshots seemed fine. After some thought, Shang Tang decided it was better to go to the Beastmen. After all, he had no foothold in the human realm, so he might as well take a chance with the Beastmen. If the Beastmen indeed sent a large army to support him, it wouldn't hurt to see. Under the encouragement of the viewers, Shang Tang promptly changed direction and ran towards the Beastmen's territory. He sped along for 3 days without rest, finally arriving at the border between the Beastmen and the humans, and just as the viewers in the live stream had said, Rikoba really was there leading the angry bear cavalry to greet him. Brother Shang Tang, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Rikoba exclaimed excitedly as he went to greet Shang Tang. Hearing Rikoba speak in Chinese, Shang Tang couldn't help but feel relieved, as in this world both humans and beastmen had their own language systems, and only players spoke Chinese. Shang Tang and Rikoba had no conflicting interests, both being players they could speak openly about anything. I have to thank Brother Lei for coming all this way to pick me up. These past few days have been really tough. I haven't even had a proper meal. Rikoba laughed heartily. Haha, now that you're in our Beastmen clan, that's not a problem at all. Let's go. First, come with me back to the royal city, and we'll chat slowly on the way. Invited by Rikoba with enthusiasm, Shang Tang followed him to Qilu city in a daze. Haha, still the same familiar recipe, the same nostalgic flavor. Brother Shang Tang, the bear folks' hospitality is exceptionally warm. Enjoy it thoroughly. Poor fox folk maidens, they'll be squeezed dry once again. Shang Tang gazed upon the beast folk royal capital for the first time, awestruck by its sheer grandeur, and paid no heed to the streaming commentary. Only when the bear folk chieftain warmly offered him wine and roasted meat, and presented alluringly beautiful fox folk women to accompany him, did he realize the viewer's remarks had been utterly true. Then a scene all too familiar to the audience unfolded once more. After drinking several jars of tiger penis wine, Shang Tang quickly reached his limit. The live stream automatically blurred the feed. When clarity returned to the lens, half a month had already passed. True to everyone's expectations, Shang Tang appeared haggard and spent, his vitality utterly drained, no better off than Yu Nai Bianshi laying on that fateful day. At that very moment, it finally dawned on him why had the viewers so relentlessly urged him to come to Qilu City. This was no mere invitation. It was a summons to serve as a breeding stallion. Brother Shang Tang, today I've found you 3 exquisite foxfolk beauties, freshly matured, still untouched. Half a month earlier such news would have thrilled him. Now he felt only despair. a crushing sense of existential exhaustion, even a fleeting urge to end it all. Brother, I truly can't go on. I beg you spare me. Shang Tang's face crumpled in anguish as 3 breathtaking foxfolk maidens entered the chamber, and tears of utter hopelessness streamed down his cheeks. Lei Keba roared with laughter and slapped Shang Tang heartily on the back. A man never says I can't. Brother Lang enjoyed himself here for 3 full months and sired 20 foxfolk pregnancies. If you can't even manage one, your stamina clearly falls short. As he spoke, Lei Keba cast a knowing sidelong glance at Shang Tang's lower body. Shang Tang grimaced. He longed to say yes, but truthfully he was utterly spent. His younger brother, tirelessly laboring day and night, had pushed even an ordinary man beyond endurance. Brother, please let me recuperate first. I'll go to the human realm and capture several bloodline warriors for you. Let them serve instead. Lei Keba chuckled slyly. How could mere bloodline warriors compare to your divine hereditary bloodline? Rest assured, I'll treat you generously. Last time Brother Lang received 4 bloodline warriors as compensation. 10,000 RMB per successful pregnancy. Shang Tang froze in disbelief. The livestream audience gasped in unison. Damn it, Shang Tang, you're failing. Let me take over. Now that's a true master. Why didn't this golden opportunity fall to me? Living like a stud and getting paid for it. Master, I'm ready. I'll do it daily, just give me an account. 10,000 per. I'd challenge a millionaire without breaking a sweat. A million. I'll keep going until Master Lei goes bankrupt. Shang Tang hesitated only a moment, then shook his head. As a member of the urban middle class, he wasn't desperate for this sum. 50,000 per. Without pause, Lei Keba declared it outright. Shang Tang was genuinely stunned. 50,000 each meant 1 million for 20. Even though money wasn't pressing, the sheer magnitude of the figure left him breathless. Seeing Shang Tang's expression flicker with temptation, Lei Keba raised the stakes further, with an offer impossible to refuse. 100,000 per. Right now I'll transfer 2 million to you. Once confirmed in your account, you return to fulfill our agreement. Shang Tang stood utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't imagined Lei Keba would stake 2 million yuan, not for a transaction, but for a game. Not only Shang Tang, but the entire livestream audience could only flood the chat with 6,666 in stunned silence. Such staggering extravagance made it clear Lei Keba was no ordinary tycoon. He was undoubtedly a towering figure in the real world. Agreed, I accept. Shang Tang first ended the livestream, then accepted instantly. To decline would have been sheer folly. After jotting down his bank account number and name for director, Lei both logged off simultaneously, only to reappear one after the other within a minute. Clearly both knew time was precious. Neither wished to waste a single quarter hour. Has the money arrived? Confirmed. Then Brother Shang Tang, give it your all. Lei Keba laughed heartily and strode from the chamber. Moments later, a new group of foxfolk maidens entered, and the feed blurred once more. Shang Tang remained in Chilua City for 6 months, fulfilling Lei Keba's order to the letter. When asked whether he wished to continue profiting, he refused, firm, immediate, and unwavering. It was terrifying, truly treating him as nothing more than a breeding stallion. After half a year, Shang Tang's once robust frame had shrunk by half, reduced to the average build of an adult man, while his golden hair dulled to lifeless ash. Each foxfolk maiden surpassed the last in seductive artistry. None ceased their relentless extraction until he was utterly drained, hastening his rapid physical decline. He even wondered, should he remain in Chilua City any longer, whether he might become the first player in the game to perish from complete vital depletion. Though he'd long since terminated the livestream, many other players still dwelled among the beastfolk, and word of this would inevitably spread, shaming him into retirement under that name forever. After recovering among the beastfolk, Shang Tang returned to the human realm, only to find the imperial capital beneath heaven plunged into chaos, ignited by Yunai Bian Shilang's vengeful return. Having fed upon 5 bloodline warriors consecutively, his strength now decisively surpassed that of ordinary bloodline warriors. Combined with his ghost-like speed, he struck repeatedly, slaying royal-blooded warriors deep within the capital. Enraged, Han Yu abandoned all state affairs, concentrating every available bloodline warrior to hunt Yunai Bian Shilang with ruthless determination. Yet Yunai Bian Shilang, having drunk deeply of the bloodline warrior's rage blood, surged in power exponentially, far beyond the fledgling vampire he once was. Royal losses mounted, bloodline warriors fell in droves. Yet with each death, Yunai Bian Shilang grew stronger still. With no other recourse, Han Yu was forced to confront him personally. But the moment Yunai Bian Shilang glimpsed Han Yu, he vanished without trace, knowing full well that with the divine judgment sword in hand, victory was impossible. Han Yu raged yet remained powerless. His opponent's speed rendered even the emperor helpless against him. Just as the stalemate hardened, Shang Tang re-entered the imperial capital, deepening the capital's turmoil and heralding the dawn of the second dynastic transition. In the future, the Book of Beastmen, hailed as the first historical record of the Beastmen, documents the Beast King Lei Keba, with his remarkable talents and strategies, captured human bloodline warriors and utilized their furious blood to birth the bloodline warriors of the beast race, marking the emergence of extraordinary powers among the Beastmen. With this, Lei Keba became the 11th Beast King of the Beastmen. In the same year, Lei Keba met the King of Gold, Shang Tang. During his humble beginnings, the two clicked instantly and became confidants. During the fierce competition for the throne of the Human King between Shang Tang and the great Xia dynasty, Lei Keba contributed significantly. Ultimately, Shang Tang supplanted the Great Xia and established the second dynasty of humanity, the Great Shang. Thus, the human race and the beastmen entered an era of peaceful development, with extraordinary powers continuously emerging, becoming the decisive force that shaped the history of both races. While the human race was embroiled in a new round of dynastic wars, Chen Luo found himself above the vast ocean. He named the Endless Sea a region where the blue demon fish was born and where an intriguing species emerged. After 2 days in the real world, equating to 200 years in the Western fantasy world, 2/3 of the 10,000 players had been eliminated, leaving less than 3,000 species. Although the primordial pen determined that the initial species they created had the potential for evolution, the majority perished halfway, dying in bizarre ways, drowned, crushed, or victimized by natural disasters and human misfortunes. Chen Luo stood in the void above the sea, reaching out towards the tumultuous waves. From the water, a jet-black creature resembling a loach burst forth, hovering before him. A mutated electric eel. Interesting. Chen Luo touched the electric eel, and its growth history unfolded in his mind. This electric eel was created by a player known as Super Electric Eel Avatar, who seemed to have specialized in electric eels. The electric eel species he created closely resembled those in reality. Electric eels are freshwater animals capable of unleashing electricity of up to 300,800 volts, sufficient to kill a cow, let alone a human, thus earning the moniker high-voltage wires of the water. However, the electric eel species created by this player differed from those in reality. They could not only survive in the ocean, but also devour other species to continuously evolve, with their electric discharge capabilities enhancing alongside their evolution. The emergence of this electric eel species shattered the balance of the ocean. At this time, the dominant species in the Endless Sea remained the blue demon fish, which ruled the ocean with its sharp teeth and massive size, but unfortunately encountered this group of electric eels with special abilities. The high salt content in the ocean results in low resistance and excellent conductivity, making it perfectly suited for the electric eel's abilities. The player known as Super Electric Eel Avatar, utilizing this monstrous ability, faced no natural enemies, as the vast majority of animals lacked resistance to electricity. The electric eel species quickly became the dominant force in a section of the ocean, then turned its gaze towards the oceanic overlord, the blue demon fish. At this point, apart from the blue demon fish, all other species had been devoured, rendering them of no further value. The blue demon fish were not resistant to electricity. A solitary encounter with an electric eel would leave them electrocuted and consumed. However, encountering a swarm of blue demon fish posed a different challenge, as each super electric eel's electric discharge ability was limited and lasted only about 15 seconds. After discharging, it would require 7 to 8 hours to replenish. Thus, an electric eel could at most stun a single blue demon fish, who, once it entered a period of inactivity, it would be torn apart by the swarming blue demon fish. The player known as Super Electric Eel Avatar was also quite cunning, adopting a strategy of stealthy development, and specifically targeting solitary blue demon fish, gradually beginning to erode the somewhat smaller blue demon fish populations. To date, this player had developed this species to nearly 10,000 individuals, with a short-term electric discharge capability, reaching an exaggerated 50,000 volts, becoming the absolute ruler of this oceanic region. Analyzing super electric eel genetics. Analysis in progress. Primary life form evolved to the peak of this species' genetic value, low, currently able to produce 0.05 divine genes with a chance of fusion producing electrical anomalies. Evaluation ordinary. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He hadn't expected this electric eel to have already evolved to its peak. He had originally planned to attempt merging his blood with these electric eels to see if they had further potential. Now it seemed unnecessary. They had already reached their peak, and it would not be long before they replaced the blue demon fish as the new ocean overlord. The species in the ocean are still too scarce. It seems I must take matters into my own hands and create a powerful species, or else by the time this player unifies the Endless Sea, there will be no space for other species to evolve. Chen Luo muttered to himself just as he received a prompt from the primordial pen. Would you like to merge the super electric eel genes to complete the divine genes? Chen Luo tossed the struggling electric eel into the ocean, quickly returning to his dwelling, and immediately stated, merge electric eel genes. Fusion commencing. The familiar mechanical voice echoed. At that moment, although Chen Luo's body did not undergo drastic changes, he could distinctly feel an improvement in his physical attributes, and it seemed as if something new had been added within him. Suddenly, Chen Luo extended his index finger, and a faint blue electric spark erupted from his fingertip. Zzz. The electric spark lasted less than 5 seconds before vanishing. Chen Luo was momentarily speechless as his initial joy faded significantly. The lightning ability gained from this fusion was still far too weak. This amount of electricity would probably only induce a slight pinching sensation, falling far short of being useful for attack. However, Chen Luo quickly steadied his mindset. At least it was a gain better than having nothing at all. Moreover, he now possessed 0.16 of the divine gene A. As long as he continued to complete the genes, the electrical anomalies would steadily grow stronger. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo concentrated and returned to a desolate area in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo once again extended his right index finger, and a blue lightning bolt shot forth from his fingertip, soaring into the sky. Boom. The previously clear sky was instantly engulfed by dark clouds, unleashing a torrent of continuous lightning. As Chen Luo pointed downward, all the lightning in the sky abruptly halted, as if it had found its target, converging into a brilliant light akin to stars plummeting downwards. Boom. The desert trembled violently, followed by a sensation akin to the earth shaking, revealing an abyssal rift in the ground, with countless yellow sands cascading into the chasm. The soil surrounding the rift was charred black by the lightning. Chen Luo himself was astonished by this power. Although he knew that the Western fantasy world amplified his strength, he hadn't anticipated it to be to such an exaggerated extent. In reality, he could only generate small sparks, but in the Western fantasy world, he wielded the might to annihilate the heavens and earth. Chen Luo paused briefly, then issued a system announcement without hesitation. Notice: congratulations to player's Super Electric Eel avatar. The species Super Electric Eel you evolved has demonstrated notable potential and earned an achievement reward. This server-wide announcement appeared abruptly, startling every active player and igniting a wildfire of discussion across the game's official forums. He was the first player to earn an achievement reward since the game's second closed beta. Liang Xiaoyu, a doctoral candidate in biology at Zhejiang University, specialized in bioelectricity, its applications spanning medicine and energy systems. Consequently, he possessed profound expertise in electrophysiological organisms, electric eels, electric fish, and electric rays among them. Upon entering the game, he selected the electric eel almost instinctively, without deliberation. Yet 2 centuries had passed within the game world, while the natural lifespan of his super electric eel barely exceeded 100 years. Even as its creator, Liang Xiaoyu lived only 50 years longer than an ordinary electric eel. Moreover, the super electric eel's biological rank far surpassed that of ants, unlike Jiang Juanhao, who could transfer his consciousness into successive queen ants. It lacked any mechanism for consciousness continuity. In the end, Liang Xiaoyu simply aged and perished. After logging out, Liang Xiaoyu, still exhilarated, posted an article on the forum titled The Ascent of the Super Electric Eel Path to Oceanic Dominance. Within it, he shared numerous videos and screenshots documenting the evolutionary trajectory, social structure, and ecological expansion of the super electric eel lineage, and boldly predicted it would soon ascend as the next sovereign of the oceans. The post instantly drew massive attention. Its depth, rigor, and scientific density were extraordinary, accessible only to those with formal training in biology. It was unapologetically, fiercely academic. Yet even those who couldn't decipher its technical language readily grasped one truth: Liang Xiaoyu was a genuine academic prodigy. Log back in immediately. What is this reward? Incredible. I can't fathom your scholarly treatise, but the reward, that I'll understand perfectly. Hurry and claim your grand prize. 666. For once the devs showed mercy. Please reveal the reward. We won't sleep tonight otherwise. A sudden insight struck me. What if someone chose an electric fish or an electric ray? Might they too trigger an achievement reward? Comments flooded in at a feverish pace. Liang Xiaoyu, electrified with anticipation, slipped on his glasses, re-entered the game, and launched a live broadcast. He renamed his stream room Mysterious Achievement Reward. Live broadcast initiated. Within moments, hundreds of thousands surged in. Most were cloud players unable to run the game themselves, but eager to witness the spectacle. Others were former players eliminated from the game, now relegated to forum banter, who rushed into Liang Xiaoyu's stream, craving vicarious immersion. Upon logging in, Liang Xiaoyu found the interface transformed. Instead of the usual loading screen, 3 distinct options now shimmered before him, each representing a unique reward path. 1. Permanent retention of the super electric eel species, as an exclusive playable race distinct from the publicly available human and beastfolk lineages. 2. Lifetime exemption from preliminary elimination rounds. 3. Custom-crafted second life. The sheer magnitude of these options left viewers breathless. Debates erupted instantly. Each option eclipses the last in power. So this game truly intends to let players shape its core races. What makes option 1 extraordinary is its exclusivity. Only Liang Xiaoyu will ever wield the super electric eel. Then might future prodigies through rigorous evolution generate other high-value species, each becoming their own private legacies. Damn it. Are we academic underachievers being sidelined? If poor grades mean no potent species, must we begin as ants, or worse, plants? The gameplay experience feels fundamentally flawed, too hardcore, intimidating beyond measure. Option 2 holds little value during open beta. Anyone may enter freely. So what significance does it hold? Option 3 fascinates me. What is a custom-crafted second life? Devs, explain yourselves. Equally enigmatic. A true mystery. Soon the entire forum abandoned the first 2 options, fixating entirely on dissecting the third. Liang Xiaoyu frowned, scrutinizing the triad. Option 1 was undoubtedly strong. With his intimate knowledge of the super electric eel, he could swiftly reclaim oceanic supremacy in any subsequent session. Though its evolutionary ceiling was constrained, its species tier progression remained viable, its bioelectric output capable of intensifying dramatically, perhaps even culminating in a creature rivaling Western fantasy's mythical beasts. Option 2 required no contemplation. He dismissed it instantly. His current reservoir of knowledge rendered preliminary elimination trivial. Option 3, custom-crafted second life. What does this truly entail? He reflected swiftly. While an exclusive race was undeniably impressive, his mastery meant he could simply recreate the super-electric eel anew, should he wish to embody it again. Though option 3's meaning eluded him, its aura of intrigue proved irresistible. After a moment's hesitation, he selected it decisively. The login interface dissolved, then reformed, presenting 3 new choices: 1. Marvel Universe. 2. Naruto Universe. And 3. Hunter x Hunter Universe. Liang Xiaoyu stared, utterly bewildered. A prompt materialized: select a world to serve as your privately customized foundational reality. What on earth does that mean? He blurted aloud. Upon selection, a sub-realm will spontaneously manifest within the primary Western fantasy multiverse, its laws, physics, and authenticity mirroring your chosen world exactly. So, I choose one of these worlds, and it becomes real with 100 fidelity to the original. The Marvel Universe, for instance, complete with Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the Hulk. Affirmative. Once your world is confirmed, you may freely design your species, gender, innate abilities, temporal setting, and geographical locus. The ultimate bespoke experience. Liang Xiaoyu stood stunned. He had never imagined the developers capable of fabricating an entire virtual cosmos, let alone one indistinguishable in verisimilitude from their flagship Western fantasy realm. Such technological mastery defied comprehension. When the game notification appeared, the live stream exploded like a bomb dropped into deep water with astonishing effects. What am I seeing? Can they really create a Marvel world? What kind of company is this? Are they aliens? I mean, I even searched for this game company and found nothing. No production team, not even a company name. It's too mysterious. I don't care about the company, I just want to know if it's real. I really want to go to the Naruto world and get my idol Itachi Uchiha's autograph. I want to be Iron Man. Well, what's the use of being Iron Man? Go steal Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet and snap your fingers. Are you dog planners, dog officials? When will the public test be? I can't wait. Blood tears begging for a public test. The comments in the live stream instantly flooded in with hundreds of thousands, and more people poured in. Among these 3 worlds, the popularity of Full-Time Hunter is slightly lower with a lesser audience, but Naruto and Marvel are definitely world-renowned. Especially Marvel, which began with the first Iron Man harvesting countless fans and dollars worldwide. The vast majority of people have fantasized about transforming into a superhero from Marvel, saving the world, and becoming a globally recognized figure. This game company before him could directly generate a Marvel world, allowing players to live a second life, completely overturning everyone's worldview. Liang Xiaoyu quickly glanced at the 3 options and soon selected the Marvel world. World background selection successful, generating secondary dimension. Just as Liang Xiaoyu and millions of viewers held their breath staring at the game interface, the system suddenly popped up another notification. Estimated generation time is 10 days. Please be patient. Liang Xiaoyu. Live stream audience. Liang Xiaoyu instantly felt a headache filled with resentment, feeling like everything was going wrong. What is this? Are you kidding me? Hey, why do we have to wait 10 days? Cancel world generation. Liang Xiaoyu was startled. He was just venting. Why directly cancel it? Is this system behavior really that high-tech? No, please don't, system daddy, I was wrong. I will wait 10 days. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter, seeing Liang Xiaoyu admit defeat. Haha, Scholar Boss, you actually dared to provoke system daddy. It will teach you a lesson in no time. Scholar, don't panic, it's just 10 days if you can't wait. Give it to me, I can wait. Honestly, I was just eating, and when I saw this scene, I couldn't help but spray my food all over the screen. Forget it, I won't say more, I'll wipe the screen first. Bro, good things take time, wait a bit, remember to shout on the forum when the world opens. I feel like this game company isn't ready. Are they going to work overtime for 10 days to build the Marvel world? Watching the laughter and teasing in the live stream, Liang Xiaoyu quickly calmed down. He knew these people were just envious, and he couldn't be bothered to respond, simply stating, "He'll stream again in 10 days, stay tuned." At this moment, Chen Luo was quite leisurely because, as the viewers guessed, he had not prepared the structure of the Marvel world and felt that sending one person in would be a waste. Chen Luo planned to select a few more players to enter the Marvel world together, which was why he deliberately left a 10-day waiting period. In fact, structuring a Marvel world is much simpler than creating a Western fantasy world. The Western fantasy world is the main world where the rules of time and space are the same as in the real world, so creating something out of nothing requires huge resources. However, the Marvel world is different. It is a fictional world where everything does not exist in reality. Chen Luo only needs to copy it as it is and make it a subordinate secondary dimension of the Western fantasy world, adjusting its rule level to be lower than that of the main dimension, thus minimizing resource consumption. The only downside is that with the rules set lower, the world's realism will decrease to about 80, but it will not affect the gaming experience. Chen Luo opened Genesis, found the page for the Western fantasy world, and folded a 1 centimeter crease at the edge of the paper. Then he waved his hand toward the void, and the mixed yuan brush appeared in his palm. Chen Luo began to write Marvel World on that crease. At the same time, Chen Luo's figure suddenly vanished from the room and entered the Western fantasy world. He stepped into the void and flew upward toward the heavens, quickly passing through the atmosphere and arriving in the universe. From a high vantage point, Chen Luo looked down at the Western fantasy world, observing its external appearance. It looked like a giant sphere, just like Earth revolving around the sun in the cosmos. A layer of hazy halo wrapped around the planet, which was the dimensional wall. The Western fantasy world resembled an egg enveloped by a thick dimensional wall. At the top of the world, a sun radiated brilliant light, illuminating the entire Western fantasy world. Its rays not only lit up the interior, but even penetrated through layers of dimensional walls into the cosmos. These dimensional walls were not made of matter. They were a layer of spatial barrier that formed naturally when Chen Luo created the Western fantasy world. Ordinary people could not get close or touch them, as this spatial barrier would block all living beings attempting to leave the Western fantasy world. To break this dimensional wall, according to Chen Luo's estimate, one would need to unlock at least a level 7 gene lock. Given the current immature power system of the Western fantasy world, it would take tens of thousands of years to produce someone who could unlock a level 7 gene lock. Of course, Chen Luo as the creator was not included in this count. At this moment, the universe was empty with nothing but the Western fantasy world and the celestial bodies surrounding it. A realm of darkness devoid of light and lacking any matter. But soon a blue halo began to spin, blooming like a brilliant flower in the boundless darkness. It continued to rotate, adhering to the dimensional wall of the Western fantasy world. The rules of the Western fantasy world began to absorb and accept this newly born secondary dimension. As the world rules adjusted, Chen Luo felt that the Marvel world had been successfully generated and that blue halo was its dimensional wall. The rules of the Western fantasy world began to absorb and accept this newly born secondary dimension. As the world rules adjusted, Chen Luo felt that the Marvel world had been successfully generated and that blue halo was its dimensional wall. Chen Luo's mind stirred, breaking through the layer of the blue dimensional wall, arriving in the space of the Marvel universe. The setting of the Marvel universe is a parallel world to Earth where everything exists as it does on Earth, with the only difference being the presence of various powerful alien races and superheroes. Chen Luo looked down at the blue planet that was identical to Earth, his mind moving as he appeared on a street in New York, USA. He stood at a crossroads watching the crowd bustling by with vehicles flowing continuously on the road surrounded by tall buildings, the most eye-catching being a skyscraper ahead. On the top floor of that skyscraper, a sign read stark in English. A smile crept onto Chen Luo's lips as he suddenly had a thought and snapped his fingers. Time 2013. Originally, the timeline of the Marvel world was aligned with Earth's in 2019, but with Chen Luo's snap, time began to rapidly reverse, instantaneously returning to 2013, the time frame of the movie Iron Man 3. At this moment, Chen Luo had mysteriously vanished from his original location and appeared inside Tony Stark's home. At this time, Tony Stark, having experienced the Battle of New York, was suffering from severe anxiety, unable to sleep, burying himself in research on his armor, wanting to become stronger to protect Pepper. By now, he had crazily developed over 30 types of exosuits, creating models suitable for space travel, deep-sea diving, and more. At this point, the model had reached Mark 42, which could be remotely controlled and automatically assembled via sensors. Chen Luo came here specifically for the Iron Man suit, intending to see if he could bring it into reality. Tony was attempting to control Mark 42 with his mind, automatically assembling it on his body, when unexpectedly an oriental figure appeared before him. Tony looked at Chen Luo with caution. Having encountered gods and alien races, he was no stranger to such superpowered beings. Who are you? Though Chen Luo had passed his English level 4 in college, he hadn't used it since graduation and could only understand basic conversational phrases. However, in this world he created, he felt omnipotent. Learning English was a mere thought away, and he effortlessly grasped it. Ignoring the wary look on Tony's face, Chen Luo took a moment to assess the man, who looked identical to his cinematic counterpart, and suddenly smiled. This appearance is not quite suitable for the game world along with all the superheroes. Let's use the comic version instead. Chen Luo snapped his fingers again. In the next moment, the entire Marvel universe seemed to pause, falling into a brief stillness. Everyone felt like they had experienced a century, yet only a second had passed. They regained their senses and resumed their previous activities. However, the appearance of Tony Stark before Chen Luo had transformed into the comic version, showing significant differences from the film. Tony had also experienced a moment of distraction, and when he regained his composure, he shouted, "Jarvis!" In the basement, all Iron Man suits simultaneously lit up, shattering glass from their storage cabinets and rushing out. One Iron Man suit quickly flew in front of Tony and assembled itself onto him. Chen Luo smiled, seemingly uninterested in responding as he reached out and grasped at an Iron Man suit in the air. That Iron Man suit flew up into the air, heading towards Chen Luo. Jarvis, witnessing this scene, immediately activated the thrusters at the suit's base, attempting to escape this invisible force. Meanwhile, Tony quickly charged towards Chen Luo, throwing a punch at him. Chen Luo casually waved his hand, sending Tony's suit and all crashing through the wall with a loud bang. Yet the Iron Man suit ultimately could not resist Chen Luo's power and flew to his front. All Iron Man suits in the room raised their wrist-mounted weapons, aiming at Chen Luo, ready to fire white energy beams. However, Chen Luo's figure seemed to vanish again, taking the Iron Man suit with him and instantaneously appearing above the villa, while Tony, along with over 40 Iron Man suits, flew over, surrounding Chen Luo. "Are you here to steal it?" Tony questioned sternly. Chen Luo, hands in his pockets, stood in the void, amused at the sight of the impressive array of exosuits. "Sort of just want to take one back to play with." "You can't play with it." Tony suddenly ordered Jarvis, "Blow it up." Just as he finished speaking, the Iron Man suit controlled by Chen Luo exploded instantly. Boom. The massive explosion echoed through the sky. When the flames subsided, Tony was astonished to find Chen Luo completely unharmed, even his hairstyle unchanged, still looking relaxed in the air. You really give me a headache. I only want to conduct an experiment, so please stop being mischievous. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing right in front of Tony. Tony's expression changed drastically. He couldn't make out how Chen Luo moved, unsure if it was teleportation or if Chen Luo's speed surpassed the limits of his vision. Before Tony could react, Chen Luo gently tapped Tony's forehead with a finger. Why don't you lie down for a while? Tony plummeted like a meteor from midair, crashing to the ground and creating another large crater. At that moment, the 40-plus Iron Man suits raised their hands again, firing brilliant blue laser beams towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo calmly raised his hand, nonchalantly waving it once more. All the blue laser beams simultaneously vanished into thin air as if they had never existed. Tony struggled to rise from the ground, but found that his body felt as if it had fallen apart, unable to muster any strength. In the end, it was Jarvis controlling the suit that pulled him from the ground. Sir, his power is too strong. We are no match for him. I suggest retreating. Tony spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it all over his armor, gasping for breath as he said, destroy all the suits. At that moment, Chen Luo's lazy voice suddenly came from the sky. Wait. His voice was not loud, but clearly echoed down, let's see who this is first. Chen Luo snapped his fingers again, and Pepper appeared out of thin air, looking around in confusion, still unaware of what had happened. When Pepper realized where she was, she immediately started flailing her arms and screaming in surprise. Tony was shocked. He couldn't fathom what method Chen Luo had used, just a snap of his fingers, and he had brought Pepper over, utterly incomprehensible. Seeing that Tony no longer dared to act rashly, Chen Luo waved his hand, grabbing an Iron Man suit from midair, then silently vanished from this world. Chen Luo looked at his empty hands and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. So it really doesn't work. When Chen Luo returned from the Marvel Universe to the real world, the Iron Man suit in his hands vanished silently, leaving no trace, as if melted away like snow. Chen Luo wasn't disappointed. He had long anticipated that this situation might arise. Firstly, the dimensional barrier would automatically intercept anything trying to exit that world. Secondly, the Marvel world is a secondary dimension. Once its beings and objects enter the primary dimension, they are automatically assimilated by the rules of the primary dimension, essentially being destroyed by the power of those rules. It's a bit of a pity. I wanted to play with an Iron Man suit. Chen Luo sighed with a smile. After a moment, Chen Luo's eyes lit up and his figure suddenly vanished again from the room. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Luo reappeared in the room, and he now held a gold brick about the size of his palm. Ha ha ha, it really works. I've struck it rich. I won't need to take risks selling accounts anymore. Chen Luo weighed the gold brick in his hand, which was roughly around 1 kilogram, and couldn't help but burst into joyful laughter. This gold brick was taken from the Western fantasy world, where the treasury of the Empire's capital and Shilu City, along with the Genesis Temple, held vast amounts of gold. For Chen Luo, it was as easy to take as from his own home. Chen Luo understood when the Iron Man suit disappeared that objects from a secondary dimension could not be brought into reality, but this was not an issue with the primary dimension. The Western fantasy world and the real world are both primary dimensions. Objects taken from there will not be destroyed by the power of rules. The only concern is the dimensional barrier. For ordinary people in the Western fantasy world, this is a tremendous challenge, but for Chen Luo, it was not a problem at all. As long as the objects were within 10 centimeters of his body, they would not be obstructed by the dimensional barrier. The only trouble is that the volume of these objects cannot be too large. The maximum space is about 10 centimeters outside his body. If it exceeds this space, it will also be obstructed by the dimensional barrier. After his excitement, Chen Luo casually tossed the gold brick onto the table and returned to the Western fantasy world, where he caught a large rooster in the Empire's capital before returning to the real world. As soon as he returned to the room, the rooster that had just been lively in his hands became motionless. Chen Luo picked it up and upon inspection found that it had already died. As expected, living creatures also don't work. Although the rooster could leave the dimensional barrier, it could not withstand the terrifying power of the rules governing dimensional travel and was instantly killed. Chen Luo, protected by the Hunyuan pen, did not face this issue, but other creatures could not manage. After repeating the experiment several times, Chen Luo concluded that living creatures could not be taken out. Once confirmed, Chen Luo immediately returned to the Western fantasy world, took 4 more gold bricks, and packed them with the original one before heading out. New City Road is located in the Hanjiang district of Jiang City, in an old urban area that has not been renovated. The roads are not wide, with heavy traffic and bustling crowds. However, this old urban area is far more lively than the neatly planned wide roads of the new districts, filled with vibrant life. Along the side of New City Road, colorful shop signs stand tall. These stores are more accurately jewelry processing shops. These are small private shops that usually help the elderly process necklaces and rings while also recycling some gold ornaments and items. Chen Luo chose this place instead of those large gold shops because they require identification to sell gold and register it. He did not want to leave too many traces to avoid being tracked. As he walked down this street, Chen Luo secretly observed the appearances of the shop owners. There is some truth to the saying that appearance reflects the heart. Upon encountering those with bloated faces, muscular bodies, or lecherous gazes with thin lips, he immediately chose to move on to the next shop. After a while, Chen Luo found a gold shop with a sign reading, Yin Ji Gold Shop. This store was very quiet and had no customers. Behind the counter sat an elderly gentleman dressed in a blue ancient-style robe. He had an elegant demeanor, his hair graying at the temples, wearing glasses while reading a scroll of ancient text, lightly waving a folding fan, completely engrossed, and did not notice Chen Luo entering. Hearing someone enter, the old gentleman raised his head. He slowly set down the book, stood up, and warmly smiled, speaking in a deep and calm voice. "Welcome, young man. What would you like to buy?" Chen Luo unhurried replied, "Hello, boss. I would like to ask if you buy gold here." The old gentleman was a bit surprised, but quickly nodded, saying, "Of course, our shop also buys gold and silver." Chen Luo inquired, "How much do you pay per gram for gold?" The old gentleman replied politely, 290 yuan per gram, but it depends on the quality of the gold. Upon hearing this price, Chen Luo felt assured. He had asked prices at other shops along the way, and they only offered around 250 or 260. This old gentleman's price was already the highest. Chen Luo cautiously took a gold brick out of his bag and said, "Could you please appraise it, boss?" Seeing the gold brick, the old gentleman's expression showed even more surprise. He could tell at a glance that this item was quite heavy. Such a large gold brick. It's very rare to see this nowadays. Where did you get it? Chen Luo immediately replied, "It was passed down from my ancestors, and I found it while cleaning out my old house." The old gentleman smiled at Chen Luo, but did not pursue the question further. He took the gold brick, weighed it in his palm, and began to examine it with his eyes. Soon he took out a toolbox from under the counter, pulling out various small tools to begin the testing process. The purity of the gold is not pure gold. The gold content is only 93. "Young man, are you looking to sell it?" The boss placed the gold brick down, calmly wiped his hands with a towel, and inquired with a smile. "That's right, can you buy it?" The gold's purity is not an issue, but because it's not pure gold, the price cannot be the same as usual. "Please give me an offer, boss." This gold was processed using ancient alchemical methods from the Western fantasy world, where the craftsmanship has not yet reached modern standards. It is normal for the purity not to reach pure gold. Thus Chen Luo did not engage in unnecessary chatter and directly interrupted the old gentleman to ask, 260 yuan per gram. How does that sound? Chen Luo pondered briefly. This price was acceptable, and going elsewhere would only lead to lower offers. "That's fine." The old gentleman smiled slightly, and then asked, "However, there's one more question. Our Yanji Gold shop strictly adheres to the law. We do not deal with items of unknown origin. Do you have legal proof of the gold's origin? Invoices, receipts, or something similar?" Facing the scrutinizing gaze of the shop owner, Chen Luo maintained his composure and said, "I mentioned earlier that I found this in an old house. I can't provide any proof." The old gentleman shook his head regretfully, saying, "Without legal proof, there's nothing I can do. You should look for another place." He sighed, returning the gold to Chen Luo, and earnestly advised, "Young man, you're still young. It's okay to stray for a moment, but don't make a habit of it." Chen Luo was taken aback, quickly realizing that the shop owner seemed to regard him as a thief trying to sell stolen goods. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration, replying, "Boss, many people have antiques and gold passed down from their ancestors at home, and I haven't heard of anyone needing a certificate to buy or sell them right." The old gentleman chuckled, "Young man, you cannot prove that this item is your inheritance, nor can you prove its legal provenance. Accepting it does indeed carry significant risk." Seeing the disappointed look on Chen Luo's face, the old gentleman turned to leave the gold shop, but quickly added, "How about this, young man? You seem trustworthy and don't appear to be a bad person. They'll take a risk and buy this gold brick from you, but without legal proof, I can only offer 231 per gram. Think it over." Chen Luo paused for a moment, realizing that the shop owner had circled back around just to negotiate the price. However, Chen Luo didn't mind. Ever since he learned that he could extract gold from the Western fantasy world, it felt as trivial as paper to him, easily attainable. If Chen Luo wished, he could retrieve several tons of gold from the Western fantasy world, though it would be somewhat troublesome. Nevertheless, Chen Luo didn't let it show on his face. He feigned hesitation for a moment, saying, "Boss, this price is a bit too steep, isn't it?" The old gentleman shook his head with a smile. "Young man, accepting gold of unknown origin entails risks. Just walk along Xiansheng Road and see if any shop dares to buy this." Chen Luo put on a look of deep contemplation, soon adopting a reluctant expression, and replied, "Well, all right then." In truth, Chen Luo didn't want to waste energy bargaining over something he didn't care about. If he sought out another shop, he might inadvertently draw attention from those with ulterior motives. Once the price was settled, the next steps became simple. The old gentleman weighed the gold, totaling 103 grams, with a combined price just over 230000. "Would you like cash or a bank transfer?" Without a moment's thought, Chen Luo replied, "Cash." You're not afraid of trouble, are you?" The shop didn't have that much cash on hand. "They'll have someone bring it over." The old gentleman made a call, and within 10 minutes a young man in casual attire, handsome and youthful, walked in carrying a backpack. "Uncle Yen, I've brought the money." The old gentleman nodded, pulled the young man into the back room, whispered a few words to him, and then returned with the backpack. "Here, young man, count it in front of me." Chen Luo took the backpack, opened it, and inside were indeed neatly stacked bundles of cash, bright red in color. Chen Luo didn't bother counting carefully. After all, people were coming and going. He counted and confirmed it was 23 bundles, quickly flipping through them with his fingers to ensure the money was fine. The old gentleman then took out a cash verification machine and checked it again in front of Chen Luo. Once the amount was confirmed, without doubt, Chen Luo returned the cash to the backpack containing the gold and zipped it up. "No problem, I'll take my leave now." "Young man, take care. Hey, race my business card. If you have more gold, just call me and I can arrange for someone to come and buy it. Chen Luo nodded and glanced at the business card. The old gentleman's name was Yin Tingxing, and the card read Chairman of Tingxing International Trade Group. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. So you're Chairman Yin? He don't take it seriously. Oh, I'm not really a chairman. It's just that I deal in antiques, and without a respectable title people think you lack credibility and won't bother with you. Yin Tingxing quickly waved his hand with a smile. Well, let's collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Chen Luo smiled back, shouldered his bag, and walked towards the shop's exit. At the doorway, the young man who had brought the money exchanged a glance with Chen Luo. For some reason, the young man's gaze made Chen Luo feel quite uncomfortable. Oh, it resembled the look of a predator eyeing its prey. Watching Chen Luo's departing figure, Yin Tingxing's face suddenly broke into a chilling smirk. Chen Luo's repeated insistence that he found it in an old house was a crude lie that could fool a child, but someone like him, an old hand in the business, wouldn't buy it for a second. The quality of this gold was exceptionally new, having been minted no more than a year ago, with sharp edges still intact, feeling rough to the touch, and showing no signs of oxidation. How could it possibly be a family heirloom? Is everything arranged? The young man respectfully replied, I've already sent Lao He to follow him. He should be able to uncover his details soon. This kid pretends to be distressed, but his eyes show no hint of fluctuation. This batch of gold is likely not above board. Moreover, he seems quite inexperienced and doesn't look like he has any backing. Make sure to investigate thoroughly. Yes, Uncle Yen. Have there been any reports of bank robberies or thefts from gold shops recently? Gold bricks like these are typically only found in banks or large gold shops, as they are the only ones who store gold bars and bricks. None. That's strange. Where did he get the gold from? Yin Tingxing muttered to himself, suddenly breaking into a cold smile. Forget it. Just tell Lao He that if he loses him, he'll be the one to cover the 23000. The young man chuckled lightly. With Lao He's tracking skills, he shouldn't lose him. At that moment, Chen Luo had left Xiancheng Road, first depositing the money into his bank account. He then intentionally went to several other districts, finding 4 more places that purchased gold, selling the remaining for gold bricks. The prices offered by these places were not much different from Yan's gold shop, but when Chen Luo claimed he didn't have an ID and couldn't register, the owners of these shops all showed knowing expressions, tacitly not asking further, but merely pressing down on the price again. Chen Luo didn't mind it. After all, it was easy money, and any amount he sold was like picking up free cash. At this time, he had managed to acquire over 800, which he deposited into the bank. Earning over $1 million in a single day, the initial excitement for Chen Luo had worn off, as it had come too easily, leaving him with a sense of no challenge whatsoever. However, Chen Luo had decided to stop selling gold. He currently had $3 million on his card, and with no other expenses, he wouldn't need money for the next 5 or 6 years. He was now preparing to focus all his energy on the Western fantasy world, rapidly increasing his strength. After all, compared to money, his own life was far more important. When Chen Luo returned home, it was already past 7 in the evening. After making dinner, he directly entered the Western fantasy world. At that moment, downstairs in Chen Luo's neighborhood, a dark-skinned man looked up at the lights of the 10th floor that had just turned on and immediately picked up his phone to call Uncle Yin. Find out where that kid lives and what the next step is. Have you figured out his background yet? He lives in an ordinary neighborhood that looks rather old, so he probably has no significant background. However, he doesn't just have one gold bar. After leaving the store, he went to 4 different places and sold 4 more pieces, then went to the bank, likely depositing all the money he made. Oh, I was right. That kid probably has a lot more gold. Keep a close watch and find out his identity in the next few days. Yes, Uncle Yen. However, this kid is very alert. When I first followed him, I almost got discovered. Later, worried about problems, I had Gongzi follow him instead. As a result, Gongzi also said he was discovered, so I had another brother follow him, and he wasn't found out. Just be careful, don't let this fat piece of meat slip away. I understand. Chen Luo was still unaware that he had already been targeted. At that moment, he was above the endless sea, contemplating how to enrich the species within the ocean. A day in his reality had passed, and a century had passed in the Western fantasy world. The super-electric eel had indeed become the new ruler of the ocean, with no creature being its match. Given the high voltage released by the super-electric eel, it seemed unlikely that any marine creature capable of challenging them would emerge for a long time. Chen Luo pondered. Such monopolization was detrimental to ecological balance and the evolution of species. He had to create natural enemies for these super-electric eels. Chen Luo's gaze shifted. Since that was the case, he might as well go big. With a wave of his hand, the Hongyuan brush and the genesis appeared in his grasp. Dragon. As soon as Chen Luo wrote these 2 words, he felt a part of his life force being forcibly drawn out by the Hongyuan brush. After several rounds of genetic fusion, Chen Luo could now clearly sense that the life force drawn out amounted to 1 year. Although Chen Luo felt a bit pained, he had no choice. If he waited for the species created by players to evolve into dragons, it would be hard to say how long that would take. So he could only take matters into his own hands and introduce dragons into the Western fantasy world. There were countless legends about dragons, such as heroes battling evil dragons, dragons guarding treasures, dragons being the embodiments of demons or Satan, and the touching tales of dragon slayers, among others. This led to the absence of dragons in the Western fantasy world, making it seem as if it were not a true Western fantasy world. Roar. When Chen Luo retracted the Hongyuan brush, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens and earth. Soon a Western dragon towering at 200 to 300 meters and entirely red appeared before him. It had a fierce visage, a long and thick neck, horns on its head, sharp teeth, and a long tail. Its powerful limbs each bore sharp claws, and a pair of bat-like massive wings covered its body in scales that glinted with a metallic sheen. The red dragon had 4 layers of eyelids, 3 of which were transparent. At this moment, it was glaring at Chun Luo, roaring at him. A massive stench and gale swept in, causing Chun Luo's clothes to flap wildly. Chun Luo looked indifferently at the red dragon, which was like a small mountain, and calmly uttered 2 words, "Lie down." The red dragon was about to use its massive jaws to bite down on this tiny creature before it, when it suddenly felt a terrifying force crash down, yanking its body violently into the depths of the sea. Roar! A burst of fiery red dragon flames erupted from the seabed, boiling the surrounding seawater before breaking through the surface, charging straight towards Chun Luo. With a casual flick, Chun Luo transformed the red dragon flames into white cold air, which rolled back and dove into the seabed. Wherever the cold air passed, large expanses of seawater froze into ice blocks, spreading down to the depths of the sea, encasing the red dragon that was about to break through the water. Chun Luo landed on the ice surface, and with a wave of his hand, the encased red dragon soared up from the seabed. In the ice block, the anger in the red dragon's enormous eyes vanished, replaced by sheer terror. At first, it felt no energy aura coming from Chun Luo, but as soon as he made a move, it immediately sensed a fear that stemmed from its soul, as if the other party could take its life at any moment. The red dragon finally realized that Chun Luo was an existence it could not contend with, and its gaze turned to one of pleading. Just then, the ice blocks around the red dragon suddenly exploded and vanished. The red dragon was freed, but lay obediently on the ice surface, not daring to move as Chun Luo slowly approached. Chun Luo was only 1.8 meters tall, barely reaching the red dragon's lower jaw, yet the red dragon trembled in fear, unsure of what this terrifying being would do to it. Chun Luo reached out to touch the scales of the red dragon, beginning to set the dragon's abilities. The dragon can inherit bloodlines and use dragon language, possessing dragon might to suppress lower-level creatures able to use dragon language magic upon reaching adulthood. After completing the initial settings, Chun Luo began to categorize the types and abilities of the dragon race. Golden dragons, the most powerful dragon species. Black dragons breathe acid, white dragons breathe cold air, red dragons breathe dragon flames, blue dragons breathe lightning, and green dragons breathe poison. As Chun Luo's settings improved step by step on the ice surface of the sea, 5 colored dragons, gold, black, white, blue, and green, began to emerge one by one. As soon as these 5 dragons appeared like the red dragon, they attempted to attack Chun Luo. However, they were quickly educated by Chun Luo and lay obediently at his feet, eyes filled with fear and a desire to please. After setting the basic abilities, Chun Luo began to establish their personalities and intelligence, incorporating traits such as greed and love for treasures into their genes, and then set the advancement templates for these dragons. Starting from the hatching of dragon eggs, they would progress from juvenile dragons to young dragons, then to adult dragons, followed by ancient dragons, and finally, to the pinnacle of dragon evolution, the ancient dragon gods. After confirming there were no issues, Chun Luo waved his hand once more, and 6 more dragons of different colors appeared above the endless sea. Now, all the dragons lying on the ice surface were males. To ensure the subsequent propagation of the dragon race, he certainly had to provide them with a female dragon. 12 colossal dragons appeared simultaneously over the endless sea, their terrifying dragon might sending various creatures within the ocean fleeing in panic from the area. Chun Luo contemplated for a moment and began to allocate territories for the 6 types of dragons. The pair of black dragons capable of controlling water were cast into the endless sea, becoming the new sovereigns of the ocean. The fire-controlling red dragon was thrown into a volcanic magma on a different land known as Roman continent. The green dragon was sent into the eternal night forest of the second land, Alvin continent. The white dragon was dispatched to the northernmost ice and snow continent, and the blue dragon was placed in a desert environment they preferred. As for the most powerful golden dragon, Chun Luo alone established a new island outside of the 4 continents, naming it Dragon Island, where he sent the 2 golden dragons. These locations were relatively far from the positions of both the human and orc races, and Chun Luo commanded them to prioritize reproduction, forbidding them from leaving their respective territories for 1,000 years. Over the next 3 months, which was less than 5 minutes in real time, Chun Luo conducted tests and observations on these dragons, and once he confirmed they were developing according to his design, he ceased further attention on the dragon races. Analyzing dragon genes. Unable to analyze creatures of my own creation. Chun Luo, what the hell? I spent a year of my life creating these dragons, and I can't even analyze them. Couldn't you have told me sooner? Chun Luo was so frustrated he felt like spitting blood. He sighed out. At this point, there was no use in regret, and he could only hope that other species would have the chance to evolve into dragons in the future. Reluctantly, he returned to the endless sea and began to plan his next steps. Now that he had the apex predator dragons and the low-tier super electric eels, he still lacked a substantial number of mid-tier species. Chun Luo thought for a moment and decided to create magical beasts. He gestured with his hand, and a dagger appeared out of thin air, which he then used to cut his own wrist. The sharp dagger instantly sliced a long gash, and a torrent of golden blood gushed forth, spilling into the endless sea. When Chun Luo felt it was time, he discarded the dagger, wiped his wrist, and then saw the wound rapidly heal, leaving no scar behind. Luo closed his eyes and began to sense the golden blood falling into the sea. With a thought, all the golden blood was decomposed into cells which then transformed into divine genes, merging with countless marine creatures in the ocean. At that moment, the ocean seemed to boil, bustling with activity. Numerous marine creatures infused with divine genes began to mutate and evolve, with many large beings appearing in the sea referred to as sea monsters. There were terrifying giant sharks, octopus monsters with countless tentacles, and venomous jellyfish, but what they had in common was that each of them was extraordinarily large, the smallest measuring several dozen meters. Some even developed the ability to mutate, with some capable of unleashing ice or flames, some mastering lightning, and others controlling temperature, while some had exceptionally hard bodies. Luo, witnessing the changes in the ocean, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, the number of species in the ocean had exceeded 10,000. Luo had no time to analyze their genes one by one, and could only resort to a broad net approach for selection. Those with evolutionary potential, having merged with divine genes, would naturally become strong, while those without growth potential would not change significantly. It appeared that at least 1,000 marine creatures possessed growth potential. Luo stayed in the endless sea for another month, witnessing the birth of countless powerful magical beasts infused with divine genes. Thus, the ecological system of the ocean was essentially complete. However, these magical beasts were currently in existence that ordinary humans and orcs could not contend with. Even a bloodline warrior who had unlocked their first gene lock would find it challenging to deal with a mid-tier magical beast. Moreover, these magical beasts would also give rise to numerous tribes and could devour different magical beasts' divine genes to evolve. If nothing unexpected happened within 100 years, the magical beasts in the ocean would grow strong enough that neither humans nor orcs could withstand them. The ocean should be fine for now, I'll let them evolve for a while. It's time to check out the other continents. Luo's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, appearing in the ice and snow continent at the northernmost tip of the Western fantasy world. Half of this continent lies within the Arctic Circle, with long winters and short summers. Most of the year is filled with snowfall, resulting in it being covered in snow year-round, especially in the ice plains, which are almost perpetually blanketed in snow, belonging to a typical polar climate. Luo appeared here because the continent's first intelligent race, the polar dwarves, was on the brink of extinction. The player who created the polar dwarves had clearly played numerous Western fantasy games, as the dwarf imagery he created closely resembled those in games and movies. But that unfortunate player, whether due to a lapse in judgment or having never seen snow, chose a birth location near the Arctic Circle instead of the resource-rich southern end of the ice and snow continent. The harsh climatic conditions here resulted in very few flora and fauna. Those that could adapt to this environment were mostly cold-resistant plants and thick-furred animals, such as snow wolves, snow deer, and polar snow rabbits. However, the newly born race of polar dwarfs suffered greatly. They were born into such an extreme environment and had not adapted to the severe cold. Thus, on the day they were created, out of a total of 101 polar dwarfs, 15 froze to death, accounting for nearly 1/7 of their total number. And that unfortunate player was among those 15 who died from the cold. At this moment, the polar dwarf's resilient and tenacious character began to manifest. They swiftly elected a dwarf named Teclin as their leader, who led them to survive with great difficulty in the icy world. However, the harsh climate and severe environment meant that the polar dwarfs were essentially struggling on the brink of death. They had to endure nights lasting several months, or even half a year, withstand freezing temperatures of tens of degrees below zero and blizzards, and during summer they struggled amidst the raging seas, while in winter they battled on drifting ice, risking their lives against enormous whales with only a small boat and simple tools. Using a harpoon or even bare hands to contend with the fiercest animals of the ice and snow world, the polar white bears. If a hunting warrior failed to catch prey, the entire tribe would starve. After understanding the 200 years of development history of the polar dwarfs, Luo couldn't help but sincerely admire them. These dwarves were undoubtedly the most formidable, resilient, and brave race in the Western fantasy world. Their survival and proliferation to this day is truly a great miracle. Luo also lamented the stubborn nature of the dwarves, as hard as stone, for they had never considered journeying south to explore a more suitable environment for their survival. Once a polar dwarf proposed seeking a new homeland to the south, but this was met with overwhelming disapproval from the majority of the tribe. They believed this place was the birthplace of dwarves and should not be abandoned. It is precisely due to this stubbornness that the polar dwarves have remained fewer than 300 for over 200 years since their inception. In addition to the harsh environment of the icy world, dwarves are considered semi-mortal beings with long lifespans capable of living over 400 years. However, a common flaw among long-lived races is their low reproductive capability, which has hindered the prosperity of the polar dwarves. Yet now they face an existential crisis triggered by none other than Luo. In the northern part of the icy continent, plants struggle to survive, making the development of agriculture impossible. Thus, the polar dwarves must rely on hunting and fishing for sustenance. However, land animals are scarce, and their primary food source remains the various fish in the icy sea. A month ago, Luo extensively transformed the oceanic ecosystem, elevating its strength to become the most formidable presence in the world of Western fantasy. A multitude of marine monsters began to develop territorial awareness, starting to carve out their own domains in the ocean, spreading from the endless sea into the surrounding oceans. Among them were many awakened aquatic beasts infused with ice powers arriving in the icy ocean where the polar dwarves resided. This place is difficult for ordinary monsters and humans to survive, yet for these beasts it is, as if they have found water, the most suitable environment. Completely unaware of this situation, the polar dwarves faced trouble while fishing at sea. These monsters ruthlessly eliminated any intruders in their territory. When the first monster appeared, a fishing party of over 10 dwarves was completely wiped out. Unaware of the danger, the polar dwarves sought vengeance for their fallen kin, gathering over 100 of the tribe's elite warriors today to confront the giant octopus that had killed their comrades in a desperate battle. Aedu, throw your spears. Faili, get out of the way. Don't block those behind you. Takerin, a dwarf, standing 1.5 meters tall, had a robust and solid build, giving off the impression of a wall of flesh. At this moment, Takerin held 2 massive axes roughly his size, directing the more than 100 warriors to attack a squid over 70 meters long in the icy sea. These polar dwarfs typically stood only between 1.2 to 1.5 meters tall, but their broad and sturdy physiques meant their average weight was nearly the same as that of humans, and their strength could surpass that of ordinary humans by several times. Their typical skin tones are brown or light brown with black eyes. Their hair is usually black-gray or brown, worn long. At this moment, Chen Luo had arrived above the battlefield, surveying the fight below while observing the polar dwarves. The battle on the icy ocean was evident. The squid's skin was incredibly tough, and although the polar dwarves were immensely strong, the thrown weapons couldn't even scratch its surface. When the squid's tentacles reached out, it could effortlessly drag the polar dwarves into the icy sea to drown them, and it could exhale freezing air, instantly freezing any nearby polar dwarf into a block of ice. This was hardly a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. What left Chen Luo speechless was that these dwarves seemed either single-minded or foolishly brave, showing no intention of retreating, each charging forward fearlessly. In an instant, more than half of the polar dwarves had perished, leaving only over 30 struggling desperately. Chen Luo sighed helplessly. He had finally witnessed the stubbornness of this group of polar dwarves. If he didn't intervene soon, they would genuinely fight until the last one fell. With a thought, Chen Luo quickly transformed his appearance into that of a polar dwarf, donning a golden helmet clad in golden heavy armor and wielding a black iron hammer. Something is still missing, Chen Luo mused at his imposing figure. Let's add some special effects. As soon as he spoke, a faint golden light began to emanate from his body, soft and filled with warmth. Following that, strange patterns appeared on the golden heavy armor, and the black iron hammer in his hand was surrounded by a layer of blue lightning, looking extraordinarily mystical. Let's add a bit of entrance effect too. A brilliant golden light broke through the clouds, instantaneously casting down upon the ice surface. All the polar dwarves stopped their attacks, staring in astonishment at the golden beam of light. The giant squid's enormous eyes also turned to gaze at the source of the light, revealing a hint of fear, for it sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from the beam, urging it to flee swiftly from this place. Just as the squid prepared to sink into the icy ocean to escape, the golden beam dissipated, revealing a tall and mighty dwarf before all the polar dwarves. Indeed, Chen Luo stood at just over 1.5 meters, yet all the polar dwarves perceived him as a deity, so tall that they could not look directly at him. Lord Aeoli, Takerin exclaimed in shock at Chen Luo, his body trembling with excitement. Hearing Takerin's exclamation, all the polar dwarves reacted, recalling the mythical legend among them that dwarves were created from rock by their god Aeoli. Looking at this figure radiating golden light and exuding a pressure that made their souls tremble, the remaining polar dwarves believed Takerin's words. It is Lord Aeoli. Our god has not forgotten us. Chen Luo, however, turned his gaze toward the squid, raising the black iron hammer surrounded by lightning, and suddenly a blue bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the squid with terrifying destructive force. The squid had no chance to resist, turning into a pile of charred remains, vanishing into ashes. Witnessing such divine power, all the polar dwarves led by Takerin knelt down, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Chen Luo walked up to Takerin, his voice resonating like thunder. I created you not to bind you here. The world is vast. Why not go out and see it? Teklin's eyes brimmed with tears as he prostrated himself on the icy surface, kneeling before Chen Luo. Great Lord Ali, this is our birthplace. Abandoning it means abandoning your grace. Chen Luo replied in a calm tone. That is not a justification for your self-imposed shackles. What I wish to see is the dwarves thriving and becoming the rulers of this continent rather than struggling to survive in such dire conditions. Teklin trembled slightly, rising from his kneeling position, looking at Chen Luo with a mix of reverence and confusion. Lord Ali, do you wish for us to abandon this ancestral land? Chen Luo nodded slightly. Your birth in such an environment was merely an accident. However, I have witnessed your bravery, resilience, and diligence over these past 200 years. These qualities will become your opportunity to rise in the new world, and I shall grant you the abilities to establish yourselves in that realm. Chen Luo closed his eyes, and a grand voice resounded in the souls of all the polar dwarves. I bestow upon you exceptional combat skills, immense endurance, and outstanding architectural and smelting techniques. As he uttered these words, he inscribed these genes into the racial essence of the polar dwarves. Simultaneously, all the dwarves felt an influx of knowledge in their minds, some regarding combat skills, and others pertaining to forging and architecture. They could even distinctly sense their bodies becoming stronger, capable of enduring hard labor treks, hunger, and physical pain with significantly enhanced resistance to impacts. This transformation was not limited to Teclan and those on the icy plains. Even the elderly and children in the camp were growing stronger. At the same time, the polar dwarves in the camp also knelt down, their bodies trembling with excitement as they shouted in unison, "Thank you, omnipotent and great Lord Ali, for your blessings." After completing this, Chen Luo looked at Teclan still kneeling on the ground and handed over the black hammer. "This storm hammer I bestow upon you possesses the power of storms and thunder, enabling the dwarves to fearlessly confront the threats of beasts." Teclan straightened his posture, gazing at the hammer surrounded by lightning, nearly fainting from excitement. He trembled, raising his hands high to accept the black iron hammer. "Once again, thank you for your blessings, Lord Ali. Go south, there lies the beginning of prosperity for the dwarves. We shall heed your divine decree." Teclan and all the polar dwarves bowed down, united in gratitude for the blessings of the divine. When they lifted their heads again, Chen Luo's figure had already vanished. The epic of Ali records: in the first year of Ali, the great god of dwarves, and the storm god Ali descended upon the snow-covered continent, granting Teclan, the first clan leader of the polar dwarves, the divine storm hammer, bestowing numerous gifts upon the clan. Teclan accepted the divine command and led his clan to migrate to the southern plains of Onando, marking the beginning of the dwarven clan's prosperity. This is known as the first year of Ali. After Chen Luo's disappearance, he first analyzed the genes of the dwarves, finding results similar to those of the orc tribes with only a 0.01 growth, still requiring time to evolve. Chen Luo abandoned the merger of genes and prepared to head to another continent, Alvin, to observe the recently born elves. At this moment, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe the second-tier gene lock has been unlocked so quickly." Chen Luo moved and arrived in the capital city of the empire. At this time, chaos reigned in the royal city as soldiers from two opposing factions engaged in street battles, creating a scene of utter turmoil. However, Chen Luo's gaze was directed towards the palace, where the commotion was particularly intense, with bursts of various colors of light erupting intermittently. Chen Luo traced back through the history of the human race and quickly understood what had transpired during the time he had overlooked. In the year 77 of the Great Xia calendar, after Shang Tang's life in Qilo City as a stallion, he returned to the capital. He did not continue to flee, but instead prepared to fulfill the boast he had made earlier to overthrow the Great Xia and establish the Great Shang. At this time, Shang Tang also began a live broadcast naming the room, "Witness the rise of the new generation of emperors." Originally, Shang Tang's live stream had attracted over 1 million viewers due to the stallion incident, and as soon as this eye-catching title emerged, a large number of viewers flocked in. Moreover, at this time, as Second Life transformed the Marvel Universe into a game world, it had already caught the attention of major media outlets in China, and even many foreign major media were aware of this news. If what Second Life claimed was true, then this black technology would undoubtedly become a revolutionary invention. In reality, a day in one world equates to 100 years in another, effectively extending human lifespan. 1 day equals 100 years, which means that 1 day is equivalent to living 36500 days for others. Anyone would find that exhilarating. This is simply monumental. Everyone knows that this game is bound to explode. It's just a matter of when it will be publicly tested. At that time, countless people will rush in, potentially altering the course of humanity. With a massive influx of viewers and follow-up reports from major media both domestically and internationally, Second Life completely took off, bringing Shang Tang and Lycoba into the spotlight as well. At this moment, although there were still around 100 players streaming in Second Life, Shang Tang and Lycoba's streams had the most viewers, one reaching an astonishing 3 million and the other 2 million. The reason Shang Tang could attract so much attention was partly due to the stallion incident and partly due to a series of flashy maneuvers in the game. Lycoba's high level of attention was similar to Shang Tang. The second reason being Lycoba was currently vying for the title of Beast King, which piqued many people's curiosity. After returning to the capital, Shang Tang first sought out the one who had caused chaos in the royal city, claiming that the strong could thrive. They shared a common, tragic life, and a common enemy, quickly deciding to collaborate. At this time, the Great Xia, having experienced Han Fei's tyranny, had secretly stirred dissatisfaction among many nobles and commoners. After the ascension of the second emperor, not only did he fail to abolish Han Fei's tyrannical policies, but he also intensified the exploitation of the populace, devising numerous cruel methods of execution to instill fear in the hearts of the people, leading to even greater discontent. At this moment, Shang Tang covertly spread the news of the royal family's intention to slay the gods for eternal life, casting a significant doubt on the often-repeated claim of divine right of kings by the Han family. The second emperor took the most extreme measures in response to the various rumors circulating within the royal city, executing anyone discovered immediately, even extending punishment to their entire clans. However, trying to silence the people's voices only fueled their conviction that the royal family was genuinely plotting against the gods. At this moment, Shang Tang proclaimed himself the Golden King, infused with divine blood ordained by heaven to overthrow the tyranny of the Great Xia dynasty, and called upon all aspiring individuals to rise in rebellion. As soon as the call to arms was issued, responses erupted from all corners, with some surrendering to Shang Tang, while other nobles declared their defection from the Great Xia, establishing their own factions. Subsequently, Shang Tang released the list of nobles who had previously spread the word of him being the Golden King, feigning a call for them to unite against the tyranny. This series of actions immediately forced the opposing nobles into a corner. The second emperor had long suspected these nobles of plotting treachery in secret. Regardless of whether it was Shang Tang's scheme or whether the list was genuine, he commanded his troops to eliminate the rebel army organized by Shang Tang, while simultaneously beginning to root out these nobles. These nobles, of course, would not sit idle, and promptly fled the capital of the empire, gathering their forces and publicly declaring the royal family to be godslayers, calling for a universal hunt against them. In an instant, turmoil swept through the realm of humanity, and it became evident to all that the great Xia dynasty was on the verge of collapse, with various factions eagerly scheming for a chance at the supreme throne. In the 79th year of the Great Xia calendar, allied nobles united to form an army of 100,000, launching the First Rebellion War. The coalition advanced like a hot knife through butter, and cities surrendered at the sight of them, marching straight to the imperial capital. As the noble coalition approached the city, the second emperor held the Judgment Divine Sword, stepping out of the city alone, unaccompanied by soldiers. With the unparalleled power of the Judgment Divine Sword, the second emperor broke into the enemy ranks, slaying the 7 leading nobles of the coalition, causing the 100,000 troops to collapse and flee. It seems Shang Tang had anticipated this situation, for he did not join the coalition beforehand. Instead, as the army retreated in disarray, he led his forces to assist gathering the remnants of those nobles and obtaining a military strength second only to the royal family. After this battle, everyone gained a new understanding of the power of the Judgment Divine Sword and realized that it was futile to oppose the second emperor while he wielded it. In the following 3 years, the second emperor purged all opposing forces from the royal capital, solidifying his control before personally leading his army to conquer the rebellious nobles, reclaiming lost territories one by one. During this time, various major nobles and Shang Tang, including the Beastmen, sent people to attempt to steal the Judgment Divine Sword. However, the second emperor never let go of the sword, even sleeping with it, resulting in the death of all who were sent. In the 83rd year of the Great Xia calendar, seeing that the second emperor had reclaimed most of the territory, Shang Tang took the initiative and launched the Second Rebellion War. Both sides gathered hundreds of thousands of troops and engaged in a decisive battle at the foot of the vast mountains. This war lasted a day and a night, with casualties exceeding 80,000 on both sides. Shang Tang faced the second emperor on the battlefield, ultimately unable to withstand the might of the Judgment Divine Sword. Just as he was about to be defeated, a traitor unexpectedly attacked and severely injured the second emperor. However, he too was wounded by the Judgment Divine Sword and managed to escape the battlefield with Shang Tang. The Second Rebellion War ended in a stalemate, dividing the world between the Great Xia and Great Shang, ushering in a brief period of peace. After the war, Shang Tang felt the divine power within the Judgment Divine Sword up close. By merging it with the divine blood flowing within him, he unlocked the first-tier genetic lock, dramatically increasing his strength. In the 85th year of the Great Xia calendar, Shang Tang ventured alone to the capital, confronting the second emperor within the royal palace. Ultimately, he was still unable to withstand the might of the divine sword and suffered grave injuries as he fled. The ministers of Great Shang advised Shang Tang against recklessly endangering himself. Shang Tang merely smiled in silence, and after recovering from his injuries, began to push himself to the limit. In the 90th year of the Great Xia calendar, Shang Tang once again sensed the divine power within the Judgment Divine Sword, elevating his strength to the peak of the first tier, and the whole nation launched the Third Rebellion War. At this moment, the world finally understood that Shang Tang was risking everything to enhance his power and achieve a breakthrough. Not only the people of humanity were astonished by Shang Tang's courage, but the audience in the live stream was also filled with admiration. They witnessed Shang Tang's journey from an ordinary person, step by step growing into the monarch who would establish the Great Shang dynasty. At this point, the number of viewers in Shang Tang's live stream had surpassed 5 million, breaking the previous record set by Han Fei. Was I not a prophet? This brother indeed possesses the qualities of a great emperor. It seems he's about to succeed. This Shang Tang is truly ruthless, using the enemy's sword to enhance his strength, terrifying. It looks like brother Shang Tang is about to make good on his boast. Han the Great, are you watching? Your Great Xia dynasty is likely to perish at the hands of the second emperor. How do you feel about that? I am Han the Great, preparing to enter the game for a public test and re-establish the Great Xia dynasty. I now need some funds to recruit soldiers. Send me $5,000. And when I overthrow the Great Shang dynasty, I will appoint you as the vice emperor. I'll have you no knowledge of history. To establish a nation, it should be the Great Zhou dynasty. Only then do you stand a chance. Oh wow, it's trending. As they crazily mocked Han Fei in the bullet comments and praised Shang Tang, they noticed that the current trending topic had changed to the battle of Xia and Shang, who will be the final ruler. Now, Second Life had become widely known after days of overwhelming coverage, and many fans could instantly recognize its significance. Moreover, everyone was aware that Second Life was 100 realistic, portraying battle scenes that were incomparably vivid. The epic battles between humanity and beastkind, as well as the First and Second Rebellion Wars, showcased the brutal realities of the battlefield. Modern people had never witnessed such a genuine battlefield. They had seen it only in movies or on television, where most of it was created using special effects far from the realism of Second Life. As a result, more people flocked into Shang Tang's live stream, much like watching a Hollywood blockbuster, to witness this intense and thrilling war of dynasty change. For over a decade, both nobles and commoners in the Great Xia dynasty had lived under the tyrannical rule of the second emperor, compelled to submit due to his personal martial prowess. In contrast to the second emperor, the Great Shang dynasty not only abolished all severe laws, but also implemented lighter taxes and policies that allowed the people to rest, earning widespread praise for the benevolence of King Shang. When it was learned that Shang Tang led his army to attack, once more they advanced without resistance to the foot of the royal capital. Shang Tang wished to avoid further bloodshed and proposed to the second emperor that they each fight one last battle to determine the fate of the realm. The second emperor, confident in his divine sword, readily agreed. This earth-shattering battle was intensely contested and lasted for half a day. The audience witnessed the sword energy erupting from the judgment divine sword, slicing through city walls several dozen meters high. They also saw Shang Tang radiating a golden glow like a super saiyan, barehandedly intercepting the sword energy before delivering a powerful punch to the second emperor, creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter in the ground. When this clash concluded, the ground appeared as if it had been plowed, turned upside down, and left in utter disarray. In this duel, both Ershi and Shang Tang were heavily injured, resulting in a stalemate. Although it ended in a draw, the morale of the Deshang side soared, for it signified the end of the invincible legend of the Judgment Divine Sword. On the Dexia side, the military spirit wavered, and the citizens within the royal city were eagerly hoping for Deshang to enter the city soon. After more than a decade of war, both soldiers and civilians yearned for peace and desired to end this conflict swiftly. A month after the siege, Shang Tang broke through once more, finally unlocking the second tier of the Jin Lock. He commanded his men to announce a challenge to Ershi for another battle, yet received no response. Ershi, fearing battle, shied away, causing the morale of the Dexia army to plummet. Under the leadership of an officer, they opened the city gates wide to welcome Shang Tang's forces. When Shen Luo arrived at the capital, he witnessed the scene of Shang Tang's army storming into the royal palace. By this time, the palace had long since given up resistance, yet Shang Tang searched the entire palace without finding any trace of Ershi. Soon he learned from the surrendering palace guards that Ershi had not been seen in the palace for 3 days. Shang Tang immediately realized that Ershi had slipped away when the situation turned dire. In a fit of rage, Shang Tang ordered a citywide search for Ershi within the palace and throughout the city. Ultimately, they found nothing, only discovering a secret passage leading outside the city within the palace. At this point, everyone understood that Ershi had fled 3 days prior. Shang Tang did not care about Er's fate, but the loss of the Judgment Divine Sword left him quite vexed. Having clashed with the Judgment Divine Sword several times, Shang Tang was well aware of its terrifying power. Ershi had barely unleashed 1% of its might. If he could wield that sword, although he couldn't guarantee to unleash all its power, at least 10% was achievable. Even with just 10%, Shang Tang felt he could become invincible in this world, capable of annihilating the beastmen and uniting the Yani continent effortlessly. Historical records of the Deshang dynasty state the Dexia second king Han Yue was debauched and tyrannical, waging war and plundering the people's wealth, and he sought to slay the gods, leading to his abandonment by the celestial beings. The celestial beings chose the golden king. Shang Tang bestowed divine blood, raised a righteous army, overthrew the tyranny of Ershi, and established the Deshang dynasty. Ershi, wielding the Judgment Divine Sword, vanished without a trace, while the golden king searched the world in vain. As the transition of dynasties came to a close, Shang Tang emerged as the ultimate victor, igniting excitement among the livestream audience. This game not only boasted an incredible level of realism, but also provided endless challenge and enjoyment. Players could establish nations and be overthrown by others. No one could guarantee their dynasty would last forever. This also meant that everyone had the chance to experience battlefield conquests and become founders of their own empires. Just as Shang Tang began to clean up the aftermath within the country and stabilize the situation, the audience in the live stream shouted in unison, "Brother Shang Tang, the Great Lei, has led his troops to invade the human realm. Shameless beastmen, how dare they take advantage of our plight. Great Lei is stirring up trouble again. I knew Lei Kabar wouldn't stay idle. After all, he is a beastman player." Is the battlefield of the dynasty transition about to become the battlefield for unification of the continent? When Shang Tang saw the comments in the live stream, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The human race had been embroiled in civil war for years, resulting in dire living conditions that required urgent recuperation. He could understand why Lei Kabar would choose to launch an invasion at this time. Having just ascended to the Beast King position, he needed a victory to solidify his standing. Moreover, with the human race now without the Judgment Divine Sword and having endured a brutal civil war, they were at their most vulnerable. This was the perfect opportunity for the Beastmen to annihilate the human race. "Bring me someone to deliver this letter to the Beast King." Shang Tang quickly pinned a letter, entrusted it to a soldier, and sent it urgently to the front lines. The Second Life game simulates reality, completely lacking any feature to send private messages by adding friends. Shang Tang could only resort to the old method of delivering letters manually. However, after sending the letter, Shang Tang suddenly slapped his forehead and called out into the void audience of the live stream, "Help me relay a message to Lei Kabar. Just ask him what exactly he intends to do." The audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that there was no delay in watching the Western fantasy world in reality. As long as they conveyed a message and returned it would only take a few seconds, far quicker than running there on foot. This aspect fascinated the audience in the live stream, as the game's time ratio was 1 day to 100 years. Even if they spent a second outside, nearly 10 hours passed in the Western fantasy world. Yet the two worlds were able to synchronize, and the textual content they sent was visible in real time within the game world. This left everyone baffled and sparked much discussion, becoming an unsolved mystery akin to the enigmatic origins of the mysterious gaming company. As Lay Kabar led his army of 300,000 beastmen closer to human territory, the number of viewers in the live stream began to increase exponentially. Within just an hour, it surged to 3 million. This number continued to fluctuate, with some viewers noticing the commotion and rushing to Shang Tang's live stream to report. Others were observing the movements of the human race and went to inform Lay Kabar. Unlike the first epic war, Lay Kabar was a player himself, and he possessed considerable leadership skills. Coupled with a series of flashy maneuvers, he attracted quite a few fans. This time it was not as one-sided as before, with support for the human race being overwhelmingly dominant. The Golden King comes to propose. You foolish person upstairs, that was clearly a question. It's a proposal. Oh, just ask if Great Lay is willing to marry. If you two unite, you can unify the continent for all eternity. Bah. Our Emperor Shang Tang asks you, why don't you stay quietly in Chilo City and be a bear instead of coming to the human race to seek your doom? Do not create trouble, just relay the original message. Yet no one paid heed. This group of viewers relished the spectacle and eagerly hoped for a clash, starting to spread nonsense, completely disregarding what Shang Tang had said. Lay Kabar also noticed the flood of comments in the live stream, but he dismissed them with a hearty laugh and waved his hand, saying, let's reveal everything. A bear-like leader behind him respectfully responded, taking out a flag and waving it to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind him. Immediately, rows of signaling soldiers began to wave their flags in unison. In an instant, among the hundreds of thousands of troops, over 10,000 massive flags stood tall, fluttering in the wind. All these flags were white, measuring around 5 to 6 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide, with large red characters inscribed upon them. What's going on? Are they waving the white flag of surrender? What the heck? What does it say on that flag? Living freely in extraordinary places. Synchronizing living with dreams. Love Home Real Estate serves as your most professional advisor. Customer service hotline 400-123-456. What did I just see? Oh my heavens, he's actually advertising in the game. I'm already on my knees. Great Lay, please accept my humble bow. I've seen flashy before, but nothing like this. Great Lay, you must be from the Fox tribe. As the Beastmen's army of several tens of thousands unfurled the banners, the advertisement for Love Home Real Estate and its customer service hotline appeared in unison. 10,000 advertising flags fluttered in the wind, creating a spectacular sight that drew the attention of everyone. The millions of viewers in the live stream were utterly stunned by Lay Kabar's outrageous stunt. So he gathered hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the human race, just to create a spectacle and draw attention, then advertise. What else can I say? Other than shouting 6,666, I can't express my emotions in any other way. Most likely the big shot Lay is the owner or a major shareholder of this real estate company. Otherwise, why would he be working so hard? We can just check it out. Big shot Lay left a customer service number. Let's go have some fun with his company's customer service. By the way, is the official authority not going to intervene? Chen Luo certainly noticed Lay Kabar's flashy operations. When he saw the mountains covered in advertisement flags, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This Lay Kabar truly is a business genius, showcasing skills that are off the charts. No wonder he can become a big shot in reality. Previously, Chen Luo had noticed the horse breeding incident, and at the time, he just found it amusing and laughed it off. Now this guy has taken advantage of the situation for his own gain. If he isn't taught a lesson, more people might follow in his footsteps. At this rate, the Western fantasy world might become a territory for advertisers, just like those pesky flyers plastered on telephone poles. Chen Luo's intent for allowing players to enter was to let them create species and evolve, not to help them get rich. He pondered for a moment on how to teach this rascal a lesson. Directly eradicating him. That seems rather unfriendly, especially with millions of spectators watching. Perhaps I could invoke some disasters like the Ant Emperor did. With a firm decision, Chen Luo snapped his fingers. On the Leica plane, Lay Kabar was filled with pride as he gazed at the neatly arranged advertisement flags behind him, highly satisfied with his maneuver. Although he might be banned by the game officials, it didn't matter. There were millions of viewers in the live broadcast, and the advertising effect had already been achieved. What made Lay Kabar even prouder was that after a series of intense power struggles along with military conquest and monetary bribery, he had finally secured the allegiance of several other Orc clan ancestors, making him the new Beast King. Even though Lay Kabar's company had gone public and he had achieved great success in the real world, becoming a king with the power of life and death was an experience that could not be felt in real life. Looking at the 300,000 troops behind him, the sense of achievement and satisfaction in Lay Kabar's heart reached its peak, surpassing even the moment his company went public. At that moment, 3 enormous black shadows suddenly appeared on the ground. Each of these shadows towered several hundred meters high, blocking out the sun in the sky. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing the Orc army below to cover their ears in terror as they all looked up at the sky in horror. At this moment, the massive black shadows quickly ascended into view on the live stream, and all the players watching held their breaths, gazing up at the orc army. In their wide-eyed astonishment, they saw 3 monsters appearing in the sky, 1 golden and 2 white, each with a size of several hundred meters. The golden one radiated a brilliant light, its intense golden glow nearly engulfing half the sky, from which a colossal being emerged. It was a golden dragon, its long body covered in golden scales adorned with dragon horns on its head, and its 2 dragon whiskers writhing, as if alive. Beneath its belly were sharp dragon claws, exuding an air of majesty. The 2 white dragons were only slightly smaller than the golden dragon, yet they exuded a terrifying aura as well. At the moment the dragon appeared, every orc on the battlefield felt their hearts skip a beat, experiencing a pressure of life and death. Dragons naturally occupy the top of the food chain, and the overwhelming dragon might made the orcs present feel as if they were suffocating. The orc mounts, such as dire wolves and furious bears, trembled and lay flat on the ground, fearfully gazing at the dragons in the sky, completely paralyzed by fear. All the players watching the live broadcast were in shock. Even through the screen they could feel that extreme oppressive force. Oh my, a dragon has appeared. This is terrifying. Could this be created by some big shot? What the hell, this is too real. Ew, I feel like I'm about to wet myself just watching through the screen. Finally, a dragon. A world of Western fantasy without dragons is incomplete. Take screenshots, hurry. Warriors of the orc clan, what are you waiting for? Go slay the dragon, your moment has come. Hey upstairs, are you stupid? These orcs are no match for even a single dragon. It's just a giant dragon, give me an account, and I bet I can last 1 round with it. I believe the upstairs will I be eaten in 1 round. Humorous. Just as everyone was astonished by the terror of the dragon, the golden dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of golden dragon breath at the 2 white dragons. The 2 white dragons, not to be outdone, released 2 streams of white dragon breath. The 3 streams of dragon breath collided violently, then suddenly exploded, and the terrifying shockwave spread out, blowing the orcs below in all directions. Then the 3 dragons engaged in battle, while simultaneously breathing dragon breath in the sky. The audience was captivated. This was a dragon battle, a spectacle far superior to any Hollywood special effects. However, as they continued watching, the audience realized something was amiss. Although the 3 dragons appeared to be fighting fiercely after a long while, no one had sustained any injuries. Moreover, whether intentional or not, whatever dragon breath or lightning dragon language magic they unleashed, they easily dodged, causing large-scale damage to fall upon the orc army below. The power of dragon breath was beyond what the orcs could withstand. They were either turned to ash by the lightning from the golden dragon or frozen into ice blocks by the large-scale ice magic of the white dragon. The orcs couldn't escape, even if they wanted to. With a flap of their wings, the dragons could soar nearly 100 meters, and their mounts trembled under the dragon's pressure, unable to outrun the dragons. As the battle entered a heated phase, the orcs had already suffered casualties of 40 to 50,000. Lake Habar was dumbfounded. Just when he was preparing to annihilate the human race, how did he stumble upon such a disastrous situation? After a brief moment of distraction, Lake Habar quickly reacted and hastily ordered the army to retreat. However, the 3 dragons seemed to move in perfect sync with the direction they fled, causing the orc army to suffer further losses of tens of thousands before they finally managed to escape from the 3 dragons. The 3 dragons also appeared disinterested in them, continuing to feign a battle as they roared into the clouds, quickly vanishing from everyone's sight. A fierce battle among giant dragons resulted in over 1,000 casualties among the orcs. Although it did not severely deplete their strength, it was enough to cause a painful feeling for Lycoba. Moreover, such heavy losses led to another consequence. The morale of the orcs plummeted, and they no longer had the desire to march south. Lycoba, initially filled with ambition and ready to achieve great deeds as the first emperor to unify the continent, found himself greatly frustrated by this unfortunate turn of events before even stepping onto human territory. Even if Lycoba were to forcefully command the orcs to march south, it would be futile, for the orcs are different from humans. While human monarchs such as Shang Tang and Han Fei can issue commands that are followed without question, the orcs are divided into different clans, and when the commands of the Beast King and clan leaders conflict, they will only obey the clan leader's orders. Strictly speaking, the Orc Kingdom is merely a loosely held alliance. The Beast King is merely a leader elected by the various orc races and does not possess the supreme authority of a human king. Now that the people's hearts have shifted, if Lycoba dares to issue a command to march south, it is likely that this Beast King will be immediately overthrown. The more Lycoba thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. How could such a chaotic dragon battle happen out of the blue? Isn't this too coincidental? Not only did Lycoba think so, but all the viewers in the live stream felt something was off. Despite the commotion caused by the 3 dragons, not a single scale had fallen. I feel that Great Lycoba has been set up. I too sense the smell of conspiracy. Mostly, it was Great Lycoba's reckless maneuvers that angered the game company, prompting them to orchestrate a dragon battle to teach him a lesson. Haha, I also believe that some scheming planner is behind this. Poor Great Lycoba. He deserves it. Let's see if this bear dares to target our human race again. Meanwhile, ignoring the frustrated Lycoba, Shang Tang was gathering all the human forces to prepare for the orc army's advance. It was at this moment that he noticed the content and screenshots flooding the live stream, learning that Lycoba had returned with his army due to the dragon attack. Shang Tang was momentarily taken aback. Game screenshots cannot be forged, but having been tricked by this group of live stream viewers before, he was now hesitant to believe them easily. After sending someone to the border to confirm that the orcs had indeed retreated, he finally felt relieved. After years of war, the human race had already suffered greatly. Shangtang truly did not wish to initiate a new war unless absolutely necessary. The history of the Dashi dynasty records in the first year of the Great Shang, the orcs raised an army of 300 from their clans, attempting to take advantage of the human race's internal strife to annihilate them and unify the continent. The human race was favored by the heavens. Before the orc army could enter their territory, they were attacked by giant dragons, suffering heavy losses. Regarding this historical account, orc historians naturally do not accept it. They claim that the 11th beast king Lykoba was helping his close friend eliminate the divine devouring Daxiang royal line and not aiming to exterminate the human race. Furthermore, the orc coalition was not attacked by dragons, rather they were innocently caught in the dragon battle. Human historians naturally scoff at this, and both sides have argued for decades, ultimately writing their respective versions into their histories. After teaching Lykoba a lesson, Chen Luo returned to the real world and began analyzing Shangtang's genes. Human race, a primary life form, has yet to evolve to the peak of their kind. The second genetic lock has been unlocked, currently capable of producing 0.5 divine offspring genes. Comment: ordinary. Hearing the prompt, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel delighted, as Shangtang had indeed not disappointed him, increasing from 0.05 to 0.5. The value provided by a creature that has unlocked the second genetic lock is immensely high. Chen Luo quickly became conflicted, contemplating whether to fuse with Shangtang's genes now. Shangtang had both talent and courage, perhaps he still had a chance to progress further. If he fused now, even if Shangtang later unlocked the third genetic lock, he would be unable to fuse again. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Luo quickly made a decision. Fuse the genes. As the fusion began, Chen Luo felt a powerful shock coursing through him, more intense than before. He could clearly feel his body growing stronger, with both strength and endurance significantly enhanced. However, the greatest change was not physical, but mental. At that moment, Chen Luo's senses were further heightened. He could feel the flow of his blood and even sense every part of his body. He could even detect the sound of his neighbor unlocking the door outside. This sensation was incredibly magical. It was not merely hearing, but sensing. He could vividly picture that scene in his mind. At the same time, some of the memories previously sealed in Chen Luo's mind began to unravel. In that instant, he understood the reason. It was due to the fusion of certain divine offspring genes. He had awakened his mental power. With this mental power, his control and perception of his body became more precise, enabling him to sense the circulation of his vital energy and the situation outside. With a thought, Chen Luo's mental power began to spread and penetrate into his body. Soon a diagram of human anatomy appeared before his eyes. This diagram was devoid of color and showed only pure structure. It represented Chen Luo's bodily composition, allowing him to sense the thickness of his skin, the length of his bones, and the size of his organs. However, his current mental power was too weak to delve into the cellular structure level. As his mental power grew stronger, he could further adjust cells and even genes to enhance his abilities. Just like he did in the Western fantasy world, breaking down his blood into cells and then further into divine offspring genes. In the Western fantasy world, he could accomplish this with just a thought, but in reality, achieving this step would be impossible without reaching the fifth stage. At this moment, a strong feeling of hunger surged over him. Chen Luo walked a few steps to the refrigerator, took out food, and began to eat. As he ate, he extended his right hand and released a bolt of lightning. Zing! The blue lightning suddenly exploded, its color much deeper than when Chen Luo first released it, and it felt entirely different. If the first release was a small flame, this time, it was a torch with both quality and duration multiplied. Chen Luo excitedly watched the lightning in his hand and casually struck it against a nearby wooden chair. Bang! The blue lightning exploded, and the chair instantly collapsed into a pile of debris. Now I should be able to zap some fish or something. Chen Luo casually extinguished the lightning in his hand. He felt quite satisfied with the current power of his lightning ability. He finished almost all the food in the refrigerator, finally alleviating his hunger. However, although he had eaten more with the awakening of his mental power, the original fatigue from fusing the genes had vanished. After Chen Luo cleaned up the trash and the wooden stool, he took them downstairs to the garbage station to dispose of them. As he returned to the community, he suddenly felt a strange tightness in his heart, as if someone was watching him. Chen Luo frowned and turned to look behind him. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky had not yet fully darkened. Below, the community, groups of elderly people were either playing chess together, taking walks, or chatting, while many housewives were discussing topics about their children. But Chen Luo was very familiar with these people. They had been neighbors for decades. He often saw them around, and some even greeted him warmly without noticing any strangers. Chen Luo scanned the area for a moment before turning back, continuing toward the elevator as if nothing had happened. Yet in that instant, his expression darkened. At this moment, he awakened his mental power, greatly enhancing his sensitivity. The feeling of being watched was unmistakable, yet he could not find any suspicious individuals. Then there was only one possibility left: the observer was hidden in the distance, using something like binoculars to watch him. When Chen Luo entered the elevator and that feeling vanished, he became convinced that someone was indeed monitoring him. After returning home, he frowned and began to ponder where the problem lay. When he sold the account, he was wearing a mask and glasses, being very careful and leaving no traces. Therefore, the only possible point of error was during the sale of the gold bricks. Chen Luo recalled that yesterday while selling the gold bricks someone had indeed followed him for a while, but that person quickly changed direction. He thought it was simply a coincidence and did not take it to heart. Now he realized that was when he had been targeted. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, believing that these people had likely seen something wrong with the gold, which prompted their malicious thoughts. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. He thought he had been cautious enough, yet he still ended up being watched. It turned out his experience in the world was still too shallow. You better not provoke me, Chen Luo snorted coldly. He returned to his room, drew the curtains, and entered the Western fantasy world. Whether it was to solve the great terror looming in the next 3 years, or to deal with the person eyeing his gold, he needed to enhance his strength first. Having obtained the primordial pin for less than 2 months, Chen Luo's life had undergone a dramatic change. He could foresee that as time passed, he would have the ability to rewrite his fate. The first thing Chen Luo did was to begin refining the power system of the Western fantasy world. Unlocking the second-tier gene lock of Shang would grant him 0.5 of the divine bloodline. As long as he obtained 9 more second-tier beings, he could unlock the first-tier gene lock in reality. Thus, Chen Luo planned to quickly establish a clear power system allowing humans, orcs, dwarves, and magical beasts to have a direction for evolution. Chen Luo summoned the primordial pen and began writing the levels of power on a blank sheet of paper. Following the order of unlocking the gene locks, Chen Luo named them from Tier 1 to Tier 5, then Tier 6, as Sacred Tier 7, as Epic Tier 8, as Mythical Tier 9, as Demigod, and Tier 10, as Divine. As Chen Luo wrote, this memory simultaneously imprinted itself in the minds of all beings and players in the Western fantasy world. Even if new races were born in the future, this memory would automatically appear in their minds. The emergence of the power system caused a stir throughout the Western fantasy world. Any intelligent race, be it human, orc, or magical beast, understood that the endpoint of evolution was to become divine. Compared to the reactions of the indigenous people of the Western fantasy world, the players remained calm, merely assuming that the game had quietly issued a patch to announce the power system. The developers finally realized they need to add some game functions. Exactly. If we can't create powerful species, we'll have to start with ordinary humans or orcs, which is just too frustrating. Now that this power system is announced, it should allow us to level up and fight monsters right. I think the developers probably never thought of making this before. As discussions about this power system heated up in the forum, another system announcement rang out. Announcement: congratulations to player Han Fei for becoming the first to advance to Tier 1, receiving a special reward. Announcement: congratulations to player Shang for becoming the first to advance to Tier 2, receiving a special reward. The moment these two announcements appeared, the forum was once again shocked. To become the first to advance and even receive a special reward. At that moment, Shang in the game was the first to know. Shang was momentarily stunned. Without needing to be urged by the viewers in the live stream, he directly opened the special reward as prompted by the system. Han Fei, on the other hand, was extremely frustrated. The territory he had painstakingly built had fallen in a second generation. Anyone would feel aggrieved in such a situation. He wished he could slap that scoundrel Sun Hanyu and then eliminate Shang to reclaim his country. Unfortunately, with no opportunity to play the game, Han Fei could only try to forget his troubles and went out to get some fresh air. Just then his good friend Li Shun called. "Where are you? You haven't replied to my messages on WeChat." Hearing Li Shun's voice full of excitement, Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, "I'm outside for a walk. What's up?" "Second Life sent you a reward. Hurry back and log into the game." Han Fei was taken aback and immediately turned around, rushing home. "What reward? Do you know?" Han Fei asked breathlessly as he ran. "I don't know. I just saw the system prompt while watching the live stream. It said you are the first to advance to Tier 1, and there's a special reward. I contacted you right away. As soon as you log and start the live stream, I want to know what the reward is." Han Fei and Li Shun entered the game at the same time, but the race Li Shun created was eliminated within a day, so he had been following Han Fei's live stream closely. "Got it, I'll hang up now." Han Fei hung up the phone and returned home in a few minutes. He opened his computer, connected the equipment, and casually started the live stream. As soon as he logged into the game, a prompt popped up. "Congratulations, player, you have earned the opportunity to experience Second Life in the Marvel world. This world will open in 9 days, please wait patiently." Shang Tang's live stream also popped up the same prompt for millions of viewers, and one by one, they turned green with envy. "The big shot is amazing again, it's the Marvel world. Oh my god, why didn't I get it? My heart is filled with envy and jealousy. Tears. I finally understand why the developers wanted to wait 10 days at the beginning. They thought one person was too few and planned to throw in a bunch of people together. That makes sense, otherwise why not allow choices this time, and just directly throw out a Marvel world? The game company has to consider costs. A game with such high realism requires many super servers. How wasteful would it be to let just one person play? The game company has to consider costs. A game with such high realism requires many super servers. How wasteful would it be to let just one person play? After establishing the hierarchical system, Chen Luo found himself already on the eastern continent of Alvin. The 4 continents of this Western fantasy world are arranged in a square-like formation. The largest is the western continent of Ani, roughly equivalent in area to the combined landmasses of Asia and Europe, though currently inhabited by relatively few humans and beastkin, with less than 20% of its territory developed. To the far north lies the ice continent, whose harsh environment permits civilization only in its southern reaches. Its total area is less than 1/4 that of Ani. Beneath Chen Luo's feet lies the eastern continent of Alvin, joined by the southernmost continent of Roman, to form the core territorial expanse of this Western fantasy realm. Together, these four continents span more than twice the total land area of Earth, yet they occupy only the eastern hemisphere of the Western fantasy world. The entire Western hemisphere remains an unbroken ocean deliberately reserved by Chen Luo for future sentient races. Scattered across these seas are countless islands of varying sizes. Aside from the Dragon Isle, Chen Luo left the naming of all others to the emergent life forms of this world. Alvin continent lies in the east, the land where the sun rises, boasting a climate and temperature ideally suited for life. Vast forests stretch across its terrain, teeming with wild beasts roaming freely. Chen Luo arrived at the forest known to the elves as Dao Forest and stepped inside. Birds sang, flowers bloomed, ancient trees rose thick and verdant, and untamed creatures roamed everywhere, vibrant life pulsing through every leaf and blade of grass. Though a handful of its flora and fauna bore resemblance to Earth's, the overwhelming majority were entirely unfamiliar to Chen Luo. He advanced into the forest's heart and discovered a breathtaking valley, the very core of Dao Forest, where a snow-white waterfall cascaded from towering cliffs above, feeding a crystalline lake below, mirror still and impossibly clear. Emerald grass carpeted the earth, crimson and golden wildflowers bloomed in profusion, dandelions released their downy seeds into the breeze, scattering them like stardust across the air. At the lakeshore, a group of elven children played in the water, long pointed ears framing delicate painterly features, eyes gleaming like polished gemstones, their beauty ethereal, angelic. Their presence transformed this paradise into something even more transcendent, a vision of heaven itself. Yet this idyllic scene shattered abruptly as a shrill war horn pierced the air. The children froze mid-play, then leapt from the water and sprinted toward tree houses nestled high among the ancient canopy. Moments later, legions of elves surged forth, lithe warriors clad in light armor, armed with blades and bows. Each possessed striking otherworldly beauty, no face among them less radiant than those of Earth's most celebrated stars. Yet now every countenance bore grim resolve, their eyes burned with hatred and urgency, clear signs of grave peril. Those grotesque trolls again. In all forces follow me, to drive out these demons and protect the sacred tree. In we swear our lives to defend the sacred tree. From treetop dwellings and forest floor alike the elves roared their assent, then vanished into the dense thicket. Agile as wind-borne spirits, they leapt between colossal trunks, soaring meters at a bound, a spectacle both fierce and mesmerizing. Chen Luo's figure dissolved once more, and reappeared before the colossal trunk of a titanic tree at the valley's center. It was the tallest tree in the forest, its girth spanning hundreds of meters. To ordinary mortals, standing beneath its crown vanished into the heavens, a pillar of living myth thrusting skyward. Hundreds of fully armed elves stood guard, both upon its roots and along its vast boughs, vigilant, watchful, every sense attuned to the slightest disturbance. At Chen Luo's sudden appearance, every elf tensed, eyes narrowing at this masked intruder. Archers drew their bows, warriors unsheathed blades, all assumed battle stances in unison. Who dares approach? Chen Luo remained silent, then took a single step forward, crossing over 100 meters in an instant, landing at the base of the great tree. The elves recoiled in shock, then loosed a storm of arrows toward him. Those wielding ice-forged blades charged, desperately fearing he would strike the sacred tree. But at that very moment the torrent of arrows froze midair, suspended as if caught in time. Even the charging elves locked rigid limbs, paralyzed as though struck by divine stasis. Terror seized every elven heart. Eyes widened in disbelief, fixed unblinkingly upon Chen Luo. Though none understood the mechanism behind this miracle, instinct whispered the truth. This enigmatic figure held absolute dominion over reality itself. Meanwhile, Che Wenwen, exhilarated beyond measure, posted on the game forum, "I've seen the creator god too. The elven race shall rise." She appended the livestream link. At that moment, players and viewers were still marveling at the rewards granted to Han Fei and Shang Tang. So Che Wenwen's post ignited an immediate sensation. All knew that whenever the creator god, or the game's architect, appeared, upheaval inevitably followed. First came the Emperor Han, then the collapse of the Great Xia dynasty, and the emergence of the first vampire. Now with the creator god's reappearance, the world's balance hung in the balance once more, drawing curious players and spectators alike in a Che Wenwen stream under the alias Lovely Little Mosquito. "Ah, it's the treeman, and ha, I knew that name sounded familiar. You're the plantman, right? And puffed. Plant player, obviously. The one who foolishly grew a tree, and got rooted to the ground immobile forever." Faced with such relentless banter, Che Wenwen could only sigh inwardly, speechless, exasperated. For the towering sacred tree before Chen Luo was her. Che Wenwen held a degree in biology and in graduate school had specialized in botany, giving her profound expertise in plant life. Upon entering the game, when tasked with creating a new species, she naturally turned to flora, and especially to trees. Yet ordinary plants would never satisfy the Hunyuan brush's criteria for significance. So she infused her sapling with extraordinary vitality and self-evolving genetic architecture. Thus she earned entry into the Western fantasy world, only to regret it almost immediately. She could not move. And so she began as a tender sapling, growing day by day. At first, she found it charming. Dal Forest was a masterpiece of natural artistry, breathtaking in its serenity. Merely observing its beauty felt like a privilege. A day or two passed pleasantly, even weeks or months posed no hardship. But decades elapsed, and even paradise grows monotonous with endless repetition. Che Wenwen felt herself nearing madness. She'd signed up to play a game, not to become a prisoner of photosynthesis. Her current existence felt crueler than incarceration. She chose to log out. After all, her tree would continue growing autonomously, neither decaying nor perishing in her absence. In her downtime, she'd re-enter just to admire the scenery, capture screenshots, upload videos, and invite fellow nature lovers to share the view. An afternoon's leisure for her equating to a century within the Western fantasy world. By the next day, Che Wenwen's tree had grown to several hundred meters tall, its dense canopy obscuring the sky, with thick branches spreading wide as spacious as a road, even large enough to accommodate a car racing through. At that moment, Che Wenwen was astonished to discover that her tree's crown had begun to sprout basketball-sized fruit buds. Che Wenwen was dumbfounded, as she knew full well that this tree was not a fruit tree, and even fruit trees produced flowers before fruit. She had never seen a tree bear fruit directly. Amid her astonishment, Che Wenwen suddenly sensed a life force emanating from these fruits. Stunned, she never imagined that fruit would grow from her body, and these fruits showed signs of life. Thus, she added a new activity to her daily routine, entering to observe these life-bearing fruits, eager to study what they truly were. As time passed, the fruit buds grew little by little. 3 years flew by, and the buds had grown from the size of basketballs to over a meter in height, with the first bud finally ripening at this time. Che Wenwen watched excitedly as the bud blossomed, surrounded by layers of tender leaves slowly unfolding, like a flower revealing a small spirit that appeared to be about 3 years old. This little spirit could walk from birth and communicated with Che Wenwen through thoughts. The spirit was filled with a child's affection for a mother refusing to leave her side each day. Che Wenwen was stunned. As a girl without even a boyfriend, she had no experience in taking care of a child. However, looking at this little spirit babbling away, her porcelain-like beauty melted Che Wenwen's heart, and she almost immediately decided to raise her. But soon the first problem arose. The little spirit had no food and began to cry from hunger. Che Wenwen found herself unable to move or conjure food out of thin air. Watching the little spirit cry inconsolably, her heart felt like it was being sliced, yet she had no means to help. At that moment, the surrounding plants seemed to sense Che Wenwen's thoughts and miraculously began to produce various edible sweet fruits. Che Wenwen was both surprised and delighted, immediately using her thoughts to tell the little spirit to eat the fruits. With the first little spirit provided with food, she successfully survived. Then, under the powerful life force of Che Wenwen's divine tree, one spirit after another was born. Under the influence of life energy, vast forests and various flowers and plants sprouted around to guard Che Wenwen's divine tree. These spirits were born from Che Wenwen. They shared an unbreakable bond with her, and the spirit tribe naturally regarded her as their mother. At this moment, Che Wenwen seemed to find joy in the game, treating these spirits like family, teaching them how to build houses, make clothes, start fires, and survive and thrive in this forest. Of course, Che Wenwen didn't understand much, but she started a live stream with many enthusiastic viewers online to guide her, and whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, she could search for it. Even if she couldn't find something to search for, she could consult experts similar to the situation during Han Fei's nation-building period. However, Che Wenwen was merely a tree. Her perspective fixed there, unable to see the spirit world clearly. At first, many people tuned in to watch, with the numbers surpassing 100,000 at one point, but once their curiosity was satisfied, and they saw what the spirits looked like, they left. After all, it was too bland here. Watching the spirits build was far less exciting than the happenings among humans and orcs. Che Wenwen didn't mind. Compared to the live stream's popularity, she cared more about the development of the spirit tribe. The viewership in the live stream quickly dwindled, and by the afternoon of the second day after the beta test began, there were only a few thousand viewers left. At that moment, 200 years had passed in the Western fantasy world, yet the number of the spirit tribe had just barely surpassed 10,000. Che Wenwen felt helpless about this situation. As the number of spirits born increased, the life energy contained within her divine tree rapidly diminished. By this point, it was no longer possible to nurture new spirits. They could only rely on the spirits themselves to reproduce. However, as a long-lived race, spirits had a lifespan of 1,000 years and a shockingly low fertility rate. A pair of spirit couples often only had the opportunity to give birth to one child in their lifetime. Meanwhile, the troubles of the spirit tribe began to surface. In the Dal Forest, not only had one race been born, but also two other races created by players, the trolls and the goblins. When the trolls and goblins were first born, there was no conflict with the spirits. After all, they were all players, and the two ancestors of the trolls and goblins often visited to see the beautiful spirit sisters. However, the trolls and goblins were ugly with fierce appearances, while the spirits had an unparalleled obsession with beauty, naturally looking down upon and even despising these two races. Each time they were looked down upon, even in the game, such feelings were unpleasant, so the ancestors of these two races stopped coming. As the populations of the three races began to swell and the resources of the Dal Forest were limited, friction between the three races became inevitable. At first, the ancestors of the trolls and goblins could still restrain their respective kin, but their lifespans were short, only around 100 years. Once they passed away, the newly appointed trolls and goblins unleashed all the pent-up anger that had been suppressed. What began as minor frictions escalated into major conflicts, leading to an all-out war where the trolls and goblins united against the spirits. However, spirits were born as the kings of the forest. They moved gracefully and lightly, perfectly adapted to their environment, and even with the combined strength of the other two races, they were no match for the spirits. As casualties mounted on both sides, their hatred grew ever deeper. What made the spirits even angrier was that trolls consumed spirits, turning them into sworn enemies. In the initial stages of the war, the advantage lay with the spirits, but as time passed, the downsides of their low fertility rate became apparent. The number of spirits dying far outnumbered the spirits being born, leading to a decline in the spirit tribe's population year by year. In contrast, the trolls and goblins had a very strong reproductive ability, especially among goblins. A single birth could yield 3 or 4 children, and their maturation cycle was also shorter than that of spirits. With this imbalance, the spirits slowly fell into a passive defensive state. In a recent attack, the trolls and goblins united and marched all the way to the sacred tree of the spirit tribe. The troll shaman struck the sacred tree with a voodoo curse, causing Che Wenwen to fall into a poisoned state. Although the angry elves repelled the attacking trolls and goblins, the sacred tree began to wither day by day, its vitality rapidly diminishing. Panic spread throughout the entire elven race as the condition of the sacred tree worsened day by day. Its once lush green leaves began to turn yellow, and several wounds opened on its trunk, oozing black sap. The sacred tree, which had nurtured countless elves and embodied the faith and heritage of the elven race, was entering a phase of decline. The Elven Council tried every possible means to find detoxifying herbs, scrape away the black sap, and even risked their lives to test the poison in hopes of discovering an antidote, but nothing proved effective. The elves then resorted to daily prostration before the altar, praying to the deities to save their mother. However, to their horror, the condition of the sacred tree not only failed to improve, but deteriorated further. Every elf could sense that it was gradually dying. As a graduate student of botany, Che Wenwen did not remain idle. She thought of many solutions, and her audience in the live stream helped her search online for various detoxification methods for the elves to implement, but none bore any results. Che Wenwen felt frustrated. When her vitality was strong, she wouldn't fear the poison at all, but as she continuously birthed elves, her own vitality had been depleted, leaving her unable to resist the toxins. If only she could bring the toxins into reality and analyze them with experimental equipment, she was sure she could devise a solution. But now she could only stand by, helplessly watching herself die day by day. The elves grew increasingly anxious as they could not fathom the consequences of losing the sacred tree, which would leave all elves without a spiritual anchor. At that moment, Chen Luo appeared. "Are you the creator god?" Che Wenwen projected a wave of spiritual thought. Though phrased as a question, the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Luo made her soul tremble, and she almost instantly concluded that this being could only be the creator god, otherwise she could not imagine any creature possessing such a terrifying aura. Chen Luo naturally sensed this thought and calmly replied, "Although you unintentionally created the elves, they possess great potential and have contributed to enriching the species of this world. As a reward, I grant you 2 choices. One is to cure your poison and grant you at least 3,000 years of life. The second choice is to bestow abilities upon the elves, enabling them to better adapt to the development of this world." Che Wenwen's heart leaped with joy. The poison that had troubled her for so long could finally be resolved. However, she quickly became dazed as the second option offered by Chen Luo intrigued her. Che Wenwen began to weigh the pros and cons. Even if Chen Luo revived her, the elven race would still face pressure from trolls and goblins who would fight to the last to protect her, unable to move. This was unacceptable to Che Wenwen. She would rather die than see the elves whom she regarded as children perish one by one before her eyes. After all, this was just a game. Even if she had 3,000 years of life, in the end, she would still be rooted in place, unable to move. It would be better to choose the second option, allowing the elven race to develop and grow. When the game was officially launched, she could re-enter and join the elven race once more. "Great creator god, I choose the second option." Chen Luo was somewhat surprised by Che Wenwen's choice, but quickly understood her thoughts. Che Wenwen realized that she had become an obstacle to the development of the elven race, which was why she chose to sacrifice herself. Although this was merely a game and her death would not incur any loss, Che Wenwen made this decision almost without thinking, demonstrating that she was a very kind-hearted girl. "Great creator god, could you please help repel those trolls and goblins?" Chen Luo's gaze crossed thousands of meters, arriving at the border of the elven territory. Below, countless trolls and goblins surged toward the elves, wielding various crude weapons. For every fallen elf, at least 10 trolls and goblins would fall. The blood on the ground had already pooled into small streams. With a thought from Chen Luo, a silent azure transparent shield formed in the sky, enveloping the entire elven territory. All trolls and goblins that collided with it were automatically sliced in half, while only the elves could freely enter and exit this transparent shield. This scene stunned all the races present, leaving them perplexed about what had just occurred. The troll and goblin leaders, disbelieving, commanded their subordinates to continue breaching the transparent shield, only to be swiftly cut apart. Even their weapons could not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the elves could move in and out at will, unaffected at all. The elves were both astonished and delighted, now understanding that this shield was aiding them. Under the command of the Elven Council's elder Diana, all the elves retreated inside the shield and began attacking the trolls and goblins outside with bows and arrows. Soon the trolls and goblins could no longer hold on. They were not only unable to enter the shield, but their ranged attacks with arrows and thrown stones were also blocked outside, making it impossible to strike the elves. However, the elves could attack them without even needing to aim. They could simply shoot into the dense crowd with their eyes closed. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the troll and goblin leaders abandoned a large number of corpses and quickly ordered a retreat. Before the elven race had the chance to celebrate their victory or understand what this azure shield truly was, a sacred tree guard hurriedly ran over, informing them that the sacred tree was under attack from powerful enemies and requested immediate assistance. Upon hearing this, Diana was taken aback and immediately led all the elves rushing toward the sacred tree. This barrier can only last for 3 days. After that, you must make your own choice: continue to compete with the trolls and goblins for limited resources or develop elsewhere. Che Wenwen immediately projected a thought: why can't you teach my elves this barrier, allowing them to have the ability to protect themselves? Chen Luo replied indifferently, what I need is not flowers in a greenhouse. If they rely on this barrier to protect themselves in the future, they will eventually become useless. Only by adapting to the environment and constantly evolving can they find a correct way to safeguard themselves. Che Wenwen fell silent. Chen Luo was not wrong. The principles of survival of the fittest applied everywhere. Protect the sacred tree. Diana, leading thousands of elven warriors, rushed over and saw the eerie scene of the sacred tree guards frozen in place. Her expression changed, and she immediately shouted, commanding the attack. Che Wenwen was startled and quickly projected a thought: Diana, don't attack. This one is the creator god, not an enemy. Che Wenwen's thought left all the nearby spirits in awe. They never expected that the figure before them was the creator god. But it was too late for Che Wenwen to call out. Countless arrows had already been shot towards Chen Luo. The same scene as before occurred as these arrows froze midair. Diana and the others stared in astonishment at this bizarre scene, finally realizing why these divine tree guardians were motionless. Chen Luo turned around, casually waved his hand, and all the arrows fell to the ground in unison, while those frozen guardians suddenly regained their ability to move. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, and sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Luo, the spirits were filled with no doubt and excitedly knelt on one knee. Clearly the great creator had heard their prayers and come to save the life tree. The green shield that had just blocked the trolls and goblins was evidently also due to the creator's intervention. Then let us begin now. Chen Luo did not waste any more time, closing his eyes to begin inscribing the basic abilities into the spirit's genes. As a reward for the birth of the spirit clan from the tree of life, I grant the spirit clan extraordinary artistic abilities, elemental and natural affinity, as well as the power of keen eyesight. With Chen Luo's voice echoing in the minds of all the spirits, these abilities began to manifest. All the spirits felt their mental strength surge significantly, sensing many unique elements in the air and the faint thoughts emitted by nearby plants. Their eyes began to change as well, allowing them to see farther and clearer, even the antennae of tiny ants on the leaves. While the first few abilities were still unclear to the spirits, the second ability, keen eyesight, immediately made them realize the power of this gift. This effectively turned all the spirits into natural archers. Thank you, Creator God, for your blessings. Led by Diana, all the spirits trembled with excitement, changing from kneeling on one knee to a respectful posture of kneeling on both knees. Great Creator God, we beseech you to heal our life tree. Diana straightened her body, gazing at Chen Luo, her eyes filled with pleading. As Diana uttered these words, all the spirits followed suit in a chorus of prayers. Why? You should now understand that the life tree is not indispensable for you. You can completely expand your clan through your own reproduction. Moreover, she has now completed her mission of creating the spirit clan and can no longer assist you in growth, instead becoming a shackle that binds you. Tears welled up in Diana's eyes as she resolutely declared, no, she is our everything, our spiritual pillar. Without her, the spirits would lose their souls, and all prosperity would be meaningless. Chen Luo looked at the spirits kneeling on the ground, each revealing deep yearning in their eyes. He couldn't help but sigh, lightly surprised at how dependent the spirit clan was on Che Wenwen, this life tree. With his abilities, he could easily heal Che Wenwen, but saving her for a moment wouldn't save her for a lifetime. Even though the spirit clan now possessed the abilities he granted them, they lacked the powerful, extraordinary forces, and with their low reproduction capabilities, they would soon be threatened by the numerous trolls and goblins, falling into the same cycle as before. Chen Luo didn't have the time to focus solely on the development of the spirits. The life tree has given up the chance to be healed, trading it for the gifts I bestowed upon you, so there is no room for negotiation on this matter. All the spirits displayed shock, turning their gazes towards the life tree, namely Che Wenwen. Please retract the granted abilities and heal the life tree. Overwhelmed with emotion, Diana immediately uttered these words without a second thought, and the other spirits hastily echoed her. Before Chen Luo could speak, Che Wenwen's thought radiated first, allowing all the spirits to sense it. This is an opportunity for the spirit clan's prosperity and strength, and it is also my chance to pray to the Creator God. You need not act this way. Diana's eyes brimmed with tears as she said, Mother, if you were to pass away, even if we became powerful, it would mean nothing. No need to say more, my mind is made up. Che Wenwen felt quite reluctant, but thought of how she would become a burden to the spirit clan and resolutely severed her connection with all the spirits. Diana felt the absence of the life, trees, thought fluctuations, and became anxious. She called out to Che Wenwen several times without receiving a response, and had no choice but to turn her gaze back to Chen Luo. "We beseech you." Chen Luo waved his hand, interrupting Diana. He pondered for a moment before suddenly walking up to the life tree and placing his hand on its thick trunk. Just as the spirits expected Chen Luo to save the life tree, they noticed the leaves falling from the tree. Over 10,000 spirits lifted their heads to the sky, watching as the massive life tree seemed to age in an instant, all its vitality being drained away, its leaves turning brown and falling down. The falling leaves danced in the air, beautiful as if in a dreamlike world, yet seeming to lament the brutality of death. All the spirits were struck as if by lightning, staring blankly at the life tree as though they had lost their souls. Soon someone began to cry, and the spirits' wails echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. "Damn, this creator god is too ungrateful. These beautiful spirit sisters begged him so much, yet he still wants to kill the host. Exactly, you heartless planner, come back to humanity." "I couldn't help but shed tears. Heartless planner, if I find out your company's address, I'll definitely chop off your head." "Wait, it seems we misunderstood the heartless planner." Just as the viewers in the live stream began cursing the planner for lacking compassion, the scene changed once more. Ignoring the spirits' cries, Chen Luo continued to place his hand on the life tree, extracting Che Wenwen's life force. Before long, the towering life tree vanished, and in Chen Luo's hand appeared a green seed. He walked up to Diana, extending the seed, radiating vibrant life force towards her. "This is a seed formed from her remaining life force. As long as you protect it and provide a suitable environment for growth, she can be reborn." Diana trembled with excitement, her tears cascading down as she carefully cradled the seed given by Chen Luo, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. "Thank you for your mercy, great creator god." At that moment, Chen Luo's figure fluctuated and then vanished from the spot. In the end, he couldn't help but give the Elven clan a glimmer of hope, primarily moved by the genuine feelings between Che Wenwen and the elves. As for whether the Elven clan could prosper, Chen Luo decided not to intervene any further. He had already done enough. Compared to humans and beastmen, the Elven clan was inherently blessed, possessing long lifespans, stunning appearances, and extraordinary wisdom. In every regard, elves could be deemed perfect beings, with the only notable flaw being their low reproductive capacity. However, they had begun to live too comfortably. Their relaxed environment had led to a lack of crisis resistance, with the current threats from trolls and goblins serving as prime examples. From this point onward, it would all depend on the elves' own fortunes. Even if they encountered life and death crises in the future, Chen Luo had no intention of getting involved. After leaving the Darl Forest, Chen Luo casually issued a system announcement. Congratulations to the player Kanexia Wanzi. The evolved species Tree of Life possesses certain potential and has received achievement rewards. After being drained of life force by Chen Luo, Che Wenwen was essentially dead, thus she was forcibly ejected to the game login interface at that moment. Just as she was feeling a bit melancholic, she saw the reward notification on the login screen. At that time, there were still many viewers in Che Wenwen's live stream room, enviously staring at the reward interface, urging her to quickly open it and see what the reward was. Che Wenwen was taken aback for a moment, but soon excitedly clicked to open the reward interface and check the rewards. Congratulations, player has obtained the title of Ancestor of the Elves, forever remembered by the Elven clan. Equipping this title in the game will automatically grant the highest prestige level of the Elven clan worship. Next, the game interface presented three options. 1. As the Ancestor of the Elves, if you choose the Elven clan, you will directly advance to a first-tier powerhouse upon birth. 2. Permanently retain game qualifications, no longer participate in initial selection elimination. 3. Customize your second life. Upon seeing this reward, the livestream audience was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoyu, who also received an achievement reward, did not obtain the title of Ancestor. However, this was understandable, though elves are a wise race, and the super electric eel could at most be classified as a magical beast, so it was not surprising that it didn't receive a title. The following three rewards aside from the first were essentially the same. But this first option highlighted the disparity, as Che Wenwen could directly possess first-tier strength by choosing the Elven race. This was enough to make all players envious. From the first to the second test, out of more than 10,000 players, only Han Fei and Shang Teng advanced to the first tier, highlighting the difficulty. Once Che Wenwen entered the game, she would be able to easily surpass other players. Mosquito Girl, you must choose the first option. You'll dominate ordinary players in the game. How exhilarating. The third reward is also good. If it were me, I would definitely choose the third one. I can't watch the live stream anymore. The more I watch, the more envious I get, and the more I want to play. This damn official won't open public testing. It's so frustrating. Come on, let's flood the forum, demanding public testing. Let the damn officials see how strong our resentment is. I support this. I'm going to. What started as a live stream reward inexplicably turned into a forum occupation demanding public testing. However, one cannot blame the audience for becoming excited as they watch these players either dominate in the game or evolve into interesting species, having a blast. The longer they watched, the stronger their resentment grew. Some couldn't wait to see what reward Che Wenwen would choose and directly ran to the forum to post. At this moment, Che Wenwen merely contemplated briefly before selecting the first reward. As soon as she finished selecting, the game interface immediately displayed another prompt. The elves joined the initial selectable races. As a reward, you will get the opportunity to experience a second life in the Marvel world, which will open in 7 days. Please wait patiently. As soon as this prompt appeared, the viewers in the live stream room were instantly green with envy, as they never expected Che Wonwin to receive so many rewards at once. They immediately started to criticize the officials and the planners, believing Che Wonwin to be a connection of the game company. Soon after, the forum saw one demand for public testing thread after another. We demand public testing with blood. If you don't open public testing, we will flood the forums. 1 blood letter from each person. We demand public testing with blood. I've already inquired about your company's location. If you don't open public testing soon, watch out. Ooh, I'll come personally. 2 blood letters. We demand public testing with blood. Damn officials, aren't you making games to make money? I've got plenty of money, so hurry up and open public testing. 3 blood letters. The forum was suddenly filled with threads titled demanding public testing with blood, followed by X blood letters, at the end, with the content mostly consisting of threats, a few playful remarks, and interspersed claims of wealth. More and more people without game qualifications joined in, and it instantly turned into a true forum flood. No matter what was posted, it was immediately buried under the demanding public testing with blood. Initially, Chen Luo didn't care, but after a day's time passed, the forum was entirely dominated by these titles, and the posts kept increasing with no sign of stopping. Chen Luo, lacking moderators in the forum, found there was no one managing it. Even if there were moderators, those posts couldn't be deleted, as it had turned into 54457 blood letters. Seeing that this chaos could not continue, he immediately posted a sticky notice using the admin account. Dear enthusiastic players, your earnest expectations have been received by our operation team, but your flooding behavior has caused serious discomfort to the boss. Therefore, the boss has made a rather capricious decision. Starting from the release of this warning post, any further flooding behavior will result in a permanent ban from this game. Please do not doubt the authenticity of this message. When you registered for the forum, you provided your ID and phone number. Accounts that post flooding threads will have their ID information automatically locked by the system and will permanently be unable to log into the game. Do you think the boss is being unreasonable? Do you think he is arrogant? Do you want to kill him? No worries, you can only think about it, as you can't do anything. Oh, by the way, do you want to curse? No worries, you won't be able to reply to this post either. While the above content is the boss' original words, I am only responsible for conveying it. Dear players, please behave and don't provoke our boss's anger again. Once this post was published, the forum exploded. Countless users on the forum burst into laughter upon reading the post authored by customer service representative Wang Xiaoqi, so audacious that no gaming company had ever dared speak to players with such brazen contempt, even threatening account suspensions as if they were sovereign overlords. Yet the threat proved startlingly effective. Within moments, the flood of complaint posts vanished, replaced by a meticulously uniform wave of scathing critiques targeting Wang Xiaoqi. You see, shocked division, fine. I deeply admire your CEO's reckless arrogance. I'm quitting this game right now. Who's with me? Doug Guanren Bayman Xing, is this CEO truly determined to forfeit all profits? And I am your eternal father right now. I desperately want to punch Wang Xiaoqi, the customer service rep, straight in the face. What an insufferably smug little wretch. Assassin's Creed, reveal your address. We're coming for you, you dog of a boss. Shanxia Chushui, the game company CEO, declares, let you howl and snarl all you like. I remain unmoved, unshaken. With a single flick of my hand, I crush all opposition. You mortals dare challenge me, the creator god? Go ahead, keep flooding the forum. Let the official team ban you all. Fewer competitors means better odds for the rest of us. Sherlock, chuckling slyly. Indeed, the barrage of demanding public beta posts ceased entirely, swiftly supplanted by a torrent of vitriolic threads condemning the official notice for its domineering arrogance. Yet despite their fury, none of them could bring themselves to abandon the game. For its unparalleled realism, its staggering time dilation ratio, and its astonishing depth of mechanics and immersive charm utterly eclipsed every other title currently available on the market. By now, Chen Luo had long ceased monitoring the forum and turned his attention instead to other emergent species within the game world. 5 days had passed in game, equivalent to 5 centuries within the simulated realm. Of the original 10,000 species seeded at inception, only 10 remained, having survived relentless natural selection. Among them stood the dwarves, elves, trolls, and goblins. The remaining 6 were non-sentient life forms. These included the ever-expanding demon vine, the fire-breathing flamingos now dominating the skies, and Zhang Juanhao, who had re-entered the simulation and, undeterred by past failure, engineered a new strain of chimera ants in his obsessive bid to consume the entire world. By this point, however, all ancestral founders of those 6 non-sentient species, except Zhang Juanhao, had long since perished of old age. Deprived of their progenitors' guiding influence, some lineages coalesced into vast cohesive societies, others fractured into divergent branches, each embarking upon its own distinct evolutionary path. Chen Luo conducted a broad survey of these 6 surviving species. Having endured multiple cycles of extinction and adaptation, they were now fully attuned to their environment, capable of sustained evolution and growth provided no cataclysmic disaster befell them. Just as Chen Luo prepared to observe Zhang Juanhao's newly engineered chimera ants, he suddenly frowned, his gaze snapping toward the direction of the Yani continent. He had neglected that region for several days. Yet within just over a century of elapsed time in the Western fantasy world, unrest had already erupted and escalated into something far more consequential. Yunai Bianshi Lang, the progenitor of the vampire race, had refused imperial enfeoffment following the founding of the Shang Tang dynasty, choosing instead to scour human territories in search of Xia Ershi Hanyu. Royal blood granted longevity and ever-increasing power, coupled with the peerless divine judgment, sword such a prize was impossible for anyone to ignore. And as Yunai Bianshi Lang consumed ever more royal blood, his innate sensitivity to its lineage intensified, until he could now detect its presence from several kilometers away. Yet what frustrated Yunai Bianshi Lang beyond measure was that every royal-blooded warrior he captured turned out to be a mere fugitive, not the heir himself. Refusing to concede defeat, he spent over a decade combing meticulously through both human and beastfolk domains, yet Hanyu remained utterly elusive. After much deliberation, Yunai Bianshi Lang concluded that Hanyu must have fled into the uncharted wilderness, beyond the known borders of civilization. For he was not alone in this pursuit. Both humans and beastfolk mobilized their full national might in searching for the divine judgment sword. Were Hanyu still among inhabited lands, traces of his passage would inevitably surface. Yet after more than a decade, not a single clue emerged, not even a single hair. Some speculated he had retreated to a remote wasteland and taken his own life, while others whispered he'd vanished into a secluded ancestral royal stronghold, hidden from the world for millennia. Yunai Bianshi Lang dismissed such theories outright and ventured into the unmapped frontiers to hunt anew. For years he traversed the continent southward into the venomous mist swamps, westward across the desolate wastelands of silence, northward beyond beastfolk territory into the 10,000 mountain range. Everywhere he went lay untamed wilderness teeming with ferocious lethal creatures, yet nowhere did he find so much as a footprint, a hearthstone, or any sign of human habitation. Having squandered countless years in fruitless pursuit, Yunai Bianshi Lang reluctantly withdrew, turning his focus instead toward preparations for what lay ahead. Returning to the imperial capital beneath the sky, he launched a new stratagem. Before departing human and beastfolk lands, he entrusted 19 royal-blooded warriors to Shang Tang, requesting they be temporarily housed and maintained. The term housed was chillingly apt. Yunai Bianshi Lang intended to breed them, caging them like livestock to ensure a perpetual supply of royal blood, thereby securing his own immortality. This grim inspiration came unsurprisingly from Lykoba. Yet when Yunai Bianshi Lang returned to the royal capital brimming with expectation, he discovered a horrifying truth. The number of royal-blooded warriors had not increased. Instead, only 5 remained alive. Shang Tang offered profuse apologies, claiming administrative burdens had distracted him from their care. Many, he explained, had succumbed to despair and taken their own lives during prolonged confinement. That very evening, Shang Tang hosted an elaborate banquet in Yunai Bianshi Lang's honor and offered formal solemn penance. Though faint suspicion flickered in Yunai Bianshi Lang's mind, he dismissed it without further thought. Soon, however, he sensed something terribly amiss. Shang Tang had poisoned his wine, leaving him paralyzed, muscles liquefied with weakness, utterly incapable of movement. Fortunately, Yunai Bianshi Lang had not wasted the past 2 decades. Just days earlier, he had broken through to the first realm, greatly enhancing his resistance to toxins. Though the poison held him captive for a time, his strength gradually returned, and he seized the moment to flee. But Shang Tang was no Hanyu. During the overthrow of the Great Xia, he had already revealed extraordinary courage and strategic brilliance. 20 years of ruling the human realm had honed his cunning and mastery of statecraft to a razor's edge. Once he committed to action, he left no room for error, and certainly none for escape. The instant Yunai Bianshi Lang launched himself skyward, colossal iron walls descended from the palace ceiling, sealing both him and Shang Tang inside the grand hall. Though famed for his blinding speed, Yunai Bianshi Lang was now trapped, a fish in a barrel. No velocity, however extreme, could overcome the suffocating weight of those impregnable barriers. Moreover, his cultivation rank lagged 1 full tier behind Shang Tang's, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. In seconds, he was subdued and captured helpless before his captor. Shang Tang captured Yunai Bianshi Lang and began 3 years of research. Naturally, the focus of the research was on the blood of immortality. At this time, Shang Tang was just over 40 years old. Considering his lifespan of 200 years, he was still in his youth, yet he had already begun contemplating matters a century ahead, highlighting his meticulousness. After 3 years, Shang Tang expended a great deal of effort, offering a substantial bounty to summon many extraordinary individuals to study this vampire. At the same time, he spent hundreds of thousands of renminbi in real life for bounties and consulted experts in biology and genetics, hoping to create the blood of immortality, but he still achieved nothing. Not only did he fail to discover the method for creating the blood of immortality, but he also attracted a lot of trouble. Although Yunai Bianshi Lang was imprisoned, he could still exit the game. He furiously accused Shang Tang on the forum of being despicable and ungrateful for getting the life-saving grace he had received during the Rebellion War in his quest for immortality. Neither of them had gone live, so no one knew the developments in the Western fantasy world over the past few decades. When Yunai Bianshi Lang posted on the forum and started a live stream, everyone was in an uproar. Oh my, is Shang Tang going to become the second Han Fei? Tisk, you really are a pair of plastic sisters. Just a few hours ago you were very affectionate, and now you're being sliced for research. This vampire ancestor really is unfortunate. First a breeding stallion, now a lab rat. I sympathize with you for a second. This turnaround is too fast. The bond broke in an instant. Heavens, is Emperor Shang Tang going dark too? Please don't. But this is about immortality. Who cares about going dark? Besides, this is just a game. As long as he doesn't do anything heinous, others can play however they want. In the live stream, supporters of Shang Tang and those denouncing him were in a heated debate. Shang Tang had indeed noticed that Yunai Bianshi Lang had gone live and was aware that many were criticizing him on the forum and in the live stream, but like Han Fei, he no longer cared. Shang Tang's status and perspective had undergone a dramatic change. At first he might have cared about the number of viewers in the live stream and others' opinions of him, but now he was indifferent, merely wanting to chuckle. Every day, aside from handling state affairs, Shang Tang focused on the progress of the research into the blood of immortality. Yet 5 years had passed, and there was still no progress. Shang Tang was a decisive person. He was not as obsessed as Han Fei. He recalled the words spoken by the Creator God when he manifested. Han Fei had focused on power, while neglecting the enhancement of his own strength, leading to his demise. Shang Tang now deeply understood this, as he could clearly feel that his lifespan extended to 200 years. This was merely the lifespan limit of a second-tier powerhouse. If he advanced to the third tier, his lifespan would surely increase significantly. Now, with a clear level system established, as long as he climbed slowly according to that level until he became a deity, he would naturally obtain immortality. Thus, Shang Tang shifted his focus to enhancing his own strength. However, before doing that, he decided to have Yunai Bianshi Lang exit the game and planned to leave him under the sun the next day, completely eliminating this future threat. Yet no one expected that Yunai Bianshi Lang would miraculously escape that very night. In a fit of rage, Shang Tang detained all the guards and rigorously interrogated them, eventually discovering that one guard had drugged everyone's meals, causing them to fall into a deep sleep, and then rescued Yunai Bianshi Lang. After 8 years, the guards had become quite lax. That guard let Yunai Bianshi Lang change into the guard's clothing and easily escaped. After executing all the guards, Shang Tang continued his investigation and found that the guard had been bribed at a high price by the Beastmen. At this point, Yunai Bianshi Lang had already escaped into the territory of the Beastmen. Shang Tang was at a loss. He couldn't initiate a war against the Beastmen over a single Yunai Bianshi Lang. Moreover, by the time his army arrived with the opponent's speed, they would have likely vanished without a trace. Shang Tang reacted swiftly, immediately executing those royal bloodline warriors he had kept captive and conducting a nationwide search for royal bloodline warriors, aiming to completely sever Yunai Bianshi Lang's chance at immortality. Shang Tang was well aware of the potential of vampires. If given enough time to grow, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat. Just as he was on high alert, he learned from a group of fans that Yunai Bianshi Lang had just escaped from the human race and was captured by Laikiba for research. All the viewers began to sympathize with this unfortunate vampire ancestor. Having just escaped the tiger's den, he had entered the wolf's den. No one was worse off than he was. Seeing Yunai Bianshi Lang tightly bound and secured with iron chains, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh man, streamer, you might as well just die. This game is too unfriendly to you. Right, if I were you, I would just run into the sunlight and end it all. This life is unbearable. Are you all devils? The streamer is in this state, and you're still here gloating. Fools, can't you see the streamer can't die even if he wanted to? Unable to survive, unable to die, the streamer is probably about to explode." Yunai Bianshi Lang was truly on the verge of exploding with anger at this moment. He had thought that Laikiba, this loyal big brother, would rescue him from danger, but unexpectedly, he was conned a second time. The hatred in Yunai Bianshi Lang's heart was immense. Most people would have given up by now and might have directly quit the game. However, Yunai Bianshi Lang was stubborn, or perhaps one could say he was inflexible. Previously, in order to take revenge on the Daxiao royal family, he could endure jumping into a cesspool. Now, being treated as a lab rat, he could endure that as well. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for revenge. Clinging to this belief, Yunai Bianshi Lang gritted his teeth and endured. Compared to Shang Tang, Laikiba was much better prepared. As the president of a listed company, the resources Laikiba had in reality were beyond Shang Tang's imagination. Laikiba contacted many professors in biology and genetics from prestigious universities, in reality, even spending a fortune to invite internationally renowned experts to join his live stream and help him with research. Laikiba took the game seriously and was very earnest. Laikiba didn't understand this field of knowledge and could only listen to the expert team's distant commands. Without professional equipment, after spending a year, he still had no progress. At last, in a state of despair, Laikiba suddenly thought of the offspring born from Yunai Bianshi Lang and the Fox clan women. Among those 20 offspring, both male and female, only 10 had awakened their bloodlines, while the others were ordinary members of the Fox clan without any special traits. The 10 awakened vampire descendants, for reasons unknown, did not possess the speed or the ability to recover through bloodsucking. Like the saying goes, having milk is akin to being a wolf. They were merely stronger than ordinary beastmen and slightly more agile. Apart from that, they had no other abilities. In contrast, the offspring of Shang Tang and the beautiful royal women of the Great Xia and the Fox clan were far more powerful. Their physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary beastmen, and they had even awakened the ancient animal gene abilities within them. Coupled with the inherent strength of beastmen, their bloodline warriors appeared even more formidable on the battlefield. For instance, a bearman's furious bear cavalry could previously take on 20 elite human soldiers alone. However, the awakened bearmen now had a larger physique, tougher skin, and even ordinary weapons struggled to pierce their skin. What was even more frightening was their ancestral ability to transform into gigantic angry bears, unleashing terrifying combat power. Even 100 human soldiers might not stand a chance. In comparison, the descendants of having milk is akin to being a wolf appeared somewhat lackluster to the point where Lekeba had already considered them as new stallions for breeding. However, with having milk is akin to being a wolf captured, it was a perfect opportunity for research. Thus, Lekeba ordered his men to summon the descendants of having milk is akin to being a wolf, extracting their blood to commence a new round of research. Yet what happened next was beyond Lekeba's expectations and left the viewers in the live stream astonished. Shortly after having milk is akin to being a wolf met those 10 direct descendants, he cut off the live broadcast. Although the viewers found it somewhat strange, it did not affect their continued viewing as Lekeba was still broadcasting. Lekeba's previous antics had attracted a large fan base, and as soon as he started streaming, the number of viewers would easily exceed 1 million. However, with so many fans, Lekeba dared not act recklessly, fearing another chaotic event like the dragon melee orchestrated by the dog planners. After concluding an experiment one day, when Lekeba arrived at the place where having milk is akin to being a wolf was imprisoned the next day, he found that he had escaped. Moreover, this guy had also taken away the research materials he had painstakingly developed. Along with having milk is akin to being a wolf, the 10 Fox clan descendants were also missing. Lekeba was at a loss for words. Illogically, having milk is akin to being a wolf, and those Fox clan descendants had not seen each other for decades, making it impossible for any familial bond to exist. Lekeba did not inform the Fox clan descendants that having milk is akin to being a wolf was their father. However, given the situation, it was clear that the 10 Fox clan descendants had rescued him. Realizing the severity of the issue, Lekeba immediately ordered the lockdown of Chilo City, launching a citywide manhunt for having milk is akin to being a wolf and his descendants. As a result, after half a month of searching, his troops found not even a hair. Another half-month later, a bloodline warrior from the Tiger clan suddenly vanished. When Lekeba learned that this Tiger clan warrior was a descendant of the great Xia royal family, he knew that having milk is akin to being a wolf had begun his revenge. This guy not only sought to enhance his strength, but also aimed to take revenge by hunting down the bloodline warriors of the Beastman clan. Lekeba was both shocked and furious. He had gone to great lengths to produce bloodline warriors for the Beastman clan, and he could not let them be destroyed by having milk is akin to being a wolf. He immediately dispatched the angry bear warriors, almost turning over every inch of Chilo City, and finally located having milk is akin to being a wolf's hiding place. After a fierce battle, 6 of the 10 Fox clan descendants of having milk is akin to being a wolf were killed, leaving only 4 to escape from Chilo City with him. Despite Lekeba's relentless pursuit, he ultimately could not match the speed of the vampire, and lost. Having milk is akin to being a wolf. A year later, having milk is akin to being a wolf had acquired methods for blood purification from the research materials obtained from Lekeba, coupled with the 8 years of confinement by Shangtang, during which he learned a great deal. By combining the methods from both sides, having milk is akin to being a wolf refined his blood into a life essence blood and bestowed it upon the 4 Fox clan descendants. The Fox clan descendants who received the life essence blood immediately gained the 2 major traits of vampires and also acquired the ability to shapeshift. However, they transformed into foxes instead of bats. If Shangtang and Lekeba were to find out, they would likely be so frustrated that they would spit blood, as their painstaking research had ultimately benefited. Having milk is akin to being a wolf. Having milk is akin to being a wolf began experimenting with using his blood to create new vampires, but soon discovered that ordinary people who accepted his blood would turn into a puddle of blood in a very short time. After several repeated experiments, he understood the cause. It seemed that only those with a blood relationship to him could integrate the life essence blood. At this time, having milk is akin to being a wolf unexpectedly discovered that the 4 Fox clan descendants had gained the ability to transform ordinary people into vampires. This left him utterly bewildered. As the progenitor of vampires, he surprisingly lacked the ability to embrace, while the second generation of vampires possessed this ability. Having milk is akin to being a wolf could not make sense of it, and decided to stop pondering. His mind was now filled with thoughts of revenge, leaving no room for anything else. He immediately commanded the 4 Fox clan descendants to head into human and beastman territories to begin mass-producing vampires. Having milk is akin to being a wolf was not worried about the second-generation vampires being disobedient, as he had realized another ability of his upon meeting those 10 Fox clan descendants, the ability to control vampire descendants. This feeling was akin to his clear understanding that he could control his own arm. Thus, having milk is akin to being a wolf cut off the live broadcast at that moment, allowing those 10 descendants to rescue him. Having milk is akin to being a wolf began to refer to himself as the Blood Clan, adopting the name of the first-generation vampire from the legends of the real-world Cain, and declared this day as the inaugural year of the Blood Clan. The 4 second-generation vampires who entered human and beastman territories faithfully executed Cain's orders, beginning to spread the bloodline of the Blood Clan extensively. With their terrifying strength and speed, ordinary people had no means of resistance. Thus, they effortlessly created third-generation vampires, while third-generation vampires embraced the 4th generation. The number of vampires surged explosively, reaching nearly 10,000 in just a year. These newly born fourth and fifth generation vampires had extremely poor control over their bloodlust, yet they quickly learned how to draw power from blood, becoming enamored with the taste of blood. Once night fell, they scattered and attacked, ruthlessly hunting ordinary humans and beastmen, unleashing a storm of bloodshed. Thus began a new wave of turmoil on the Yoni continent as the feast of slaughter engulfed the entire continent, drawing both humans and beastmen into this catastrophe. The catastrophe immediately drew the grave attention of both the human and beastfolk races, for fourth and fifth generation vampires had grown brazen, nearly reckless, in their cruelty, draining entire villages, even towns, of every last drop of blood. Wherever they passed, corpses lay strewn across the land, none left alive. The cadavers, drained utterly of blood, bore grotesque, horrifying visages, so appalling that any witness to such a ravaged sight would swear it was a vision of hell itself. These fourth and fifth generation vampires, having attained immense power, magnified every vile facet of human nature to monstrous extremes. Once a man wronged might suppress his fury in cowardice or timidity, burying resentment deep within his heart. But upon becoming a vampire, that buried hatred erupted unchained, his will wholly enslaved by the thirst for blood. Vampires swiftly became synonymous with demons and terror. Merely uttering the word could send children into terrified tears. Humans and beastfolk hastily mustered their armies to suppress the rampaging vampires across the land. Though vampiric power waned progressively from the first to the fifth generation, even fourth and fifth generation vampires possessed speed and strength far beyond ordinary soldiers, and they could replenish themselves by feeding on blood while also creating new vampires through the rite of embrace. Only bloodline warriors stood a chance against them, yet their numbers were vastly outnumbered. Should a bloodline warrior be surrounded by a horde of vampires, death was inevitable. The beastfolk fared even worse. The Xia royal bloodline warriors within human territory had already been exterminated by Shang Tang, forcing Cain to hunt for warriors bearing the Xia royal bloodline solely within beastfolk lands. By now, Cain had reached the apex of the first tier, teetering on the verge of ascending to the second tier, while the beastfolk's nascent bloodline warriors had not yet even achieved the first tier, rendering them utterly powerless against him. In the past, even at his strongest, Cain could not withstand hundreds of thousands of troops, but now everything had changed. His progeny could themselves perform the rite of embrace. Thus, enemy soldiers became his own. Given time, his army would multiply endlessly. As time wore on, the human and beastfolk armies dwindled with each battle, while the vampire legions swelled ever larger. The bloodline armies advanced relentlessly toward the heartlands of humans and beastfolk alike, leaving behind only desolation where not a single living soul remained. Within a single year, despite waging war on two fronts, the bloodline had driven both humans and beastfolk into steady retreat, seizing half their territories and decimating nearly one-third of their hard-won populations. Panic gripped both races as the specter of apocalypse loomed large. To survive, countless citizens fled their ancestral homes. Were it not for the vampires' inability to emerge by day, their legions would long since have besieged the imperial capital in Qiluo City. Naturally, this unfolding cataclysm had not escaped notice in the real world. Both Shang Tang's and Rikoba's live streams were consumed daily with battlefield reports and urgent councils with ministers over how to confront the vampire cataclysm. Witnessing the blood-soaked hellscapes wrought by the vampires left all viewers stunned. Damn. It wasn't Shang Tang the emperor who turned tyrannical, it was the Milkismite guy who went rogue first. He's utterly monstrous. Even if Shang Tang and Rikoba betrayed him, why exact vengeance on the two alone? Is he aiming for total racial annihilation? Actually, I can empathize. Imagine being betrayed by someone you trusted implicitly, then captured, dissected, and experimented upon for over a decade. Anyone's psyche would shatter. Then why doesn't he go after Shang Tang and Rikoba directly? They walk free and unscathed, while ordinary people suffer the consequences. I suspect his motives run deeper than mere revenge. Haven't you noticed? Cain has begun herding humans like livestock. He clearly intends to establish a bloodline dominion over this continent, reducing humans and beastfolk to mere cattle. Whoa, now I've got goosebumps. It's terrifying. It reminds me of that film where vampires farm humans as food. Looks like Cain really means to do it. Has Emperor Shang Tang barely risen to power, only to be toppled by the bloodline emperor? Whose fault is this? This is absurdly intense. What kind of emperor can't survive a single day, overthrown in mere minutes? Chen Luo now beheld the chaos unfolding across the Yoni continent. At a glance, Chen Luo discerned Cain's true design, a full-scale bloodline conquest of the continent followed by the systematic domestication of humans and beastfolk as livestock, a vampiric empire built upon eternal predation. The bloodline armies now exceeded 100,000 strong. No force in existence could stand against them. At this rate, Cain's success was all but assured, nearly 90% certain. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Ordinarily, he need not intervene in the world's natural course of evolution. Yet Cain was his own creation, an experiment born of his hand. Ultimately, the root of this calamity lay with him. Under current conditions, even a united front of humans and beastfolk would prove no match for the bloodline. After a moment's quiet contemplation, Chen Luo resolved that intervention was necessary. His form began to shift even as his divine sense enveloped the entirety of human territory. Soon his gaze sharpened, and his transformation halted. He now stood as an unremarkable young man within the Shang dynasty's domain. With a mere thought, Chen Luo vanished from sight. In the Shang dynasty's Gallus prefecture, Charles, a third-generation vampire, commanded 3,000 bloodline troops reveling in a feast of blood. Gallus City had become a vision of hell. Flames raged everywhere, shrieks and wails pierced the air, and terrified humans scattered in every direction. Fourth and fifth-generation vampires trailed them with mocking laughter, leisurely pursuing their prey as though savoring the chase. They seemed to relish human screams. Though capable of seizing their victims instantly, they deliberately held back, letting fear and exhaustion mount until their prey screamed in abject terror. Only then did they lunge forward with cruel glee to sever their throats. Hee, boy, you're the first human ever to wound me. You've stirred my excitement. What shall I do? What shall I do? I almost hesitate to devour you. A fourth-generation vampire licked blood from his palm and twisted his face into a hideous grinning sneer. An 18-year-old youth gripped an iron sword, eyes locked fiercely upon the vampire before him, seething with profound hatred, yet utterly devoid of fear. Behind him stood 3 younger children, trembling violently as they clutched the hem of his tunic. Wait a moment, I just thought of something. The ones behind you must be your younger brother and sister, right? I will raise you all, let you have children, and when you grow them up, I will devour them one by one in front of you. How does that sound? Doesn't it seem interesting? The vampire chuckled, his crimson eyes scanning over. To his surprise, the boy's gaze was icy, showing no fear at all, while the few children behind him trembled like leaves in the wind. The smile on the vampire's face gradually faded. He wanted to see fear or pleading on the boy's face, but clearly he failed. Humph, I will make you scream, make you shout, make you beg me to kill you. The vampire roared fiercely, his figure darting towards the boy like lightning. At that moment, a dazzling light, bright as the sun, illuminated the dim room, revealing every detail. The vampire let out a shrill scream as the light enveloped him, burning him like the sun. He wanted to escape, but the entire house was filled with sacred light. There was nowhere to run. In just a fleeting moment, the vampire was reduced to a pile of ashes. Alexander and the 3 children behind him stared in shock at this scene, realizing that this powerful demon had no ability to resist and was burned to death by the light. At that moment, a man slowly stepped out from the sacred light at the doorway, approaching them. This young man had an ordinary appearance with a gentle smile, exuding an aura that made him seem approachable. The tension in Alexander's nerves relaxed involuntarily. He knew without reason that he and his younger siblings were safe. Are you a deity? Alexander, who had shown no fear in front of the demon-like vampire, now found his voice trembling as he looked at this mysterious person. Chen Luo was enveloped in light, radiating a sacred glow that made Alexander think of a deity. The deity sent me to find you, Alexander. Chen Luo's voice was soft and magnetic. The great lady of light has chosen you, who possess a fearless and pure heart, to save humanity from this catastrophe. Alexander's body shook, his eyes wide as he looked at Chen Luo, excitedly firing off several questions. The Lady of Light. Are you a messenger of the deity? Are you here to punish those evil vampires? Chen Luo nodded, slightly smiling faintly. Indeed, I am the judgment angel Lofis under the Lady of Light. Following the course of destiny, both humans and beastmen would become food and slaves for the Blood Clan. Thus the Lady of Light sent me to help humanity gain the power to fight against the vampires. Alexander was so excited that his whole body trembled, and behind him his younger siblings wore expressions mixed with shock and hope. Respected Judgment Angel, why doesn't the Lady of Light directly eliminate those evil vampires? My parents, my relatives, all died at the hands of these demons, and over 20,000 people in Gallus City are suffering. Why doesn't the deity save them? Chen Luo looked at Alexander and said calmly, deities cannot casually intervene in the fates of mortals, so I am here to give you hope and a future. Whether it is revenge or saving the people of Gallus lies in your hands. How to proceed in the future is your own choice. But these demons are too strong. I can't even protect my younger siblings. How can I protect the people of Gallus City? I am here to teach you how to deal with them. Chen Luo smiled lightly. Follow me. With that, Chen Luo turned and walked out of the room. Without any hesitation, Alexander immediately took his younger siblings' hands and followed closely behind. As Chen Luo and the others stepped outside, they found themselves surrounded by a sea of vampires, at least several hundred of them. The previous brilliant light had drawn the attention of vampires within several kilometers. They watched Chen Luo, who radiated sacred light, with an involuntary hint of fear in their eyes. All the vampires felt a sense of threat from that white light, a terrifying feeling that could endanger their lives. This is quite timely. Chen Luo chuckled, waving his hand towards Alexander. Alexander looked at the hundreds of vampires before him, still showing no fear, and calmly walked up to Chen Luo. Vampires fear sunlight, and all the divine arts of the Lady of Light have purifying effects, making them the natural nemesis of vampires. Chen Luo placed his hand on Alexander's head and said softly, now release all your thoughts, feel the presence of the Lady of Light, wholeheartedly accept the will of the deity, and regard her as your highest faith. You will gain a powerful inheritance of divine light. Alexander followed Chen Luo's voice, closed his eyes, and let go of his body and mind to feel the presence of the Lady of Light. Before long, Alexander felt a tremor in his soul, as if some great existence in the sky was responding to his call. A glimmer suddenly appeared in the sky, the dark clouds dissipated instantly, and a beam of light descended from the heavens, shining directly upon Alexander. This beam of light was even more astonishing than the one Chen Luo had emitted in the room, attracting the attention of tens of thousands of people in Gallus City. The leader of the Blood Clan, Charles, casually tossed aside a corpse, his gaze sharply turning towards the soaring white light. He moved suddenly, leading a group of vampires charging towards that direction. As the sacred light column spread through the sky, all the vampires illuminated by this light instantly burned to ashes. Alexander, bathed in the holy light, felt a surge of inexplicable emotion rising in his chest, with tears flowing down his face uncontrollably. Just now Alexander had truly felt the presence of a deity. The great Lady of Light dwelled in the divine realm above the sky, her gaze filled with compassion and mercy, looking down at the suffering on earth, seemingly pained by the anguish of the living. Sensing the divine system of arts transmitted into his mind, Alexander immediately knelt on the ground, prostrating himself at Chen Luo's feet, excitedly, saying, "Praise the great Lady of Light. I shall serve you as your most loyal servant for life, letting your glorious light shine upon the world." Alexander stood up at this moment. A faint layer of light emerged from his body, giving off a sense of sanctity. The eyes of Alexander's younger siblings widened as the person before them resembled their brother, yet also exuded an unfamiliar aura, creating a most peculiar feeling. At that moment, hundreds of vampires appeared before Chen Luo and the others. When Charles saw Chen Luo, his heart skipped a beat, feeling more terrified than when he first saw his own second-generation prince. He trembled all over, wanting to turn and flee, but his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. "You have just begun to comprehend divine arts. It is still unrefined. I will now let you witness the power of the strongest divine arts." Chen Luo placed his hand on Alexander's crown and spoke gently. "Feel the flow of my divine power. This will be the method for you to wield divine arts in the future." "Yes." Alexander looked at Chen Luo with fervent admiration, immediately responding respectfully. As soon as he agreed, he felt a warm and formidable power surge into his body. Then he heard Chen Luo calmly utter two words, "Divine punishment." A light even more dazzling than before broke through the heavens, instantly casting its glow upon Alexander as a phantom began to coalesce above his head. In the blink of an eye, a massive white light towering dozens of meters high floated up, overlooking the entire city of Gallus. Everyone in the city, be they vampires or fleeing civilians, gazed up in shock at the sky, momentarily forgetting to escape as they stared fixedly at the enormous light. The fear and panic that once filled everyone's hearts gradually dissipated, leaving only tranquility and peace. "God, it is the divine coming to save us. Divine miracle. O great deity, please punish these demons." Nobles and commoners alike in the city of Gallus fell to their knees, fervently praying. In the next moment, a small amount of white light flew from them, swiftly heading toward the white light in the sky. The faith power of over 10,000 survivors in the city fused with the white light. The white light emitted a sacred brilliance, rapidly swelling to a height of 100 meters, and her form became increasingly clear. Anyone could see that this was the figure of a woman, yet no one could discern the true visage of the deity, feeling only an overwhelming sense of tranquility and serenity in their hearts. "Lady Goddess of Light." Alexander wept for joy, gazing at the white light in the sky, instantly knowing who this deity was. The Goddess of Light raised her immense staff with her right hand while her left hand opened wide, and the sacred light burst forth like the rising sun. At this moment, the entire city of Gallus was enveloped in this sacred light, instantly illuminating every corner of the city, even casting shadows of dust in the air, swirling with the wind. Meanwhile, all the vampires wailed and burned under the holy light, turning to ashes. Even if the vampires hid indoors, the divine light pierced through the roofs and shone upon them. Some vampires, sensing danger, desperately tried to flee Gallus, but no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the light. In just a few seconds, they were caught by the holy light. Watching the vampires around them disintegrate under divine punishment, everyone was left speechless in shock. They stood like statues, staring in awe at the figure of the Goddess of Light, suspended in the air, each one overwhelmed with joy and tears. Once all the vampires were eradicated by the holy light, the colossal figure of the Goddess of Light suddenly shattered, transforming into countless fireflies that slowly vanished into the sky. The city of Gallus regained its light, and soon countless cheers erupted, shaking the entire city. Gradually, the lights in the city began to illuminate, gathering toward Chen Luo. Countless people surged forward, eager to pay homage to the place where the divine had manifested. In no time, the survivors surrounded the street, making it impassable. The first thing they saw was Chen Luo and Alexander, who still radiated sacred light, exuding a warmth similar to that of the Goddess of Light. "Do you see the look in their eyes?" Chen Luo pointed at the crowd surging forward, speaking to Alexander. Alexander turned to face the crowd, noticing the worship and gratitude reflected in their eyes. He nodded earnestly. "Lord Lophes, I see it. Do not disappoint their expectations." Chen Luo intended to directly move to the orc territory, but quickly abandoned the idea, deciding to give Alexander more support. Suddenly, 6 wings made of holy light extended from behind Chen Luo, radiating intense sacred light that illuminated the surroundings. The crowd gasped, their gazes towards Chen Luo instantly filled with fervor. "The Goddess of Light has chosen you. Also remember the oath you have made. Let her glory shine upon the world." "I will faithfully obey Lord Lophes' decree." Alexander knelt on one knee, responding respectfully. As the 6 wings on Chen Luo's back vibrated, his form transformed into a white streak of light, soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds, disappearing without a trace. The remaining people of Gallus were stunned by this scene, and remembering the words of the deity, they looked at Alexander with newfound reverence. He is the messenger of the divine. He was chosen by the divine to save us. Praise the great goddess of light. A group of people fervently shouted, crowding in front of Alexander, kneeling on the ground, kissing his shoes, and the land where the divine had descended. The sacred records of light chronicles at the beginning of the Great Shang dynasty the vampire demons ravaged the Yani continent, and the fate of humanity and the orcs hung by a thread. The great goddess of light sent her messenger Lophis to bestow the divine arts of light upon Pope Alexander I, establishing the Church of Light to save humanity in their time of peril, marking the year one of the sacred calendar. Chen Luo chose this world's natives to save humanity instead of players, which left him somewhat vexed due to these players. The power structure of humanity is currently too fragile, as most players have been eliminated and find it hard to influence the situation of humanity. However, the remaining players have obtained powers that are excessively strong, rendering the natives of this world unable to contend with them. Moreover, these individuals do not know how to restrain themselves. For instance, the former Han Fei and the current Kane treat this place as a game world, causing havoc. Every time it is Chen Luo who has to clean up the mess which has begun to wear on his patience. To maintain the balance between races, the strength of players and the indigenous people of the Western fantasy world must also be balanced, otherwise this world will inevitably be ruined by them. Therefore, Chen Luo is now considering strengthening the power of the indigenous people so that when those players cause trouble, they will have to think about the consequences. With the divine light of the God of Light, Alexander has resolved the vampire's crisis and will undoubtedly become a savior-like figure for humanity. Coupled with the status of a divine envoy granted to him, his influence will be no less than that of Shang Tang. This is also another means to restrain Shang Tang. At this moment, Chen Luo had already arrived in the Orc territory, specifically in the city of Rostock belonging to the werewolf clan. Although the Orc race is a mix of various tribes, each tribe has its own stronghold, and this place is primarily inhabited by its own kind with very few individuals from other tribes. The city where the werewolf clan gathers is Rostock, one of the earliest city-states of the Orcs, and it is here that the beast king of the werewolf clan was born, becoming a source of eternal pride for them. At this moment, all the werewolves in Rostock are completely armed, whether they are adult men, the elderly, or women and children, all wielding weapons, making it a nation of soldiers. The reason the werewolves are on high alert is that just this morning they received news from the front line that the werewolf clan's main base ahead had been annihilated by the Blood Clan. Rostock is the last line of defense before Chilliwack City and a necessary path for the Blood Clan army. It is now dusk, and once night falls, the demonic Blood Clan will descend upon the city. Chen Luo looked down at Rostock from the sky. The architectural style here is vastly different from that of the human race, filled with exotic charm. He glanced up at the sky and noted that there is at most 1 hour left before the sun sets. The bloodline warriors of the Orc race have appeared for too short a time, all among those few powerful tribes, and they have just reached maturity, having not yet had the chance to branch out. Thus, no bloodline warriors have emerged among the werewolves. Although there are nearly 300,000 werewolves in Rostock, all armed, they face an army of 50,000 Blood Clan soldiers led by the second-generation Prince Lilith. The numerical difference is 6 times, yet the werewolves have no chance of victory. The individual strength of vampires far exceeds that of ordinary werewolves. They can also recover through blood consumption and can embrace werewolves to create new vampires. Even if they now outnumber the Blood Clan tenfold, the werewolves do not dare to claim they can win. Moreover, the Beast King Lykoba has gathered all military forces in Chilliwack City, clearly intending to abandon the pawns to protect the king, letting the werewolf clan fend for themselves. Lykoba once ordered the werewolves to retreat to Chilliwack City, but the clan leader Mudo refused. They wish to share the fate of their ancestral land. It is quite simple for Chen Luo to choose werewolves to enhance their strength. In both television and movies, as well as novels, vampires and werewolves are depicted as natural enemies. Right now there are ready-made werewolves. He only needs to make slight modifications. This time, however, Chen Luo did not directly descend in his true form into Rostock, as he was somewhat tired of constantly pretending to be a deity. This time, with a flick of his mind, a beam of azure light descended from the sky, landing on the city walls of Rostock. The clan leader of the werewolves, Mudo, was intently staring at the sky, calculating the time until darkness. At this moment, the azure light broke through the sky, and a vast and magnificent aura gathered above Rostock, followed by the appearance of a blue figure in the heavens. The figure stood over 10 meters tall with a wolf's head and a human body. As it slightly opened its eyes, a flash of lightning erupted. All the werewolves on the city wall turned to look at the shadow formed by this light, trembling under the immense pressure of this aura, feeling an impulse to prostrate and worship. This is Lord Wolf God. It really is Lord Wolf God, exactly like the wolf god in the altar. The manifestation of Lord Fast is here. Each tribe of the Orc race has different beliefs which are quite mixed, but the werewolves believe in the wolf god Fast. Therefore, Chen Luo chose the image of the Fast statue in Rostock to manifest. The werewolves looked in awe at the enormous figure in the sky, and led by Mudo, all the werewolves knelt down, gazing reverently at the wolf god above. Chen Luo looked down at the werewolves below, his expression indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. My subjects, I have foreseen in the divine realm that the werewolf clan will face evil forces and you lack the ability to resist. Now I shall grant you formidable power. Do you wish to accept it? Chun Luo's magnificent voice echoed throughout Rostock, and all the werewolves heard it, becoming instantly excited. Originally, the werewolf clan from clan leader Mudo to the ordinary elderly and weak were prepared to fight the blood clan to the death, with a resolve to perish. Now with the wolf god sensing their crisis and personally descending, all the werewolves felt their hearts fill with renewed hope. Omniscient and omnipotent Lord Wolf God, we willingly accept and request you to grant us strength. The power I grant you is immensely strong. With your frail bodies, the death rate exceeds 90%, and the process of enduring this power will be extremely painful. Therefore, I need warriors who are fearless of death and possess true courage. Mudo looked up at the enormous projection of the wolf god and loudly declared, Lord Fast, none of your subjects fear death. They are all true warriors. Lord Fast, for the sake of protecting our kin, we are not afraid of death. Hearing Mudo's words, all the werewolves present shouted in unison. Chun Luo had actually become somewhat distracted. Pretending to be a deity had been amusing, but after doing it multiple times, he found it a bit tedious. He originally planned to finish quickly, deliver his opening remarks, grant the werewolves the abilities he had already prepared, and then leave. However, he did not expect that this group of werewolves, upon hearing of the 90% death rate, would not be afraid at all. Instead, they became excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting that they were willing to take on the challenge. Chun Luo looked in astonishment at the werewolves below and became much more serious in tone. I am gratified that my subjects have so many brave warriors. However, this power can protect you, but it can also harm you, so I can only select 300 individuals to become the inheritors of this power. Now please let the strongest warriors step forward. If any of them fail to inherit, I will select new candidates. Mudo, hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately respectfully knelt down again, then stood up and ordered the werewolves behind him. All werewolf cavalry step forward. Hearing Mudo's command, most werewolves displayed expressions of disappointment, but none showed any signs of jealousy or anger. This is because the selection criteria for the werewolf cavalry are the same as that of the angry bear cavalry. Each one must be the strongest warrior in the clan. Under the command of Mudo, 3,000 wolf cavalry quickly gathered outside Rostock City, their eyes filled with fervor as they gazed at Chun Luo in the sky, eagerly anticipating the divine power bestowed upon them. I bestow upon you the ability to transform into ancient giant wolves. You will possess explosive speed, formidable strength, and toxins that can corrode your enemies. Chun Luo looked down at the 3,000 wolf cavalry, his resonant voice ringing out. These 3 abilities are tailored specifically to combat vampires, designed exclusively for werewolves. Transforming into ancient giant wolves will greatly enhance your physical strength. Except for bloodline warriors, ordinary people with regular weapons will find it impossible to harm you. Explosive speed is meant to counteract the swiftness of vampires, but it lasts only for a brief moment. If you miss your strike, there will be no chance for a second attack. As for the toxins that corrode enemies, they are contained within the ancient giant wolf's fangs, and specifically affect vampires. Any wound inflicted will lead to decay and death. Upon hearing Chun Luo's voice, the werewolves were immediately overwhelmed with excitement. They had witnessed the extraordinary ability of the bear tribe to transform into gigantic, furious bears, and now their deity was to grant them such powerful abilities, signaling the rise of the werewolves. Seeing the werewolves' enthusiastic howls, Chun Luo's voice remained calm and steady as he continued. However, the process of transforming into ancient giant wolves is exceedingly painful. Your bodies will be forcibly expanded, and your physical structure will be altered during this time. You must possess not only robust bodies, but also a resolute will to survive. Moreover, during the transformation, you will lose your reason, reduced to the primal instincts of the ancient giant wolf, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Once Chun Luo finished speaking, he noticed that instead of fear, the wolf cavalry below were filled with shining eyes, each one eager and impatient. Chun Luo, speechless, could only continue. Now let the ancient wolf spirit choose its inheritors. As soon as Chun Luo's words fell, 300 light points split from the silhouette of the wolf god in the sky, rapidly descending towards the ground. The wolf cavalry widened their eyes, eagerly fixated on the light points above, clearly aware that these were the ancient wolf spirits Chun Luo had mentioned. To be chosen by them meant they could transform into ancient giant wolves. Quickly, several hundred cyan light points selected the 300 strongest individuals among the 3,000 wolf cavalry and merged with them. The remaining wolf cavalry looked on enviously at those chosen, while the walls of Rostock were filled with wolf soldiers, anxiously and expectantly watching the selected individuals below. Roar! A selected wolf cavalryman let out a beast-like howl, and his body twisted as bones and muscles cracked loudly. Within just a few seconds, his form rapidly swelled more than twice its original size. He let out a cry of pain, and then collapsed to the ground as silver fur began to sprout from his body, and his hands and feet transformed into wolf claws, sharp talons digging deep into the earth. Howl! In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the first selected wolf cavalryman had already transformed into a silver giant wolf, standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Its fur shimmered like silver, with blood-red eyes emanating a terrifying aura as it raised its head and howled loudly towards Chun Luo, its expression fierce and provocative. The werewolves on the city walls, initially excited at the sight of the transformed giant wolf, all changed their expressions when they saw this ancient giant wolf provoking the wolf god. Only then did they remember that the wolf god had mentioned that transforming into a werewolf would lead to a loss of reason. Yet no one expected it to go so far as to challenge a deity. The silhouette of the wolf god in the sky snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure descended like Mount Tai crashing down. The ancient giant wolf had no time to react and was instantly knocked to the ground, unable to move even a claw. The ancient giant wolf immediately became obedient, looking up at Chen Luo in the sky and emitting low whimpers, as if begging for mercy. Lord Fast, please forgive his disrespect. It was certainly not his intention. Mudo, witnessing this scene, hastily knelt down, pleading for forgiveness from Chen Luo in the sky. Other werewolves, seeing this, hurriedly knelt, as well, requesting the deity's mercy. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to the others who were transforming. The ancient giant wolves were left with only animal instincts. As soon as they emerged, they would naturally provoke the strongest present. At this point, several werewolves had completed their transformations, but at least half had not survived exploding into a mass of flesh during the process. The cyan light points then emerged from their corpses, selecting the next werewolf. Not long after, 300 massive ancient giant wolves appeared below, but the wolf cavalry had lost over 1,000. Among these, only over 600 had died from the overwhelming power, while nearly 400 were killed by the ancient giant wolves after losing their reason. The remaining wolf cavalry retreated to the city gate, looking on with a mix of envy and caution at these ancient giant wolves, fearing they might be inadvertently implicated. Chen Luo suppressed the 300 restless ancient giant wolves and allowed the wolf cavalry to enter the city, looking towards the distance. At this moment, the sun had already set and dust was rising in the distance as the vampire army charged toward Rostock City. Chen Luo glanced at the ancient giant wolves below, who were as obedient as puppies, casually pointing towards the vampire army and saying, "Go." As Chen Luo's words ended, the cyan silhouette of the wolf god also vanished from the sky. Mudo and the others gazed at the direction Chen Luo had disappeared, feeling a sense of loss as they knelt once more. "Thank you, Lord Fast, for your blessings. We shall serve you for a lifetime." After Mudo stood up, he immediately turned nervously towards the battlefield in the distance. Although they felt blessed by the wolf god, the vampires were terrifying enough that they still felt a lack of confidence. At this moment, the 300 ancient giant wolves felt the terrifying pressure lift from their bodies, allowing them to move freely. Upon hearing Chen Luo's command, the ancient giant wolves all revealed fierce glints in their eyes, baring their fangs and assuming battle stances. As the vampire army drew nearer, the 300 giant wolves leaped forward, simultaneously pouncing at the vampire forces. These ancient giant wolves, the smallest of which stood 4 to 5 meters tall, and the largest reaching 6 to 7 meters, moved with remarkable agility. A single leap carried them several meters, and a full power jump could send them flying 7 to 8 meters away. The ancient giant wolves surpassed the vampires in both speed and strength, easily tearing apart vampires of the 3rd generation and below with a swipe of their claws and a snap of their jaws. At this moment, the vampires' once proud speed was rendered ineffective. They had 50,000 men, and the 300 giant wolves rampaged through their ranks without restraint, surrounded by enemies. In contrast, even with their weapons, the vampires struggled to pierce the iron-like skin of the giant wolves. The vampire army was momentarily stunned. Since the beginning of their advance, they had been unstoppable, with no beastfolk being a match for them. Yet now they faced such a devastating blow. Lilith, the 2nd-generation vampire prince, stood at the rear of the army, dumbfounded, as she watched the 300 silver giant wolves. As a member of the Fox clan who grew up in Chilo City, she was not completely ignorant of the werewolf clan, but was quite aware of their strength. They had never encountered such enormous giant wolves before. What on earth was happening? These giant wolves were terrifyingly powerful. Apart from the 3rd-generation vampires, the 4th and 5th generations were completely ineffective against them, leading to a one-sided slaughter. However, there were only a little over 1,000 3rd-generation vampires, and even when they fought together, they might not be able to match the 300 giant wolves. What shocked Lilith even more was that after being bitten, the wounds of the 3rd-generation vampires rapidly began to rot, and within just a few minutes they were corroded beyond recognition. Lilith sensed something was amiss as she immediately took to the battlefield and began to fight against a silver giant wolf. Having received the essence of Cain's blood, Lilith's power had also surpassed the 1st rank, exceeding the ancient giant wolves in both strength and speed, allowing her to hold her own against several at once. However, her only trouble was that she dared not let the claws or jaws of these giant wolves touch her. Upon observing them closely, she understood that these giant wolves had venom on their teeth, and if she were injured, she was not confident she could withstand it. After struggling to slay one ancient giant wolf, Lilith noticed blue light points flying out from its body, hastily heading towards Rostock City. The blue light point returned to Rostock City and dove into the body of a wolf rider. Immediately, his body began to transform, becoming an ancient giant wolf. "Open the city gates." Mudo, witnessing this scene, was both surprised and delighted. He quickly understood that even if the ancient giant wolves were killed, the ancient wolf souls would return to the werewolf clan and choose new bodies to merge with. Fearing that this ancient giant wolf would cause trouble within Rostock City, Mudo immediately ordered the gate guards to open the gates. The newly transformed ancient giant wolf seemed to have no interest in the werewolves. It let out a furious howl and charged out of the city gates towards Lilith. At this point, Lilith had already slain 4 ancient giant wolves, and without exception, blue light points flew out from their bodies after death. Lilith attempted to grasp those blue light points, only to find they were not physical. Her hand grasped nothing but air. Just as she felt something was off, she was stunned to see 4 ancient giant wolves charging out of Rostock City, seemingly recognizing her, attacking no one, but sprinting straight for her. Lilith's heart sank as she gradually realized these giant wolves seemed to be unkillable, with the blue light points returning to revive them. In that moment, all fighting spirit left Lilith. Her earlier confidence had vanished without a trace. As she surveyed the battlefield, she saw the 300 ancient giant wolves fighting against 100, causing the 50,000 vampire army to flee in disarray, blood spilling like rivers. The vampires were also terrified. The only one capable of killing the giant wolves, Lilith, was being besieged, and after several third-generation vampires were killed, they dared not risk their lives any further. In an instant, the battlefield showed a one-sided situation, with the vampires beginning to flee in all directions. Lilith sighed. Within most of these vampires had been ordinary humans before their transformation, not professional soldiers, and had only managed to unite under the control of higher vampires utilizing their superior strength. Now faced with a true enemy, they turned into a disorganized mob. 50,000 against 300 beasts, and they had lost. Lilith, furious yet helpless, defended against the attack of 5 ancient giant wolves while ordering the messengers to give the order to retreat. Upon hearing the retreat signal, all the vampires scattered in a panic, their speed of escape increasing. However, at that moment, the ancient giant wolves erupted with a speed even greater than theirs, turning into silver streaks that charged through the fleeing vampires quickly, leaving behind over 10,000 corpses before they could escape in utter disarray. When Lilith managed to break free from the siege of over 10 ancient giant wolves and regroup the vampire army, she discovered that of the 50,000 troops, fewer than 10,000 remained. Lilith felt an absurd sense of disbelief. Not a single one of the 300 ancient giant wolves had died, yet the vampire clan had lost 80%. Moreover, there were no injured. All those bitten by the ancient giant wolves had rotted away. Lilith was filled with a foreboding sense. Not only were they stronger and faster than ordinary werewolves, but they also possessed deadly toxins, and the most unreasonable of all was that they could not be killed. All these factors led Lilith to suspect that these ancient giant wolves seemed to exist specifically to counter the vampire clan. Lilith ordered a third-generation vampire to lead the remnants of the army and immediately set off towards the vampire clan's headquarters, Kylong Fortress, to report this situation personally to her father, Cain. A day later, in the highest hall of discussion in Kylong Fortress, Cain sat upon the throne with 4 second-generation princes of the vampire clan standing below. Cain now looked entirely different from his initial appearance when he entered the game. His skin, unable to see sunlight for many years, was pale to the point of transparency, his lips as red as blood. As he casually sat there, a captivating aura emanated from him. Cain held a tall wine glass, and a third-generation vampire behind him respectfully presented a wine jug to pour into the glass. What flowed from the jug was not wine, but bright red blood. Cain casually took a sip and said lightly, "So you believe those giant wolves were specially created by the werewolf clan to deal with us vampires?" Lilith bowed respectfully, saying, "Yes, my lord father." The expressions of the other 3 vampire princes varied, and soon another prince named Alad stepped forward. "My lord father, we have received disturbing news from within the human realm." Cain's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "Speak." "Charles and his 3,000 men who attacked Gala City are all dead. There are rumors that a deity has appeared in Gala City descending." Seeing the chill in Cain's eyes, Alad dared not delay and quickly recounted what he had learned about the situation in Gala City. At that time, over 100,000 people in the city witnessed the arrival of the goddess of light. The holy light she emitted was like the sun, capable of incinerating our kin to ashes. Moreover, many humans witnessed the messenger of the goddess of light, the judgment angel Lophes, who designated a human named Alexander as her divine envoy. Now that man named Alexander has established the Church of Light, and everyone in Gala City has changed their faith to worship the goddess of light. The Church of Light. Hee. Cain suddenly scoffed, muttering to himself, "These game planners are quite interesting in order to stop me. No, it should be for the sake of game balance. They deliberately created the Church of Light and the werewolves." Lilith and the others exchanged glances. They understood the earlier statements, but were completely baffled by the latter part. However, why didn't they just summon a giant dragon or a deity? Cain continued to speak to himself, indifferent to whether they understood. Quickly a smile crept onto his lips. "I somewhat understand. With the high degree of freedom in this game, even the planners can't overly interfere with the destinies of the various races within." Cain suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly unconcerned about the werewolves and the Church of Light. "Then let us have a good game." Cain abruptly stood up, his aura surging, an invisible force erupting forth. The 4 vampire princes present were forced to retreat repeatedly, while the third-generation vampire behind him exploded into a spray of blood. They stared at Cain in horror, unsure of what had happened. Soon, however, Lilith joyfully knelt down on one knee. "Congratulations, father, on your breakthrough. You, our kin, shall rule the world." Alad and the others were taken aback, but quickly reacted, kneeling down in unison. "Congratulations, father, on your breakthrough. You, our kin, shall rule the world. Order all vampires to return to Kylong Fortress. In 3 days we shall march forth and obliterate the human race." A flash of bloodlight flickered in Cain's eyes. He had been waiting in Kylong Fortress for this moment of breaking through to the second tier. Now that he had broken through to the second tier, there were no more concerns. "Yes." The 4 vampire princes excitedly responded, their figures disappearing like lightning from the hall. As the vampire clan assembled their forces preparing to annihilate the human race, Chen Luo had already appeared above a large island in the Endless Sea. This island was approximately equidistant from the Alvin continent, the Ice and Snow continent, and the Yani continent. If using the current dwarven or human ships, it would take about half a month to reach here. Chen Luo landed at the edge of a cliff at the northernmost point of the island. This was a barren, nameless peak devoid of trees, vegetation, or animals. Only the bare mountain ridges could be seen. The cliff was at least 300 meters above sea level. With one more step forward, Chen Luo would fall off the edge. Looking around, he found that not only was this peak desolate, but the entire island surrounded by mountains was lifeless, giving a feeling of utter desolation. With a wave of his hand, the previously barren and lifeless island suddenly underwent violent changes. New jungles and green vegetation grew at a visible rate, rapidly covering most of the island's area. A clear freshwater lake appeared in the middle of the island, and various animals, flying birds and fish, emerged around this lake. The formerly barren island suddenly became lively and teeming with life. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. The green mountains and clear waters painted a pleasant scene. He waved his hand again, and suddenly castles emerged from thin air atop the cliff, instantly covering the entire cliff and spreading down the mountain. The castles were connected by walls and towers, forming a vast complex of castle architecture, creating a self-contained little world. The architecture of the entire castle featured numerous columns and various shaped arches, offering a solid and saturated aesthetic effect, filled with the unique charm of a European castle. Chen Luo moved slightly, soaring into the sky, looking down upon the castle complex below. These castles extended to the mountainside according to his design, with constructed roads leading down to the foot of the mountain. In the center of the castles, 7 red towers rose straight into the clouds, appearing grand and magnificent. The more Chen Luo looked from the air, the more satisfied he became, and he slowly descended toward one of the towers. Standing atop the highest point of the tower, he casually conjured a hammock and lay comfortably on it, gazing at the distant sea view, while others had a seaside villa facing the sea, blooming in spring. He had a castle facing the sea from all sides, wanting for nothing. Chen Luo snapped his fingers, feeling a gust of wind mixed with the scent of the sea, blowing and causing the hammock to sway. The longer he stayed in this fantasy world, the less Chen Luo wanted to return to the real world. He had become somewhat enamored with the godlike ability to do as he pleased. Sigh, what horrors await in the next 3 years. Chen Luo sighed, realizing he could only relax for a little while. Time to get to work. Chen Luo was not idly creating castles on this island for enjoyment. The player's strength was increasing too rapidly. Without checks and balances, it could easily disrupt the balance of the fantasy world. If open beta testing were to commence later, more and more players would come. If another person like Han Fei or Kane were to appear, then he feared he would be overwhelmed. Therefore, Chen Luo decided to enhance the overall strength of the indigenous people in this world. This was to serve as a new force to balance the players and also to stimulate the players, giving them more motivation to evolve. Moreover, the most important reason was that Chen Luo felt his role as the creator god was too lowly, so every time a crisis arose, he had to intervene personally. Chen Luo could not interfere too much, or else things would easily go astray. Kane was a living example. His one inadvertent action directly led to the catastrophe in the Yani continent. Thus, Chen Luo has decided not to intervene in the development of the fantasy world unless absolutely necessary, allowing the indigenous people of this world to grasp their own destiny. The original form of this castle is the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from Harry Potter, but this castle is 5 to 6 times larger than what is depicted in the movies, grander and more magnificent. Chen Luo planned to name this academy Extraordinary Academy, specifically recruiting indigenous students from the Western fantasy world to teach them extraordinary powers. As for which students to recruit, Chen Luo had long decided. He would select 50 individuals from each of the intelligent races currently existing to fill the academy. How well they would learn ultimately depends on the abilities of these races. The selection method was also simple. Chen Luo could sense the talents of these intelligent races and directly deliver admission letters to them. Whether they could seize this opportunity depended on their fate. Chen Luo vanished from the top of the tower and appeared in a castle halfway up the mountain, which was empty and devoid of anything. However, as he passed through each area, everyday items would materialize, such as tables, chairs, and beds. Soon Chen Luo had delineated 6 castles, serving as the residences and living spaces for the 6 intelligent races on the continent. In the following time, Chen Luo continued to designate classrooms, practice areas, and experimental spaces. Once the items inside were fully furnished, he still felt that something was missing. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo waved his hand once more, and in the sky appeared 10 colossal beasts with the bodies and claws of lions, yet possessing the heads and wings of eagles. From their appearance alone, it was easy to discern that these towering beasts, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, were the renowned griffins of the fantasy world. These 10 griffins boasted feathers and fur that shimmered like sunlight. Their lion-like hindquarters were covered in tawny fur, while their eagle-like heads and forelimbs were adorned with golden eagle feathers, and their beaks and talons were golden with black claws. Their sharp eyes sparkled like jewels, radiating vibrant colors. Griffins are apex creatures within the food chain, both on land and in the sky, exuding a fearsome presence. Yet when they saw Chen Luo below, their gazes were filled with profound reverence, as if they understood from the moment of their birth what kind of being he was. "Let me bestow some abilities of magical beasts upon you." Chen Luo mused for a moment, pointing at the 10 griffins. Wind control and wind attribute magic. The 10 griffins froze momentarily in midair, then quickly emitted cheerful cries, their forms seeming to lighten as they gracefully spun and performed complex aerial maneuvers like birds. If someone had witnessed this at that moment, they would hardly believe that such large creatures could perform such actions. You shall guard this place for now. The griffins all cried out in unison, pairing off to enter the tall towers within the castle and take on the responsibility of guarding. Just as Chen Luo was contemplating how to deliver the admission letters, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. You bunch of skin monsters, can't you let me have a moment's peace? With a long sigh, Chen Luo's figure vanished from the extraordinary academy and appeared on the southernmost part of the Roman continent. Meanwhile, an eye-catching post appeared on the gaming forum. Watch as I, Emperor Ant, rise again. This world belongs to me. When the forum players saw the familiar name of Emperor Ant and then noticed the poster's ID, starting with a coin, many immediately rushed in. The game review posted by Emperor Ant Jiang Juanhao introduced many to this game, and the evolutionary path of the ants he created within the game was quite fascinating, allowing many to remember him. When the players entered the live stream, they were left dumbfounded one after another, including Chen Luo, who was in the sky, utterly speechless. What greeted their eyes were ants, red ants, black ants, golden ants. Countless endless ants filled the sky, ground, and even the ocean. These ants, varying in color, possessed different abilities. The golden ones could fly, the red ones were the fierce blood ants, the black ones were worker ants, and in the sea there were even mutated ants the size of fists that could swim. What left the players in shock was not just the sheer number of ants, but the devastated landscape of this world where the environment had been severely damaged, trees stripped bare, and bones littering the ground. Moreover, these ants were continuously advancing, turning thriving hills and rivers into desolation. Here there were no animals, not even plants. It was as if locusts had passed through, leaving chaos in their wake. Wherever the ant army passed, only pockmarked yellow soil remained, as though it had been gnawed at by dogs, countless times, devoid of any vitality. Within the viewer's sight range in the live stream, all they could see was this barren yellow land. The only green patch in the world was also being devoured by the ant army. Big brother, don't tell me this continent has been completely devoured by you. Damn, Emperor Ant, you're even more ruthless than the Blood Clan Emperor. Is this a case of invaders pillaging a village, not leaving a single thread behind? Brother, you might as well change your name to Skyrending. Only that name would be worthy of you. Haha, Emperor Ant is even more vengeful than the Blood Clan Emperor, remembering what happened during the test. Until now, he really intends to devour the whole world. This is truly devastating. But brother, you did a fantastic job making the official channels furious. Go, Emperor Ant. You are the best. Chen Luo was utterly entranced, and as he sensed with his mind, he became even more speechless. Jiang Juanhao, this skin monster, had truly devoured the entire Roman continent, leaving nothing behind except for the 2 red dragons in the volcano ahead. At this moment, Jiang Juanhao started his live stream, evidently intending to save this appetizer for last, preparing to show the audience his dragon slaying. As expected, Jiang Juanhao soon began to type in the live stream with great pride. Unable to speak as an ant, he could only type with his hands. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I must tell you, I have truly cleaned this continent. Only the stuff inside that volcano remains. Do you know what's inside? Without waiting for the viewers in the live stream to respond, Jiang Juanhao continued typing. Inside that volcano are 2 red dragons. Today I'm here to show you how I slay dragons. After I slay these 2 dragons and evolve again, I will lead the ant army to devour the Oni continent too. As soon as Jiang Juanhao spoke these words, the live stream truly exploded with countless people flooding the chat. At this time, the viewers in Shangtang and Lykoba's live streams also received news that Emperor Ant was going to slay dragons, immediately attracting many over, causing his viewer count to surge, nearing 1,000,000. 66666. Ant Emperor, you are the first in this world to dare to slay a dragon. For this, I am your fan. The Ant Emperor has been lurking for 100 years and has finally made his debut. This is the rhythm of debuting at the peak. Ant Emperor, you really know how to survive. The game has been in its second testing phase for several days now, and you've been developing and hiding for hundreds of years. Isn't it time to make a name for yourself? Ant brother, hurry and lead the army to the Yani continent to save humanity. Those like Emperor Shangtang and the Blood Emperor are no match for you. Game company boss, damn it, running into you, this foolish Ant Emperor. I am truly having bad luck. Can you please play normally? Have you hit your head or something? Do you still want to play the game properly? Ban his account, you must ban his account. The viewers in the live stream and the players were all laughing uncontrollably, greatly admiring the Ant Emperor. Chen Luo felt a bit of a headache. He had just intended to not interfere with the progress of this world, and now Jiang Juanhao was acting up again. He was also somewhat annoyed in his heart. The Roman continent had cost him nearly 3 months of lifespan to create, and now it was being devoured cleanly by Jiang Juanhao. Inevitably, he would have to reshape it again, costing him more of his lifespan. Moreover, seeing Jiang Juanhao's attitude, he wouldn't stop after devouring the Roman continent. This guy was genuinely prepared to consume the entire Western fantasy world. He'll just see if you have the ability to achieve that. Chen Luo thought about it and decided to abandon the idea of intervening, directly watching as Jiang Juanhao devoured the last hint of green on the continent, leading countless armies of ants towards the volcano. Roar! Before Jiang Juanhao could get clothes from the mouth of a volcano standing 400 to 500 meters high, two red dragons wrapped in layers of magma flew out. When they saw the devastated world, shock appeared in their enormous eyes, still not understanding what was happening. They had been following Chun Luo's orders, sleeping at the bottom of the magma, breeding offspring. But they never expected to emerge into such a situation. The red dragons quickly discovered the root cause of all this: a group of damned ants. What did they want? They actually dared to challenge the mighty dragons. The two red dragons looked at the ants charging in from all directions, and they immediately roared in fury, unleashing an earth-shattering dragon roar. Then they flapped their massive wings and actively flew towards the ant army. Before getting close, the red dragon's abdomen lit up, and then they opened their mouths and spewed forth crimson dragon flames. The scorching dragon flames instantly ignited the ground, and the ant army was no exception, quickly turning to ashes. The two red dragons didn't even need to aim. They could just breathe fire directly at the ground, since ants were everywhere above and below. In the blink of an eye, the world before them turned into a realm of flames. The audience was dumbfounded. The might and ferocity of the red dragons could be felt even through the screen. When the dragons first appeared, they had been fighting in the sky, and the viewers hadn't seen it clearly. Now, under Jiang Junhao's high-definition perspective, they finally got a close-up view of the dragons. The deep red scales resembling armor-sharp claws, and those enormous eyes burning with flames made many of the timid viewers shiver involuntarily. Damn, this is terrifying. Why is it so real? I almost feel like they're about to pounce on me. And the flames I feel like the screen is catching fire. The Ant Emperor is not making a peak debut, but a debut leading to demise. Haha, I feel sympathy for the Ant Emperor for a second again. What the hell? Was the Ant Emperor killed in seconds? Ant Emperor, wake up. Ants challenging dragons sounds nice, but the reality is cruel. You have no chance. Just as everyone thought Jiang Juanhao was being overconfident, Chun Luo furrowed his brows, because he sensed countless ants pouring in from every corner of the Roman continent. Chun Luo's mind instantly enveloped the entire Roman continent. In the next moment, he couldn't help but laugh. This mischievous Jiang Juanhao had utilized these hundreds of years to breed an innumerable army of ants spreading throughout every corner of the Roman continent. The number of these ants was so enormous that he had to hollow out mountains, digging tunnels down to the magma layer. He even specially evolved ants capable of surviving underwater, truly filling this space to the brim. The reason Jiang Juanhao had to devour the entire Roman continent was also unavoidable. The number of ants was simply too great. The existing resources on the Roman continent couldn't sustain so many ants, so he had to evolve them to eat anything. The ants that were just burned by the two red dragons didn't even amount to a fraction of the entire colony. As the vast army of ants came charging over again, the two enraged red dragons immediately started spewing fire again, incinerating these ants. But soon an endless, unending army of ants appeared again. The two dragons burned wave after wave, but could never finish them off, though instead they wore themselves out. How many ants are there, for heaven's sake? The red dragons sensed something was amiss, and the viewers in the live stream also noticed something was off, with this question surfacing in their minds. One red dragon suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the sky. It surveyed the surrounding world, but found that in every direction there were dense, countless ants. These damned ants actually dared to use their numbers to challenge the mighty dragons. You humble creatures, feel the wrath of the dragons. The red dragon's enormous eyes revealed fury. It roared in anger and dove straight down into the magma of the volcano. What the hell? Did the dragon just run away? No way. It fled. Impossible. That roar just now was clearly out of anger. No way it was a retreat. Moreover, isn't the other dragon still here? I also think it's impossible. What is hiding inside that volcano? As the audience speculated, the entire volcano began to tremble slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred. The camera started shaking slightly, soon violently shaking until it became nearly impossible to see the screen. Then amid everyone's astonished gazes, dark red magma surged out in a torrent accompanied by thick black smoke, with a thunderous roar echoing outward, sending red-hot rocks flying into the sky and leaving countless fiery scars in the smoke. The hot lava flowing forth ignited the sky as if the very air was on fire. Everyone, including Jiang Juanhao, understood the volcano had erupted. Crimson magma surged forth, cascading down from the sky in all directions. The volcano's mouth resembled a pool overflowing with water, continuously spewing streams of lava that devoured and destroyed vast expanses of land, engulfing an army of ants in the searing magma. Yet the volcanic eruption showed no sign of abating. The ground cracked in succession, and bubbles of magma erupted from beneath the earth. In the blink of an eye, the land within dozens of miles vanished, transformed entirely into a world of magma reminiscent of the apocalypse. Simultaneously, the ants on the surface also disappeared. As they witnessed this shocking scene, the viewers in the live stream were left in awe once again. Wow, this red dragon is incredible. It can even control the magma. Artificial volcano. No dragon engineering volcano. But there's no way the Ant Emperor can survive this. Wait, it seems there are still ants in the magma. Holy crap, there really are. There are indeed more ants. Sharp-eyed spectators noticed a sudden emergence of numerous fiery red ants from the magma, and their numbers were immense, swimming towards the volcano. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. Ants that could swim in magma. What kind of species are these? Chen Luo, however, was not surprised at all, as he had already traced back the evolutionary process of the new fused ants. After Jiang Juanhao dug into the magma layer, the ants that had long dwelled near the magma quickly evolved heat resistance and then adapted to survive in the molten rock. Since discovering the dragon's appearance in the magma, Jiang Juanhao had been scheming to slay the dragon consciously, enabling many ants to evolve this capability. The previous group of ants was merely sacrificed to be burned by the dragon, aimed at consumption. After all, these ordinary ants held little value. Simultaneously, this also helped reduce the burden on the ant colony, achieving two goals with one action. Roar. The red dragon in the volcano roared out of the magma, only to be astonished to find that these ants could survive in it. In the next moment, its furious eyes nearly spewed fire. The red dragon opened its mouth and scorching dragon flames crashed down onto the fiery red ants in the magma. The temperature of the magma and the dragon flames were entirely on different levels. Although these ants were unafraid of the magma, they could not withstand the dragon flames, instantly turning to ashes. Just as this red dragon prepared to continue annihilating the remaining ants, another red dragon suddenly let out an angry roar from the sky, wildly thrashing about, as if having a seizure, and then plunged into the magma below. The audience was once again stunned. How could this giant dragon go mad, all of a sudden appearing to be in great pain? The other red dragon, witnessing this scene, focused its massive eyes, neglecting the task of exterminating the ants, and swiftly flew towards the dragon that had fallen into the magma. The viewers in the live stream were clueless, but Chen Luo understood perfectly. Just moments before the volcanic eruption, Jiang Juanhao commanded countless golden ants to fly towards the dragon in the sky. They were very small and flew past the dragon's blind spot. Taking advantage of the moment the dragon exhaled flames, countless tiny flying ants seized the opportunity to burrow into its eyes, beginning to gnaw at them. The dragon, in pain, lost the light in its eyes and immediately charged towards the magma below, hoping to eliminate the flying ants through the molten rock. However, it had forgotten that there were even more ants in the magma. As the red dragon fell into the magma, Chen Luo knew it was doomed. Sure enough, as the dragon plunged into the magma, the fiery red ants seemed to have found their target, all turning around and charging towards the red dragon. Soon, anguished roars from the dragon could be heard as countless fiery red ants burrowed into its mouth, nose, and eyes, starting to gnaw frantically. Though the dragon's scales were incredibly hard, its body was far less fortified. It quickly began to bleed profusely from the bites of the ants. Scalding and fiery blood erupted, yet the ants spared not, even the blood directly consuming the dragon's lifeblood. The ants that obtained the dragon's blood became even darker in color, appearing dazzling as flames, and their strength in devouring the dragon seemed to have grown even more formidable. The dragon's anguished cries echoed through the heavens and earth. It struggled wildly in the magma, causing it to bubble violently, as if boiling, constantly splattering. Another red dragon flew over, witnessing its mate in such agony, yet it was helpless, anxiously circling in the magma. The viewers in the live stream were utterly confused. In this brief half hour, the twists and turns were too many, leaving them unable to keep up. I didn't understand what happened at all. Someone tell me what happened. How did that dragon just fall down like that? I specifically took a screenshot and zoomed in to understand. The Ant Emperor sent the golden ants into the red dragon's eyes. It really seems so. No wonder the red dragon's eyes are bleeding. Damn, can so many ants not only kill elephants, but even dragons? That's insane. So does that mean the Ant Emperor won? Winning isn't necessarily a good thing. Didn't he say he wanted to devour the whole world? Chen Luo could no longer watch at this point. He hadn't created the giant dragon for Jiang Juanhao to toy with. This troublesome creature must be dealt with. Chen Luo decided against causing a natural disaster this time, and instead issued a system announcement. Emergency maintenance of the game. All players must log off within 1 second. Upon the announcement, Jiang Juanhao was left in shock, and the viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. In the next moment, the gaming live stream erupted. Especially Jiang Juanhao, who was extremely excited, on the verge of defeating that red dragon. Emergency maintenance? What kind of international joke is this? Damn planners, damn officials, I will never forgive you. Jiang Juanhao roared in his heart, unable to voice his anger, which only made him more furious, truly wanting to kill. Moreover, what the hell is logging off in 1 second? You might as well not say anything. Damn it. As he wildly cursed in his heart, the screen in front of Jiang Juanhao suddenly went black. In a villa in Beijing, Jiang Juanhao took off his VR glasses and furiously smashed the device to pieces. Not yet satisfied, he immediately logged into the game forum to post a complaint about the shameless actions of the officials. But as soon as he logged in, he felt a surge of blood rise, almost as if his lungs would explode. Because both Shangtang and Lei Kbar were still streaming. Moreover, even Kane had opened a stream. This meant that all the so-called emergency maintenance was a bunch of nonsense. In the end, only he was forcibly logged off. Jiang Juanhao nearly smashed the computer in front of him, filled with a murderous intent, wanting to sever the head of the game company's boss. Dog official, come out and explain. What right do you have to kick me offline? Jiang Juanhao posted a message quickly recounting what had just happened. Soon countless replies appeared beneath, instantly making it a top trending post. The imposing Shugu, paha, you made me laugh to death. Ant Emperor, you're worse off than the Blood Clan Emperor. Single cancer late stage, haha, the dog official is clearly targeting you. Who told you to be so mischievous, trying to take away the game they worked so hard to create? Mingren Mingso, Experts have studied it to support a game with such a high degree of realism it would require at least a group of large servers worth tens of billions RMB. You take away a continent from them, and it could easily be the production team's several million in budget. Not banning your account is already generous. You still want to claim your rights. Manual sarcasm. Lang Li Gulang, isn't it right to defend your rights? This is the second time, and it's clearly targeted retaliation. Since you're afraid Ant Emperor will eat into your budget, why let him into the game during the second test? This is the first time I've seen such game planning. Seeing that it couldn't hold up, they urgently maintained it and kicked everyone offline. A million blood letters demanding that the programmer be sacrificed. Kinxia Dai Pai, Ant Emperor, you shouldn't continue to go head-to-head with the dog official, otherwise you'll just be kicked out of the game again next time picking nose. Kai Ju E Tiao Koen, I'll definitely confront them. When the public test comes, I'll still choose Ant. I refuse to be superstitious. Yushu Dangfeng replied to Kai Ju E Tiao Koen, I support you, the dog official is indeed worthless. At worst we can all quit the game, I don't have an account anyway. The forum suddenly became lively with many crazily cursing the dog planner and others strongly supporting the game company. Many people cursed, yet their enthusiasm for such a high degree of freedom in the game couldn't be dampened, slowly turning into requests for the public test beneath the posts. Zhang Juanhao was speechless. What was supposed to be a rights protection post inexplicably turned into a request for a public test, leaving him with a belly full of frustration with nowhere to vent. At this moment in the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo was preparing to wave his hand to eliminate all the fused ants. He suddenly paused and waved his hand again. All the ants in the Roman continent instantly turned to dust, leaving only a few hundred fired ants bathed in dragon blood. After naming these ants dragon blood ants, Chen Luo sent them away. Then with a thought, the entire Roman continent trembled as if it let out a soft hum, beginning to restore itself at a visible speed. In just a breath's time, everything in the Roman continent returned to its original state. Chen Luo sighed. Although restoring it was easier than recreating a continent, it still consumed a week of his lifespan. At this moment, all the ants inside the red dragon had disappeared, but its wounds had not healed, and it was writhing in pain on the ground. The other red dragon was stunned when it saw the surroundings restored to their original state. Before it could understand what had happened, it saw Chen Luo's figure descending from the sky. The red dragon immediately recognized the creator before it, and a look of pleading appeared in its eyes as it glanced at the suffering female dragon. Chen Luo certainly understood the red dragon's intent. He immediately placed his hand on the female dragon and in an instant healed its internal injuries. The female dragon, who had been wailing just a moment ago, suddenly felt all her injuries healed. She looked at Chen Luo with reverence, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, great creator. The female dragon spoke in dragon language, which Chen Luo naturally understood. He nodded. Go back now. As Chen Luo finished speaking, he vanished from the Western fantasy world and returned to reality. Analyzing dragon blood ant genes. Analyzing. Initial life form. The dragon blood consumption has caused a mutated gene possessing certain value currently capable of producing 0.03 divine descendant genes with a chance of producing fire resistance talent. Evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised after bathing in dragon blood. The fused ants surprisingly produced mutations with a gene value 3 times higher than that of the ant queen. After pondering for a moment, without much hesitation, Chen Luo directly chose to fuse the genes. This time the reaction was much smaller than before, and the changes in his body were not as apparent. He only slightly enhanced his physique, and aside from a familiar hunger, there was nothing else. Suddenly Chen Luo had a thought, took out a lighter and lit it, bringing his hand close to the flame. There was no burning pain as he had anticipated, only a warm sensation. The flame caused him no harm. Chen Luo smiled and didn't mind if fire resistance wasn't anything extraordinary, just better than nothing. He put away the lighter, went to his balcony, sat on a lounge chair, and began to relax with his eyes closed. Before long, that feeling of being watched returned. Chen Luo sneered inwardly. He deliberately walked to the balcony to see if those people were still there. Since you are still unrelenting, let's completely resolve this trouble. Chen Luo relaxed on the lounge chair for a while, then changed his clothes and leisurely walked out the door. He wanted to give the other party a chance to act. When Chen Luo went outside, the sky was gradually darkening. He left the neighborhood, deliberately heading toward a secluded area. Chen Luo wandered aimlessly down the street, giving those who were following him ample time. At that moment, 2 men approached from the street side, one of them a burly man carrying something wrapped in a newspaper, who angled his body to collide with Chen Luo. Although the man moved quickly, Chen Luo had been modified by the divine descendant gene, and his reflexes had long surpassed those of ordinary people. His gaze shifted, and he jumped to evade. However, the man suddenly lunged forward, as if he had slipped, still colliding with Chen Luo. Bang! The thing wrapped in newspaper fell to the ground, producing a crisp cracking sound. Chen Luo suddenly stopped, frowning at a blue porcelain jar that had shattered on the ground. Damn it, you bastard, can't you watch where you're going? The man, furious, walked up and reached to grab Chen Luo by the collar. Chen Luo smiled and stepped back a step, easily dodging the man's aggressive grab. If I'm not mistaken, it was you who bumped into me, right? You little brat, how dare you talk back? Clearly you walked into me and broke my heirloom antique. The man said viciously. Did your parents not teach you the ways of being a person? You should admit your mistakes and compensate for damages, otherwise you'll suffer. He sneered and raised his hand to slap Chen Luo in the face. You little brat, how dare you talk back? Clearly you walked into me and broke my heirloom antique. The man said viciously, did your parents not teach you the ways of being a person? You should admit your mistakes and compensate for damages, otherwise you'll suffer. He sneered and raised his hand to slap Chen Luo in the face. Chen Luo sneered. The man's motions struck him as snail-like in their slowness. Unhurried, he reached out and seized the man's hand. Oh! The man let out a pained cry, his face contorted into a grimace, every feature twisted by anguish. Chen Luo slightly frowned. He knew exactly how much force he had used, merely gripping the man's wrist with no real strength. And yet this fellow's performance was so theatrical. Clearly he was putting on an act. Chen Luo glanced about and saw passers-by pausing to look in their direction. In an instant he understood what these two were plotting. First they would deliberately collide to break something and claim it was an antique, then strike first to appear as the injured party, testing him to gauge his reaction before deciding how to proceed. Had Chen Luo been timid and submissive just now, he would surely have been cowed. They would have demanded an extortionate sum, tens or hundreds of thousands. If he resisted as he had, they would feign victimhood to draw onlookers' sympathy and establish themselves as the righteous side. By the time the police arrived, their story would sound plausible. Chen Luo casually let go of the man's hand and laughed to himself. The mastermind behind this was cunning, far from someone who relied solely on brute force. Hey kid, you broke our antique, and you dare lay hands on us. A bald, hulking man pushed forward, glaring at Chen Luo with fierce hostility. You want to act tough? He'll teach you a lesson. The commotion had attracted some attention, but most people cast a glance and hurried on, unwilling to linger where two men looked so vicious who would risk getting involved. Chen Luo shifted his gaze and noticed 3 or 5 ill-looking men with folded arms lingering nearby, their expressions malicious, evidently there to watch the spectacle. They had intentionally or not formed a subtle ring to prevent others from drawing near. Chen Luo smiled faintly. No need to wonder, these men were part of the same gang. Yet Chen Luo showed not a trace of fear. With an almost amused smile he asked, "Oh, and what do you intend to do?" The bald thug barked in a coarse voice, stooping to pick up the shattered blue-green porcelain from the ground. You smashed our heirloom. Aren't you going to compensate for it? Don't try to wriggle out of it. Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, how much compensation do you want? The bald man immediately raged. This is a Ming Dynasty family heirloom. We were about to sell it to a proprietor in Gangqing. If it weren't for my mother's illness and the urgent need for money for her treatment, we wouldn't be selling it. They offered 200,000. And now you've smashed it. Hearing that figure, Chen Luo smiled. Oh, do you have proof that it is this much? I have no way of knowing whether your antique is genuine or even belongs to you. You can't simply name a price and expect me to pay. Chen Luo's question was deliberate. Nowadays, few antiques can be proven to be ancestral unless one's family truly belongs to an illustrious lineage or the artifact is unmistakably precious. Of course we have proof. The bald man produced a paper certificate and thrust it before Chen Luo. This is the appraisal certificate we obtained from the Cultural Relics Bureau. It is clearly stated. Chen Luo could not help but smile wryly. Their scheme was well prepared. They even had an appraisal certificate ready. But I heard the Cultural Relics Bureau no longer performs appraisals for the public. The bald man's expression flickered. Most people would not know that showing a certificate usually intimidates others into submission. Yet Chen Luo remained unruffled, smiling all the while. Was he fearless from ignorance, or did he have some backing? The bald man fixed Chen Luo with a sinister gaze. Kid, you're trying to cheat us, aren't you? Today I'll teach you some manners. Having spoken, the bald man signaled one of his companions, then launched a fist forward without hesitation. Chen Luo shifted his footing and light as a feather evaded the bald man's vicious punch. He smiled and said, we're all civilized people. Let's resolve matters through conversation. Violence serves no one well. Screw you. Another man swung at Chen Luo, and the 5 who had been lingering nearby surged forward, attempting to surround him. Chen Luo moved like a fish weaving through water, slipping between the 7 men with nimble grace, never allowing a single hair on his head to be touched. He refrained from striking back and drifted toward the area beneath the surveillance camera, still smiling. Jiangsheng is trying to build a civilized city, crack down on pornography and illegal publications, root out organized crime. Let's not create extra work for the busy police, shall we? We shouldn't waste taxpayers' resources. Watching Chen Luo's leisurely evasions, the bald man and his cohorts were taken aback. They had not expected their quarry to be as slippery as an eel. No matter how they lunged, they could not seize him. Their frustration visible, they surged at him again. By then Chen Luo had already reached beneath the camera. He stopped abruptly and ceased fleeing. As the bald man's punch whistled past, Chen Luo swiftly caught his wrist with one hand. With his right hand clamping like an iron pincer, he applied a sudden forceful twist. The man screamed and lurched uncontrollably into his companions. As the man stumbled, Chen Luo seemed to accidentally place his foot on the instep of the bald man's foot. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chen Luo wore an expression of contrite panic, but as the bald man's face twitched and he collapsed to the ground, Chen Luo continued to cry apologies, and then delivered a sudden sharp kick. In the next instant, the bald man clutched his groin with both hands, rolling on the ground in agony. Aya, you bastard. Chen Luo took a step back with an apologetic expression and turned to the remaining men, imploring them earnestly. The state is currently carrying out a campaign against organized crime and evil. If you join in, you'll be guilty of gathering to cause trouble. If it escalates, it harms everyone. Why not continue to talk things through? Chen Luo's words had the opposite effect. Enraged anew, the men charged forward once more. Chen Luo maintained the air of a frantic fugitive and continued, if you feel you cannot let the person who hurt your buddy go, then call the police. Look, if I really harmed someone and the police are called, it will be a matter between me and him. If you involve yourselves and go in with us, your families will have to come bail you out. How inconvenient. Use legitimate means to protect your lawful rights. But Chen Luo's admonitions did not make them reconsider. Instead, they grew even more furious. Looking at the 6 approaching individuals, Chen Luo in a fluster said, "Since you want report to the police, how about I call the police first, and then you can make your move." Upon hearing this, the 6 were infuriated, their tempers flaring. They had encountered all sorts of people before and had taught many a lesson, but they had never seen anyone so despicable. Without any further ado, they all raised their fists and charged at Chen Luo. Chen Luo suddenly chuckled, saying, "Since you are so obstinate, I suppose I must show you the consequences of not being law-abiding citizens." He tilted his head to dodge a punch from one of them, deftly grabbed his fist, and yanked it back forcefully. The man felt an overwhelming force surge through his body, causing him to stumble uncontrollably forward, his head meeting the ground with a resounding thud, instantly knocking him unconscious. Having easily dealt with one person, Chen Luo quickly retreated a distance just within the camera's view and began to feign panic, waving his hands, saying, "Please don't do this, I really don't want to fight." In fact, the camera had captured these individuals as soon as they appeared, but Chen Luo needed to position himself more clearly to take action. His pathetic demeanor only incensed the remaining 5, who seethed with rage. Not wanting to fight, they had no intention of letting that slide. Chen Luo's rambling provoked a hot-tempered thug, who couldn't hold back, and charged in with a kick. Damn it! As Chen Luo panicked and looked at the man kicking toward him, he positioned himself perfectly for the camera, beginning to showcase his acting skills. Chen Luo suddenly acted as if he were frightened, and at the moment the man's kick was about to land, he hastily pushed against his thigh. The man lost his balance and fell face first to the ground, producing a loud crash, howling in pain and unable to get up for a while. "I'm so sorry, are you okay?" As he apologized, he attempted to crouch down to help the man, but another man approached him. Chen Luo, startled, hurriedly dodged away. By coincidence, his arm collided with the groin of another man charging from behind. The man's eyes widened as his body curled up in pain, a sharp throb radiating from his groin to his head, nearly causing him to faint. "Off!" He screamed in agony, lacking the strength to stand, and sat down hard on the ground while clutching himself. "I'm so sorry, I truly didn't mean to." Chen Luo continued to apologize, then looked at the remaining 3, saying, "Look, the weather is so nice today. Oh, it seems like it's getting dark. But that's alright, we can find a place to sit down, chat about life goals, discuss how to resolve this matter, or maybe talk about women. Oh, anything is better than fighting, don't you think?" The unexpected takedown of 2 individuals made the 3 remaining ones sense something was amiss. If the first 2 were accidents, then the continuous mishaps of 4 was simply too unusual. Especially the 2 who had been hit, now painfully clutching their groins, causing the others to feel a chill run down their own spines. The remaining 3-eyed Chen Luo, who wore a smile, now wary and hesitant to act. It was too risky. "Oh, it seems you don't plan to attack anymore. Shall we find a place to chat?" Chen Luo cast a surprised glance at the trio. "What do you mean?" One man, having had enough of Chen Luo's chatter, angrily pulled out a knife and lunged at him. Chen Luo, feigning fright, turned and ran, saying, "It's just a porcelain item, I'll pay you for it. Why resort to knives? What if someone gets hurt? That wouldn't be good at all." The other 2 turned green with anger at his audacity, drawing knives themselves and charging at him. Chen Luo felt no emotional upheaval, yet wore a panicked expression, skillfully dodging their attacks amidst their onslaught. At this moment, a passerby finally couldn't watch any longer. Things had escalated to knives, and someone could get hurt. Soon someone took out their phone to call the police and immediately distanced themselves. Then, in a series of accidents, the 3 men quickly fell to the ground, howling in pain. Some of the knives in their hands had accidentally pierced their companions' calves or arms, blood gushing forth. Onlookers were dumbfounded. They had initially thought Chen Luo, who was scrambling amidst the knives, would inevitably face trouble. But the scene before them was completely unexpected. 7 men against 1, yet this was the outcome. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry." Chen Luo again began to apologize, looking at the 3 in agony, cautiously asking, "Do you need me to call an ambulance?" Seeing the mix of anger and pain on their faces, he hesitated before saying, "Oh, it seems you misunderstood. I truly didn't mean to." On the ground, the few men were so furious, they nearly spat blood, with their physical pain paling in comparison to the frustration of being so enraged. At that moment, a police car arrived on the scene. The police car stopped by the roadside and 3 officers got out, 1 middle-aged and 2 younger. The middle-aged officer leading them bore insignia indicating a rank Chen Luo didn't recognize, but he appeared serious and quite imposing. As soon as the 3 officers stepped out, they noticed the situation and didn't need to ask who called the police. They walked straight over. Upon getting closer and seeing 7 men sprawled on the ground with 2 of them bleeding from knives embedded in them, their expressions changed suddenly. This was clearly a case of armed assault, which constituted a criminal offense. "Call 120. The middle-aged officer instructed the 2 younger officers, then turned to Chen Luo, the only one standing, and asked sternly, "What happened? Did you call the police?" Chen Luo shook his head, looking innocent as he replied, "Officer, I didn't call the police. These people attacked me, and during that some accidents happened, and they ended up on the ground. It must have been a concerned citizen witnessing the injustice who called the police. I really didn't do anything." From beginning to end, Chen Luo had only retaliated once, and even that was in a defensive manner when attacked. After they fell, he did not pursue further attacks. They had used numbers to bully him. It was clearly self-defense. Moreover, there were not only eyewitnesses, but also surveillance footage. Chen Luo had nothing to fear. Chen Luo's words left the 3 police officers stunned. What are you talking about? 7 against 1, and they were surprised to find themselves on the ground, and even more surprised that they had stabbed themselves. The middle-aged police officer stared at Chen Luo saying, "Are you saying that they attacked you alone and ended up injuring themselves while you did nothing?" Chen Luo blinked innocently and replied, "I knew no one would believe me. But that's exactly how it happened. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance cameras over there. It should have all been recorded." The middle-aged officer turned to look and confirmed that there were indeed cameras above. With this evidence, it would be more persuasive than just verbal accounts. After all, people tend to bias their own accounts while the cameras merely record what actually happened. The middle-aged officer didn't ask further questions. After the injured were taken to the hospital, he sent a younger officer to retrieve the surveillance footage and then took Chen Luo and the others to the police station. After spending more than half an hour recording statements at the police station, the middle-aged officer reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed that Chen Luo was indeed telling the truth. It was a legitimate act of self-defense. Now he wouldn't even have to pay for medical expenses. Generally, if one engages in self-defense without being harmed, even if they are not criminally liable, they must cover medical costs. For instance, if you severely injure someone in a fight, before being hit yourself, you would definitely bear civil liability. Chen Luo was different. He only acted in defense after the others made their move, and it was in response to their coercion and attempts to use force. This was a counterattack initiated after being attacked and having one's life threatened, which does not require civil compensation. However, the middle-aged officer with years of experience still felt that Chen Luo had some intent. Having been a police officer for over 20 years, he had encountered numerous self-defense cases, but this was the first time he had seen such a flawless act of self-defense. Chen Luo attempted to flee when faced with extortion, but the number of assailants was too great to escape. He stopped after striking one, showing no intent to inflict further harm, while continually pleading with the assailants not to attack. After the assailants were injured, Chen Luo kept apologizing, asking them not to proceed, but they still pressed on. When surrounded, Chen Luo panicked and ran under the surveillance camera, fortuitously positioning himself in the clearest view of the camera. Just as Chen Luo attempted to help the accidentally injured enemy, he inadvertently bumped into a younger brother of someone who was trying to ambush him from behind. Even more absurdly, when the opponent brandished a knife, Chen Luo appeared terrified, yet his movements were surprisingly agile, allowing him to evade their attacks at the most critical moments. He even managed to have the opponent's knife stab their own comrade. Not even the middle-aged officer would believe all of this was mere coincidence. Yet everything appeared this way. The surveillance had faithfully recorded the events, and there were numerous eyewitnesses. The middle-aged officer didn't ask any more questions. After sending Chen Luo out of the police station, he gave him a deep look and said, "Those people are not to be trifled with. Be careful and report any incidents immediately. Here's my business card. If you find yourself in an emergency, you can call me directly." Chen Luo was surprised to see the officer's concern as he glanced at the business card. From the officer's words, it was clear he was aware of the background of those individuals. As for those few, they will be detained for 15 days. After they are released, I can't guarantee what will happen. Chen Luo nodded, pocketed the card, and didn't dwell on it, leaving the police station immediately. Just after leaving, the familiar feeling of being watched returned. Feigning indifference, he smiled, and first went to find a place for dinner, then headed to a bustling commercial area pretending to shop. Before long, Chen Luo used his spiritual sense to lock onto his pursuer and quickly threw him off. When the pursuer couldn't find Chen Luo after searching for a while in the crowd, his expression changed. He immediately left the commercial street, finding a secluded corner to make a phone call. "Gang," he entered the Highway Commercial Center. "It's too crowded, and I've lost him." The voice on the other end of the line said something, and the pursuer quickly responded a few times before hanging up and rapidly leaving the commercial center. Chen Luo silently followed him, trailing him into the subway, and after transferring twice, finally exited and entered a nearby residential complex called Hongyu Garden. Upon seeing the pursuer swipe a key card to enter the building, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Such high-end residential complexes near subway stations have dedicated property management. Without proper access, they wouldn't let him in. If he were to find someone, the other party would surely ask who he was looking for and might even require him to provide the owner's phone number. Just as Chen Luo was feeling troubled, he suddenly spotted a black car driving in from outside, heading into the complex. When Chen Luo unintentionally caught a glimpse of the driver, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned and quickly entered the subway station. The driver was the same young man who had come to deliver cash when Chen Luo sold gold bricks at Yan's gold store. Chen Luo squinted. He no longer needed to go in. He already knew who was behind everything. The fact that his pursuer entered this complex while someone from Yan's gold store happened to return at the same time. Could there be such coincidences in this world? Chen Luo scoffed coldly. Indeed, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. He had initially thought Yan Tingsheng was kind and wise, advising him against straying onto the wrong path when selling the gold bricks, believing him to be a person of high moral integrity. Unexpectedly, he was plotting against him all along. Chen Luo entered the subway and immediately headed home. Today, he only intended to investigate the other party's background. Now that he had clarity, he needed to consider how to deal with Yan Tingsheng. Chen Luo sat on the sofa in the living room, closing his eyes and thinking rapidly. Before long, he suddenly exclaimed, "You unexpectedly reached the second level." Chen Luo's tone was filled with excitement, even neglecting how to handle Yan Tingxing. His figure abruptly vanished from the living room, appearing in the Western fantasy world. At this moment, it was dusk in the Western fantasy world. Within a dense forest in the territory of the human race, a massive army of Blood Clan, numbering 15,000, lay coiled within, waiting for the sun to set. Cain stood in the shade of a tree, gazing at the distant sunset. He slowly brought his hand into the sunlight. With a sizzling sound like striking a match, a black smoke began to rise from Cain's palm, followed by the scent of something burning. "Father!" Lilith and the other bloodline princes exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked at Cain, unsure of his motives. Cain calmly retracted his hand, observing as the burn marks began to heal rapidly. He chuckled to himself. "Indeed, reaching the second tier enhances my resistance to sunlight." Lilith and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. It turned out Cain was merely conducting an experiment. Had it been an ordinary vampire, especially one of the third generation or lower, their hand would have likely been burned away. Yet Cain only suffered a slight burn without significant harm. Cain glanced at the sun, which had completely sunk below the horizon, and calmly declared, "Let us set forth." "Yes, father." With Cain's command, the army of 150,000 bloodline warriors immediately mobilized, marching toward the city ahead. At that moment, Cain was live streaming. Upon seeing the bloodline army set out, someone immediately ran to inform Raikoba and Shangtang in their live stream. Although Cain's past experiences were quite sympathetic, his subsequent actions brought great disaster to both the human and orc races. Almost no one wished for a bloodline victory, seeing humans and orcs turned into food and slaves. As Cain started the live stream, the comments were filled with derogatory remarks. Even a few sympathetic voices were quickly drowned out. At this moment, Cain was no longer concerned about how the audience evaluated him. After enduring so many years and hardships in the Western fantasy world, he had grown indifferent to everything. The only thing he wanted now was to make Shangtang and Raikoba pay the price. As for the title of the Bloodline Emperor, it was of no consequence to him. Cain was utterly unconcerned about the leaks in the live stream room. He had the confidence that even if Shangtang knew every move of his, he couldn't stop the Bloodline army. Shangtang learned immediately that Cain had gathered all the Bloodline army only about 200 kilometers away from the capital of the empire. At that moment, Shangtang was in the palace discussing with Alexander. Upon hearing this news, he immediately said, "Alexander, we must select suitable candidates for learning the light divine arts without delay. Go to the royal city with Duke Borton now, and he will fully cooperate with you. The bloodline army is already approaching. I must quickly evacuate the civilians." Alexander stood up and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, your majesty. I will not disappoint your expectations." Shangtang nodded and waved Alexander off, but a hint of coldness involuntarily flickered in his eyes. As soon as the light church appeared, divine beings stood as their patrons, witnessed by tens of thousands. That very night, all the people in Gala City began to believe in the light goddess, becoming fervent zealots, spontaneously promoting the doctrines of the light church to everyone they encountered. They proclaimed everywhere that Alexander was a divine envoy chosen by the gods to rescue humanity from crisis, urging others to join the light church to gain salvation. Initially, everyone held a skeptical attitude, but after witnessing Alexander's healing magic saving lives and seeing him incinerate vampires with holy light, the light church rapidly gained countless believers. At this time, everyone was terrified by the brutality and horror of the blood-sucking demons. When they encountered someone who could punish the vampires, it felt as if they had found a savior, and they began to join the light church as devoted followers. Within just a few days, hundreds of thousands joined the light church, with the number increasing rapidly every day. This was undoubtedly bad news for Shangtang. As a modern individual, he understood well that theocracy and monarchy are in conflict. Throughout the Middle Ages, the church battled with kings for centuries, ultimately achieving absolute dominance to the point where even kings had to be crowned by the Pope to be considered legitimate. With the terrifying expansion speed of the light church, it would eventually become the most powerful religion, potentially threatening the rule of the Great Shang dynasty. However, despite realizing the threat posed by the light church, Shangtang couldn't take action against Alexander at this moment because he still needed the light divine arts to deal with the impending vampire crisis. As for the future, well, that depended on whether he could survive until then. The cold light in Shangtang's eyes dissipated as he immediately commanded, "Send the order down, all humans abandon the city and retreat to the capital." "Yes, your majesty." Immediately, court guards bowed and accepted the order, quickly going out to announce Shangtang's command. Meanwhile, Raikoba and Shiloh City also learned that Cain had set out against the humans, but he couldn't feel any joy. It was obvious that Cain, having wiped out the humans, would make the orcs his next target. Raikoba felt troubled. Being the orc king was truly exhausting, even more so than being a CEO in reality. He had devoted himself to the orcs' development, initially using the stallion incident to create bloodline warriors for the orc race. However, after the chaotic battle with the dragons, his prestige had plummeted. In the orc race, without prestige and strength, he could not command other races, and no one would heed his orders. Raikoba had no choice but to wield his business acumen to vigorously develop commerce within the orc territory, rapidly improving the orcs' living standards over just 20 years. The orcs even found the leisure and interest to develop arts, with painters, musicians, and bards emerging even before the humans. Although the orc race's talent in this area was abysmal, at least it represented an increase in productivity. Raikoba's reputation also returned to its peak, but damn it, Kane had emerged to cause trouble again, slaughtering the orc army with ease. Raikoba felt helpless. Amidst the doubts of various clan leaders, his position as Orc King was becoming unstable once more. At that moment, the schemers conjured up the wolf god Fast, who granted the werewolves 300 ancient wolf souls, killing 40,000 bloodline warriors. This led to many orcs calling for the werewolf clan leader, Mutt, to take over as Orc King, replacing Raikoba. Raikoba felt overwhelmed. If it weren't for the prestige he had accumulated over the years, he might have been overthrown by now. Can we even play this game properly anymore? Sigh, Raikoba lamented. Why couldn't those schemers have summoned a bear god instead? It would make my life so much easier. Cursing aside, Raikoba had to think about how to resolve the current predicament. Before long, Raikoba made a decision: he must support the humans. Otherwise, if Kane transformed millions of humans, no amount of ancient giant wolves would be of any use. But before that, there was one more thing that must be done. With this thought in mind, Raikoba quickly logged off and returned to reality. Inside a luxurious mansion in the city of Lei Qingyang, also known as Lei Keba in the game, hurriedly removed his VR headset and immediately said to a young man in his 30s beside him, "Find Han Fei." After finishing his words, Lei Qingyang put the VR headset back on, eager not to miss a single second of the game's time. Su Yifei, regardless of whether Lei Qingyang could hear him, immediately replied respectfully. Noticing that Lei Qinjiang's four-bag was almost empty, he called out to the 3 female housekeepers waiting behind, replace it with a new nutrient solution and help the boss clean his body. Yes, Assistant Su. One of the female housekeepers responded and quickly began replacing the nutrient solution for Lei Qingyang, while the other 2 went to the bathroom to fetch warm water. After testing the temperature several times and ensuring it wasn't hot, they carefully took out a towel to wipe Lei Qinjiang's body. At this moment, Su Yifei had already left the room and arrived at the villa's balcony, where he took out his phone and started dialing. Having followed his boss for nearly 8 years, Su Yifei often understood what Lei Qingyang meant with just a glance without needing to guess. Although Lei Qingyang spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, Su Yifei immediately understood who he was referring to. Currently, his boss was obsessed with the game's Second Life, and Su Yifei naturally regarded his boss' hobby as his own. He had even directly moved into this mansion, spending almost all his time by Lei Qinjiang's side, watching the livestream of Lei Keba in the game. What he feared most was that Lei Qingyang would log out of the game and be unable to find anyone when he needed help. In fact, it was he who helped relay the rescue message to Lei Keba when the Wolfkin were being chased by the royal bloodline warriors, not Lei Keba himself. At first, Su Yifei thought Lei Qingyang was just being whimsical, but he quickly realized that his boss, as a business genius, had stirred up quite a commotion in the game, to the extent that it became a sensation in reality. The Stallion incident, the Beast King competition, combined with advertising events in the game, had directly sent the names of IGR Real Estate and Lei Qingyang trending. Since then, IGR Real Estate's stock price had soared that day, yielding an advertising effect worth billions. Lei Qingyang had no intention of hiding his real name, so now his fame rivaled that of first-line stars. Seeing how Second Life could generate such immense popularity and traffic, many celebrities and major platform streamers could hardly wait for the open beta, each willing to spend lavishly to secure testing qualifications. The black market price had soared to 5.0, each 10 times what Shenluo was selling them for at the time. Of course, to this day, no one had successfully purchased one. When Lei Qingyang mentioned looking for Han Fei, Su Yifei naturally understood he was referring to the Emperor Han Fei of the Great Xia in the game. Coincidentally, Su Yifei had researched Han Fei's information beforehand, knowing that he would become his boss rival when Han Fei defeated the Beast King to become the founding monarch of the Great Xia. Han Fei had posted quite a few threads on the forum. Although they contained little information, it would not be difficult to find him, especially when combined with the posts from his show-off friend Li Shan. Unexpectedly, the preparations made earlier were now coming into play. While waiting for the call to connect, Su Yifei had already returned to the room and informed Lei Keba in the livestream that he had found Han Fei. Meanwhile, the call was connected. "Is this Mr. Han Fei?" Han Fei looked at the incoming call number with surprise. "Yes, who are you?" "I am Su Yifei, assistant to Mr. Lei Qingyang. You should know who he is, right?" On the other end of the line, Han Fei paused for a moment. Of course, he knew the illustrious Lei Qingyang, who was only 42 this year, but already had 2 listed companies with a net worth exceeding 50 billion. Although Han Fei recognized Lei Qinjiang's identity, he felt neither fear nor surprise. However, Han Fei's mentality had long since changed. During his time in the Western fantasy world, when he was dominating the scene, Lei Keba was still cowering among the bear kin. During the first epic war, he had even defeated Lei Keba on the battlefield, causing him to abandon his armor. Those illustrious halos held no power over Han Fei. Han Fei's mind raced as he pieced things together and vaguely guessed why Lei Qingyang was looking for him. "I understand. Is there something you need?" Before Su Yiming could speak, he saw Lei Qingyang log out of the game and immediately asked Su Yiming on the phone, "Han Fei?" Su Yiming nodded and promptly handed over the phone. Lei Qingyang grabbed the phone and said urgently, "You know the difference in time between reality and the game. I can't afford to waste a second. They'll get straight to the point. 10 million for the information about the Judgment Sword." Even though Han Fei's mindset was already rock solid, hearing that price made his heart skip a beat. Han Fei came from an ordinary background, had an average education, worked a regular job, and was the kind of person you wouldn't recognize on the street. Since his experience in the Western fantasy world, Han Fei felt like a changed person. Although he tried to reintegrate into real society, he found it impossible. Having reached the peak, once it was hard to bear the fall. Han Fei couldn't tolerate being bossed around by an unpleasant supervisor at work, and even after returning he had managed to achieve the highest performance in just a few days. Yet that revolting supervisor targeted Han Fei at every turn, making it impossible for him to continue working at that company. Han Fei could not endure living at the bottom of society where he was constantly pressured by his landlord for rent, a stark contrast to his previous life. If he had 10 million, with Han Fei's current intellect and abilities, he could create a career for himself. With a firm resolution in his heart, Han Fei uttered without any hesitation, "I want to receive the money first." Account number. As Han Fei provided his account number, Sui Fei was already using a laptop to input the number for the transfer. "He'll enter the game first. Once you confirm the transfer, inform me, Fei." Naturally, Lei Qingyang didn't need to worry about the transfer. He casually tossed the phone to Sui Fei and re-entered the game world. About 30 seconds had passed, and over 10 days had gone by in the Western fantasy world. He needed to rush back quickly to see what had transpired. The moment Lei Qingyang entered the game, he opened the live stream and set a room password, allowing only Sui Fei, who had the password, to enter. He didn't wait long before Sui Fei entered the room, quickly typing a message on the public screen. There is another secret chamber built by Han Fei in the palace which contains a large amount of food and treasures. The second emperor of Xia should be hiding in the palace with the judgment sword. After finishing this message, Sui Fei uploaded a picture. This is the location of the secret chamber and how to open it. When Lei Qingyang saw this message, he couldn't help but feel delighted, for he had indeed guessed correctly. Over the past decades, not only had there been no news of the Judgment Sword, but even the trace of the second-generation Han Yu had vanished completely, which was simply impossible. As long as a normal person has existed in this world, there will always be traces left behind. However, Han Yu had disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the world. Cain had searched for him for over 10 years without success, and both the human and beast races had not given up on the search, yet he remained elusive with neither sight nor corpse. Then there remained only one possibility: Han Yu was hiding in a secret location known only to the royal family. Thus Lei Qingyang thought of Han Fei, and was surprised to find that Han Fei had indeed prepared several secret chambers within the palace. No wonder he couldn't be found. Even after searching the entire world, Han Yu was hiding right under Shang Tang's nose. However, Lei Qingyang soon found himself at a loss for words. Now that he had news of the Judgment Sword, how to acquire this artifact was a monumental issue. Let alone the Blood Clan army stationed outside the city. Shang Tang now possessed second-tier strength, making him a formidable opponent. Even if they managed to enter, they would still have to face Han Yue, who wielded the Judgment Sword. The beast race currently had not a single first-tier warrior, which was truly a headache. The Judgment Sword was the only method Lei Qingyang could think of to deal with the Blood Clan, and also to solidify his position. But if it couldn't be obtained, all would be in vain. Lei Qingyang sighed, and looked down at Mudo beneath the throne. Tribe leader Mudo, the Blood Clan army has surrounded the imperial capital for 10 days now. If we do not go to support once the Blood Clan transforms the humans into vampires, our beast race will also face catastrophic disaster. In the Great Hall there were 9 other seats occupied by the leaders of the 9 most powerful tribes among the beast race. The closer the seat was to the front, the higher the status of that tribe among the beast race, and Mudo was sitting in the first position on the right. Upon hearing Lei Qinjiang's question, the other tribe leaders turned their gazes towards Mudo. For everyone knew that after the wolf god descended, the werewolf tribe possessing ancient giant wolves had become the most powerful tribe among the beast race. Although they all understood that what Lei Qingyang said was true, they also realized that if the werewolf tribe did not participate, their efforts would be of little use, and they might even be transformed into vampires themselves. Mudo looked at Lei Qingyang, respecting the Beast King. After all, over the years, Lei Qingyang had exhausted himself to strengthen the beast race, and everyone had witnessed it. Thus Mudo did not display an arrogant attitude. He slowly replied, "Your Majesty, our warriors are willing to enter the human domain to jointly eradicate the vampire demons." Hearing this, Lei Qingyang couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Tribe leader Mudo is indeed broad-minded. Then the other tribe leaders should have no objections, right? The other tribe leaders, seeing Mudo's agreement, exchanged glances and simultaneously expressed their willingness to participate. However, Mudo then spoke again. "Your Majesty, there is one issue I must clarify beforehand." "Please speak." Tribe leader Mudo. "If our tribesmen transform into ancient giant wolves and are killed, the ancient wolf souls within them will return to the wolf temple in Rostock, waiting for new warriors to inherit them. Therefore, if they die within the human realm, it would take at least half a month for them to return. We must also consider this risk. Once we lose the protection of the ancient giant wolves, all beasts will be in danger." Lei Qingyang and the other tribe leaders had varied expressions, yet none showed any overt reaction. They were all stunned when they heard about the battle in Rostock City and were intimidated by the power of the ancient giant wolves. Their strength and speed combined with toxins completely countered vampires. Most terrifying was their ability to resurrect infinitely, placing them far above the other beast races. Now, hearing about the resurrection process, they felt somewhat reassured. After all, the mortality rate for inheriting the ancient wolf souls was as high as 90%, and since they needed to return to the wolf temple to perform the resurrection, this added many limitations. Lei Qingyang thought for a moment and nodded. "I will take this matter into consideration. Please rest assured." Tribe leader Mudo. Lei Qingyang paused, feeling the need to instill some confidence in those present. He immediately said, "Since tribe leader Mudo is willing to let the warriors of the werewolf tribe sacrifice for us beasts, I shall share some news, as well I know where the judgment sword is." Upon hearing this, not only did all the leaders in the hall look shocked, but those in the live broadcast room also began to flood the screen with comments. Is this true? The artifact is about to be born again. While Lei is truly calm, he only revealed this news now. When the judgment is unleashed, who can stand against it? A big shot is indeed a big shot. Every revelation is a major event. However, for the beast race, obtaining the judgment sword is of little use right now. They don't have anyone capable of wielding its power. Indeed, even the second generation with the judgment sword couldn't defeat Shangtang, and now the beast race doesn't even have a first-tier warrior, making it even less likely. Is what your majesty said true? Mudo asked in surprise. Lei Qingyang nodded. Naturally it is true, however it is not in my possession at the moment. If this journey goes smoothly, our beast race has the chance to acquire the judgment sword. The beast race had suffered greatly from the judgment in the past, and now hearing that they might obtain this artifact, their eyes began to shine with excitement. It did not matter which tribe possessed the artifact. What was crucial was that it must not remain in the hands of the humans, as this pertained to the future fate of the beast race. We are willing to march with your majesty. We are willing to march with your majesty. All the tribe leaders stood up and shouted in unison. The Chronicles of the Holy Light records as Lei Qingyang led an army of 500,000 on their grand departure. Many began to take screenshots and share them on social media, Weibo, and various video platforms. The sight of 500,000 fully armed beast soldiers gathered together was incredibly shocking, as no one had witnessed such a scene in reality. The footage showed a sea of beast army banners fluttering, war drums thundering alongside vehicles, horses, and supplies stretching several hundred miles in length. Their mounts were large tigers, leopards, and dire wolves, adding an extra layer of ferocity to the entire procession. Even in the special effects of television and movies, such grand battle scenes were usually captured in a single shot. For each second of such a grand scene consumed immense funding. Yet the production team of Second Life seemed to have an inexhaustible budget. This army of 500,000 appeared incredibly real, with expressions, armor, and weapons that showed no signs of being special effects. Each beast's appearance and expression were distinct and bore no difference from real life. Lei Qingyang had been live streaming all along, and this vast army of 500,000 was within the lens. Some even calculated based on the formation and the number of people in each row to verify if there were indeed that many. Soon the conclusion was reached: there really were that many. At this moment, everyone was stunned by the grand gesture of the gaming company. How much money must it cost to create such massive special effects? The key issue is that these effects are too exaggerated. They don't look artificial at all, they seem completely real. It must cost at least tens of millions, right? You are truly ignorant. The special effects in Hollywood films cost hundreds of thousands per second. These game effects completely overshadow those from Hollywood production companies. I dare say that hundreds of thousands per second is not an exaggeration. Hundreds of thousands per second. Wouldn't that mean this gaming company would collapse in no time? Exactly. We've been watching these scenes with tens of millions of players for hours now. If what you say is true, wouldn't that mean they would burn through dozens of billions? The viewers in the game live stream were stunned by the visuals and began to debate just how much these effects had cost. At this time, the number of viewers in Lei Qingyang's live stream surged wildly through this viral spread, quickly surpassing 5 million and continuing to grow exponentially. The second epic battle. This title quickly climbed to the top of trending searches, attracting even more viewers into the live streams of Lei Qingyang, Shangtang, and Kane. Even many streamers from major platforms started to rebroadcast in their own streams, but few people watched those, and nothing could match the clarity of the live broadcast. During the first epic war, many regretted missing it and could only watch the replays, feeling some sense of loss. Now everyone realized that the epic war between humans, vampires, and orcs was about to break out, and countless fans flooded in, elevating the fame of Second Life to new heights. Analyzing Kane's genes. Chen Luo, however, was not overly concerned about these matters. Since he had already decided to no longer intervene in the historical process of the Western fantasy world, he would only be an observer during this second epic war without making any interventions. Moreover, the truth is that both the players and the natives of the Western fantasy world were essentially creatures he had nurtured. No matter how much commotion there was, Chen Luo could suppress it with a flip of his hand. What he cared about was only species evolution. Currently analyzing. Vampire, a primitive life form, has not yet evolved to the peak of its species. The second-tier gene lock has been unlocked, currently able to produce 0.5 divine gene with a chance to gain self-healing ability. Evaluation, ordinary. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel delighted. Not only could he obtain such a high divine gene, but he also unexpectedly gained self-healing abilities. Although Kane had caused him some trouble, having nurtured him up to now, the ability to provide so many divine genes was worth it. Gene fusion. Chen Luo hardly hesitated. After returning to his room, he chose to fuse. He thought of the Extraordinary Academy. Once the remaining intelligent race students were selected and taught extraordinary powers, as they grew, more high-tier evolutionists would inevitably emerge. Although Kane still had room for evolution, Chen Luo could no longer afford to wait. Nearly 2 months had passed since he obtained the primordial pen, yet he had only fused 0.69 of the divine gene. This sense of urgency compelled him to act. In the instant he chose to fuse, Chen Luo felt an endless power surging into his body from all directions, followed by intense pain from within to without. He shuddered and instantly collapsed onto the large bed behind him. After an unknown amount of time, when Chen Luo stood up from the bed, he found that he had slimmed down significantly and his entire being radiated vitality, feeling exceptionally well. Moreover, his previously enhanced five senses became even sharper. His eyes could see farther, even clearly reading the content of a book on the desk several meters away. His sense of smell also became clearer, just a gentle sniff allowed him to distinguish various scents from the air. His spiritual power surged significantly. He could now sense how many people were in the elevator from inside his bedroom. Chen Luo clearly felt that the lifespan he had allocated to create the Western fantasy world had been restored and his body had become younger and more vibrant. Chen Luo was inexplicably exhilarated with just 1/2 of the divine gene producing such effects. He was now eager to see what it felt like to unlock the first-tier gene lock. After waiting for a moment, Chen Luo quickly walked to the living room, opened the refrigerator, and used food to satisfy his hunger. While eating, he found a fruit knife in the kitchen and gently sliced his fingertip. Crimson blood oozed from the wound, but it began to scab and heal almost instantly. This truly is a remarkably powerful self-healing ability. Chen Luo looked at the healing scar in delight, using his spiritual power to sense his body's current condition. At this moment, his heartbeat had become stronger, and the blood seemed to carry an indescribable energy. When Chen Luo sensed this power, he understood that it was this energy that granted him the self-healing ability. Chen Luo withdrew his spiritual power just as he was about to observe the developments in the Western fantasy world when he suddenly frowned. The primordial pen had given him a prompt that the game forum was under a hacker attack. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, quickly realizing why this was happening. These hackers likely first attacked the Second Life game server, but when they found no server, they chose to attack the forum instead. They probably would never guess that the Western fantasy world is a real world, and thus there is no such thing as a server. Players can enter the Western fantasy world solely because the primordial pen has established a teleportation channel that draws a strand of the player's soul into the Western fantasy world. Moreover, the game forum was also generated through the primordial pen, and even if they attacked for 100 years, they couldn't possibly crack it. As for why it was being attacked, Chen Luo could guess without thinking. It was precisely the matter he had always feared. Second Life was too popular with such technology that adjusts time flow and its realism. It was impossible not to attract attention. Now anyone could be attacking the game forum, corporate spies, other gaming companies, or even from national levels. It's terrifying just to think that they can't find any registration information or address of the gaming company, nor any information about the owner. But the more it is like this, the more it will attract curiosity and thus more attacks. Chen Luo realized the seriousness of the problem. His gaze flickered as he quickly recalled all the possible things that could expose his identity. After much thought, Chen Luo concluded that other than disguising his appearance to sell test accounts, there was nothing else he could do. But upon reflection, this was not foolproof either. Chen Luo felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Although he was wearing sunglasses and a mask at that time, the internet cafe was equipped with surveillance cameras. If the nation truly began to pay attention, they could easily track his movements through the cameras spread across every street and alley. They could even trace the clothes, sunglasses, and mask Chen Luo wore to find out where he had purchased them. At that point, locating him would become much easier, depending only on whether the other party was willing to exert that effort. It seems I need to find another place to stay, Chen Luo thought. Although he didn't know how much longer he could live in peace, he felt the need to prepare for the worst. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. There was no rush for this matter. It would be wise to first observe the situation of the epic battle in the Western fantasy world. With a thought, he returned to the Western fantasy world. At this moment, the combined viewership of live streams from Lei Qingyang Kane and Shangtang had surpassed 10 million, and the number was still rising. Outside the capital of the empire, within a radius of several dozen kilometers, everything that could block sunlight, be it dense forests or houses, had been destroyed by Shangtang, all in an effort to thwart the onslaught of the Blood Clan. Although the Blood Clan members were all extraordinarily strong, sunlight was their fatal weakness. They could only launch attacks at night. However, the city walls of the empire's capital, after decades of continuous expansion under Shangtang, had grown to over 100 meters high, though still not as tall as the walls of Chilua City. No matter how strong the Blood Clan was, they could not fly. Once daylight broke, they would have to retreat to the dense forests dozens of kilometers away to avoid the sunlight. They also could not set up camp outside the city, otherwise during the day the human army would storm in and simply tear down the tents, allowing sunlight to flood in. And the human forces could not pursue them outside the city either, as even with several times the number of troops compared to the Blood Clan, they could not confront them heat-in. Thus the humans and Blood Clan fought fiercely at night, only to rest during the day, leading to a stalemate that lasted for half a month. Kane was waiting for the food supplies in the capital to be exhausted. Currently, nearly 10 million humans were crammed inside the city, and the daily consumption of food was a terrifying figure. As long as they could drag it out for a while, the humans would eventually collapse without any attack. Meanwhile, Shangtang was urging Alexander to hastily select individuals suitable for learning the light divine art. Although Alexander had obtained the inheritance of the light divine art, his strength was limited. He hadn't even reached the first tier. The only skills he could use were healing art, holy light art, and the sacred appraisal art to identify those suitable for learning the light divine art. Since arriving in the capital, Alexander had been sleeping only a few hours a day, sometimes even going several days without sleep, all to quickly identify individuals with the talent for learning the light divine art. Yet Alexander did not feel the slightest bit tired. Instead, he was exhilarated each day like a shot of adrenaline, believing this was the best time to spread the doctrine of light. Once the light divine art played a crucial role in this epic war, the Church of Light would surely be immortalized in history, and the glory of the goddess of light would illuminate the entire world. After half a month, Alexander finally selected 200 individuals possessing the talent for cultivating the light divine art. Next, he would take these 200 people to begin spreading the doctrine and then teach them the holy light art. Another half-month later, Lei Qinjiang's 500,000 troops finally arrived within 100 kilometers of the empire's capital. Along the way, Lei Qinjiang had only done one thing: demolition. Wherever he encountered a house, he demolished it. Where there were dense forests, he set them ablaze. Even caves were filled in, leaving no place to block the sun. Wherever the 500,000 troops passed was like a bulldozer's path, leaving no intact place behind, rivaling the Ant Emperor. Lei Qinjiang acquired many new nicknames, such as Thunder Demolisher, King of Demolition, CEO of Demolition Enterprises. King didn't take it to heart. Lei Qinjiang was preparing to force the Blood Clan into a corner, which also meant pushing the orcs and humans into a desperate situation. If the Blood Clan realized their only way out was to break through the Empire's capital, they would have no choice but to attack, desperately willing to sacrifice their lives, as they had nothing left to lose. This was far stronger than his command as the ancestor of vampires, and it coincidentally aligned with Kane's expectations, bringing together both enemies for a decisive battle without him having to make an extra trip to Chilua City. That night, Shang Tang sat astride a pure white steed clad in golden armor and draped in a large red cloak, exuding an air of gallantry. He was surrounded by a group of bloodline warriors and elite cavalry, his golden hair complementing his regal presence. Countless fans in the live stream erupted in excitement upon witnessing this scene. "Oh my god, so handsome. Does Emperor Shang Tang still need a warm bed partner? I'm a 36D, ready for a real encounter. Fdi a 36, you haven't even spoken yet. What qualifications do you have?" The two fools upstairs. Emperor Shang Tang already has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. You have no chance to line up. Isn't this just like a Saint Seiya donning golden armor? You'll soon realize it's a super scion. Wow, is this going to be a royal melee? My goodness, this is what a battlefield looks like, the effects of 1,000,000 troops. How much money did this cost? It could bankrupt the game company. As Shang Tang led 300,000 troops out of the city, Kane also appeared with 150,000 Blood Clan members, his black cloak contrasting sharply with his snow-white skin. He rode atop a massive yellow tiger, leisurely striding forward. The 3 tribal armies, numbering nearly 1,000,000, were now facing each other from a distance. In the light of the torches, one could faintly see the throngs of soldiers filling the area outside the royal city, stretching from the foot of the city into the distance with no end in sight. In this place, human lives had become just a number. A strong wind swept through, causing the banners to flutter and crackle, the persistent sound evoking the feeling of a battle's prelude. The entire battlefield was imbued with an oppressive silence, causing the soldiers of the 3 tribes to grip their weapons tightly, unable to resist swallowing hard. Nearly 1,000,000 people, yet the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Only the sounds of fluttering banners and crackling torches could be heard. Even the millions of viewers in the live stream were struck by the chilling atmosphere of this battlefield. No one typed a word. The silence was terrifying, all eyes fixated on the screen. Their gaze was focused on a small hill outside the city, fearing they might miss a detail. That place was where the 3 tribal kings were slowly gathering. Shang Tang approached the tripartite convergence zone with dozens of fully armed bloodline warriors. Clad in gleaming armor and wielding formidable weapons, their long cloaks billowed behind them like banners unfurled in the wind. Behind Lei Qinjiang marched 5 Bear Tribe bloodline warriors and 30 werewolves infused with primordial wolf spirits. In stark contrast, Kane stood utterly alone, calm, serene, and faintly amused. As he stepped into the heart of the battlefield, his gaze leisurely appraising both Shang Tang and Lei Qinjiang. Shang Tang tugged gently on his reins, signaling his warriors to halt. Lei Qinjiang likewise raised a hand, commanding his beast tribe warriors to stop, then rode forward alone atop his lion beast. Before the watchful eyes of 3,000,000 troops assembled on the field, and over 2,000,000 spectators streaming live, the sovereigns of the 3 races finally converged. Haha, brother Lei, your courage is truly boundless. Do you realize I could pluck off your bare head with effortless ease from this distance? Kane chuckled, his eyes fixed on Lei Qinjiang, who stood precisely 5 meters away. Haha, it's just a game. Worst case, I log out and wait for the official launch. What courage does that require? TSK, you've grown even more boyish looking these past few years. How about I introduce you to a few wealthy women in the real world? At Lei Qinjiang's mocking tone, Kane's smile never wavered. Oh, by all means, why not tell me your address? I'd be delighted to pay you a personal visit. Lei Qinjiang studied Kane's cheerful, untroubled expression, and his heart gave a sudden, uneasy lurch. This man had changed beyond recognition. Once a naive youth, he now radiated an unnerving, inscrutable aura. Haha, you're not seriously holding a grudge so deep you want real-world PK. Lei Qinjiang burst into laughter. You'll have no chance. I'm guarded round the clock at home. No problem, Kane replied cheerfully. More people mean more excitement. Lei Qingyang narrowed his eyes momentarily, unable to discern whether this was jest or a veiled threat made in earnest. Lei Qingyang fell silent, exasperated. Is this guy really still in middle school? So petty. Enough reminiscing. Shang Tang cut in coldly, interrupting their exchange. We summoned you here to seek a peaceful resolution to our current crisis. War benefits no one. Cain smiled faintly and shook his head repeatedly. No, war harms only you. What do I stand to lose? Even if every single vampire perishes, I won't shed a tear. Don't forget, I possess the blood of eternal life and have attained second-tier strength. So long as I survive, I can create legions of vampires at will. At these words, both Shang Tang and Lei Qingyang paled. Cain's tone held no trace of falsehood, and his claim was undeniably true. Cain's abilities had become grotesquely overpowered. His sole vulnerability remained sunlight, otherwise he possessed virtually no weakness. He commanded vast numbers, and in individual combat, only Shang Tang could rival him. At this rate, dominion over the game world would inevitably fall to him. Thus Cain felt no urgency whatsoever. After all, these vampires were merely transformed humans and beasts. Why should he grieve their loss? Instantly, the livestream chat exploded with messages. This ability is utterly shameless, completely unbeatable. He could simply outlast Elder Lei and Shang Tang, then emerge later. A fledgling Church of Light stands no chance against him. The vampire sovereign seems unstoppable. Even if he can't win, he could flee anytime. No one could catch him. Damn it. Does this mean the vampire empire will rule the game world when we enter? Game devs, can we choose vampire race upon entry? Asking urgently. Then what is your purpose in all this? Shang Tang struggled to grasp Cain's logic. Lei Qingyang furrowed his brow, equally baffled by Cain's motives. His goal had always been clear: to live a life in Second Life wholly distinct from reality, and indirectly to extend his own lifespan through the game. That was why he'd painstakingly elevated the Beast Tribe's power, cultivating this realm as his second home. Shang Tang's intentions required no guesswork. They aligned closely with his own. What for? Cain chuckled again. You actually asked me why, eh? His expression hardened instantly. Both of you were the only ones I ever trusted, unreservedly, even in the real world. Yet for a mere drop of the blood of eternal life, you betrayed me so cruelly. If you needed that blood for research, you had only to ask. Would I truly withhold a single drop? How absurd, that you remain ignorant of my true reason. Power, wealth, prestige, those things mean nothing to me. But you shattered my trust, and so I shall annihilate everything you hold dear. Stunned into silence, Shang Tang and Lei Qingyang stood frozen, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this cataclysm had erupted solely from Cain's desire for vengeance. The livestream audience stared dumbfounded, watching Cain shout accusations at the two leaders, speechless themselves. Turns out the vampire sovereign's uprising was merely the tantrum of a wronged child. No grand ambition, no imperial dream. All that might wasted. A grievance as heavy as a 200 child. The legendary tragedy sparked by a single vial of blood. Honestly, he does behave like a child. Even though he's lived decades within this game world, how can he still hold such grudges? Wait, does this game even allow minors? Ahem, I'll ask directly, how old are you in reality? Lei Qingyang cleared his throat, voicing the question burning in every viewer's mind. Cain's smile turned icy. My age in reality is irrelevant. I am here to ensure you die knowing the truth, and no bargain, no plea will avert your doom. Hold on, kid. This is just a game. How about compensation in the real world? Silence. Cain snapped, flustered. I'm 16, not a child. The moment those words escaped his lips, the native denizens of this high fantasy realm heard nothing. They spoke only Chinese among themselves, leaving the locals utterly bewildered. But in the livestream, chaos erupted. My gods, I actually guessed right. He's really a minor. No wonder he holds grudges so fiercely and acts so mischievously. Wait, during the harem incident, he was still a child. Elder Lei, you've corrupted the nation's future blossoms. You richly deserve this retribution. Holy hell, can Elder Lei and Emperor Shang Tang really not handle a teenager? Ha ha ha, I can't breathe. Now it all makes sense. His behavior swings wildly between sinister villain and playful child, because he is a child. Ultimately, blame lies with the devs. They allowed minors to play this game. Lei Qingyang and Shang Tang were at a loss for words. They could never have imagined that Cain was truly just a 16-year-old child. If he were a normal person, it would be easier to communicate, but encountering a child so stubbornly set on revenge, what could one do? Chen Luo was momentarily stunned in midair. He immediately retrieved the registered identity information of Cain using the primordial pen. He really is 16. Cain's real name in reality was Zhao Yi. He was from Yangcheng in Guangdong province and was still in his first year of high school, currently on summer break. At that moment, Chen Luo was solely focused on setting up the game channel and monitoring the evolution of various races, completely forgetting to establish age restrictions and an anti-addiction system. Chen Luo frowned. This was something that needed to be added during the public test. If these minors were eliminated, that wouldn't be too bad. However, if someone like Cain had lived for decades before exiting, the very thought of that scenario was frightening. Imagine a minor living in a Western fantasy world for decades, potentially having a psychological age greater than their own parents. Communication with them would surely pose problems. At that time, they would not encounter mere geniuses, but rather a crowd of lunatics. Moreover, minors have immature minds. Upon their return, they might struggle to distinguish between reality and the Western fantasy world, which could easily lead to mental breakdown. Chen Luo considered that in addition to adding age restrictions, the flow rate of time needed to be adjusted, otherwise even adults would struggle to adapt to such a drastic mental shift. Well then, Cain, how about this? I will find you in reality and personally apologize to you. What do you think? You see, after all, there are over 1 million lives at stake. Being so young, you should not cause such slaughter. Instead, you should learn our core values: civilization, harmony, and kindness. Shut up. At this moment, Cain realized he had slipped up. He angrily retorted, whatever you say now is pointless. The stage has been set, and it is time to perform. The atmosphere immediately became awkward and oppressive. Shang Tang and Lei Qingyang looked at Cain as if he were a petulant child. Yet this child wielded the most powerful bloodline clan, which was truly troublesome. The entire venue fell silent again. Only the howling wind could be heard, and everyone was watching this negotiation. Whether it would result in war or peace depended entirely on Cain. He had become the protagonist of this war, and even the entire Yani continent. Cain was extraordinarily furious now because he had noticed the gazes of Shang Tang and Lei Qingyang. When Lei Qingyang mentioned personally apologizing, Cain's heart had softened slightly, but the subsequent words were no different from what his parents and teachers had said, which infuriated him. When he saw those two looking at him, as if he were a mischievous child, Cain could no longer hold back. He immediately raised his right hand high and then swung it down forcefully. Upon seeing the signal from Cain, Lilith immediately shouted, "Our clan will surely prevail. Our clan will surely prevail." As all the bloodline warriors shouted the slogan, they instantly divided into 2 groups and charged towards the human and beastmen armies. Shang Tang and Lei Qingyang's expressions changed dramatically. The bloodline clan had already taken the initiative to attack, and the situation was no longer under their control. They exchanged glances, no longer concerned with Cain, and immediately pulled on the reins, speeding back to their respective armies alongside dozens of bloodline warriors. Knights of Glory, heed my command. Shang Tang rushed to the front of the human army where thousands of cavalrymen clad in golden armor like him awaited. He unsheathed his long sword first. Instantly the knights began to stir out. All soldiers drew their long swords. Honor is my command. A golden glow began to radiate around Shang Tang, enveloping him like golden flames. He raised his sword high and shouted a slogan towards the direction of the bloodline army. Honor is my command. All the soldiers of the Knights of Glory raised their long swords, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at the dazzling Shang Tang. The knights each lowered their visors. They all understood that this war was inevitable. Every one of them was unsure if they would survive or where this war would lead. When Shang Tang was the first to charge out, they cast aside all their doubts and fears, shouting the slogan of the Knights of Glory, and plunged into the fray, following their king. This Knights of Glory, later recognized as the strongest knight order in the Yani continent, made its first appearance on the historical stage. The sound of hooves echoed, and they began to accelerate, quickly raising a cloud of dust. The galloping hooves stirred up thick dust, crashing violently into the bloodline cavalry at the front. Meanwhile, the heavy infantry and light cavalry following the Knights of Glory also advanced rapidly, marking the beginning of this war. On the orc side, however, there was no proactive attack. Instead, 300 wolf soul warriors of the werewolf clan stood at the forefront, and the entire army retreated to a safe distance. Protect the glory of the wolf god. Protect the glory of the wolf god. The 300 wolf soul warriors shouted in unison as they charged towards the vampire army. As they ran, their bodies began to transform. By the time they reached the front of the vampire ranks, they had already morphed into ancient giant wolves, and then they pounced with bared fangs. When the ancient giant wolves charged into the bloodline army, Lei Qingyang drew his long sword and commanded, "All troops attack. Support the wolf warriors." The 3 armies shouted their stirring slogans as the faces of their enemies drew ever closer, and under the fierce and murderous gazes, both sides crashed into one another. The rapidly advancing Knights of Glory collided first with the bloodline cavalry, and instantly there was chaos as men and horses tumbled over one another, with knights ferociously chopping away. Some were knocked off their horses and continued to fight on the ground, while others were sent flying along with their steeds. In such circumstances, even the vampires' self-healing abilities were of no use, as under the hooves of thousands of horses, one misstep could turn them into minced meat beneath countless blades. Though vampires were individually stronger than humans, they had all been ordinary people before their transformation. Ultimately, they were just ordinary people with amplified base attributes. However, Shang Tang's forces were all seasoned veterans, particularly the Knights of Glory, which he had devoted countless efforts to build since the establishment of the Great Shang. Each of them had grown amidst battles with the beasts at the border, making them the elite of the elite. The difference between professional soldiers and ordinary people was vividly illustrated in that moment. On the battlefield, flesh and blood flew. The clash of swords and spears, the dull thud of cleavers against shields, the sickening tearing of flesh by blades, and the cries of agony converged into a terrible chorus. Men fell without cease, only to have others leap over them. Centered on the clearing at the field's heart, the 3 races' armies met, Shorin and Renzu pressing the Shuizu into the middle. They locked together like interlaced wolf fangs, clinging in a savage knot and unleashing fierce slaughter. The fate war between races once more begun. The savagery of the conflict had reached an almost unimaginable degree. Even in the early clash, the ground was littered with corpses, blood running across the earth like a murmuring stream. Most dreadful of all was the battlefield's center, where bodies piled into small hills and blades and corpses heaped together. Fighters stepped atop the carnage and blood only to be swiftly absorbed into the mound. In that instant, whether Rinzu, Shuizu, or Shorin, all had eyes reddened by slaughter. They knew this war decided their race's survival. Defeat was not an option. Hatred and madness surged in every breast. They saw nothing but enemies, one before them, and the next beyond, fighting until either they fell or the foe did. Viewers in the live stream stared in stunned silence. Even those who had witnessed the first epic war were shaken. In that earlier age, there had been only Rinzu and Shorin, and together their forces scarcely matched the present Shuizu host. Yet before them, nearly 1 million combatants poured into the fray. The spectacle, both glorious and terrifying, rendered with such chilling realism that many watched with sweating palms and quickened breath, speechless. This is terrifying. So this is war, eh? Don't talk him about to kneel. I'm already kneeling. My palms and soles are sweating. This is too real. I give the realism and effects full marks. I just want to ask how such gore passed review. I beg for a public test. Beg for a public test. Why did a golden saint just erupt his cosmos? At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted on the battlefield, drawing the gaze of almost everyone. At the center, a golden radiance around Shang Tang swelled once more, burning like flame, flashing fiercely and blazing toward the heavens. On Gaiyin, a strange sanguine sheen rose, matching Shang Tang's brilliance and painting the sky crimson. Then, like lightning, the two of them surged forth. A golden force and a crimson one collided, exploding like falling meteors and whipping up violent dust, upheaving the ground for kilometers as the earth itself was shattered by that dreadful power. Those nearby, Rinzu, Shuizu, and Shorin alike, were flung into the air. The frail among them were rent to pieces by that force. Both the soldiers on the field and the viewers in the stream were left dumbstruck. The golden and crimson auras collided and intertwined with blinding speed. Ordinary eyes could not discern their maneuvers, seeing only two sunlight hues weaving together to dominate the battlefield's center. Where they fought, friend and foe alike were swept into the maelstrom, and blood, mist, and dust filled the sky. Is this power bestowed by the gods? My heavens! Long live the Golden King! Soldiers forgot their own survival, staring in awe at the clash between Shang Tang and Gaiyin. When the light and crimson mist cleared, their figures stood revealed. Shang Tang's golden armor bore several breaches, and a smear of blood stained the corner of his mouth. A long wound had opened across Gaiin's chest, blood welled, yet the cut began to close of its own accord, and in an instant his skin became smooth and unblemished, as if never struck. A cold flash crossed Shang Tang's eyes, and his face grew grave. Gaiin's regenerative capacity was terrifying. A Shang Tang possessed no such ability, and if the contest dragged on, he would be exhausted to death. Shang Tang raised his longsword and cried out in a deep voice, "Wan Jian Lai Chao, myriad swords homage." As his words fell, wave upon wave of golden swordlight manifested behind him, each blade-like radiance roughly 2 meters long, assembling into a vast fan. Their numbers swelled relentlessly until they cast a shadow over heaven and earth, while the golden flame about Shang Tang dimmed considerably. Everyone watched the magnificent scene in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted with a frantic flurry of messages. What the hell? This was supposed to be a Western fantasy. Why has it turned into a Xianxiao world of sword chi? Ask the damn designers. They keep tossing everything in. Emperor Shang Tang instantly becomes a golden sword immortal. These effects are top-notch. Screenshot quick. Haha, interesting. Are the designers mixing everything together? Wan Jian Lai Chao, what a striking move. On the cloud, Chen Luo also gave a startled exclamation and immediately began tracing back how Shang Tang had cultivated this technique. Soon Chen Luo sensed why sword chi from Xianxia had appeared in this Western fantasy. The root of it lay in the Kaiju divine sword. When Chen Luo bestowed it upon Han Fei, besides granting the Kaiju its unmatched keenness, he had, thinking of the sword, casually embedded a mechanism that allowed sword chi to be activated through force. Hence, when Han Fei was possessed by the blood of rage, he could trigger the sword chi within and cut down an entire regiment of wolf cavalry. As Shang Tang repeatedly clashed with Han Yu wielding the Kaiju divine sword, he too awakened the divine blood within. As he evolved, he perceived the circulation of sword chi inside the Kaiju. Over the ensuing decades, through countless experiments and tireless probing, Shang Tang finally comprehended the Kaiju's sword chi and devised the technique Wan Jian Lai Chao. Chen Luo felt a stir within. Shang Tang's cultivation pathway was something he could attempt in reality. If nothing went awry, reaching the first stage in reality would enable him to unleash that kind of sword chi. Though he could not reproduce Shang Tang's current extravagance, producing 1 or 2 strands of sword chi posed no great problem. He had not expected his casual tweak to yield such an unexpected boon. The more Chen Luo contemplated it, the more excited he became, and he almost rushed back into reality to try it, yet he quickly restrained himself. This war should end soon. He could wait until it was over to go and conduct his experiment. At this moment, a sky filled with golden sword lights soared into the heavens, striking down from every direction. Each beam of sword light trailed a long tail, the intense brilliance resembling a comet carrying immense might. Gaiyin focused intently on the sword lights above, sensing a dangerous aura from them, causing his expression to turn gray for the first time. Kai's form shifted, leaping into the air and transforming into a gigantic bat attempting to evade the sword lights. However, no matter how he ran, the sword lights seemed to recognize him, relentlessly pursuing him. The myriad sword lights howled with the first beam swiftly striking the back of the giant bat. A piercing sound erupted from the bat's mouth as it flipped in midair and landed, transforming back into a human form. A long gash appeared on Kai's back, blood gushing forth, but it soon began to heal. At this moment, the calm expression on his face was nowhere to be seen. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he charged straight toward Shang Tang. Shang Tang's expression was icy. He could naturally tell what Kai was planning. With a cold sneer, he swung his long sword again, and the golden sword chi in the sky seemed to receive an order, flying towards Kai once more. Seeing this, Kai's form suddenly grew larger again, moving so quickly that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The golden flames enveloped Shang Tang once more as he boldly advanced. Boom! The golden flames and blood light, along with the myriad sword lights, fell simultaneously. The ground where the two stood was effortlessly torn apart, creating a circular pit with a diameter of nearly 300 meters. Everyone around had vanished, leaving only Shang Tang and Kai in the center of the pit. At this moment, they separated, both covered in blood. Shang Tang's armor was in tatters, his body covered in wounds. He didn't even know when his helmet was knocked off, his golden hair scattering in the wind. Kai was not faring any better. The extraordinary powers used during their fierce battle suppressed his healing abilities. Even though his healing abilities could constantly repair his body, he still suffered significant injuries. Kai understood that despite his healing power, he was actually at a disadvantage. Having just advanced to the second tier compared to Shang Tang, who had long ago reached that level and seized the world, his combat experience was pitifully lacking. Now he could only continue to drag things out, using the blood of the humans and beasts on the battlefield to restore his strength, slowly wearing Shang Tang down. Kai's gaze flickered as he was about to hunt for prey, but suddenly looked up in surprise at the edge of the pit. A young man with black hair and armor was anxiously watching the deep pit. "Father, are you alright?" Upon seeing Shang Tang, the young man immediately sighed in relief, his face filled with joy. Kai, upon seeing this young man and hearing him call Shang Tang father, wore a strange expression. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter, growing increasingly amused. Shang Tang frowned, unsure what made Kai laugh, suddenly appearing like a madman. The viewers in the live stream were also confused, clearly not understanding. While laughing, Kai gasped for breath and asked, "So, is that your son?" Shang Tang slowly raised the long sword in his hand, countering with a question, "What are you laughing at?" Kai laughed even harder upon hearing this, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Do you remember I once told you I have a talent for sensing the bloodline aura of the Han royal family?" Shang Tang's expression changed abruptly, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the young man scrutinizing him. Shang Tang now had over 20 sons, so many that sometimes he couldn't remember their names. This young man seemed to be either the 17th or 16th son, and Shang Tang couldn't recall immediately. Soon his expression darkened. "Is he of the Han royal family?" Kai burst into laughter. "Ha, you didn't even realize you were cuckolded. You might as well be called the cuckold emperor." After laughing, Kai suddenly felt something was amiss. He had long known that Shang Tang had eradicated the bloodline of the Han royal family to prevent future threats and to hinder his own power. So where did this kid come from? Shang Tang's expression shifted several times. Besides anger, he also felt the same doubt as Kai. If the bloodline of the Han royal family had already been severed, then whose offspring was this kid? Meanwhile, the live stream was in an uproar. The Emperor Shang Tang was actually cuckolded. That can't be true. Perhaps this little brat Kai is just talking nonsense to mess with Shang Tang's mind. I don't think so. Didn't you see Shang Tang's face change? This isn't surprising. Shang Tang has dozens of wives, and without eunuchs in the palace, it's normal for him to be unable to manage them all. So the question arises. Kai mentioned the bloodline of the Han royal family, but the human Han bloodline has already been exterminated by Shang Tang. Don't forget, there's still the second generation of Xia Hanyu. Right? How could I forget? Could it be? I really think it's possible that it's Hanyu. Just think about it. How has Hanyu disappeared for decades without a trace? If there is one secret passage, there could be a second one. Hanyu might just be hiding in another secret passage within the palace, right under Shang Tang's nose, cuckolding him, while the truth is unfolding upstairs. Also, the Great Lay mentioned that he found news about the Judgment Divine Sword, and then led the army here, indicating that the sword is within the human realm. Wow. Great Lay has closed the live stream and disappeared. He's also nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. This is solid proof. Great Lay must have gone to find the Judgment Divine Sword. The viewers in the live stream turned into detectives, quickly deducing the truth of the matter. Shang Tang and Kai were also quick to react, realizing the problem in a very short time. Even without seeing what the viewers were saying, they noticed that Lei Qingyang was missing. Kai flashed and swiftly transformed into a bat, flying towards the royal palace of the empire. He was very familiar with that place, not fearing getting lost. Damn it! Shang Tang cursed for the first time, rushing out of the giant pit and seizing a horse, madly heading towards the royal palace. At this moment, his heart burned with fervor. As long as he could obtain the Judgment Divine Sword, no one in this world could rival him except for the gods. All ancient giant wolves and bloodline emperors must step aside. As for being cuckolded, Shang Tang didn't care at all. He couldn't even remember that son's name, so how could he care whether he was his biological offspring? Lei Qingyang quietly left the main battlefield with the bloodline warriors of the Beastmen and the Wolf Spirit warriors, while Cain and Shang Tang were locked in a fierce battle. They took a detour and, using the secret map hand-drawn by Han Fei, quickly found a secret passage leading into the city outside the imperial capital. Excited, Lei Qingyang led his men into the passage, following it until they reached a secret chamber beneath the royal palace. Inside this chamber, most of the space was piled with wealth and treasures, while the rest consisted of clothes, tables, chairs, and other daily necessities, indicating that someone had lived there for a long time. Seeing this, not only was Lei Qingyang excited, but the other bloodline warriors of the Beastmen also became invigorated, as this suggested that the Judgment Sword might truly be here. There were 4 passages in the secret chamber, leading in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. They had entered through the northern passage, leaving the other 3 unknown. Lei Qinjiang's eyes flashed, and he promptly ordered form groups of 4 to search the other 3 passages, while the rest searched the room. Remember safety first. If you encounter Xia Ershi, signal immediately. Understood, Your Majesty, replied a respectful Beastman bloodline warrior following closely behind Lei Qingyang, immediately directing the other Beastmen to cautiously head toward the 3 passages. Meanwhile, in a certain great hall of the royal palace, when Ni, the 154th concubine married by Shang Tang, was pouring wine. When the cup was filled, she smiled and handed it to Han Yue, now a middle-aged man. Your Majesty, when will you take us mother and son out of this palace? It feels just like the cold palace. I can't stay here for a single day. Shang Tang's harem consisted of over 300 concubines, and every year many newcomers replaced those who had grown old and faded. When Ni was now over 40, although she retained some charm, she naturally paled in comparison to those beautiful young girls of 18 or 19. Therefore, Shang Tang had not visited this place for many years, to the point where she almost forgot what he looked like. When Xia Ershi came to her, although when Ni initially resisted, she eventually despaired when she realized that no one would come to check on her in this desolate palace, even if she screamed for help. Eventually, it turned into, since I cannot resist, I might as well try to enjoy it. Since entering the palace when Ni had only a handful of encounters with Shang Tang, and naturally, she would have normal physiological needs after being alone for so long. As time went on, the two naturally developed feelings for each other. Xia Ershi chuckled and asked why leave this place. When Ni was taken aback, I heard that the blood-sucking demons are terrifying. Even if allied with the Beastmen, our chances of winning aren't high. Isn't this precisely our opportunity to leave the palace? Xia Ershi patted the judgment sword on the table and laughed heartily. This is precisely a great opportunity for me to reclaim my kingdom. He continued with a smile. By the time the people outside the city deliver their verdict, whether it be that rebel Shang Tang or the Blood Clan, they will surely suffer significant losses. At that moment, I will have reached the 2nd stage and possess the divine sword. Who else in this world could stand against me? But, Your Majesty, Shang Tang has been ruling the human race for nearly 40 years. People have long forgotten about the great Xia. Xia Er's smile vanished, and he coldly replied, I will make them remember. Humans are inherently creatures that bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as I possess unparalleled power, they will bow before me. At that time, I will make them remember whoever I want them to remember. One Ni quickly nodded, revealing an expression of admiration as she smiled. Your Majesty will surely restore the glory of the great Xia. Don't forget us, mother and son. Xia Ershi laughed heartily, reached out, and embraced When Ni. Of course, you have accompanied me for decades. You shall be the queen of my empire, and our son will be the crown prince. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Ni expressed her joy and poured another glass of wine for Xia Ershi. Let me toast to Your Majesty again. Xia Ershi immediately took the cup and drank it in one go. After that, When Ni kept pouring wine for Xia Ershi. As Xia Ershi thought of his years of restraint finally breaking through to the 2nd stage, and soon being able to reclaim his kingdom with the judgment sword, his mood soared to the highest point. After drinking continuously for over 10 cups, Xia Ershi suddenly felt something was off. He was experiencing a wave of dizziness, not from drunkenness, but from weakness in his limbs, as if all his strength had been completely drained. Xia Er's face changed drastically as he quickly realized that there was something wrong with the wine. At that moment, he saw a glint of cold light approaching. When Ni was holding a dagger, her beautiful face twisted into a grotesque mask, plunging it toward his heart. Xia Er's pupils dilated as he mustered his remaining strength to throw When Ni away. But his movement was still a bit slow. Although the dagger did not pierce his heart, it still stabbed into his abdomen. Ah! Xia Ershi screamed, reaching to pull out the dagger. He stared wide-eyed at When Ni, incredulous. Why? At this moment, When Ni slammed heavily against the wall of the great hall, spitting out a mouthful of blood and struggling to rise from the ground. Even though Xia Ershi was poisoned, his strength as a 2nd-tier powerhouse was still something an ordinary woman like her could not withstand. With a casual toss, he had left her severely injured, and it took her a while to get up from the ground. Why? When Ni coughed up, blood panting and sneering, Xia Er's infamous brutality is well known. Do you think that violence will make everyone submit? That is simply a dream. Once you wield the judgment sword to reclaim the throne, the human race will fall into internal strife, and many will die because of you. Xia Ershi pulled out the dagger and saw that the blood flowing from his body had turned black. He realized that When Ni had smeared it with deadly poison, fearing that he would not die. Xia Er's vision began to blur. The searing pain and tearing sensation from his abdominal wound quickly spread throughout his body, making him sense the approach of death. A nameless fury burned wildly within him. He was unwilling, he was truly resentful. After lying low for decades, he had finally broken through to the second stage, and just as he was about to reclaim his kingdom, he fell at the hands of a woman. Ha! Xia Ershi laughed maniacally, forcing his eyes wide open to stare at Wen. We both know what kind of person you are, there's no need for such elaborate justifications. If I'm not mistaken, you intend to take this judgment sword to seek favor with Shangtang, right? Winnie smiled charmingly, and said lightly, what's so strange about that? When you and His Majesty were both at the first stage, you weren't even a match for him with the judgment sword in hand. Now that you are both at the second stage, and His Majesty has been at the second stage for over 30 years, where do you get the confidence to think you can defeat him? Seeing Xia Ershi unable to hold on, and falling to the ground from his chair, Winnie slowly walked over, and said with a look of regret, I didn't deny you a chance. If you had agreed to take us mother and son out of the palace, just now this wouldn't have happened. But when you spoke of the delusion of restoring the country, I could foresee what would happen next. My heart had turned to ashes long ago, but our son still has a bright future ahead. For his sake, I cannot let you leave alive. Xia Ershi lay on the ground, covering his bleeding wound with a mocking expression, said, do you think that by handing the judgment sword to Shangtang, he will crown you as queen and make our son the crown prince? Winnie shook her head. I won't ask His Majesty for these things. I will ask him to grant my son a territory, and we will leave this cold and heartless palace together. How do you think Shangtang will agree? Although His Majesty possesses the Emperor's ruthless nature unlike you, he always follows through on his words. Winnie walked to the wine table and picked up the judgment sword. The divine sword still shone brilliantly, and even through the sheath, she could feel the unmatched sharpness and power surging forth. Winnie slowly drew the judgment sword, and a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the entire hall like the sun. Winnie's eyes revealed a look of awe. Although she had followed Xia Ershi for decades, he had never allowed her to touch the judgment sword. Thus this was her first time seeing its true form. At this moment, Winnie understood why Xia Ershi had never let her see it. The sheer commotion of drawing the sword was immense, and it was said that Shangtang had a mysterious connection to the divine sword due to the divine blood. Once the judgment sword was drawn, it was highly likely that Shangtang would sense it. However, at this moment, Shangtang was not in the palace. In this seemingly cold and desolate place, no one was paying attention, and Winnie felt no concern about attracting others' notice. She carefully examined the sword, as if appraising a rare treasure, becoming increasingly enamored with it. No wonder everyone goes crazy for this divine sword. Just holding it gives a feeling of being capable of anything. Winnie murmured to herself, then approached Xia Ershi, saying, dying beneath this divine sword, you can consider it a worthy death. Xia Ershi was now unable to move. He watched as the judgment sword pierced toward his heart, yet he had no strength to resist. He let out a furious and unwilling roar, struggling to rise, but ultimately could not escape the fate of having his heart pierced by the judgment sword. The terrifying power contained within the judgment sword severed all life within Xia Ershi, causing him to die instantly. The second king of the Daxia dynasty, after enduring for decades, finally broke through to the second stage, ready to emerge and restore his country, yet he died before his ambitions were realized at the hands of an ordinary woman. One can only fear that Han Fei would be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. Marvelous, marvelous. Just as Winnie withdrew the long sword, she saw a hidden passage in the hall suddenly open, and a tall beast man with a bear's head and a human body clapped his hands and laughed heartily as he stepped out, followed closely by another ferocious-looking robust beast man. Winnie's face changed dramatically, as she never expected beastmen to appear in the hidden passage. Upon seeing their gaze fixed on the judgment sword in her hand, her face turned as pale as snow. Winnie's heart sank. She turned to flee, but just as the thought crossed her mind, a Bearman bloodline warrior surged forward, already standing in front of her, his massive hand coming down towards her face. Though the Bearman bloodline warrior was enormous, his speed was not slow at all. With his current speed and strength, if that palm struck true, Winnie would undoubtedly die. Spare her life, Lei Qingyang said indifferently, and the Bearman bloodline warrior changed his strike to a grip, seizing Winnie by the shoulder. Winnie screamed in panic, wildly slashing the judgment sword. However, in front of the massive Bearman, she appeared as a small chick. This aimless flailing posed no threat at all. The Bearman bloodline warrior snorted and effortlessly seized her hand, exerting a slight force. Winnie had no ability to resist. The judgment sword slipped from her grip and fell into the hands of the Bearman bloodline warrior. At that moment, all the beastmen's eyes gleamed with excitement as they focused their attention on it. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for obtaining the judgment sword. The Bearman bloodline warrior released Winnie, his eyes filled with delight. He strode forward to Lei Qingyang, knelt on one knee, and presented the judgment sword above his head with both hands. Ha! Lei Qingyang laughed heartily as he reached out and grasped the judgment sword. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Holding the sword hilt, he felt a tremendous power surge into his body, invigorating him. He looked in astonishment at the judgment sword, not expecting it to be so extraordinary. But he quickly regained his composure and immediately said, let's leave at once. He had already received the notification from Su Yifei in the encrypted live broadcast room that Shangtang and Kane were rushing toward the palace. Lei Qingyang picked up the sheath from the table, sheathed the judgment sword, and turned to rush into the hidden passage. Take her with us. Though the Bearman bloodline warrior was confused, he quickly seized Winnie and followed Lei Qingyang into the hidden passage. Just after they left, a black shadow swiftly flew over the hall, directly crashing through the ceiling. Kane quickly transformed into human form. Upon seeing Xia Ershi, who was already lifeless, his expression changed drastically. He rushed over desperately, only to find he was still a step too late. Kane suddenly exclaimed in surprise, looking at the lifeless Xia Ershi on the ground. He actually broke through to the second stage. Kane moved swiftly, grabbing Xia Er's corpse and biting into his neck. Even the ordinary bloodline of the Han clan could significantly enhance his strength. The blood of a second-stage bloodline warrior could not only heal his injuries, but also greatly boost his power. However, as soon as he bit down, Kane's expression changed suddenly, because he tasted a familiar flavor. Damn! Kane let out a low grunt, immediately tossing aside Xia Er's corpse and spitting out the blood he had just ingested. At this moment, Kane was still live streaming, and the viewers were astonished by the scene before them, as many recognized the identity of the corpse. Although the War of Dynastic Change had occurred over 30 years ago, in reality, it had been less than 10 hours, and many still remembered the appearance of the second emperor of Xia. The appearance of the corpse had not changed significantly, merely transforming from a younger version into a middle-aged version. The audience had not expected that the second emperor of Xia, who had been hiding for decades, would die so inexplicably. Is that the second emperor of Xia? Was he killed by the Great Lord Lei? It's obvious it must be the work of the Great Lord Lei. He should have obtained the judgment. But if it was the blood of the second emperor of Xia, why would Kane vomit it? Didn't he grow stronger by absorbing blood? I think I know where the reason lies. Look, some of the blood flowing from the wound of the second emperor of Xia is black. He must have been poisoned. It really is. Did he die from poisoning? This must also be the handiwork of the Great Lord Lei. It's too insidious, too treacherous. He deliberately left the corpse here, waiting for Kane to come right. 66666. The Great Lord's operations are more and more impressive. Poor Kane, he's been tricked again. Meanwhile, Lei Qingyang was unaware that he had taken the blame for something he did not do. Holding the Judgment Divine Sword, he immediately ordered his subordinates to let Winnie down after entering the secret chamber. The 3 passages here lead to the city. You can escape through either the east or west one. Without waiting for Winnie's reaction, Lei Qingyang led the others to dash towards the northern passage leading outside the city. Winnie was momentarily stunned. She had always heard that beastmen were brutal and cold-blooded, even eating human beings. She had originally thought she would surely die, but unexpectedly Lei Qingyang let her go. Quickly regaining her composure, Winnie realized that without the Judgment Divine Sword and the leverage to negotiate with Shang Tang, she would only be left to die in the palace. After a moment's consideration, and without much hesitation, she chose a passage leading to the city and ran away. Shortly after she left, the entire underground chamber collapsed. Shang Tang arrived at the Great Hall, where Winnie lived not long after Kane had arrived. At that moment, Kane had absorbed the blood of the second emperor of Xia and had been poisoned himself. He was genuinely astonished and furious, attributing this debt to Lei Qingyang. He clearly believed that his opponent had set this trap to harm him. Kane realized something was wrong the moment he consumed the first mouthful, and he immediately vomited it out. However, the blood of the second emperor of Xia contained 2 potent poisons. If he hadn't already attained the second tier of power, and if the blood didn't possess self-healing properties, he would likely have died instantly. As he desperately fought against the toxins, a golden light approached rapidly from afar. Shang Tang had abandoned his horse, crashing through everything in his path, whether it was walls or buildings, showing no intention of slowing down. When Shang Tang saw the sickly Kane and the lifeless second emperor of Xia, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he swung a fist toward Kane. Kane was so frustrated, he almost spat blood. His resentment and hatred for Lei Qingyang had reached an extreme, but at this moment his life was at stake, and he couldn't care less. He quickly dodged and fled outside the Great Hall. Shang Tang's fist smashed into the ground instantly, creating a massive pit, revealing the secret passage below. Shang Tang was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that this must have been the hiding place of the second emperor of Xia for decades, and that Lei Qingyang must have entered the palace through here. With a flash of his gaze, Shang Tang immediately abandoned Kane and dove into the passage to begin tracking the movements of Lei Qingyang and the others. Once Kane escaped, he was prepared to transform and slip away, but he noticed that Shang Tang did not pursue him, but instead jumped into the pit in the ground. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly understood the situation. Kane looked towards the numerous palace guards surrounding the palace, transforming his figure into a flash of lightning as he charged into the crowd, beginning to absorb their blood to heal the poison within him. At that moment, Shang Tang had already arrived in the secret chamber. Looking at the 3 passages before him, he narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing intently on sensing the movements in these passages. In just a moment, he discerned the direction in which Lei Qingyang and the others had left based on the faint footsteps coming from the secret passage. He transformed into a stream of golden light and dashed towards the left passage. A few minutes later, Shang Tang spotted a group of beastmen ahead. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his speed increased dramatically as he charged directly at the last beastman in the line. Out! A series of screams followed as the last few beastmen could not withstand the terrifying force of Shang Tang and were sent crashing against the walls of the passage, shattering them. Even the strong bodies of the beastmen could not withstand such a horrific attack. They were instantly crushed to pieces, dying on the spot. The remaining beastmen, realizing what had happened, showed no fear in their eyes, but instead they exuded a desperate determination, drawing their weapons and charging at Shang Tang, while shouting in their beastmen language. Shang Tang's gaze was icy as he simply threw a punch, and the entire group of beastmen was annihilated without even a chance to resist. However, Shang Tang's expression darkened to the point of freezing, for the ones he had killed were all ordinary beastmen, with not a single blood warrior amongst them, and there was still no trace of Lei Qingyang. Lei Kabar. Shang Tang roared in anger, realizing he had been fooled. It was evident that Lei Qingyang had anticipated his pursuit, deliberately using these ordinary beastmen to create a commotion and lead him astray. In an instant, Shang Tang understood where the problem lay. Without a second thought, he immediately turned off the live stream. With Lei Qingyang's wealth and resources, he could easily hire a group of people to monitor his every move in the live stream and have them report his location whenever necessary. No wonder he was always a step behind. This cunning and treacherous guy, truly detestable. Shang Tang was furious. His figure shot back, and he arrived back at the secret chamber. He looked at the remaining two passages, momentarily unsure which to choose, as both passages were silent, making it impossible to judge based on sound. Moreover, with his current speed, regardless of which passage he chose, if that direction was still wrong by the time he returned, Lei Qingyang would have surely left the city and safely returned to the Beastmen army. Shang Tang gritted his teeth. At this point, he could only take a gamble. A flash of determination crossed his eyes as he dashed towards the northern passage.